My name's Joe. I'm an alcoholic.
Hi, Joe.
It's good to be here. I love coming to Louisiana. It's nice because now I have some friends here. That's not the way it was 11 and a half years ago when I got to Alcoholics Anonymous. And that's not the way it was a few years ago when I came to Louisiana for the first time. So whether that means there's been some progress in my life or you all are just a little more tolerant, I don't have any idea. I am from Santa Monica. I got sober in Denver, Colorado, August 17th, 1982, and I spent my first 4 years of sobriety in Denver and was moved. I don't like to say that I moved, and I'm sure there's people in the room that know about being moved by this power. That can happen sitting still, that can happen physically, that can happen emotionally, that can happen in a lot of different ways. But at 4 years of sobriety, I was physically moved to, in the process of making amends for the fourth or fifth time, not to the same people, but in the process of making amends, I was moved to Santa Monica, California, where I've been for the last 7 years, 7.5 years. For me, in doing these things, the first 10 minutes is always the hardest because there's always like this layer of stuff on the top of my mind that I have to get out to get to where we really need to begin. And I think where we're going to begin is the title page of the big book of Alcoholics Anonymous. Now, how much garbage there is between me and getting to the title page of the big book of Alcoholics Anonymous, I never really know. But sometimes just saying that clears some of it away. I fell into a pattern where I would do these things, even if it was a 1-hour talk in Homa or here or wherever, or one of these, which I really like doing even more, not because you get more attention, you get to talk longer, because I just think it's much more worthwhile, and I've seen a lot more movement for people than just going somewhere you fly in and talk for 45 minutes. And I love to leave somewhere where there's people excited about the big book and getting together and doing it. But like Danny said yesterday, most of you that are probably here tonight are already doing that, and the ones that need to be here aren't, and the ones that really don't need to be here tonight are, but that turns out to be the ones that need to be here, because we're the ones that have to do it. We're the mad dogs, we're the ones that show up, we're the ones that drive from New Orleans to be here in Lafayette. We're the ones that are excited about this program, or we're the ones that are in that great place where you're looking for more at 15 years of sobriety or 12 years of sobriety or 7 years or 3 years or 3 months. You're looking for more and you know that maybe there is, or you're experiencing a lot and you want everybody to know about it. And I've been in all those places. Currently, because I tell you what I do and because I say what I do, and I like you to know where I'm at, I will probably be much more clear on the first 4 steps this weekend than I will on 5 through 9, because I've currently just done 1, 2, and 3, and I'm in the middle of an inventory, because I do what I say that I do. And what I do, not because I'm a well, healthy, adjusted member of Alcoholics Anonymous, but because at 11.5 years of sobriety, I still need the whole program of Alcoholics Anonymous, I involve myself in the steps on a regular basis. Now, one of the things I wanted to say was, we're not here this weekend to debate, we're not here to prove anybody wrong, and we're not here to prove ourselves right. So we can drop the debate, and we're also not here, which is the pattern I said I began to fall into, of you asking questions and us giving answers. So we're going to do it ask backwards this weekend, and we're going to ask the questions, and we're going to encourage you to find your own answers, which is what the people and the sponsor that sponsors both Mark and I have encouraged us to do over the last decade in Alcoholics Anonymous. That sounds good to me. I like that. I never done nothing for a decade except drink alcohol. So we're not going to take questions, and we're not going to debate, and we're going to ask you questions, and we're going to hope that you maybe find some new answers this weekend and that there's some movement. And we started thinking about that a few weeks ago, and I started thinking, what could we do that might show some growth for us as a group between the time we start tonight and the time we get to inventory tomorrow afternoon. And what we came up with was a set of questions that we're going to ask before the first coffee break tonight, around 8:15 tonight, before our first break. We're going to ask 15 questions, and everybody's going to vote, because there's going to be one of two answers for each question, and we're going to count the votes, and then we're going to do it again in several hours tomorrow, before we get to inventory, before we all take the third step together. We're going to ask those same questions again, and we're going to see how much movement has taken place with the answers. Because we wanted to do the opposite of what people expect. What people expect is the easy way out because they're alcoholic, and I'm alcoholic, and that's what I want. What I want is a guru that I can go to, and I want to say, Don, here's my problem, give me an answer, make it easy, tell me exactly what to do. But he never did that for me. And we ain't going to do that this weekend. Because we ain't got no answers, but we got lots of questions. And we got a lot of questions because of our concern and our love for Alcoholics Anonymous about what's going on in AA, with AA, and ourselves in relationship to AA. Got as many questions for myself this weekend as we do for you. So, how do you do that? How does a closed-minded, bigoted, prejudiced alcoholic get to a place where he's ready to consider a question, then just answer it right away? Well, the only way I know, and I hope we can each do it in our own way tonight before we really get started, maybe quietly here in a moment, maybe tonight before you go to bed, maybe tomorrow morning if you decide to come back tomorrow morning, each in our own way, however you choose to do it, just ask one thing. And you might have an amazing experience coming here tonight thinking you were just going to kind of observe in your throne of contempt and judgment what these whippersnappers from Texas and California were going to talk about. Maybe you'll come with an open mind, and the only way to get an open mind that I know is to ask God, please set aside everything I think I know, that I may have an open mind for a new experience with whatever might go on here this weekend. Please put aside what I think I know. I've been doing that prayer for a month because I started the steps, like I said, January 1st. And I'm currently in the fourth step, in the middle of the resentment inventory. And I'm going to use that prayer tonight, and I used it this afternoon. Mark and I did the only thing we needed to do to prepare to come here this evening. We looked at the time constraints and talked about what we wanted to cover, but within those time constraints, there is no structure. We know that we're going to start on the title page, and we know we're going to try to get all the way through. We're going to try to go along with what Terry asked us to do, and we're going to try to share our experience rather than our judgments. But all we had to do was say a couple prayers and meditate for about 15 or 20 minutes. And I got out of that meditation more charged than if I would have taken a 4-hour nap. And I learned that here in Alcoholics Anonymous. So, I do not consider myself an expert on the big book of Alcoholics Anonymous. As a matter of fact, I think it's weird that you people would ask somebody to come talk about the big book who doesn't believe in studying the big book. Now let me say that again. I think it's really strange for you all to ask somebody to come talk about the big book who does not believe in studying the big book. Now what do I mean by that? I do not think the spiritual experience outlined in that book will happen for anybody in this room by sitting at home studying it just right and dotting the I's and crossing the T's. I heard a story about that from my grant sponsor this summer, and I'll tell it. The guy calls his sponsor. He says, I read the book and I drank. Sponsor said, yeah? He said, yeah, I read the book and I drank. He said, yeah? He said, yeah, I read the book. I memorized how it works. I can read how it works off the top of my head, and I drank. He said, yeah? And he got tired of hearing that after about 20 minutes. He said, okay, darn it. Go in the kitchen, get a cookbook. Guy goes in the kitchen, gets a cookbook, comes back on the phone. He says, you got your cookbook? The kid says, yep. Sponsor says, now read how to make a chocolate cake. He said, okay, I read it. He said, now read how to make a chocolate cake. He said, okay, I read it. He said, now memorize it. He said, I got it. He said, you got it memorized? He said, yeah. He said, you read how to make a chocolate cake? He said, yeah. He said, now cut me a piece. And that's about how I feel about studying the big book. I wasted a lot of time in AA studying the big book of Alcoholics Anonymous before I got excited about doing what's in the big book of Alcoholics Anonymous. That I'll talk to you about from now until forever. my experience of doing what's in the Big Book of Alcoholics Anonymous, and I think the only thing that qualifies me to be here this weekend are two things we share in common, probably everybody in this room. I'm an alcoholic who doesn't ever want to drink again. I believe in carrying the message, and I have been actively involved in working the 12 steps of Alcoholics Anonymous for the last 10 years of my life, the last 11 years of my life, since I was 6 months sober. And I have done 1 through 9 and finished amends 9 different times. And I have done 10 and 11 to the best of my ability each of those times, and then watched what my ego does with power and how it rebuilds itself, and therein seen my need for 1 through 9 again. I'm not from the school of do 1 through 9 once. If that's what you do and you're happy with that and you like living your life in 10, 11, and 12, you got something I don't got. I believe if your life changed and was rearranged and you were taken to a level of life you could never have imagined from your first time through 1 through 9, why wouldn't you do it again? Why wouldn't you do it again? And I sometimes question people who say, and they usually seem really angry, I did 1 through 9 once, and I ain't going to do it again, and I lived my life in 10, 11, and 12, and I want to ask them, did you ever really do 1 through 9? You got a few amends in your gut that crawl around there at 3 in the morning? You got some anger you'd like to look at again? What about the first step? And I'm here to tell you, I operate in the world with what I know about 10 and 11, watching for selfishness, dishonesty, resentment, and fear, from my awareness from 4 through 9. And if I was operating in the world 11 and a half years sober, from the awareness I got from 4 through 9 my first time through, I would not be here tonight. I would not be effective, and I would not be aware of the things that I'm aware of. Because every time I've gone through 1 through 9, I see how my ego has now shifted up, and there's new selfishness. I'm not doing the stuff I was doing 11 and a half years ago, but does that mean I don't have selfishness, dishonesty, self-seeking, and fear? You better believe I do, and I'm in the middle of an inventory that proves to me, once again, how my ego has slicked itself up to match me right where I am with spiritual growth and trick me once again. So I do 1 through 9 for several reasons. I love a new experience with 1, 2, and 3. I do not like doing 4 through 9, but I love where it takes me each time. And my life is taken off each time to another level. Not another level that makes me any better or any worse, but another level where I can be with you, where I can just be with you, just be in the moment. And if you don't think an alcoholic ego will do anything it can to keep you from being in the moment, try to sit 20 minutes 2 or 3 times a day and watch what your ego will come up with to keep you from experiencing the only place that God is. And that's right now, right here, in this moment. This year I didn't really want to come alone for several reasons. I wanted to spend some time with my buddy. I don't have much to prove anymore. I quit smoking 30 days ago, and I'm in the middle of a 4-step, and I asked a friend to come and help me do this thing. We got sober together in Denver, Colorado, same year, same treatment center. We were 30 days or 60 days apart, and graduating from the same treatment center, and we both had the same sponsor, and we both done the same work for the same amount of time. So with that, we'll get started, and I'd like to introduce my friend Mark Houston from Kerrville, Texas.
Well, I'm an alcoholic. My name's Mark Houston. And my God-given sobriety date is October the 19th of 1982. And I'm kind of like Joe. I got to just clear my head a little, and I never know which way that's going to go. And good news about this program is I just don't care about where that goes or what that happens with that. But I was laughing today about, Don has said to me many times in the past, and those of you who know him, he says this with some frequency. He says, anything God has in store for me is better than anything I have in store for me. And, I was sitting there thinking, I'm a Norwegian Iowa farm boy, and Joe and I met in Denver, and he grew up, back in Michigan, and we're so obviously both Yankees, and God transported me down to Texas about 3 years ago, and him to California, And we're down here sharing some experience, strength, and hope with a room full of people from the South. And only God's going to make that kind of a deal happen. I just never went down to my counselor in high school and said, in 1994 in February, what do I have to do to go down to Lafayette, Louisiana, and share what it was like to be a drunk and get in recovery? None of that stuff ever happened. So he called me and asked me about doing this thing with him, and I didn't bat an eye, and because that's how God works in my life. So I'm real grateful to be down here. I'm kind of a little bit on the other end of where Joe's at. I just finished doing the work again in right about November, with the exception of 2 amends, and those got to be made at a grave back in Humboldt, Iowa, and just haven't been able to get back there yet. So, and last Saturday I just started the work again with 4 or 5 men, and I'm like Joe. I've had to go through this thing sometimes a couple times a year. And one of the things that I learned a long time ago, if I'm in a room with 10 alcoholics, how 8 of them work their program probably ain't going to work for me. And I had to test some of that through God's grace and mercy. Didn't have to drink alcohol. But some people, for example, have an option to not do prayer and meditation or do it in the shower, and I don't. I spend about an hour. And why? Because that's what I need to do for me, to stay connected with the God of my understanding, to be useful to Him, and not let my character defects manifest in every area of my life. And some people don't need to sit down with a sponsor every now and then, or more spiritual gunfighters, but I do. I have a meeting once a month in my home called Steel on Steel, and the reason we do that is and there's a lot of different links to sobriety in there, is in recovery I've suffered greatly from self-delusion. God spoke directly to me on this one. I think I'll go do that. And I don't do that anymore. That's why we have that meeting. That's why we call it Steel on Steel. If you come to that meeting and you're concerned about your feelings, you'll never come back again. And I'm grateful, just immensely grateful for the sponsorship and direction I got from Don, and that God has put Joe and I real actively back in each other's life again. And I, like I said, just started again last week, and so, we, matter of fact, just finished up the title page, and tomorrow morning, those group of men will be over at my house at 8 o'clock in the morning, and I told them they better say a prayer for me before they move on through the work. And so I'm starting to work again, with a framework of 10, 11, and 12, and, I would ask the same thing that Joe did. I go through the work every time, and I ask God to help me set aside everything I think I know about myself and my disease and these steps in this program, so that I can be open to a new experience. I truly believe what it tells me. There's a little paragraph on page 55 talks about an attitude, and I don't know about the rest of you, but what'll keep me from God today is everything I learned about Him and think I know up through yesterday. And I got to start every day asking that I be real open-minded, and so that's what I try and do. I moved to, God moved me to Texas in June of 91. It's kind of interesting how that happens. I just want to share a minute of that, and then we're going to get this thing going. Any of you in here Vietnam veterans? A few of you? Okay, well, I did the same thing with that experience I did with alcohol. It wasn't called denial, it was called delusion. I wasn't there and didn't experience all that, and that reared up and bit me big time. And sometimes AA in Denver can be real rigid, and it had been so rigid I missed a line in the book about we seek outside help, and tried to use the steps to treat that and damn near died. And so I went in the hospital for about 31 days. And see, once again, every time I show up somewhere, I think I'm there for this reason, and that wasn't it at all. I wound up living in Houston for about 5 months, and then going up to Kerrville, Texas, where I live now. And in the process of that, Don P. had said to me, and I was about 5-6 years sober, I was working in retail and pursuing the God Almighty dollar, and he said to me, God's going to call His marker in on you someday. And I said, what are you talking about? And he said, well, He gave you some gifts to carry this message, and someday He will. And that's what I've been doing big time for the last 3 years, more so than all the rest of the time in my recovery. And I've never in my life been so at peace with myself. So I'm so grateful to be down here and be a part of this. And I'm like Joe, the only truth in my life is my experience, okay? I can hear truth verbally all day long, but till I take it inside and do something with it, nothing's going to happen for me. I've been doing some work with a man I'm using as a spiritual advisor. He's a Lakota Sioux. His name's Guy Red Owl, and we talked one day, and he said to me, Mark, there's 3 ways you can acquire spiritual knowledge, and he said one of those is the path of devotion, like you could be a monk and something like that. And he said one's a path of knowledge, and maybe you're going to teach a seminary school. But he said I'm a drunk like you, and for me and you, it's called a path of action. And I'm like Joe, I can study all day in the world, but the bottom line is I got to get my feet moving and get in some action. So that's all I'm here. I'm here to share my experience with what's in the big book, Alcoholics Anonymous, and I'm so grateful for being a chance to be a part of this. It scares me to death when I go to AA meetings anymore, because most of the time I don't know where the hell I am. I love the meetings I went to here. Man, I heard about closed meetings, and I heard about drinking, and not much of that, and a hell of a lot about God and the solution. And man, I'm telling you, I hunger and thirst for that, because I get a chance to travel around a lot. It scares me what I see, because I have an obligation to carry this message. Not my message, this message. And anything you hear coming from me, you can't reconcile from that big book. It's just my opinion, and like any good alcoholic, I'll be glad to expound on that with you at some point in time. But if you can't reconcile it with the big book, that's all it is. So I'm just looking forward to spending some time with you all and growing spiritually. So thanks.
I met my sponsor I met my sponsor at my first meeting of Alcoholics Anonymous in treatment 11 and a half years ago, the week of August 17th, 1982, because he cared about carrying the message of Alcoholics Anonymous in places where we might not agree with what they're doing. Thank God he was there. I don't necessarily think we always belong in places that agree with us. I think most of the time, most of us, as Mark calls them, us spiritual gunfighters, really belong where they really don't agree with us very much. But we don't go there to tell them how to do it, and they don't tell us how to do it, and Don was at one of those places. And what he shared scared me so bad, I didn't ask him to be my sponsor for 5.5 months until I hit bottom with the second half of step 1. And I guess that's just the way it had to be. And we met, and he said he only knew one way to do it. And we were going to start on the title page of the Big Book of Alcoholics Anonymous, and we were going to do everything it said through the first 164 pages. And my life's never been the same. And that first night, he asked me to tell him a little bit about myself, and I told him about 10 treatment centers, and I told him about a degree in psychology, and I told him about having been a therapist in a treatment center, drinking with the director of the program that I worked for. And he shook his head and he said, "You know enough about alcoholism, how you feel, and yourself to be dangerous to yourself and everybody around you." And that didn't feel good. And thank God for people in Alcoholics Anonymous that are willing to risk your feelings to tell you the truth based on their experience. This ain't a popularity contest for me. And he said some things that didn't necessarily feel good, thank God. And he said, "Why don't you say a prayer that what you think you know be put aside for an open mind and a new experience?" And I started that prayer. And you know when I first noticed it? I noticed it when we got to my first inventory a few months later, and I was able to write a part of that inventory that I couldn't write in my first 90 days. And it wasn't because a few more months had gone by. It was because a transformation of power had taken place in the first 3 steps, and my awareness was different. And I got some power from the first 3 steps. You see, if I'm in the middle of step 1 and I'm thinking about what's it going to take to write that inventory, and I think I'm going to have to muster up the power the way I am right now in step 1, when I get to step 4, I'm going to be overwhelmed because I'm not going to be able to muster up that kind of power. Or if I'm in the middle of my first inventory and I'm thinking that I'm going to be the same when I get to step 9 and there will be no more power in my life then than there is now when I'm in the middle of inventory, I'll be overwhelmed and I probably won't get to those amends. But every time you're in one step and you're thinking about a step down the road, just say to yourself, if something major doesn't happen between this step and that step, I will never make those amends. I'll never write that inventory because I can't. But I have the kind of ego that thinks I'm going to have to do it because all my life my gut told me, Joe, you're going to have to do it and it ain't going to be good enough. So I guess what I would like us to do here just for a moment, you can see how insecure Mark and I are by what we have up here in front of us. Now, and we didn't know this when we got here. He got here yesterday, I got here Wednesday. We each brought an old book that we each used the first 10 years of our sobriety. Now that old book is really marked up and it's got a lot of notes in it because I did a lot of work with it. Now that's my security blanket, but that's also my worst enemy because I think I've got to go back to that old information that got me where I am to share. But see, several months ago when I turned 10, or a year and a half ago when I turned 10, I put that book down and put it up on the shelf. And I got me a new book. And I brought both of them with me, not knowing which I was going to do. Was I going to pray for an open-minded and new experience? Or was I going to go back to my old security blanket with the soft leather-bound cover that I can squeeze and hold right here and go to all that information that would be real easy and convenient and old and stale? Yeah? Or am I going to say to that prayer and go to a book that's totally blank, that I don't have one note in, and really trust in this prayer that I'm about to say? So, I decided, and I hope everyone in this room in their own way who's here this weekend for more than just some information to show off to your friends, that might be here for experience. We don't have to sit here and have a seminar this weekend where we just transmit information and hug each other and pat each other on the back and think how good we're doing because we're the ones that showed up. We can, some of us, and all you have to do is be willing, sit here this weekend and have an experience, at least with the first 3 steps, and maybe some techniques with inventory. I believe that can happen because I've sat in rooms with more people than are here in this room and less, and one guy at a time in my living room sitting across from me where we basically can do the same thing that we do then and have had an experience, both of us. Why can't we all do that? So all I would say was that maybe we could take a moment of silence. And I think from the way it's feeling to me right now, we'll probably be doing this, not this same prayer, but we will probably be pausing from time to time because I think more is said in the silence than when there's a lot of talking going on. And each in our own way say to our own God, our own conception of whatever that might be, whether you're new, old, or in between, ask whatever it is you believe in. Even if you're sitting here tonight and you still believe in yourself, ask yourself. Please self, set aside everything I think I know so that I can have an open mind and a new experience. Please help me see the truth. But don't con yourself into thinking that always means it will be comfortable. How many of us have heard, the truth will set you free, but first it'll piss you off? Right? And I tend to think that I have a conception of what it's going to feel like to get free or get some new ideas or have an experience with 1, 2, and 3. And what my ego says, Joe, if it's uncomfortable, it's not good. And if anyone says anything that makes you uncomfortable, they're not good, and you better get away from them because I should only be around people that make me comfortable. Loving, nurturing people, and that's okay, right? I'm scared of guys that smile all the time. A friend of mine told me if you see a guy smiling all the time, you're looking at a really angry guy. I'm also real leery of nice alcoholics. Now, I know some of us get better and we can practice kindliness, tolerance, and love for other people. I'm not saying that. But I'm real leery of really, really nice alcoholics that are nice all the time. Something's wrong. I'm leery of old-timers that say they don't get angry anymore or ever harm anybody again. They're probably not doing evening reviews. All right? I respect those guys that tell you the truth, and sometimes it doesn't feel good, and sometimes they just love you to death. Sometimes that doesn't feel good. Shit, I don't know if anything that's good for me ever felt good all the time. And the stuff that felt good all the time wasn't real good for me. So why don't we take a moment of silence? Matter of fact, I've never quit anything that felt really good either. I've never quit anything that was good for me either. I just quit stuff that's killing me. Right? Why don't we take a moment, each in our own way, ask for an open mind and a new experience? Dear God, please set aside what I think I know about myself, this program, these steps, this book, and especially you, God, that I may have an open mind and a new experience. Please help me see the truth. You know, when I got this new book, when I started the steps in January, I read the paper cover, which I hadn't read for a long time, because I've had a book that doesn't have a paper cover for a long time. And I was struck by one of the paragraphs in that paper cover that really put some things that I think get out of shape at some of the places I go. It really put it into perspective. And I tore it out of that paper cover. One of the paragraphs said, this basic text, pages 1 through 164, remains unchanged. This is the AA message as it was introduced in 1939 in the book Alcoholics Anonymous, the book that gave the Young Fellowship its name. And I guess I needed to be reminded again that the fellowship was named after this book. And I guess I needed to be reminded again that the first 164 pages are the AA message. I was telling Danny the other night, I was at a service conference not too long ago, and they had this committee at this table, and this committee at this table, and the CPC committee at this table, and they're all the treatments at this table, they're all doing great work. And they all know that Bill gave us a definition of service. Anything that makes carrying the message possible. And they're all doing great committee work, and they got this project going on, and this pamphlet, and this work. And they put us at breakout tables, and I got lucky. I was with the California State Delegate, the Southwest Regional Trustee, myself, a couple DCMs, and a few more GSRs, because I was the GSR for my home group last year. And they talked on a lot of topics, and I tried to put in experience when I could, and they were getting done. And I said to my buddy that was with me, I said, I bet I could ask a question. We'd get 25 different opinions at the table. He said, what would that question be? And I raised a question at the table. I said, do we all agree that Bill's definition of service is anything that makes carrying the message possible? And everybody shook their head. And I said, and everybody at this table is involved in great stuff to help make carrying the message possible. And they all shook their head. And I said, what's the message that we're all supposed to be doing this service work to help carry? And they went around the table and they had 25 answers from 25 people. One guy said there's as many ways to work the program as there are people in it. And isn't that a sad reflection of how far away the fellowship has gotten from the recovery program that was given to us when they wrote this basic text? Now, I believe anyone that does this work in this room, 1 through 9, from the Big Book of Alcoholics Anonymous, will have their own personal experience. But I believe they gave us a way to work this program a long time ago that works. Do I think it's the only way to God? Absolutely not. I've seen people in this program and outside of this program find God other ways. But why is it so hard when I hear stories from a guy in New Orleans, or a guy in Iowa, or a girl up in Buffalo, or 350 of us in Breckenridge, Colorado the last weekend in July at a conference my sponsor and his friend helped start last year? 350 people from 30 states, and people from every one of those 30 states had stories about why is it so hard to find somebody to take you through the steps with the Big Book of Alcoholics Anonymous? Why is it so hard to find somebody? And I started wondering about that. Shit. Where I came in, they said this is what we do. We go to meetings, we get a sponsor, we read the book, and we work the steps from the big book of Alcoholics Anonymous. I was just one of the guys. I moved to California, they think I'm some big deal. They don't know that in Denver I was just one of the guys, one of the lightweights, as a matter of fact. There's guys in Denver that make me look like a lightweight. Been doing this work 20, 30, 40 years. Two things and then we'll get going here. One is not to brag. I'm not sharing this with you to brag. I'm sharing you with this as my personal experience as a testament to the power of this process in steps 1 through 9. And all I can tell you is from my own personal experience. Not only does a mad dog like me, sober 11 and a half years, who never stayed sober for 28 days for 17 years, still here and sober and happy and at peace most of the time. But of the 200 people, and I've kept track, not to glorify myself, I can't keep myself sober, but to keep track of their birthdays. I have taken from steps 1 through 9, those that made it to step 9, 200 people, one at a time in my living room over the last 11 years. Now, we're not talking the ones that pooped out in step 4, which were a lot, and we're not talking about the ones that pooped out in step 1, who were a lot. Once you get a glimpse of what might be wrong with you, you don't want to see it. Not the ones that pooped out. Of the ones that I've worked with myself, let alone the ones my sponsors worked with and all the people that I know, of the ones that I've worked with from the title page up to amends, it's approximately 200. 2 drank. Now what about those 2? One did the work once, refused to ever do it again. Started working in the field of alcoholism, on the streets giving out needles as part of the AIDS project with hookers and pimps and prostitutes. And one day, it was no big deal for him to stick a needle in his arm with no thought whatsoever, and in 6 months he was dead. The other one did the work once, refused to finish 5 or 6 big amends, got adulation and praise everywhere he went because he's a famous comedian, drank, and had a real hard time getting back. Now, I don't want to screw this up for anybody that's here tonight, but you do this work once, you'll never settle for anything less, and you'll have to do it again. So don't do it once if you don't want to do it again. Because once you taste the honey, our Native American friend says, once you taste the honey, you'll never settle for anything less. Once you touch the power and the hand and the Spirit of God, and then your ego slowly rebuilds itself and you're out of that state, you'll have to get back into that state or it'll eat you up. I have also, and I'll share this, I have also seen people start this work and stop, end up in worse shape than if they hadn't started it at all. For example, do 1, 2, and 3, get to the middle of an inventory, and stop. I would rather that you hadn't started at all. That doesn't mean you have to get yourself from 1 through 9. What hopefully will happen is the power from each step will take you through the next. And the power from that step will take you through the next. The power from 1, 2, and 3 should move you through 4. The power from 1 through 8 should move you through 9, etc., etc. There is an experience to be had at each step, but the real miracle in each step is in the action of the next. When I was 5.5 months sober, I was suffering from one of the biggest lies that I've ever suffered from in AA. And we can smash this one for anybody in the room right now. And the lie goes like this. I'm in AA because I'm going to meetings. So here's the question. Are you really in AA just because you're a member of the fellowship? Or are you part of 1/3 of a 3-part program and not really in AA, but just a member of the fellowship? And there I was, 5.5 months sober, terribly active in the fellowship. Meetings, commitments. I'd had a little job at one of the meetings. I don't know what it was. And I thought I was in AA. And I woke up one day and I was given the grace to see the nature of my condition further away from my last drink than I'd ever been in 17 years. Never had 5.5 months, ever. And I woke up and I was dying of a part of the disease I didn't even know I had, thinking I was in a program I wasn't even in. Now, what do I mean by that? I was dying of a part of the disease that no one, including in AA, or maybe I hadn't heard it in 5.5 months, I was dying of a part of the disease that no one ever talked to me about in 10 treatment centers or 5.5 months in AA. And that part of my disease is a spiritual malady, and it's called untreated alcoholism. And I was dying from it. And if you ever want to examine if you're in that part of your disease, or if that part of the disease is taken over again, you go home tonight or tomorrow morning in your quiet time and reflect on the middle of page 52 in the chapter to the agnostic. And if that paragraph describes you, that's where you're at. And believe me, I have been in that place several times, and I do the work again and it goes away. But that's not just why I do the work, which is another thing we have to come back to in a minute. You do the work of an Alcoholics Anonymous because of the unmanageability and because everything in your life is a mess. And you do a little bit with 4 and 5, or you make a few amends and you begin to feel better and the unmanageability is taken care of. You poop out and you never really get to where you're going because you did it because of the unmanageability, not because of booze. I do the work because of the first half of step 1, not because of the second half of step 1. But at 5.5 months, the second half of step 1 was a reality. And I called this man and he said, come on over. And when I got to his house, he said he only knew one way to do it. And I got to his house and we opened to the title page and he talked to me about a 3-part program for a 3-part disease. Now, like I said, he told me I knew enough to be dangerous to myself and everybody around me. And I did start that prayer, please put aside everything I think I know. And I started to have an open mind. How do you know when you have an open mind? You know when you have an open mind when you're willing to look at both sides of whatever question is raised to you. If you're set with an answer, you don't have an open mind. So the question we have to begin with here tonight, am I really in AA, and what do I think AA is? And he talked to me about the circle and the triangle. And he talked to me about a 3-fold disease: body, mind, and spirit, and how each part of the disease fits with a part of the program. How many times have we heard, bring the body, the mind will follow. Bring the body where? To the fellowship. So I bring my body to the fellowship, which is the unity part of our program. That's where you find the fellowship. He asked me, where do you find unity? I said, in the fellowship. Going to meetings, going to dances, going to conventions, going to coffee, everything we do with each other here in this program. He said, where do you find recovery? I made a mistake. I said, on the wall. He said, no, they made a mistake, Joe, with you when they put the steps on the wall because they left the instructions in between each one out and left them up to dummies like you to figure out the instructions in between each one. They put recovery in the first 164 pages. Are you involved in that? I said, no. There's 1/3 of the program I'm not in, but I think I'm in AA. He said, what about service? I said, oh, carrying the message? He said, yeah. I said, I'm taking patients to meetings where I used to go to treatment. He said, oh, you're carrying alcoholics to the message. There's a big difference. And I didn't feel good. It didn't feel good when he said that. Thank God, but I saw some truth. Does the truth ever really feel good? Or before you ever see the truth, do you always see the lie? The lie makes you uncomfortable, and then the truth sets you free. I don't know. It's a good question, though. So there I am sitting there thinking I'm in AA, and the lie gets smashed. I found out I'm in 1/3 of a 3-part program, expecting the results of the whole thing. And I'm only in one part of AA. All I am is a member of the fellowship because I have a desire to stop drinking. Then he said there's a set of 12 principles for each part of the program. 12 traditions for the fellowship. 12 steps for recovery. And 12 concepts for service. So I saw a 3-part program for a 3-part disease with 36 spiritual principles rather than just 12. Then he said the circle meant body, mind, one, that I could become whole. And you know what? I used to see the program real separate. Well, now I'm doing recovery. And tomorrow afternoon I'll be doing unity. And Sunday morning I'll be doing service. Now I don't know the difference because they have become one. When I'm involved in the fellowship, I'm involved in recovery because I don't know the difference. When I'm involved in the fellowship, I'm involved in service. When I'm involved in service, I'm involved in recovery. They became one because I became whole. And when I'm not, you know the interesting thing? I'm usually off with one of those thirds. Think of the amount of time you've put into some meetings. Years at that home group every Tuesday night. Year after year after year. But your sponsor says, let's put 6 months into doing 1 through 9. Are you kidding me? 6 months? And you've been at this home group sitting in some chair for like 16 years. You'll put into unity, you'll put into the fellowship, but 6 months to do 1 through 9 in recovery? It's an equilateral triangle. The base is recovery. You get involved in the base, you're not dependent on the other 2 parts, because there are people all over this world staying sober without unity. Read about them. They're called loners, internationalists. I heard about 5 of them, 10 of them share at the International in Montreal in '85. Because I saw the name of the meeting, I didn't know what it was. Loners, internationalists? They're people that don't have the luxury of meetings. Forest rangers. Guy up in the Himalayas gets to come down once a year for an AA meeting down the mountain. Tramp steamers. Guy in a log cabin in Alaska, 17 years, him in a big boat. And they talked about what AA meant to him. And what AA meant to him was a relationship with God. And I thought, my God, what a distraction all these meetings are sometimes. It's really hard to get involved in recovery and not get involved in service. It's really hard to get involved in service if you don't have somewhere where there's some unity and people getting together where you can be of service. But if all you do is get the outside things, then you're always dependent on human power. You get the bottom of that triangle in place, and you'll be dependent on a power that will take you to those other 2 parts that you can be dependent on. For lack of a better way, we've broken the book down into sections, which some of you might want to write down and some of you might not. Section 1, we made notes on the board from the title page up to but not including the doctor's opinion. We like to look at as just general information about the program of Alcoholics Anonymous. And it includes the title page, the table of contents, the preface, the foreword to the first, second, and third edition. Each time we cover a section, we'll tell you what pages we're going to cover. We'll tell you how to look at that section, and we'll give you practical tools that you can use to work on that section of the book. Especially with step 1, it's valuable. Without spending too much time, they literally broke down the table of contents for me because I don't know where the first 2 steps are. And opinions vary. But I do not think the second step starts that there is a solution because it says there's a solution. I think there's great first step stuff and there is a solution and more about alcoholism and 3 pages in We Agnostic because no one ever tells me which pages to use to look at the unmanageability. We're going to look at the second half of step 1 on 44, 45, and 52 later on in another section. We're going to look at the first half of step 1 in 2 parts. So we're actually going to look at the first step in 3 parts because there's 3 parts to the disease. Body, mind, spirit. Tonight we're going to look at the body and the mind after our coffee break. We're going to look at the body from the doctor's opinion to the top of 23. We're going to look at the mind from 23 to 43. And those are only the symptoms. Tomorrow morning we'll get down to the root and we'll look at the second half of step 1. But the first half of step 1 covers a lot of pages, from the doctor's opinion to the end of More About Alcoholism. From the doctor's opinion to the bottom of page 43, we're going to look at 2 symptoms, the body and the mind. We agnostics, we're going to look at the second half of step 1, which is the unmanageability, 44, 45, and 52. But we're also going to use we agnostics to look at step 2. How it works, we're going to look at steps 3 and 4. Into action, we're going to look at steps 5 through 11. Working with others, we're going to look at the first half of step 12. Carrying the message. And with the whys, the family, the employer, and a vision for you, we're going to look at practicing these principles in all our affairs. I think it's pretty simple that if you get to the ABCs and then after the ABCs it says being convinced, we're now at step 3, that everything from the first page, which used to be the doctor's opinion, in the original book, the first printing, the first edition, doctor's opinion is not Roman numeral. It's page 1 of the big book. I think we misled some people when we changed that. It makes sense to me that from the first page of the big book, which to me is the doctor's opinion, up to the ABCs is probably steps 1 and 2, because then they review steps 1 and 2 in the ABCs. So we're going to do that. We're going to use everything from the doctor's opinion to where it says now we're at step 3 to look at the first 2 steps. From there on it's easy because it says now we're at step 3, here's step 4, 5, here's steps 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. The next chapter is devoted to step 12, and then there's some chapters there that talk about each area of our lives practicing these principles. So, he laid those steps out for me in the table of contents. The most important thing he told me about the preface was that this is a textbook. I wasn't sure what kind of book it was. I think a lot of us here, in a lot of different places, the book is meant for you to relate to, so read it as something to relate to. Identify with the thoughts and the feelings of those that wrote this book. And you read the instructions, and they start to make you a little uncomfortable, or they start talking about the first step, and you start to get a little tension in your gut, and you move back to the stories that are clean and quiet and comfortable. So as we move into the first step tonight, especially with the symptoms, the body and the mind, the craving and the obsession, and you're sitting there and you're looking at pertinent questions, and you start to feel a little tension well up in your gut, or some of these questions we ask start to create a little bit of tension, follow that tension. Go right into the middle of it. I get worried when I get a guy who breezes through step 1, feeling good, ain't nothing wrong, everything's great here. Right? He's described in our book too as the guy that comes out of the cyclone cellar, everything around him is destroyed, and he says, ain't nothing the matter here, ain't it grand the wind stopped blowing? I think the most important thing in the foreword to the first edition is the main purpose of this book. 1, 2, 3, 4 lines down in the foreword to the first edition, that the main purpose of this book is to show other alcoholics precisely how we have recovered. I also meant to say that the very first statement on the title page is our very first promise, and I feel sorry for those that think there's only 12 promises in AA, and list them, the 12 promises of AA found on page 83. That's selling the program really short. We're going to find promises from the title page up to 83 and some really great ones after page 83. Why don't people ever talk about or worship the 10th step promises like we do those ones that are halfway through the 9th step? You want to know why? Because a lot of people make it halfway through the 9th step and very few ever finish and get to the 10th step promises. That's why we don't hear the 10th step promises. Only my opinion. Because I worshiped those promises halfway through the 9th step when I was halfway through the 9th step and stayed there for a long time. Ain't it grand the wind stopped blowing, right? There's a theory that some of us that have been around for a while need to look at about you take a frog, you put him in a pot of water. If you turn it up real fast and it starts to boil, he'll jump out. But if you turn it real slow, a little bit at a time, he won't notice until he dies. But everything around him is getting a little hotter all the time, right? I'd like to spend more time on the foreword to the second and third edition, but basically all they do is track the progress from 39 to 55 and from 55 to 76, talk about the traditions and some really important stuff. Instead, I'll ask Mark if he'd like to say some things about what we've covered so far in this first section, or anything that strikes him from what we've talked about.
Yeah, my introduction to this message was a little different than Joe's. You know, when I got sober in '82, I went to treatment with brain damage, kidney damage, liver damage. Weighed about 250, 260 pounds, and you know, I got out of there and I got involved in this fellowship, and I asked a couple men to sponsor me, and I create a ruckus once in a while in AA because I really put out some strong warnings about poor sponsorship, and the reason is No, there isn't anybody that can give you anything they don't have, and both these men had a hell of a lot of middle road solution. The first one we met at Denny's, and he asked that wonderful alcoholic question, are you powerless over alcohol? Now, there's a lot of information in the book, and none of which I knew or understood, and I just said, yeah. And he said, well, you believe in God? Sure. And, you know, I've been going to AA a long time. You got to fit in, right? And we're at Denny's, and we do a third step prayer at Denny's, and that took about 15 minutes. See, he made a dangerous assumption. At that time, I'm about 6-7 months sober. Assumption he made is I was an alcoholic. And so I wrote inventory the best of my ability and got up the 9th step and made one amend and got it slammed in my face and said, whoa, I need to back up here. So I did a great thing I see in Alcoholics Anonymous too a lot, and that is, while we get the 9th step, it's time to make amends. I don't quite understand. I think I'll go back to the first step. So I got rid of him, and I got another man, and I got pretty much the same solution. And so what happened to me, though, at 2.5 years, Joe and I got sober about the same time, and I noticed dramatic changes in him, and I thought, well, hell, if it'll work for him, it's bound to work for me. I use this story about 10 treatment centers all the time with people who think they can't make it. I said, shit, I got a friend, man, your story's nothing. And then, so I went and sat across from Don at 2.5 years, and you know, keep in mind, I'm not only going to meetings and home groups, but I'm going to big book studies, and I'm putting on that AA clock before I go into meetings, which is, you asked me how I'm doing, and I'm doing great, and I can sure read well. You know, I did a lot of English in college, and I can pontificate and sound real well, too, and the truth was I'm dying inside, and I don't have the slightest idea why. And in about 15 minutes, he did with me what he did with Joe, and a couple other points that were important for me. You know, I had heard then, and I still hear now, a lot of middle-of-the-road solution. And for a real alcoholic, you're going to die. And I'll tell you what one of them I heard was, if you go to a lot of meetings, Mark, you have a desire to quit drinking, you're going to be okay. And, you know, Don asked me about this unity. I said, sure, I'm going to a lot of meetings. And he flips me over to page 24 where it says, Mark, at a certain point in your drinking, you reached a point where the most powerful desire to stop drinking is of absolutely no avail. And all of a sudden something became real clear to me, and that is that my desire to quit drinking, going to a lot of meetings, was not going to keep me sober. And that idea got smashed real quick. And then he asked me about recovery and what I thought that was, and I told him 164 pages, and so he asked me if I'd done that, and being an alcoholic, we were talking with a gentleman about that today. I've been dishonest so long I can't answer yes or no questions, so I wanted to elaborate about the work done with these two men, and he stopped me and said, now, when I ask you a yes or no question, I'd like a yes or no response. So let me try this again. Have you ever gone from the title page to page 164 with someone who's had this experience and done everything he'd asked you to do? Made all the amends, etc.? And I said, no. Then he said, you're not in recovery. You've never been in recovery. And that made me mad, and he never really much cared about whether he made me mad or not. He, you know, it's like Joe said, thank God for spiritual gunfighters. I was about 5 years sober one time, and hadn't seen Joe in a little bit, and he plunked his butt down next to me at a convention and says, so, Mark, how you going? How you doing? I haven't seen you at meetings for a while. When I do, you got a scowl on your face. He said, you know, what's going on? And I'm so grateful for those men and women that did that piece. And then he asked me what I thought service was, and I gave him the usual, you know, making coffee and doing this and doing that. And he laughed and said, Mark, we get through doing this work. If this is what you think you want to do and we're done talking, we get to the 10th step and talks about you've entered the world of the Spirit. And you're going to take that awakened spirit out to be a service to God and your fellow human beings in every single area of your life, not just in the program Alcoholics Anonymous. And, you know, I remember thinking to myself, I didn't say this, I said, well, what is this, black belt AA or something? You know, I've never heard this stuff before. And he said, well, you're obviously not in that part of the program either. And he said, I don't know exactly how you feel, but this is a circle and it represents wholeness and it's a unilateral triangle. And he said, you're probably feeling about now like you felt most of your life, and that is you're only in 1/3 of this program, Mark. And he said it's a 3-part program and you got a 3-part disease, and that might explain a little bit about what's going on with you. And, you know, I left his home that day, and my life has never been the same since. Because the truth was I was only in the unity of the program. And then he asked me, when Joe mentioned the table of contents, he said, where do you find a first step? And I had learned already, I'm a drunk, but I'm not stupid. I said, I don't know. And he asked me why I was powerless over alcohol, and he did not make an assumption that I was an alcoholic. And what I proceeded to do is I proceeded to tell him about some of the nifty things that happened to me after picking up a drink. He stopped me and he said, I don't care about any of that because that has nothing to do with why you're an alcoholic. Well, if that's all you've heard and someone asks you why you're powerless, what do you got left? He said, here's the sad news. You're in AA for 2.5 years. You don't have the slightest idea what's wrong with you. And he said, where do you find the second step? And I said, well, I don't know. And he told a little story for me which really outlined this table of contents. He said, you know, Mark, when's the last time you went to a doctor and I had bronchitis? And he said, what'd that doctor do? I said, well, he asked me a lot of questions. And he said, well, that's what we're going to do in the first step. Mark, we're going to ask a lot of questions. And that doctor did what? And I said, well, he looked at my symptoms. He said, we're going to do that too. He said, when he got done, then what did he do? And I said, well, he determined I had bronchitis and he wrote a prescription. And he said, what'd you do? I said, well, I went down to the drugstore and I had a prescription filled. And he said, okay. And he said, so then that's going to be our solution. And then he asked me a question, and this is exactly had been my experience. He said, what would have happened if you'd gone home, put that prescription up in the counter and never took any of that? Antibiotics. I said, probably would have gotten pneumonia and died. And he said, that's exactly what's been happening to you, Mark. He said, A, you don't know what's wrong with you. B, at best you got some idea about a solution. Because he said, I've been to enough meetings and heard you talk. He said, at least you talk about God. I don't know if you understand him, but I know you talk about him. So he said, you got a solution, but you don't know how to access that solution. And as I found out as I went through that journey with him, absolutely everything he said was true. And we began that process. You know, I'm like Joe. The forwards, the idea of being a basic text in the first preface was important to me, and we talked about the idea of, you know, at meetings we read chapter 5 all the time, and of course I'm a good drunk. I leave, and on my own, where am I going to start doing the work? I'm going to turn to chapter 5, right? And I'm trying to do calculus, and I can't add and subtract. And so we got to start at the very, very beginning of that thing and go through it. And you know, in the forward of the first edition, this first paragraph has a lot of information for me. And I'll tell you something else I learned in this deal with Don. I want to share with you. It's so important. I had gone to big book studies, and I had read my book many, many times. But until I sat down with another alcoholic who had had the spiritual experience and went through this, and he was able to explain what was in this book, I had no idea what information was trying to come into me. And then I also remember something else. He said to me, Mark, what is different about this book is designed to transmit an experience, not knowledge. And he said, my experience is, on my own, I had a hard time with that. But you know, that first paragraph, it has so much in it. You know, it tells me it's about 100 men and women who've recovered from a seemingly hopeless state of mind and body. And at this point in time, it's about the third time the book has used the word recovered, not recovering. And he introduced me to squiggly line concept, which is, you know, Mark, every word's important, but the squiggly ones are real important. And he asked me what the word precisely meant. Alcoholics Anonymous, I hear a lot of stuff about, there's a lot of different ways to work the steps. And the book speaks to me real clearly. It uses words like precisely and specifically and clear-cut directions. And it told me what the main purpose is. And, you know, the next sentence says, for them, we hope these pages will prove so convincing, no further authentication will be necessary. Well, something else I see in AA, you got someone struggling with this first step about, am I a drunk or not? And I hear people tell them, well, go out and try some controlled drinking. Well, that's back in the book a little ways, but you know what this sentence says to me? Mark, maybe if you're willing to go through these first 164 pages and see if you're in here, maybe these pages will be so convincing to you, you don't have to go out and try some controlled drinking. So I offer people another option rather than controlled drinking. How about you and I go through this deal? Let's see if you're in here. Of course, I know something they don't. If they're a real alcoholic and go through and do what I did, they're going to get what I got. So the issue of going out and doing controlled drinking won't come up again. And that was important to me. And of course, I got reminded I'm a sick person. And then, you know, the sentence, Mark, we're sure our way of living has its advantages for all. This one paragraph has a tremendous amount of information to me. You know, it tells me that I can recover from a hopeless state of mind and body. This book's going to show me precisely how. That maybe if I'm willing to go through the pages, I don't need to go back out and experiment anymore. That I'm sick and that I'm going to be shown a way of living. Powerful, powerful paragraph. I'd read hundreds of times, and you know, I didn't see any of that stuff in there. And you know, I'm like Joe too. The rest of it has a bunch of history. And the other thing that was important for me in that forward, the first edition, where the only requirement for membership is an honest desire to stop drinking, and I put page 24 there. And the reason is I don't want to lead some alcoholic to understand that because he has a desire to stop drinking, he or she's going to stay sober. I was at a meeting today, a gentleman talked about that. I had a desire to stop drinking a shitload of times, and I got real drunk. So I needed to understand that was perhaps another middle road solution, and that is only a requirement to allow me in the membership and the fellowship. Allows me to occupy a chair in the program of Alcoholics Anonymous. And that's really about all I have on the forwards, Joe.
I'd like to look at a question that it raises on page XII, the last page of the preface, the last sentence. I believe there's a question here that can be answered before you take the third step. And it's probably the only one we're going to come across where we're not going to answer it when we get to it. And I'd like to talk about that for a minute. One of the biggest shifts in my perception to use this big book was to quit looking in the book for answers. And we were, especially with the first three steps, we were going to look in the book for the right questions. And I never knew that an answer shuts off the question. And I'm going through these chapters from the doctor's opinion to the end of More About Alcoholism once, knowing the book pretty well. And I'm looking at the questions. For example, am I restless, irritable, and discontented? Yep. Do I believe that when I put alcohol in my system, something happens which makes it virtually impossible for me to stop? Yep. Am I convinced that at a certain time there'll be no effective mental defense against the first? All these pertinent questions that I believe make up the first step, so one can fully concede to their innermost self. And I'm answering them right away. Yep, yep, yep. And this thought comes to my mind, Joe, you're using answers to shut off the question. And I never knew that an answer isn't the most important thing when posed with a question. My ego likes to think that the most important thing when posed with a question, obviously, is the answer. And I'm going to pose an idea to you that the most important thing when posed with a question in the first three steps is not the answer, but what happens between asking and answering when you wonder about it. In the middle, when you wonder about the question. When you don't shut it off by giving yourself an answer right away. I know a man that's been doing this work longer than anybody I know. He's 48 years sober. His name's Paul Martin. He lives in Chicago. He's my great grand sponsor. That's the other thing I wanted to share. And for me, I think it's important that when I sponsor somebody, they know the lineage of my sponsorship. Because what if you picked a sponsor and everybody they've ever worked with and everybody that ever worked with them drank and they're just the lucky one that made it? And you didn't know that, and you're brand new, and you asked this guy to be your sponsor. So I'll tell you a little bit about our lineage, me and Mark, that we share. And this isn't to brag either, but I am proud to be a part of this history. Our sponsor is a guy named Don P. A lot of you know him. He used to live in Denver. He's 27, and he now lives in North Carolina. He's gone from a prisoner to working for the Department of Corrections. There's been some change in his life. His sponsor is a guy named Gary Brown from Indianapolis, Indiana, who's 30 years sober, who got sober in Denver. And Gary's an amazing guy. Looks younger than Don, actually. More handsome and better looking than Don. But he's sober longer. Now, then his sponsor, maybe that's why he looks better. Now, his sponsor is a guy named Paul Martin from Chicago with 47 years, who was sponsored by the first member of AA in Chicago, who was sponsored by Dr. Bob, who was 12-step by Bill Wilson. And I'm proud to be a part of that lineage. My point to all that was that the biggest shift in my perception in using this book was to look for questions rather than answers. If you were to ask me to put into one sentence, how do you see the first three steps? Not my experience with the first three steps, but if you just said to me, Joe, how do you see the first three steps? Let's say from the doctor's opinion to the third step and through the prayer. I would say to you that I see the first three steps as a series of considerations meant to be made in order to fully concede to your innermost self, come to believe, and decide about your life, run on your will, and all they are is considerations. If you were to ask me how do I feel about considerations, I would say they're not really meant to be answered. They're meant to be considered. Let the answer come. My ego thinks when posed with a question, I have to come up with the answer. Not that the answer could come up. Not that an answer could be revealed to me, but I have to figure it out because I view this work the same way I view the world. Sad to say, in the world, for us alcoholics, knowledge does equal power. If you're a real estate agent or a doctor or whatever anybody in this room does, and you find out more about your field, you do better. Knowledge equals power. Where this process is concerned, knowledge does not equal power. You do not have to come up with the answers, but you need to sit with the questions. So we don't look for the answers, especially in the first 3 steps. We look for the right questions. And as a matter of fact, we have 15 questions that we'd like to ask you folks. One at a time, and we're going to vote on each one and see what the answers are soon. And then we're going to take a coffee break. A couple more things I wanted to mention. Now, if Mark says something this weekend I disagree with, I'm going to say so. And if I say something this weekend that he disagrees with, he's going to say so. And if I speak for him and it's not correct, he's going to correct me. And if he speaks for me and it's not correct, I'm going to correct him. Now, Mark made an interesting statement. I hear it all over AA. I've said it myself 1,000 times, and I don't believe it anymore. And you know what the statement was? The best of my ability. I hear it all the time. And I believe this now. If you ever hear me say I'm working the steps to the best of my ability, I'm lying. All right? He said he wrote inventory the first time to the best of his ability. Maybe he did. Maybe that's all he had to rely on the first time in inventory. But I believe this. Let's just examine for a moment, for us alkies in this room, the best of our ability. And I believe this. I'm an alcoholic. I'm powerless over alcohol and my life is unmanageable, and the best of my ability is to be glued to a bar stool, unable to move, having to drink, screwing everybody in my life over that I possibly can, not wanting to. That's the best of my ability. I do not work the steps to the best of my ability. Thank God. I work the steps. I'm given the grace to work the steps beyond my own ability, against my will and contrary to the way I've lived my life. Another one I've heard lately, and I heard it the other day, and there was a new guy in the room, and I thought, my God, if I was new and somebody said what was just said, I would have blown my head off. And you know what was said? With a guy with his first 3 days, you know what somebody said? All you have to do is change everything about yourself. And I just spent 30 years trying to change everything about myself and failed. And you come to AA and some idiot says, all you have to do is just change everything about yourself. No, all you have to do is admit you can't change anything about yourself. All you have to do is put the plug in the jug and just don't drink no matter what. No. All you have to do is admit you can't put the plug in the jug and keep it there very long or keep yourself sober no matter what, because you drink no matter what. Right? If my life is unmanageable, can I change myself? I heard a guy say one time, I have no power over people, places, and things. The only one I have power over is myself. He's never made amends. He's never made an amends list. You know why? I made my first amends list, and I got a lot of power over people, places, and things. Entire towns, entire families do not want me around anymore because of the power I had over them, and I have no power over myself. I can change anything around me but myself. I have power over people, places, and things. I have no power to change myself. That's why my life is unmanageable. It's funny how a change in perception can change your whole outlook. I'm in a meeting one day, and I was used to 20 people around a table with a topic and a chairman in discussion meetings in Denver. And I'm at the club, 1311 York Street, and there's a lady at the head of the table from another club leading the meeting. And halfway down the table is a guy named Charlie. Everybody knows Charlie. Charlie's always new. But she doesn't know she's from another club. She was invited to chair the meeting. She says something I thought was absolutely normal. Is there anybody new in the room with less than 30 days? Charlie raises his hand. She says, welcome, Charlie. Keep coming back. And everybody clapped. I didn't think a thing. I thought that was absolutely normal. One other newcomer, she says the same thing. Everybody claps. And she starts the meeting. Charlie raises his hand. He says, I need to say something. She says, what's that, Charlie? He says, I wish you all wouldn't clap when I come back because I get more attention when I'm new than when I stay around for a while. And please, quit telling me to keep coming back. That's my problem. I think I can. And my perception shifted. And I saw it different, and I went, wow, he's right. I was engaged to be married to God's will a couple of years ago. It was. It was a direct revelation from God. And she left me. God's will left me. And I went around to meetings for a couple days saying, she left me. She left me. Just milking the heck out of it, right? I wouldn't dare go to my home group. I go to a couple of wishy-washy meetings those few days where you're going to get some attention. I'm not going to go to my home group where they know me. I'm going to go where they're going, oh, you poor thing, she left you. And they're going to agree with my truth, because that's my truth. I mean, if you would have asked me that week, why are you hurting, Joe? You lovely people at the meetings that I picked to go to those few days, why are you hurting, Joe? I would have told you the truth. She left me. That's the truth. That's the truth. That's the truth I'd rather drink again than see anything different than. She left. Why are you in pain? Why are you hurting? Why are you angry? She left me. My friend comes up to me 3 days later when I got the nerve to go to my home group, and I couldn't whine anymore. He comes up to me and says, Joe, why don't you go home and write inventory about her leaving you? And I've written all this inventory over all these years, and once again I was tricked. I was tricked by a process more powerful than myself. And I went home, and the inventory process says, put who and why you're mad down on a piece of paper. And I put, she, we have a different way of saying it in our group, but I put, she left me. No one ever gets that when I tell them. I put she left me. Then it tricks me to looking at 6 or 7 different areas of self that get hurt, threatened, or interfered with when she left me. Because see, when she left me, it hurt my self-esteem. Not because I'm a rotten piece of you-know-what, but because I'm like above anybody leaving me. Inventory ain't about low self-esteem, and low self-esteem is the biggest lie sold to people in this room, because we ain't got low self-esteem when we're angry. Doesn't mean we don't ever got low self-esteem. Everyone in this room has probably sometime felt like a piece of you-know-what. We get angry because we have a little voice that says, how dare her leave the ultimate boyfriend of all boyfriends? And I look at where those 6 or 7 different areas of self were hurt, threatened, or interfered with when she left me. But those are the lies. And I'm still thinking, all these areas of my life were hurt because she left me. And she left me is still the truth about why I'm in pain with no self-esteem and pride and ambition ruined. Then I'm given the grace to see where my selfishness, not just a little check. My book says, where was I selfish? Not, were you selfish? Selfish. And I write out an explanation as to how I was selfish. Dishonest, self-seeking, and afraid. And I saw that those things drove her away. And the first 2 columns turned into a lie. And she didn't leave me. I drove her away. And all that changed was my perception. It turned 180 degrees. And all I had to do was see the lies and admit them to see the truth. And it didn't feel good before it felt good. It didn't feel good before I got free. My perception changed. So sometimes, given the right question, your entire perception about a certain question or a certain answer that you thought you already had can be entirely changed. Answers block us from the question taking us any further. I know a man that talks about 3 ways to approach the first step. The way of the bigot, the way of the pious man, and the way of consideration. Here's what he says. And he's been doing this a lot longer than me. The way of the bigot, and there certainly is some of us in the room, and I'm one of them. The bigot says, when posed with a question, are you an alcoholic? Sure. I know I'm an alcoholic. We don't need to question that again. Why question that again? I couldn't have a new experience with step one. I've seen step one. I saw step one last year, the year before, the year before. My God, I drank. Some people say you've taken step one when you walk in the room. I'm glad that's not the only first step that I have from the day I walked in this room. We're going to look at about 53 pages that have probably a lot of questions to consider to take step one and fully concede to your innermost self. But the bigot knows. He either knows he is or he knows that he isn't. It doesn't matter. He's on one end of the scale or the other because he knows. The bigot is filled with contempt prior to investigation. The bigot is shut off from any new experience because he knows. Then there's the pious man, and I'm one of them too. The pious man doesn't know, he believes. He's the nodder and the shaker. He's the guy in the bar that between a Democrat and a Republican in big trouble. Right? Now, he's not filled with contempt. The sad thing is, the pious man usually uses God to justify it. And he just accepts everything he's told. Oh, my therapist told me. Oh, my sponsor told me. Sure I am. No thought, no consideration whatsoever. He's not filled with contempt. He's filled with acceptance. He just accepts anything. Then there's the way of consideration, where you're taken to a place where you're not on the end of the scale on either. You don't know you are, you don't believe you are. You don't know you aren't, you don't believe you aren't. You're in the middle. You're in the middle between each question. And in the middle is the way of consideration, and you're willing to look at both sides of the question. Maybe I am, maybe I'm not. What would it be wrong if some people in this room found out this weekend they're not alcoholic and got free? Let me give you an example. I'm in love with someone today very much I want to spend the rest of my life with. I just haven't told her that yet. She came to our group 8.5 years sober in Alcoholics Anonymous, wondering why she never really connected, wondering why she never sponsored anybody in 8.5 years, wondering why she was doing everything but AA, thinking she was in AA, all the newfangled stuff. Came to our group, met a woman, started the steps, looked at step one, found out she's about as much alcoholic as the man in the moon, got free, and is doing the work based on her problem, her own first step. But she's not an alcoholic. She's powerless over something else. That's her own first step. My sponsor told me the other day he has a lot of respect for the work our group has done helping people find out their own truth, because a lot of people have come to our group to do the work and found out they're not alcoholic and thanked us and gone on with their lives. To drink or to not drink. Because if you're not an alcoholic, you can either drink the way you want every time you drink, or you can make up your mind never to drink again. So what would it be to find out? Are you more committed to remaining in a lie, or are you more committed to finding out the truth? That's what questions do. So I ask God to put me in the middle between every question. We come to a question, all you have to do is say to yourself, maybe it's true, maybe it's not. Having been around for a while, I don't get much out of these questions when I look at are they true or not. The stuff comes up for me when I look at maybe they aren't true. So, we got our counters. We got a couple counters that are going to count the room.
Come on up. Make one of them A and one B, Joe.
See how each question is done? One answer is going to be A. You count the room. One answer is going to be B. See, what we want to do is we want to count the answers. How many vote A? How many vote B tonight? And then before we start inventory, how many vote A and B on the same exact question tomorrow after the first three steps? These questions are not to debate and they're not to think about. They are to consider for a moment and raise your hand to answer number A or answer B. The debate can go on later, but they are some great questions, if I do say so myself. I'll read the question, then I'll read the two choices, then we'll ask those that want to vote A, then we'll ask those that want to vote B. Question number 1. Do you believe studying the book of Alcoholics Anonymous will produce a spiritual experience? or that doing what's in the big book will produce a spiritual experience? A, studying it. B, doing it. How many believe studying it will make the experience happen? Ooh. Smart. I told you I wasn't sure. You loaded that. You gave us. Where's Danny? We loaded it. Yeah. How many believe doing what's in the big book of Alcoholics Anonymous will produce a spiritual experience? We'll just put. Everybody. We'll just put. Everybody. Okay, then let me throw this in the works. Is there anyone in the room, by raising your hand, that believes there is anything in between doing what's in the big book of Alcoholics Anonymous that you know of that will produce a spiritual experience for an alcoholic? The two questions were studying it. Nobody raised their hands. The second question was doing it. Everybody raised their hands. Does anyone that didn't vote doing it, that has any other solution to a spiritual experience? Great. Oh, a combination of both. There's a comment. What would be your comment, sir?
People can have a spiritual experience through their religious experience.
Absolutely. Question number 2. With the first 3 steps, should we look in the big book for the right answers or for the right questions? We loaded this one too. We'll get to some good ones now. Come on, give me
I'm going to try and make him stop giving you all the answers.
How many believe with the first 3 steps we should look in the book for the right answers? How many think we should look in the book for the right questions? Those that aren't raising their hand, what would be the other choice?
What's the other choice?
The right answers to the questions. So to come up with the right answers to the questions, which do you have to do first? Ask the question. Okay. Here we go. Do you believe alcoholism and drug addiction are the same? Yes or no?
Rigorously honest.
Okay.
How many believe alcoholism is the same as drug addiction? Well, good. Get a number on this one. And their names.
Hold your hands up high.
How many believe drug addiction and alcoholism are not the same? There's a smart ass in every crowd, isn't there?
Vote what your gut tells you.
How many? 50?
Presbyterian.
Clitorius.
56.
Number 4. Do you believe you can recover from alcoholism? Number 4. Do you believe you can recover from alcoholism or that you will always be recovering? A. You can recover. B. You'll always be recovering. A. You can recover from alcoholism. First promise, first page, first forward, first edition. This is wild.
Yeah.
How many?
61. 61.
How many believe you'll always be recovering? I got a friend, Bubba. You know what he says? He says, if you say if anyone says they're recovering, they aren't.
26, including.
26, including you? Oh, you fail. So why don't you do the next five?
Okay, next question. Do you believe the main purpose of the Big Book is to show other alcoholics precisely how we have recovered? A is yes, and B is no. So how many would answer A, yes? The question again is, do you believe the main purpose of the Big Book is to show other alcoholics precisely how we have recovered? How many would say yes? Are you done? Okay, how many would answer B, no? Okay, a few hands.
Two.
Yeah, how many would answer no to that question?
Four.
What you're answering no to is that you believe the main purpose of the Big Book is something other than showing other alcoholics precisely how we have recovered. Okay, question 6. Do you believe that where drinking alcohol again is concerned that you have a choice? Do you believe that where drinking alcohol again is concerned that you have a choice?
We'll put it real simple. How many in the room think they have a choice on their own devices, left to themselves, on their own power, whether they drink again or not? Yes. How many have a choice?
3, 4.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, how many of you think you don't have a choice?
Oh,
I want the names of those 4.
No, you
I want to meet those 4. I want to personally meet those 4 people. Kenny raised his hand to that one, didn't he?
You did.
Okay, next question. Do you believe alcoholism is a threefold disease of body, mind, and spirit?
Start with no.
How many do you believe alcoholism is a threefold disease, body, mind, and spirit? How many would say no?
Okay. Let's move on.
Okay. Next question. Is the fellowship by itself enough for you to recover? Just not drinking and going to meetings?
Yes. How many yes?
How many would say yes? Question.
You'd be drummed out of this room, wouldn't you?
Question 9. Is the only requirement for membership a desire to stop drinking, the only requirement for you to stay sober? How many would say no? Is the only requirement for membership, which is a desire to stop drinking, the only requirement for you to stay sober?
How about yes?
How many would say yes to that?
Your desire will keep you sober. Bubba? Oh.
Okay, question number 10. Are there any other alternatives for you but to die an alcoholic death or to live on a spiritual basis? A is yes.
There are other alternatives.
There are other alternatives, and B is no, there are no others. So how many would say yes?
Any other alternative for you but to die an alcoholic death or to live on a spiritual basis? 1. What's your name? Number 11, do you believe you're suffering from an illness that only a spiritual experience will conquer? How many believe that? How many believe they're suffering? Wait a minute, what's her name again? How can you be suffering from an illness that only a spiritual experience will conquer, but have other alternatives but to die an alcoholic death or live on a spiritual basis? What's her name? She's batshit crazy, right? Her friend said she's batshit crazy. Woo! How do you spell bat? Is that 2 T's or 1? 1. Oh dear. How many believe lack of power is their real problem? Lack of power. Anybody in the room have a problem other than lack of power, their main problem? Whose main problem isn't lack of power? Oh, good. Danny's problem, isn't it? Now you got to think about this one for a second. How many believe there's a requirement in the big book before taking the third step? Yes. How many believe there is a requirement to taking the third step in the big book of Alcoholics Anonymous? A requirement.
Before taking
Before
the third
taking
step.
the third step.
Requirement.
How many believe there is no requirement to the third step? Ah. How about crazy as batshit?
Yeah, that's what it is.
How many don't know or have never heard that there's a requirement before taking the third step in the big book of Alcoholics Anonymous? I think whoever wrote these questions is crazier than batshit. Number 14, are you convinced that your life run on self-will cannot be a success? Let me put it this way. Is there anybody that's convinced their life run on self-will can be successful? Here's one you hear all the time. How many believe that taking the third step is turning your will and your life over to the care of God, or who believes that taking the third step is making a decision to turn your will and your life over to the care of God? How many believe it's only a decision? You raised your hand? All right. How many believe the third step is actually turning your will and your life over to the care of God? I think there's a little group here that should start a meeting. Not you, Bobby. Do all you belong to the same group? This little triangle around here, along here? Where is our chairman?
Hey, y'all, I was so nervous I forgot to do the serenity prayer. Wow. But we're not going to do it now, and I don't have a basket, so we're going to pass the bucket in keeping with our seventh tradition, and y'all help us out. Put money.
You need some, don't take them out. I was going to rewrite it. And I was going to use the dash in the middle of the step to, I thought it meant fill in the blank. And the way I was going to fill in the blank was like this. I admit that I'm powerless over alcohol, dash, that my life had become unmanageable. Here's the way I was going to fill in the blank. I admit that I'm powerless over alcohol, and that's why my life has become unmanageable. So now that I'm sober, everything should just be fine. Thank you very much. That was my first step. And I found out the dash didn't mean fill in the blank. And after 5.5 months in AA, dying of a part of the disease I didn't even know I had, which we'll get to tomorrow morning, the spiritual malady, the root, I woke up to a part of the disease I didn't even know I had. And I met this man, and I started at his house, and I was 5.5 or 6 months sober, and we started into this book, and we covered what we'd covered so far tonight. And we got to the doctor's opinion. And I started to see there's 3 parts to the first step rather than 2. And the book lays it out in order. Body, mind, and spirit. Same as I already knew there were 3 parts to the disease. So isn't it interesting? A 3-part disease is a 3-part problem. And the first step lays out the problem, and there's 3 parts. We're going to look at 2 tonight. We're going to look at the body, and we're going to look at the mind. So if you're taking notes and you want to look at each of these separate sections, section 2, we're going to look from the doctor's opinion to the top 2 lines on page 23. And I'll show you where you can mark that in your book. On the top of 23, and there's a solution, it says, the experience of any alcoholic will abundantly confirm this. Stop. That's when you'll find the book shifts from the craving to the obsession. And you will find, except maybe in working with others, you will not find more in the order that we're going. You'll not find any more about the craving past the top of page 23. So we're going to look at this section as the body, which is after the first drink. This part of the disease only takes place after the first drink. If you hear somebody with 5, 10, 15, 20 years sober who has never drank since they got here, and they say that today they're craving alcohol, they're just using the wrong word. They're obsessed about it, or they're thinking about it. That takes place in their mind. The only way you can crave booze is to put it in your system if you're an alcoholic. We also wrote here a pertinent question to sum up the whole section that we're going to look at here, and that question is that you can ask yourself, why am I powerless over alcohol physically once I put it in my system, once I take the first drink? Then, for some practical instructions of what you can actually do with this section, we broke it down into 4 parts, and we gave you some instructions of how to work with this section. Part A, doctor's opinion. The best way to learn how to use the doctor's opinion, because I thought it was just a doctor's opinion. Who knows him anyway? Dr. Silkworth, 1934, wrote it sometime before 1939. Who's this guy anyway? What does he know? I've worked in the treatment field. More has been revealed. I can give talks on THIQ, neurotransmitters, chemical enzyme reactions in the body. What does this guy know? And this old guy, because you got to remember, I don't know if I've shared this, but there were 3 original 100 members of AA in Denver when I got sober, and I went to one of them and I said, why put this doctor's opinion way in the front? He said, don't look at it as just a doctor's opinion. Look at it as a set of questions for you to look at. And they taught me to, with the doctor's opinion, turn every statement you can into a question. And we'll show you how to do that as we go through this section in the next few minutes. Turn every statement you can in the doctor's opinion into a question for yourself to consider. Here's where we begin to look for the right questions, so you can fully concede to your innermost self whether you're alcoholic or not. Then with the next part of this section, Bill's story, pages 1 through 8, you know where you get his drunkalogue up to where he gets sober? Look at 1 through 8 to look at your life and the progression of your disease by putting aside the differences. I never went to war. I was never a stockbroker. I was never married. What's in Bill's story for me? This old-timer says, put aside the differences, look for the similarities, and all of a sudden, and I've seen women mark 3/4 of Bill's story when they look for what they can relate to in 3 different areas. how he thought, how he felt, how he drank. And I've never seen an alkie not mark every word of one paragraph where Bill describes his final bottom with no circumstances or anything that separates you and I from him. Nothing but how he felt and what alcohol had become. And we'll look at that paragraph too in a minute. But then you got Bill's story, page 9 to 16, which is his recovery. Now you want to see if you're willing to go to any length, which is an agreement the big book says you should make at the beginning, and that's where we are. They mentioned it once on page 58 that we hear all the time and how it works. If you want what we have and have decided to go to any length, then you're ready to take certain steps. You'll also find it again on page 76 in squiggly lines. In the between the 8th and 9th step, it says, remember, it was agreed at the beginning, which is where we are, that you would go to any length for victory over alcohol. You got to ask yourself, what does it mean to go to any length? Where I live, you could ask 10 different sponsors what it means to work with them to go to any length. You'll get 10 different answers. One guy might say one thing, one guy might say another thing. One guy might say, show up at my house every Saturday afternoon and we're going to clean the yard up and play volleyball. Another guy might say, you're going to have to stand on your corner on your head on the corner of Broadway and Main. Another guy might say, I'm going to run your life. You're not going to get in a relationship for a year. When we're new, how do we know what it means to go to any length, and how do we know what it is you're supposed to have that I want? I'll tell you what, read 9 to 16 in Bill's story and mark anything that he did you're not willing to do, and you'll find out if you're willing to go to any length or not. Because if this process from here on is what you've decided you'd like to do, he's going to outline it exactly what you're going to be asked to in the rest of the steps in his recovery between pages 9 and 16. So look at 9 to 16 as what it means to go to any length, and mark anything he did in there that you're not willing to do. And if you have asked somebody who is going to ask you to do what's in here, you'll have an idea of what it is that person has and what it means to go to any length. Then the next part from 17 to 23, and there is a solution, just continue to turn statements into questions. Mark?
Yeah, I'm Mark. I'm an alcoholic. Let's just start with the doctor's opinion. And I'm going to take a couple and show you how we take statements and we'll turn them into questions to consider where I'm at. And it starts out saying, we of Alcoholics Anonymous believe the reader will be interested in the medical estimate of the plan of recovery described in this book. And Don turned to me and said, are you interested in the medical estimate of the plan of recovery described in this book? And then he followed that up with another question around convincing testimony. Are you interested in looking at convincing testimony from medical men who've had experience with the sufferings of our members and witnessed our return to health? Then it's going to go through and it's going to give you a brief introduction letter from Dr. Silkworth. And like Joe, I was given a little history on who this man is and what his contribution is. And of course, he'd worked at Towns and worked with many alcoholics. I want to share something that I just recently learned. Sitting there talking with a man who's got several degrees, and a lot of that has to do with information about the brain, and he's also in recovery. He made a very interesting statement to me. He said, so far as I can tell, all medical and scientific evidence that has been discovered exactly matches the big book of Alcoholics Anonymous, which was a book written out of observation. And this is a man who spends his life in doing research and scientific stuff and that kind of thing. And I wanted to mention that because it I guess once again reminds me about this book is a book on divine inspiration. So for me, I go over to XXIV in the doctor's opinion, and particularly I look at it talks about the physician or our request gave us this letter. He's been kind enough to enlarge upon his views. Another statement which follows. Now in this statement he confirms what we who've suffered alcoholic torture must believe. Now I'm going to get introduced to quite a bit of muss in this program, that the body of the alcoholic is quite as abnormal as his mind. And I obviously can take and turn that into a question. Mark, have you suffered from alcoholic torture? Well, I'm not sure. I've suffered a lot from drinking too much. I don't know if I know what he means by alcoholic torture. You know, are you willing to believe that you must believe that your body is quite as abnormal as your mind? See, the truth was for me at 2.5 years in this program, when I sat down with Don, I didn't truly understand what happened to me once I took a drink. You know, and that's all we're looking at in the doctor's opinion, and what happened to my body once I put some alcohol in it. You know, and it goes on and it talks about, you know, Mark, did it satisfy you to be told you couldn't control your drinking because you were maladjusted to life? Mark, were you in full flight from reality or an outright mental defective? And I mean, I had a lot of reasons why I drank alcohol, but in my gut somehow I know those didn't justify what always happened once I started drinking. And it goes on to tell me those things were true to some extent, in fact to a considerable extent with some of us, and introduces me to this idea my body's sickened as well. And question for me is, Mark, you know, do you think in your belief any picture which leaves this out, this physical factor, is incomplete? Doctor's theory I have an allergy to alcohol interests me. And again, the question for me is, you know, Mark, is this theory of interest to you? As laymen, our opinion as to his soundness may of course mean little, but as an ex-problem drinker, we can say his explanation makes good sense. It explains many things for which we cannot otherwise account. And one of the things in there, the question Don asked me is, he said, did you ever have situations where once you took a drink of alcohol, you didn't get where you wanted to go? I said, oh, lots of times. And he said, in those situations, were there times when you were going to go somewhere and something was going to happen to turn out to your benefit? Yeah, many times. Well, he said, did you ever wonder why you never made it? And I said, yeah, I did. And he said, what's the most extreme example you can think of? And I thought of one. I was living with a lady, and she had a couple kids, and she had a young baby, and I went to the grocery store to get milk, and on the way I stopped at Bennigan's. I'm going to have a drink. And I woke up 8 days later in Jackson Hole, Wyoming. And I remembered very little any of that. And you know, I never could understand that because I love the woman. My intent was to stop in and have one drink, and my drinking history was full of that kind of a situation, and I had no answer for that. And he said, maybe we'll get an answer for that when we look at this thing. And then you go and you start to get into this further letter that the doctor's going to write. Subject presented in this book seems to me to be of paramount importance to those afflicted with alcoholic addiction. Again, what is the question? You know, Mark, are you willing to take a look at what's presented in here, and are you afflicted with alcoholic addiction? The paragraph that opens some eyes for me is the one about, it says, we doctors, and I'm going to read this one way, and then I'm going to read it again. It says, we doctors realized for a long time some form of moral psychology was of urgent importance to alcoholics, but its application presented difficulties beyond our conception. What with our ultra-modern standards, the scientific approach to everything, we're perhaps not well equipped to apply the powers of good to lie outside our synthetic knowledge. And Don asked me what that meant, and I said to him, tell you the truth, I'm not real sure. And he read it a little bit different, and it really had a lot of meaning for me. And it speaks to me that doctors aren't going to fix me. We doctors realized for a long time some form of spiritual experience was of urgent importance to alcoholics, but the application of a spiritual experience presented difficulties beyond doctors' conception. What with doctors' ultra-modern standards, doctors' scientific approach to everything, doctors are perhaps not well equipped to apply the powers of God that lie outside of doctors' synthetic knowledge. A lot of information there for me to look at. And, you know, moving forward for me, and then when I get done here, I'm sure Joe will have some additional comments, but if you turn over to the page where it starts, I'm on XXVI, where it says, we believe, and so suggest a few years ago, an action of alcohol in a chronic alcoholic's manifestation of an allergy. And I used a dictionary in some of this work, and of course, what I discovered in the process of using a dictionary is you can't treat allergies. That the phenomena of craving is limited to this class and never, uses the word never, occurs in an average temperate drinker. That was important for me, particularly when I looked at my early drinking, because there were times when I couldn't relate to craving. Well, they use the word never. I guess if it ever happened once to me, I'm not them. Went on to say these allergic types can never safely use alcohol in any form at all. And that sentence is for those of you who might be in here that like to drink near beer. It says never safely use alcohol in any form at all. And once having formed the habit and found they couldn't break it, These were powerful questions to me. You know, Mark, did you form the habit and found you couldn't break it? Yeah. Did you lose your self-confidence? Yeah. Did you lose your reliance upon things human? Uh-huh. Did your problems pile up in you? Yeah, a whole bunch. Did they become difficult to solve? Yeah. Well, maybe that's because you have this thing called allergy to alcohol, and it breaks out in craving. And I tested that. At that time, I was working in retail, and I was managing a store, and I went back in, and I did this the night after I did this thing with Don, and I grabbed a couple of my salesmen. I said, I want to ask you some questions. And they weren't alcoholic, but I knew they drank. And I asked these questions, and they did not answer these questions like I did, which I thought was interesting. Frothy emotional appeal seldom suffices, most of all mine, let alone anyone else. You know, I don't know about the rest of you, but everybody on the planet cared about me used frothy emotional appeal, none of which worked at all. Message which can interest and hold these alcoholic people must have depth and weight. And the only message that's ever worked for me is sitting across from another drunk who's had an experience with alcohol, can't quit, wants to quit, doesn't understand. And that person doesn't drink anymore. And that person has a solution for me. That's the message that has depth and weight for me. Goes on to say, in nearly all cases, their ideals must be grounded in power greater than themselves if they are to recreate their life. That's a powerful question. I love the promise of being able to recreate my life. And most of us sitting in this room have seen that happen in this program and in this fellowship. Bottom of that page, a real powerful paragraph for me. Men and women drink essentially because they like the effect produced by alcohol. I mean, I love that when I hear an alcoholic tell me he drinks because he likes the taste. You know, I like spring water, but I didn't sit down and drink a case of it or a fifth at a time. I got real clear and I drank for effect. You know, and this effect gets so elusive. Well, after a while, admits it's injurious, but I can't tell differentiate true from the false. And I don't know about the rest of you, but when I got to Alcoholics Anonymous, the people I ran with were doing what I was doing. Seemed real normal to me. You know, and to Mark, his alcoholic life seemed a normal one. Now I'm going to get introduced to something that I had never looked at before, and this described me. And, you know, Mark's restless, irritable discontent, unless he can again experience a sense of ease and comfort, which comes at once by taking a few drinks which Mark sees others taking with impunity. After Mark succumbed to the desire again, as he would so often do, and craving developed, I went through the well-known stages of a spree, emerging remorseful. Firm resolution not to drink again, and this is repeated over and over, unless Mark can experience entire psychic change with little hope of his recovery. Now I'm really starting to look at this thing maybe called the spiritual malady the book's going to get into, because when I'm sitting across from Don at this point in time, I can assure you I've related to restless, irritable discontent. He said something to me. He said, you know what the big difference is between me and you right now? I said, what? He said, if you're around this program, Mark, and he said, you're not happy and got some sense of serenity and peace for a little bit of period of time, and you're restless, irritable, and discontent, you're going to seek ease and comfort. And he said, if you don't have some spiritual tools to pick up, there will come a time when this thing called the obsession of the mind is going to come in and you're going to pick up a drink again. And everything he said made a lot of sense to me, and particularly that made sense because the 2.5 years in this program, after not having gone through this work, precisely, specifically, looking at what was wrong with me, I can assure you from the time I got up till the time I went to bed, I was restless, irritable, and discontent. Saying to myself once again, I'm in the wrong place. Well, I wasn't in the wrong place, but I certainly hadn't moved on to a solution. That's a real powerful paragraph to me. A lot of questions in there that I had to answer. Are you restless, irritable, and discontent, Mark? Yeah. What gave you ease and comfort? Booze. But did you reach a place in time where you're restless, irritable, and discontent and didn't want to drink booze, but nothing else gave you ease and comfort? Yeah. I mean, you know, I go to a lot of meetings, and I don't know about the rest of you, but booze was my solution for a tremendous number of years. People talk about booze being a problem. It created problems, became a problem, but it was my solution. So I better get something more powerful. I mean, I sat in AA for 2 years real angry because you took away the only solution to this thing called restless, irritable, and discontent. And again, it tells me that I had to look at this. Was your experience like this, Mark? Did you repeat this over and over again? Yeah. And it goes on to tell me that unless I experience an entire psychic change, there's very little hope of my recovery in there. And again, I'm going through open-minded at that time, but you know, I had to ask Don about the psychic change, and he talked to me about Dr. Silkworth using the term psychic change and little further on, Dr. Young using the term spiritual experience, and there's different ways to say the same thing. Bottom line is, Mark, you got to go through some major changes, and you can't produce them on your own. Then it goes on, talking a little bit more, another paragraph about faced with this problem, if the doctor's honest, he must sometimes feel his own inadequacy. I'm once again faced with the idea doctors aren't going to help me. And then he gets into this thing of, I don't hold with those who believe alcoholism is a problem of mental control. Talks about, I've had many men who had, for example, worked a period of months on some problem or business deal which was to be settled on a certain date favorable. Took a drink a day or so prior to the date. The phenomenon of craving became paramount to all their interest. So the important point was not met. These men were not drinking to escape. They were drinking to overcome a craving beyond their mental control. We looked at that, asked myself a lot of questions in that. Now all of a sudden I begin to get answers why I never showed up for places once I took the first drink. There are many situations which arise out of the phenomenon of craving which cause men to make the supreme sacrifice rather than continue to fight. My best friend, when I was about a little over a year sober, came into the fellowship out in California. And I love this guy more than I loved any of my blood brothers. And he was too smart for this program, and he went in and out and in and out. And I got a phone call one morning from his wife at about 8:30, and third day into a drunk behind the craving, he took my 38 and blew his brains out. That man would never have done that sober. So this paragraph has had a tremendous impact on me and in my life and about me carrying this message. You know, I go to meetings and it's almost like a relapse is a damn badge of honor. And what I know for me is a relapse, I could do the same thing that my friend did. This is what this sentence is saying to me, that behind craving I might make the supreme sacrifice. Because I don't know about the rest of you, but when I got here, I was done. I was absolutely done. Then the book goes through and does some classifications of alcoholics, and you know, I'm in every one of those. Of course, I wanted to be in the one neat little paragraph that says there's the types entirely normal in every respect. And of course, that wasn't me.
That's me.
Yeah, yeah, that's Joe. Then it sums me up again. All these and got many others have got one symptom in common. They can't start drinking without developing the phenomenon of craving. And by then, I've answered so many questions around myself and what happens to me once I take a drink. The other thing that was interesting in that is we didn't look at how much I drank and how often I drank. We looked at just what happened. And I'm grateful that was given to me. I sponsored a man one time. He was a school teacher for 9 months of the year. Dry as a bone. About June 1, he'd go out and start with about 10 cases of beer in his garage. Didn't see anything unusual about that. By about the middle of August, he'd go to detox, damn near dead. Didn't think he was an alcoholic. Why? Stayed dry 9 months of the year. Book doesn't ever let me look at that. Makes me look at one thing. Mark, when you put alcohol in your body, what happens to you? Does this thing called craving show up in you? Goes on to say it's the manifestation of an allergy. It's going to differentiate me and set me apart as a distinct entity. I remember Don saying, do you feel like a distinct entity? Yeah, absolutely. It's never been by any treatment with which we're familiar permanently eradicated. The only relief we have to suggest is entire abstinence. Then it goes on to say that precipitates us into a cauldron of debate. And the reason is real simple. Dr. Silkworth can say to the alcoholic, here's the deal, you're allergic, okay? Your body's different, someone else is going to have this thing called alcoholism. So it's real simple, just don't ever drink again. Bye, have a nice day. But of course he just watched them die, he gave them that information, and they died time and time again. And you could give me that information, and that wasn't going to stick with me. And so consequently they're going to get into a debate, and it goes on to say, general opinion seems to be most chronic alcoholics are doomed. So I see over and over again this thing about me. What happens to Mark once he takes a drink of alcohol? There's another piece in there about that information and why I need to really understand this. And this word about I can never safely use alcohol in any form at all. Once having gotten that information, I don't know if I can believe the lie of I can pick up a drink and get different results. I mean, I've gone through and looked at this thing 11 times, and every time it hits me at the gut at a deeper level. And I know today that NyQuil's not available to me, and neither is anything else. Had a brief experience with this. A friend of mine sent me some of this new health food stuff in a little bottle that said rocket fuel on it and bee pollen and whatever, and I didn't read all the ingredients. And so I take about 6 drops of that stuff. And I'm sitting there, and I'm talking to another alcoholic. It's about noontime, and I started to get this feeling all over me. And I said, I remember this feeling, but I ain't felt it in a long, long time. And I pick up the ingredients, and the little bottom ingredients, it says grain spirits. Doesn't say how much, just says grain spirits. And I chucked that away, and I called this person back and said, don't send me any more rocket fuel. You may never see me again. And I got a chance after being sober. And that just happened last summer. I'd been sober a long time. There were only 6 or 7 little drops in a very minute part. And that hit my tongue, and within about 10 minutes, my body was aglow. And it was not a spiritual connection to God that was taking place in me. That's really all I got to say on the doctor's opinion. I'll let Joe share a little bit here.
I remember when I heard people talking about this craving. And I had all this past experience in treatment centers and college and a lot of knowledge about the body of an alcoholic. And the word craving kept it up here in my head. But when somebody gave me a simple question, do you lose control over the amount once you start to drink? It felt like it brought it back down here somewhere in my chest. Then when somebody added a word to that I should look at my intent for when I would start to drink. What was my intent when I would start to drink? And I went back, and it seemed like that word intent brought it down to specific times. And I would go back to those times where I had... See, I heard a guy say one time that he's alcoholic because every time he drank, he got drunk. But I know there's people in this room that set out to get drunk and couldn't. Those times where you would drink and it would just get tighter and tighter and tighter, and you couldn't get drunk, and you drank right back to sober. And I know there's people in this room that set out times to get drunk and did. And I know there's people in this room that set out times to not get drunk and did. So I don't say that I'm powerless over alcohol in this physical sense once I take a drink, because every time I drank I got drunk, because there were times my intent was different than getting drunk and it didn't go the way I wanted it to. And I don't go back to the times where I just set out to get drunk because I was with the right guys and that's a great night to party. I go back to the times where I set out to make the date at 9 o'clock, to make it home at 10:15, to make the appointment tomorrow morning, to not break her heart again and be there at 11 o'clock like I said, and couldn't. And something, it explained, I love that where it says it explained many things that I could never otherwise account. The day of my dad's funeral, I'm brought to my mother's house by a guard from a little white room in a mental institution. I was allowed to go to my father's funeral, and I went across the street to see a friend just to say hello. He asked me, did I want a beer? I said, I'll have a couple just to take the edge off. And somewhere between that second one and the 20th one, I lost the kind of power it takes to choose how much I was going to drink, and showed up at my father's funeral drunk to the point where the guard that brought me tied me to a tree by my ankle with a chain, and I didn't choose to do that. And when I read a line like, not drinking to necessarily escape, even though probably everybody in this room had times where they drank to escape, but what about those times where you were okay and you weren't drinking to escape anything, but drinking to overcome a craving beyond your mental control? And there's some words I wanted to look at here for a minute. I think Mark showed us how you can read, you can sit with a drunk you're working with, or you can sit there with the doctor's opinion by yourself or your sponsor, and you can read that chapter, turning every statement that you possibly can into a question to yourself or that guy that you're working with. Am I restless, irritable, discontented? You cannot move from where you are and have a new experience with these steps unless you honestly admit where you are. You cannot get from Santa Monica to Palm Springs if you think you're in Los Angeles. You have to admit, I am in Santa Monica and I want to get to Palm Springs. You must admit where you are to get to point B. You must admit where you are to get to somewhere new. Yes. Where am I with booze? 11 and a half years sober. It's one thing to say, I experienced the first step the first time I sat down with Don Pritz and looked at the first step, and this chapter came alive for me. It's another thing to say that I experienced 3 weeks ago the first week in January, a personal experience with this part of my disease 11 and a half years away from my last drink. Where am I with this idea that if I was to take a drink, this craving would happen? Where am I with that today? Can this part of the first step, this first half of the first step, which talks about the physical craving and the mental obsession, be experienced in your gut 10, 15, 20, 25, 30 years away from your last drink? I know that it can. It has each time for me that I've been willing to open myself up to it. The most that I can tell you about looking at the first 8 pages of Bill's story is to see what you relate to. And I'll read that paragraph that I've never seen an alkie not relate to almost every single word on page 8, where Bill describes his final bottom for the last time, even though he drank again after this, once, I think. He says here that no words can describe the loneliness and despair that he found in that bitter morass of self-pity. Everything was closing in around him from all directions. I'd met my match. I was overwhelmed. Alcohol was my master. I relate to every single word in that paragraph from my last bottom. August 17th, 1982. But what about when you start to consider his recovery and you start looking at page 9 to 16 and you start asking yourself, 11 and a half years sober, what does it mean to go to any length, and do I even comprehend what that means to get another year of sobriety, to make it to 12, to make it to 13, to make it to 14? So let me share my experience. January 1st, I called a man and I asked him to take me through the steps this year. He says, come on over, we'll talk about it. I went over. He says, why are you here? I said, I want to do the work again. He said, why do you want to do the work? I said, because I don't ever want to drink again. He said, what? He said, that's baloney. You know how to not drink. You know how to not drink for 11 and a half years. And tricked me into, within 5 minutes, I was agreeing, yeah, you know what, Rod? I think I probably do know what it takes to stay sober 11 and a half years. I probably do know how to stay sober. He said, well, you share it with people, everyone you sponsor. You tell them how to stay sober. And within 5 minutes, he had me tricked. And there I was. You know what, Rod? I think I really do know what it takes to stay sober. He said, but do you know what it takes to stay sober 12 and a half years? Do you know what it takes to stay sober 13 years? I said, no. He said, what about going to any length? I said, sure. I've answered that 10 other times with 10 different people. I ask guys that all the time. He said, you sure you're willing to go to any length? I said, yeah. He said, do you know what that means at 11 and a half years? What I might ask you to do? I said, no, but I'm willing. I'm willing to go to any length. Then he lightened up the conversation for another 10 minutes. We're talking about all this other stuff, and all of a sudden he says, length. And I'm a guy that sits in my living room at least, and I sit in my living room almost every day with a drunk that wants to recover. And I have never gone a month without speaking in the 7 years I've lived in California. And 10 minutes later he said, what about going to any length? I said, sure. He said, okay, this is what you're going to do. You're going to read the first 164 pages. You're going to answer these 3 questions. You're going to read the first 3 chapters and get in touch with your drinking again. You're not going to work with any new drunks, and you're not going to speak for a month. And I said, what about the guys I'm sponsoring that are in inventory that I've put all this time into? And he laughed. He said, do you hear what you just said? I said, no. He said, that you've put all this time into. How arrogant is that? Are you the only one that can help him recover in all of Los Angeles? I said, well, I had no clue what it meant to go to any length. I had no clue that he was going to ask me to drop everything that I subconsciously now thought was keeping me sober. Not the things I do to carry the message, the things I'm doing once again to keep myself sober, to keep away from getting to an admission again. There's nothing I can do to keep myself sober, and it's only by the grace of God. And any lengths meant something different at 11 and a half years than it did at the first time. And to drop everything that I was attached to was a fabulous experience. Because, see, a sponsor doesn't keep me sober. And the people I work with don't keep me sober. And this book doesn't keep me sober. And these steps don't keep me sober. And those meetings don't keep me sober. But I lose sight that all those things together have gotten me in touch with a power greater than myself that keeps me sober. I'll worship the fingers rather than see what they point to. Once again, 11 and a half years sober, there I am thinking I'm doing something to keep myself sober. What did our friend Paul Martin call it? Rocking chair sobriety. A lot of action, no, a lot of motion, but no action. You don't get anywhere in a rocking chair, right? 17 to 23 can be done the same way as we did with the doctor's opinion. You learn how to turn statements into questions. They talk about choice. I'm sorry, that's after page 23. But they do talk about three important things that we should identify on the bottom of page 20. They look at the moderate drinker who has little trouble giving up liquor entirely if he has a good reason for it. Is that me? Can I take it or leave it? I've never had a problem that I'm not the moderate drinker. But what about the hard drinker? He may have the habit badly enough to be gradually impaired physically and mentally. That's me. It might even have caused me to die a few years before my time. That's me. But give the hard drinker a sufficiently strong reason, this guy can stop or moderate, even though he might find it difficult and troublesome and may even need medical attention. And why don't we realize that we're surrounded by those people in AA that all they needed was a sufficient reason, and they do not have to do what we have to do to get power in their life to stay sober? Because on the outside, they sound just like us. If you and the hard drinker in AA go back to the bar and talk about what it was like, he might have been able to drink you under the table. He might have gotten in 10 times more trouble than anybody in this room. He might even have died. But all he needed was a sufficient reason that brought him to AA, and he's never had to do nothing. His life has gotten better, and he's got power not to drink and change his life, and he can change everything about himself, and everything is just fine. And I found everything I wanted in the fellowship of AA, and when I walked through the doors, I was home. Not my experience. 5.5 months after walking through these doors, I was dying of a part of the disease I didn't even know I had, and every sufficient reason I was ever given, I was unable to stay stopped. I am not a hard drinker. I am not a person you can give a sufficient reason to, nor am I somebody who can change everything about myself because now I have a good reason to. At some stage of my drinking, I lost control over the amount once I started to drink. And that's all the whole section is designed to help you look at. Why do you lose control over the amount once you start? Why are you powerless over alcohol physically once you take the first drink? And there I am, back to the truth about my drinking. Not only that happened in the past, but that if I was to take a drink of booze tonight, he also tricked me the last time I went to see this guy that I asked this time. Last time I went to see him, he scared me away. Because I didn't let that tension move me through the steps. I let that tension scare me away. Last time I went to see this guy, he said, let's you and me go to the liquor store right now, sitting right here in our imagination. Let's imagine going to the liquor store. And he took me right there, and I'm looking at the wall, and I'm picking out a bottle of Absolute, because I love vodka. I just absolutely love vodka, right? And he said, now what size would it be? I said, I want a fifth. He said, now where would that first fifth take you? And I started into this long, elaborate story about where that first fifth would take me. And he laughed and he shook his head and he said, you go home and pray about that. And I went home and I prayed about that for a week. And one morning I woke up in hysterics, realizing, you know what, Joe? I don't have a clue where that first fifth would take me. It might be great. It might work. It might be absolutely fine the next morning, not a problem in the world. It might not hit me till day 7. Boom! But I wouldn't be in control of when that day would come. I might be dead that night. I might be back in AA the next morning, whining and crying and complaining. I might be in Tijuana, at my mother's house, checking into treatment, all the way to Michigan, New York before it ends, or dead. I do not have a clue where that first fifth would. My ego wants to convince me that it knows where alcohol will take me as much as it wants to convince me that it knows what the day I'm going to drink again would look like, so I can prevent that day from ever looking like that. Now, before we move from 23 to 43, where's my little chalkboard girl? Those notes will be up there for section 2 after our session tonight, but now we're going to move into section 3. We got till 10:20. I'd like you to write these words down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 words. What I want, need, choose, desire, what's necessary, needed, or right. Let me repeat those 7 words. Want, need, choice, desire, what's necessary, what's needed, and what's right. You look at those 7 words in relationship to 2 questions, you can get in touch with the first half of the first step. And all you have to do is look at those 7 words in relationship to, can I control the amount once I start? By want, desire, choice, what's needed, wanted, necessary, or right? Can I control the amount that I'm going to drink once I start to drink? And once I stop, can I stay stopped because of my desire, what I want, what I choose, what I need, want, what's right, necessary? Do any of those words have anything to do with what happens to me once I start to drink or once I stop? Can I keep myself stopped? Because, see, that's the question now. We're going to look at section 3 from page 23 to page 43. And this is the mind. This is what takes place in my mind before I even take the first drink, which we call the mental obsession. And here's a pertinent question for this whole section. Why am I powerless over alcohol mentally before I even take the first drink? And some instructions on how to work with that section. Just continue turning statements into questions from 23 to 43. One more thing, and then I want to ask Mark to go from those pages. Without sounding intellectual or too complicated, there's 2 things I'd like to share that I had to get free of in relationship to both of these questions with the first half of step 1. Here's the 2 questions again. Joe, why do you lose control over the amount? Why do you drink so much once you start to drink? We watched you at that party the other night, and you had a couple beers, and it was like something came over you and you were just off. Why do you drink so much once you start? Or you got the wife or the girlfriend saying, how come every time you stop, and it seems like after what happened last time that you learned your lesson, why do you start again? Why do you start again once you stop, and why do you lose control over the amount once you start? Faced with those 2 questions, let me show you what your ego is going to want to do. Your ego is going to want to keep the answer to those questions outside of you. Example. Why do I drink so much once I start? Well, her. I mean, anybody that was with someone like that would have to drink a lot once you start. It's her fault. Or the weather, or the team, or the bank account, the car, the clothes, or the job. The ego wants to keep, write this in big letters if you're taking notes. The ego wants to keep the problem outside of me so it doesn't have to take any responsibility or when the team won, or when the bank account was full, or when you weren't working, or when you were working, or when it was rainy or sunny or cloudy. And all of a sudden I start to see circumstance. The circumstances of my life have nothing to do with why I crave booze once I put it in my system. It simply has to do with a body that doesn't process alcohol very well, and circumstance. From the penthouse to Skid Row in Miami, I take a drink and it takes me wherever it wants, amount, behavior, what I'm going to do, where it's going to end, or how much I'm going to drink. It's in control. I am powerless over alcohol once I put it in my system, regardless of the circumstance in my life. Then what your ego will try to trick you into that it's an emotional state. I drink that way once I take a drink because I'm feeling bad. I met a guy in Hollywood one time. He was going to trick me with the book. And he was going to say, he obviously didn't know who he was talking to at the moment, but he said, you know, the book says they realized they only knew a little, and more will be revealed. And we in the 90s have realized more has been revealed. And we in the 90s have realized alcoholism is not a physical, mental, and spiritual disease that no human power can relieve. I said, oh, what have we realized? I wanted to ask him who we were, but I was more interested in what they had found. I said, oh, what have we realized in the 90s? He said, we in the 90s have realized alcoholism is a feeling disease based in shame. Ask these guys that have been around here a lot longer than me how about every 2 or 3 years there's a whole new set of buzzwords in AA that filter down into our program from our so-called friends, right? I have a friend that says, know who your friends are and be friends with your friends, but know who your friends are. There are people that claim to be friends of Alcoholics Anonymous that can't even share our message because they charge money for something we give away for free, right? So, I say to this guy, let me ask you a question. See, in my home group, we're allowed to ask each other questions during the meeting. I know it's a radical idea, but we ask each other questions before the meeting, during the meeting, and after the meeting. And I said, let me ask you a question. I'm also used to asking questions to drunks sitting in my living room. I said, did you ever drink again when you really didn't want to? When you were feeling really bad and you were full of shame? He said, yeah, see? And I already had won. I knew I'd already won. I'd already won the game. It was over. I said, did you ever drink again when you really didn't want to, when you were feeling really good and there wasn't any shame at all? He said, well, yeah. I said, did you ever drink again when you weren't feeling much at all? He said, yeah. I said, did you ever drink again when you really didn't want to just feel something? He said, yeah. I said, did you ever drink again when you really didn't want to not feel anything? He said, yeah. I said, then what the hell does alcohol care about how you feel, whether you drink it again or not? So here I am, faced with a question, why do you drink so much once you start? And my ego wants to go to circumstance, her, them, this, that, the other, has nothing to do with circumstance. Then it'll go to my emotional state. Well, I felt bad. No. I get a craving feeling good. I get a craving when I'm feeling bad. I get a craving when I'm not feeling much at all. My first step has nothing to do with circumstance or emotional state. Then you're faced with the next question. Why do you always drink again every time you stop and you say you're never going to drink again? And my ego wants to do the same thing. Because of her. Because she stays. Well, what about when she left? Well, it did it then too. Because the team won. Well, what about when the team lost? And they break it down the same way. Well, I would always drink again because I would feel bad. Well, wouldn't you drink again when you were feeling good? Same thing. Try to look at these two parts of the first step, what happens before you even take a drink, and what happens after you take a drink, without circumstance or emotional state having anything to do with your admission.
I had Joe got me thinking last year when I went through the work, I saw the first step, particularly around the pages we're going to look at, the next 20 in the mind, in a way I'd never seen before, and it wasn't an intellectual thought thing. When I got to the bottom paragraph on page 43, I just started crying. And I was sitting with a couple guys, and they said, what's wrong? And I said, well, I'll tell you what's wrong is I'm sitting here sober today through the grace and mercy of a loving God, and my head has been telling me for years on end, if I keep doing all these things, somehow I'd earn the path to sobriety or somehow gain knowledge or do whatever. And hopefully some of you can reach a point of maybe understanding that too. And then the other thing that happened for me in a little bit different way when about this willing to go to any length is early November, this Steel on Steel meeting. The group confronted me real heavily on, I've been real involved in doing workshops and working a lot with people. And basically what they did is they said I need to entertain the idea of stopping all that. And I said I would do that for a week, and I got real uncomfortable, and I had to ask myself, what are you getting so uncomfortable about? And I began to understand something that once again, what was creeping back in is somehow this idea of power comes from from working with others, and a lot of those other things took place. And so what I really done since that point in time is I really haven't worked with other alcoholics, and it was like going through withdrawals. I mean, if I'm a loner and I got this book, and the book says that I can begin and do this thing in that process, you know, am I putting power in this thing and sitting across from everybody time and time again? And what it keeps taking me back to is this relationship with God, this power, and not worshiping this book, and not worshiping my one-on-one work, and not worshiping my meetings, and not doing any of those other things. So we're going to get to page 23, and looking at me with booze in my body is going to stop. And says, Mark, these observations are academic and pointless if you never took the first drink, therefore setting the terrible cycle in motion. Therefore, your main problem centers in your mind rather than in your body. And they're going to go through, and they're going to ask me questions about the last bender and a lot of other questions. I had an interesting experience a couple of weeks ago. I was sitting with a small group of some men and women who had been sober, one of them as long as 12 years, and they had relapsed, and a couple 8, and some 4, and some 2, and I went around the room, and I asked them the question, do you believe, after being sober for 12 years, that you chose to pick up drink alcohol again? And every single person in that group said absolutely. And I said, the tragedy in that is you've never understood the mind part of what this disease is all about. And they said, what do you mean? I said, well, I've never met a stupid alcoholic. And I said, based on what booze has done with you, because some of you shared what's happened, don't you think it'd be stupid to be 12 years sober and pick up a drink again? Yeah. Well, do you think that was a choice? He goes, damn, maybe it wasn't. And I said, well, good. Now maybe we can get somewhere looking at this thing. It's like going to a meeting and you hear those wonderful words, I got up today and chose not to drink alcohol. See, what I know is a moderate drinker and a hard drinker, the fellowship is enough. But for the real alcoholic, for this real alcoholic, the fellowship is not enough. What has to be enough for me is a spiritual experience and a relationship with God. And it goes on and talks about the man gets once in a while he may tell the truth. And the truth, strange to say, is he has no more idea why he took the first drink than you have. And then they introduced me to this idea of being baffled, and I can relate to that a lot, and the word obsession. And the book uses several words, and if you look them up, the word obsession is an interesting word to look up. It basically tells me I got a belief system that is not based in truth, and that really describes me in alcoholism. And the big book doesn't use the word denial in the first 164 pages. It uses the word delusion. And there's several words that hook in there: obsession, delusion, and illusion. And bottom line of every one of them is I'm going to reach a place where I'm going to believe a lie, and I'm going to take a drink based on that. And what's the lie? Oh, I'll get ease and comfort. It'll be different this time. And regardless of how long I've been sober, that can happen to me. That's what I got to look at in here. And then it goes on a little bit, at the bottom of the page. The tragic truth is, if the man's a real alcoholic, the happy day may not arrive. Why? Because he's lost control. And then I'm given the sentence that smashes this idea: desire to quit drinking is going to keep me sober. A certain point in my drinking, I passed into a state where the most powerful desire to stop drinking was of absolutely no avail. And this next paragraph always has been, for me, one that is not only powerful but produces a lot of terror and keeps what I call fire in the belly real active in me. And here's what it speaks to me about. And it says, I've lost the power of choice in drink. And it's interesting. There's no little subtitles in there. It doesn't say because I've been sober 28 years. It doesn't say because I sponsor people. It doesn't say because I do workshops. It doesn't say because I know the book. It doesn't say any of that. It says I've lost the power of choice in drink. And it tells me that my so-called willpower will become practically non-existent. My willpower. And I may be unable at certain times, not every time, to bring into my consciousness with sufficient force and memory the suffering and humiliation of a week or month ago. I am without defense against the first drink. And it makes me puke at meetings where I hear this stuff. Yeah, I got up this morning and chose not to drink alcohol. I always go up to those people and I say, do you have a big book? Uh-huh. I'd like to see it. Why? Because it's obviously a hell of a lot different than mine. You know, because that is not what mine says. I've lost the power of choice with no subtitles. And then it gets on. Another big one in AA is think through the drink. The almost certain consequences that follow taking a glass of beer will not crowd into my mind to deter me. If these thoughts occur, that implies to me they may not. And that has happened to me in my experience when I was out there. I call it struck drunk. It was my only effort at trying to comply with the world around me about me and my drinking. It lasted about 10, 11 days, and I'm going to head up to Aspen, Colorado, and 5 days later I wake up in some little town called Carbondale, real drunk, and I have absolutely no memory of getting out of my car, going in and buying the booze and going through that process. And it goes on to say, at the bottom of this page, when this sort of thinking is fully established, an individual with alcoholic tendencies, he's probably placed himself beyond human aid. Well, the fellowship consists of human beings, so I don't think the fellowship is going to keep me sober, because that's where human aid is. And it's given me some things to look at here and some more questions. Mark, have you placed yourself beyond human aid? Yeah. Have you placed yourself beyond human aid over 11 years sober? Yeah, I think so. And it gives me some options. Locked up, I'll die, go permanently insane. And then, top of page 25, and but for the grace of God, there would have been thousands more convincing demonstrations. So many want to stop but cannot. So I've seen a lot of powerful information in the first 25 pages. This allergy of the body, what happens to Mark when he takes a drink of alcohol, this obsession of the mind, the fact that I have lost choice, that I have no mental defense, that I certainly can't think through a drink. And then squiggly lines again. There's a solution. They start out telling me what I'm not going to like. I'm not going to like the self-searching, the levying of the pride, the confession of shortcomings, which the process requires for its successful consummation. Now I'm showing some requirements for the solution in this program. Powerful stuff. And it's kind of like what Joe said. Take a look at what you're not willing to do. You're willing to be self-searching. You're willing to throw it against the wall and say, after 11 years, maybe I'm not an alcoholic. Maybe I don't need God. Wow, that's an interesting idea. I don't know about the rest of you, but if I'm not a drunk, I'd probably be somewhere else. You know what I'm saying? I spend a lot of time around this fellowship. That's another reason, another thing that I ask myself when I go through the work. Maybe I'm not. Maybe I don't need God anymore. Maybe so much has happened to me that I don't need God anymore. That's an interesting thing to entertain. So it goes on to tell me, confession of shortcomings. You willing to do that, Mark? 11 plus years sober? Which the process requires for its consummation. Saw that it worked in others, and I'd come to believe in the hopeless futility of life as I've been living it. When therefore I'm approached by those in whom the problem had been solved, there was nothing left. See, I'm in a place again I got to ask myself. You've been away from alcohol for a while. Are you at a place where, again, there's nothing left for you to do? Pick up the simple kit of spiritual tools laid at your feet? That's not about me the first time through the work. That's about me after having gone through the work a lot of times. Am I at this place again where there's nothing left for you to do but pick up this kit of spiritual tools? This book's going to tell me my hope is the maintenance and growth of a spiritual experience. I understand maintenance real well. Do I understand growth? I got to throw it all against the wall if I want to keep growing. And I know from talking to a lot of people who had a lot more time sober than I did who relapsed, what I really keep hearing from them was no lack of spiritual growth. Oh, they understood maintenance. They had their home group meetings they went to all the time. They had a certain number of people they sponsored all the time. Sometimes used their sponsor, sometimes not. Hadn't been through the work, but maybe once or twice or 3 times. I didn't see any spiritual growth in that. Found much of heaven, been rocketed into the 4th dimension of existence which had not even dreamed. And then it goes on to tell me, and I love this next paragraph because, once again, it gets me back into the idea that I better get a relationship with God. Because it tells me what's going to happen. It's like Bill does an aside in theater or something. He's talking to me, and all of a sudden he turns aside, and here's what he says. You can have a deep and effective spiritual experiences. And he tells me what's going to happen. It'll revolutionize my whole attitude toward life, toward my fellows, and toward God's universe. See, I want that to happen for me again in 1994, going through this work. Why? Because what I did in 1993 may not work anymore. That's why. And I've got to have the same thing happen to me. Central fact of my life today will be the absolute certainty. My Creator has entered into my hearts, and He lives in a way which is indeed miraculous. He has commenced to accomplish those things for me which I could never do by myself. Then, of course, I get into what I call middle-of-the-road solution, and I don't know about the rest of you, but AA is full of them. Absolutely full of them, you know. Stuff like take your time, page 28, encourages me to seek recovery with the desperation of a drowning man. I think there's a little conflict between those two statements.
Don't write inventory till you feel better.
Oh, yeah. Just, I mean, you could go on and on and on. 90 meetings in 90 days. Wow. Middle-of-the-road solution. Once again, I see this thing about no return through human aid. And you know, I'm glad we did the prayer. I'm already feeling once again down in my gut. It's a feeling of it starts with a little bit of anxiety, but before I leave here this Sunday, it's going to be stark raving terror, because I'm going to see once again that no human power, my own, yours, or anyone else's, has kept me away from alcohol. And that's how it always starts, is my stomach starts to turn. And it started to turn when we said that prayer and began to look at stuff. And I'm kind of like Joe. I'm not going to run away from that anymore. I'll look at that terror. So we're going to go on a little bit further. And
At the bottom of the page, they mention the same two alternatives that we'll find again on page 44. One is to go on to the bitter end, blotting out the consciousness of my situation as best I can. And the other is to accept spiritual help. This is like a preview. It's not where we are in the steps. We're still deep in the middle of the first part, the first half of the first step.
go on, you got a great alcoholic, Roland Hazard, and he spends about a year. He didn't spend 30 days. He spent a year with Dr. Young, who one of the foremost psychiatrists in the world, and sums that up on page 27 for me is where the doctor says to him, you have the mind of a chronic alcoholic. Now again, what am I looking at here? I'm looking at my mind today, right now as I sit here this minute, 11 plus years away from a drink of alcohol. Mark, you got the mind of a chronic alcoholic. I've never seen one single case recover where the state of mind exists to the extent it does in you. Is there no exception? And he goes on, he tells us what the exceptions are. Here and there, once in a while, alcoholics have what are called vital spiritual experiences. These are phenomena, which means I can't explain it. I love the next sentence. Here's what's going to happen. Has to happen. The nature of a huge emotional displacement and rearrangements. Ideas, emotions, and attitudes. Those things Joe's been talking about. I'm going to drink behind emotions or not drink. Ideas. I'm going to drink or not drink. And attitudes. Those suddenly get cast to one side and a whole new set of concepts and motives begins to dominate them. It's always been so powerful for me. I call that one my spiritual lobotomy. No human power is going to make that happen to me. The greatest psychiatrist in the world can't make that happen. Only a relationship with a God is going to make that happen. And he goes on to talk about he'd been trying to produce those things in this alcoholic, but that he couldn't do it, and that he couldn't work with him. So now I've got a Dr. Silkworth saying, I can't help you. And now I got one of the greatest psychiatrists in the world saying, I can't help you. And that puts you into a somewhat hopeless, helpless situation. And again, I'm back into looking at one thing only at this point, and that's my mind. What happens to me? And it's not about my mind after I've taken the drink. It's about my mind sitting here, right here tonight. Okay? Go ahead, Joe. You got some.
This whole part of the work is about the question that we posed on the board. Why am I powerless over alcohol mentally before I even put a drink in my system? I thought for a long time in AA the insanity of alcoholism was the stuff that you and I and a lot of people in this room do under the influence. But I didn't know that my ego had tricked me into using the things that separate me from you to tell you why I was one of you. And I was not looking at our common problem like the preamble talks about. I was looking at our common differences. Penitentiary, 10 treatment centers, a rich family, blah, blah, blah. And there were people in these rooms that didn't have any of those things, and some of them had all of them and even more. And my ego had tricked me into using the things that if you can understand two things about your ego, you can't overcome it. And I'm going to say this time after time after time. You cannot defeat your own ego, but it's nice to know some of the things that it's up to. I have an ego that I believe wants lots of things, but I'll tell you the two most important things my ego wants today. It wants me on a bar stool, drinking, and it wants me separate from you long enough to be able to con myself into going to do that. So if I can understand the main function of my ego before it gets me back to the bar stool is to separate me from you, what I really am, and God, edging God out, ego. If I believe that the function of my ego is to do that, let's look at how my ego will do that. It'll use circumstance, it'll use emotional state, it'll use anything to answer those two basic questions that we've put on the board, except admitting to you and fully conceding to my innermost self that I have a body that can't control booze once I put it in my system, and a mind that forces me to put it back in my system again. I am powerless over alcohol, and the book even says, none of us like to admit we're bodily and mentally different from our fellows. So it's not surprising. Do you think that countless vain attempts to prove that we're not a real alcoholic are only done while we were drinking? I've seen people do this work and go through countless vain attempts to prove to themselves, well, and I bet there's at least 3 or 4 minds in this room right now tonight saying, you know, I'm not as bad as those guys. This information is really nifty, but I'm not as serious as you guys seem to put this thing. It seems a little too serious and a little too kooky for me, right? It's not surprising. It's not surprising that our sobriety is filled with countless vain attempts that we can do anything but submit ourselves to this process. Make him wrong, find one fault with me, he smokes cigarettes, I'm overweight, what the hell are they talking about anyway? Your mind will find anything to separate you from seeing truth, because the ego doesn't like anything that makes it uncomfortable. The ego doesn't like anything that gets close to it. So I use what separates me from you. I came down from a meeting at 1311 York Street one night before I ever started this work. And here's this big, scary guy. Scary guy. He's an ex-sheep herder and a lawyer, which is a dangerous combination. A sheep herder and a lawyer. Woo. He motions for me to come over and have a cup of coffee, and I sit down and he said, why do you think you're alcoholic? Now that's a question that to this day, my ego, something inside of me goes, what do you mean? Here's another great question. Am I willing to consider 2 drinks a day for 30 days, no more, no less? Not doing it. You don't even have to do it to get the thing that they want you to experience in considering that question. All you have to do is seriously think about it, and something will happen to every alkie in this room that will not happen to any normal drinker in the world. I even tested it out before on normal drinkers. And I said to my mother once, you know, Mom, I don't think you're alcoholic, and I think you could take 2 drinks a day for 30 days, no more, no less. And she giggled and said, it would probably be a little bit too much. But you say that to any alcoholic in this room. You know what? I don't think you're alcoholic. And I bet you could take 2 drinks a day for 30 days, no more, no less, and they go into stark, raving terror. Because in their heart of hearts, they know there's no way in the world they could do that. Right? So he says to me, why do you think you're alcoholic? I said, I've been to 10 treatment centers. He said, wrong. I said, well, alcohol put me in the Michigan State Penitentiary. He said, wrong. He said, there's people in these rooms that have never been to treatment. What does that mean? They're not alcoholic? He said, there's people in these rooms that have never been to jail, never left the house, barely ever got in trouble, never lost a husband, never had a DUI, just as much, if not more, alky than you are, because we're not even sure you are yet. And I was using the things that separate me from you to tell you why I was one of you, and that man sat with me and talked to me for about an hour and a half about the common problem that joins us and not the common differences that we spend time in meetings going on and on about that separate us. And there are only 2 things that join everybody in this room if you be alcoholic. You get a craving when you start, and you can't keep yourself stopped once you stop. And that's all this whole section, from the doctor's opinion to the bottom of page 43. Both of these sections on the mind and the body are designed to help you look at. We got, I'd like to leave you with two things before we close tonight. One that we failed to mention. Going back to the previous section, the body, like from the doctor's opinion to the top of 23, if this is a good textbook, wouldn't you think that like the textbooks we used to use in school where they cover addition and they give you quizzes along the way and then a big test at the end, wouldn't you think if this is a good textbook, if the craving really ends up on 23, there should be a test there to sum up everything you need to know about the craving? Well, if you look at the top of 23 and you turn it into a question, to me it reads like this, where we stopped on the top of 23, the experience of any alcoholic will abundantly confirm this. Confirm what? Back to the bottom of 22. That once I put alcohol in my system, something happens which makes it virtually impossible for me to stop. That's the summary question. That's the test. That's all you need to be convinced of before you go past page 23. And if you're sponsoring somebody or you're doing it yourself and you get to the top of 23 and your personal experience does not abundantly confirm that when you put booze in your system, something happens which makes it virtually impossible for you to stop, go back and do it again or try some controlled drinking. Ask yourself if it's worth a bad case of the jitters or no jitters at all to find out the truth and what you're really committed to here. Truth or remaining in the lie. But go over it a few more times with whoever you're working with before you try that. I've seen people get free both ways. I would rather bet my life on this process in the book, The Doctor's Opinion to 23, having more power, and God, through that process, revealing to me what happens once I put it in my system, so my experience can abundantly confirm that that's what happens once I put it in my system, than trying alcohol again. But I've seen people have to drink again. Have you ever seen these people in AA? Nothing worse than using AA to get done drinking. AA ain't a place to get done drinking. Right? You ever seen these people that 5, 10, 15 sponsors, year after year after year, we're talking them till they're blue in the face, but one more little bout with booze does more than any of us could ever talk them into, and then we wonder why the book calls it the great persuader that finally beats somebody into a state of reasonableness, right? Booze can do for us what we can't do for ourselves in more ways than one. So then you go from 23 to 43, and page 43 should have the same kind of summary quiz that the top of 23 had, and it does. The bottom of 43. Funny thing is, when we start tomorrow morning on 45, they're going to repeat the same two things that they've just spent 53 pages covering. But on the bottom of 43, this is all you need to be convinced of this part we've just been covering as far as the mind, that at a certain time, there will be no effective mental defense. Anything I can do with my mind to stop me from drinking again, and that neither you nor any group, nor any sponsor, nor any human being, nor any human power will be able to provide that defense, and that defense on that day, and here's the scary thing, nobody in this room knows when that day will be, what it'll look like, or how it'll feel. When that day comes, my defense must come from a higher power. The biggest trick your ego will try to use with this part of the work is that it knows how that day would look before you would ever drink again and how you would be feeling. Well, I don't think I'll ever drink again, but if my mother dies and I'm feeling like this, or this happens, or the other shoe drops, or the boogeyman gets me, then I could probably drink, so I'm going to do everything I can to not experience that day. But the trick is my ego does not know what a certain time would look like or feel. Could be a great day. It could be a day ain't much happening at all. It could be your 20th birthday. It could be a day when something really bad happened, or it could be a day when you're feeling really great and everything's just gone your way. But I hate when they use an AA, don't get too happy, don't get too successful, and you got to watch for these systems built into our program designed to keep us sick. And they're all around us, because I'll tell you this, every time I've ever wanted to get free in AA, 3/4 of the room says I can't, and 1/4 of the room says go for it. Thanks for letting us share tonight. We'll start tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Good morning, everybody. My name is Joe. I'm an alcoholic. It's good to be alive and awake this morning in Lafayette, Louisiana. How many weren't here last night? How many were not here last night? Okay. Just to give you an idea of what we've covered so far, we talked about just some stuff that was on our minds for 15 or 20 minutes when we opened up. And then we talked about the part of the book from the title page up to the doctor's opinion, which we basically look at with the people we work with as general information about the program of Alcoholics Anonymous. From the circle and the triangle, which describes a three-part program and a three-part disease. We bring each part of our disease to one part of the program, and then one day we become whole, body, mind, and spirit. To a set of 12 spiritual principles for each part of the program, 12 traditions, 12 steps, 12 concepts of service. We talked about the preface and the main purpose of this book. We talked about some of the history, and then got right into it in the doctor's opinion, and basically looked from the doctor's opinion to the top of page 23 in There Is a Solution, learning how to work with that part of the book to look at the craving, what happens after I take a drink. This idea that when I put alcohol in my system, what happens is that I crave more alcohol. And then we looked from 23 to 43 to look at the mental obsession, this thing that takes place before I even take a drink. I commit the most insane act of my life. A guy did an exercise with me once. It's a great thing when you're working with somebody on that part of the first step, the mental part. He said this. He sat down with me. He said, "Make a list of the 10 craziest things that I ever did." And I made this list, and armed robbery, sticking guns in people's faces, etc., etc. All this crazy stuff that I thought were the most insane things of my life. And he said, "How many of those 10 things were under the influence?" And I said, "All 10. He shook his head and he said, "I'll bet you $10,000 the most insane thing you ever did was with absolutely nothing in your system at your very best." And he brought me out from behind the bottle. And I saw the most insane thing that this guy's ever done. "Honey, I was drunk." "Why did you do that?" "Well, I was drunk." But now you get brought out from behind your old excuse and you face yourself as you are with nothing in your system at your very best. Further away from my last drink than I'd been in a long time, I commit the insanity of alcoholism. Sure, a lot of us have done crazy stuff under the influence. It doesn't mean we don't do crazy stuff under the influence. I mean, just looking around the room at some of your faces, you can tell that people in this room have done some pretty crazy stuff, right? I mean, it's not hidden well with this crowd. Right? It's not Beverly Hills or something, right? Like where I live. You know? We've done some crazy stuff. But what about those that haven't? Men and women. Sat home, barely ever got in trouble, never went to jail, never went to treatment, never lost a husband, never lost a wife, just as much alcoholic as the rest of us. And once again, drama, circumstance, and emotional state have nothing to do with why I come to this admission about being powerless over alcohol once I put it in my system or when there's none in my system at all. I am powerless over alcohol. The interesting thing you find after all this work we've done, we talked about it for several hours, but working with someone else, it might be, and in some of these workshops, they spend weeks from the doctor's opinion to the bottom of page 43 just to get across 2 ideas that they then again repeat on page 44 after we've covered the first 53 pages from the doctor's opinion to page 43. You turn to page 44 and they say, "We hope you've seen something about alcoholism. We hope they've made the distinction between the alcoholic and the non-alcoholic." We talk a lot about what does it mean to be an alcoholic. I think if you look at the opposite, you might find out more about. I think there's a paradox there. I think there's, at least of the ones that I'm aware of, We've covered at least 2 or 3 paradoxes just in the first half of step 1. What would be one of them? To admit you have no power over alcohol is how you receive power over alcohol. As long as you think you have power over alcohol, you usually don't have any power over alcohol. But as soon as you admit you don't have any at all, you receive more than you've ever been given. And that doesn't make sense to anybody sitting in this room trying to use your mind to figure out a spiritual paradox. But if you're listening with that organ that so many of us are given the grace to begin to listen with after being here for a little while, and you're listening with your heart, you understand that those things that make no intellectual sense. You mean to admit that I don't have any power is how I receive power. That doesn't make any sense to a guy like me with the kind of mind I have. Yeah, you admit you don't have any to receive more than you've ever had. But as long as you think you have any at all, you'll never get any more than you already have, which is little or nothing at all. The other paradox is maybe if you look at that you're not, you might find out you really are, so quit looking at where you are and look at where you might not be. So what would it mean to not be an alcoholic? Only 2 things. If we've only covered 2 things that make me an alcoholic, there's probably only 2 things that make me not an alcoholic. If you can control the amount once you start, you're probably not alcoholic. And if you can keep yourself stopped and not drink no matter what on your own power without any help, you're probably not alcoholic. But the next sentence on page 44 says, if you find you can't quit entirely, which means stay stopped, or if when drinking you have little control over the amount, you're probably alcoholic. And all they've done is just cover the same 2 points they just spent 53 pages going over. Now, the people that I know that have been doing this for a long time have told me that they believe in that book there are drunk traps written by drunks for drunks to see if you're looking for a way out. Now, in that sentence, and it's not the word probably, let's try to find the word that if you were in your living room working with somebody and that guy's not convinced of the craving or the obsession, he's a little flaky on one or the other, and he's looking for a way out, what's the word he would go to in this statement? When you honestly want to, you can't quit entirely, or if when drinking you have little control over the amount, you're probably alcoholic. What would be the word a guy would go to and say, see? Or. He'd say, see? It doesn't say you have to have the craving and the obsession. It says you only have to have one or the other. Here's the trick for that guy. Listen, son, if you get the craving every time you drink, but you don't get the obsession, then just make up your mind never to drink again, and you'll never get that craving. Or, if you get the obsession every time you've ever quit, but you don't get the craving, next time you get the obsession, just drink the way you want. See, it ain't or. You got to have both to be powerless over alcohol. Let me say that just one more time. If every time I drink, I get a physical craving for more, I'm powerless over alcohol once I put it in my system. But I don't get the obsession. Then that means I have the power to make up my mind I don't ever want to drink again and carry that out successfully. Or I get the obsession every time I've ever stopped drinking, but I don't get the craving. Well, then next time I get the obsession, I can control the amount that I'm going to drink. So it ain't or in that sentence. It's both. You have to be powerless over alcohol. You have to not only lose control once you start to drink, you have to lose control every time you stop. You can't stay stopped, and you can't control the amount once you start. Then we come to a really important question. I think that's all I wanted to say for now in as far as what we've covered. And I'm going to turn it over to Mark, and we're going to start today with the second half of step 1. Let me just go through these notes real quick. For those that have been writing down the sections, we've covered 3 sections, so we're now on section 4. And section 4, we're only going to use 3 pages. And here are the pages that very few people that I've met around this country know to use to look at the unmanageability. It seems like they're clear on the obsession and the craving and which parts of the book you can use to look at those 2 things. But if this is a textbook and it covers all of step 1, where do you look at the unmanageability? And we're going to find on these 3 pages, 44, all of it. The first half of page 45 up to about lack of power is our problem. And the middle paragraph only, where the bedevilments are, on the middle of 52, we're going to use those 3 pages to look at the second half of step 1, which is the unmanageability, which is the spirit, the spiritual malady. We've looked at the body and the mind. Now we're going to look at the spirit. And I'd like to present to you an idea that the spiritual malady, the unmanageability, and untreated alcoholism, those 3 terms which we all have heard, are the same. They all 3 mean the same thing. Untreated alcoholism is the spiritual malady, and spiritual malady is the unmanageability, etc., etc., etc. That's why we put those 3 words up there for you to look at. And this condition, this spiritual malady, I'd like to present with you the idea that it takes place not only before the first drink, but it takes place after the first drink, except those times when the booze is working to treat that spirit, where restlessness, irritability, and discontentment goes away, when you are at peace, when booze is working. Isn't it interesting that alcohol treats the root of alcoholism? See, last night we covered the symptoms, but now we're down to the root. The root of my disease, selfishness, self-centeredness, come from a spirit malady. A spiritual malady. Everything we're going to look at on page 52 is the unmanageability of my life, and it is untreated alcoholism. And I would like to present the idea that this condition takes place not only before we ever drank, before the first drink, each day before the first drink, and after the first drink wears off, except when the booze is still working for you. Then we looked at some instructions on how to use those 3 pages, continue to turn statements into questions. The book makes a statement. If when you honestly want to, you can't quit entirely. Can I? Can I on my own power? Keep in mind, we're still looking at all of step 1 is about on my own power, not God. You don't assume God in the first step. Continue turning those statements on those 3 pages into questions. Then I gave you 3 ways of looking at the middle paragraph on page 52. One is pretty relevant when you're new, and that's on my own power, how well do I do with, and it'll take you right through them. Personal relationships, my emotional nature, making misery and depression go away, making a living, removing fear, making myself happy, and being of real help to other people. So you approach that paragraph from the idea, on my own power, how well do I do with blah, 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 blah. The second one brings it right back to booze, because a lot of people in this room probably think if their life was manageable, they couldn't never drink again, so they do everything they can to get their life in order and all their ducks in a row. But remember those times, some of you guys and gals in this room, where you had all your ducks in a row? Feeling pretty good, the relationship's going all right, the job's going, you got some money in the bank, feeling good, doing good, having a better time? Drunk. You drank. So the second way of looking at the middle of 52 is, if each of these areas, now sober, was exactly the way I wanted it to be, would those areas being in order be enough to keep me sober? Then the one that I hate that brings it right present to those of us that have been around for a while. The third way of looking at 52, with the power and grace of God that you've been given up to this point, after all these years, how well do you do with each of those areas? With power. And I get to face what my ego and I do with power from God. Over any period of considerable period, I run those areas back into the ground. I get to see one of the reasons for me doing this work again. But I would also like to throw this in. We'll talk about it some more before we finish this part of step 1. If you start the work only because of this condition, 7 years sober, or 11 years sober, or 20 years sober, because your life once more has hit the wall and everything is unmanageable, you will poop out before amends are done, somewhere between 4 and 9 when you feel better and things straighten out a little bit. Remember, we're doing this work because of the first half of step 1. This just also happens to be true. Excuse me. Okay. Mark?
I'm an alcoholic. My name is Mark Houston. And my sobriety date's October the 19th of 1982. And I'm grateful to God to be sober this morning, and I'm grateful to be down in Lafayette, Louisiana. And, you know, Joe kind of summed up what we looked at last night. pretty well, but a couple of things come to mind. I was talking to some people last night after the workshop, and we were sitting there over dinner, and one of the things I've seen happen in the program of Alcoholics Anonymous is we've turned it into a 4-step program, particularly for those people who have been around for a while. They get around for a little while, and that stuff on page 52 shows up, and they say, well, I got to write inventory. And, well, inventory is a 4-step, and I work a 12-step program. There's a big difference between what the work asked me to do in the 10th step and when I do an inventory. And what I have discovered after going through this work a lot of times, you know, it talks about I'm building a spiritual structure, and the first step is my foundation, and we're going to find out the second step's a cornerstone, third step's a keystone. Where am I with 1, 2, 3 if I just pick up a pen and start writing again on 4? I'm trying to write an inventory once again based on power that came to me through a relationship with God, maybe a long time ago, which is why when I go back through the work every time, I spend a tremendous amount of time on the first, second, third step before I ever pick up the pen. Because otherwise there's a lot of things that I'm just not going to see on my own. And I think it's important to mention that, and particularly for people who've been around for a while. I can't do a 4-step unless I really go back in again and look at the first, second, and third step. You know, I think Joe summed it up real well when he talked about the man said to him, what do you know about staying sober 12 years? Well, he's not 12 years sober, so he doesn't know anything, does he? And that's something that I have to understand. I talked with some of you left here a little disturbed and last night, and I think that's absolutely wonderful. Because when my guts turn and I'm a little disturbed, what you've really done is you really challenged my belief system and my ego. And I know I can go somewhere now. Do I like it? Absolutely not. You know? I mean, I get obsessed with feeling good like everyone else. What I know today, that's just an old idea that, that I got to let go of. So again, we've really only looked at 2 things here. What happens to me once I take a drink? And we've cast aside what I call all the drama and the emotions and, a lot of other things. I still struggle a lot with drunkalogs, and the reason, my first 2.5 years before I got sober, I would go and what is a drunkalog really? It's about the stuff I did after taking a drink. Now, I don't know about the rest of you, but about 95% of everything I did once I started drinking, I stopped the very day I walked into this program. So maybe my alcoholism is not about that. So I go to meetings, and I hear these drunkalogs, all the things that happened. Now, I didn't go to the penitentiary. Damn near died, but didn't go to the penitentiary. So my mind gravitates to, well, I'm not as bad as him. And so over and over again, when I go to meetings and I hear these long drunkalogs, and I'm thinking to myself, I'm praying if there's a new person in there. Because what they're looking for is any reason in the world why they're not an alcoholic. So their mind will do the same thing mine did. Well, I never went to the penitentiary. Maybe it wasn't that bad. So when I go to meetings and I talk about my experience, I talk about my experience with this thing called craving. And I talk even more about the times that I was like Joe, where the most insane thing I ever did, I did with no booze in me whatsoever. And that is based on what booze did to me, I picked up a drink again. It wasn't about the stuff I did behind the alcohol. Never has been about the stuff I did behind the alcohol. Because I stopped doing so much of that. That's really all I got to say on that. Pick up with chapter 4, We Agnostics. You want to go ahead and start?
Okay. So what's the part of the disease that's going to get everybody in this room, assuming nobody in this room is drinking booze today? Anybody in this room craving alcohol with it in your system? No. You probably wouldn't be here this morning. I mean, we could probably think of somewhere better to be at 9 o'clock on a Saturday morning if we were drinking booze, right? Okay, so I assume there's nobody in the room physically craving alcohol. We all have a distance between our last drink. So what is it that's going to get each and every one of us in this room? Inevitably. Unless the power and grace and a miracle of God, power other than myself can muster up, unless something amazing happens. I was at this thing once in Arizona, outdoor convention. Everybody's camping over in the campground. They got me put up in a hotel, and they give you a host for the weekend. The host spends the whole weekend with you. I was with him Sunday morning before I spoke. We had breakfast. He didn't say anything about what he was about to say to me. And like 30 seconds before they introduced me, He leans over and he says, "Oh, I forgot to tell you." That's one of those buzzwords. If you're new and you're here in this room, there are certain buzzwords you have to watch out for in the program of Alcoholics Anonymous when it's said by somebody else or your sponsor. Like, if your sponsor says, "We need to talk," now, if you know sponsor lingo, you know it doesn't mean we need to talk. If you don't know sponsor lingo, you probably think it actually means we're going to talk. It doesn't mean we're going to talk. It means you need to shut up and listen, right? Another one I'm afraid of when they say it is, "Do you really want to know why?" Right? I go to my sponsor, I said, "I'm feeling terribly inferior and insecure." His eyes light up, he says, "You want to know why?" Now, nowadays, I would think a little bit before I said, "Yeah, I'd really like to know why." But I was new, I didn't know. I said, "I'd really like to know why." He said, "Do you really want to know why?" I said, "Yeah, I've been looking for the reason to that for 12 years in therapy." He said, "Do you really want to know why you feel inferior and insecure?" I said, "Yeah." He said, "Because you're inferior and insecure." They got these two ideas of schools of thought about our feelings nowadays in AA. One school of thought says in California, or at least where I've heard it, they say feelings aren't facts. That takes the responsibility off me admitting anything sometimes, you know that? Because you know what? Sometimes feelings are facts. Sometimes I'm feeling powerless or worthless or resentful or afraid. It's because I am powerless, worthless, resentful, and afraid. Right? So feelings aren't facts isn't a true statement. And then other people say, screw your feelings. They aren't important at all. All they do is lie to you when you're new. They never tell you the truth. I don't believe that either. They are important. Of course, they're not the main reason I drank. Some people go to the other extreme. The only reason I drank was because of my feelings. That's not true either. Because probably everybody in this room drank the same way they drank when they were feeling bad, when they were feeling good. Top of the hill, ain't nothing bad feeling. So they don't have much to do with why I'm an alcoholic, but I am a human being with feelings. Right? Why I got off on that tangent, I have no idea. But
It's that cake. The sugar's kicking in.
there was a question, though, that he said to me. He said to me, "Do you really want to know why?" But before that is, why do I think my life is unmanageable? And my ego wants to do the same thing. Remember how we talked last night about why do you drink so much once you start? Or people are asking you about why you get this craving, and the ego wants to keep the problem out here? Then somebody says, and we found out the problem with the craving ain't nothing out here with her, them, this or that, or how you're feeling. Then we talked about why do you get this obsession every time you stop? Why do you always start again, honey? Well, because of this or that, or the boss or guy got fired, or the bank, the money ran out. No, it's none of that. Now, where the ego will really try to get you, when somebody poses the question, why is your life unmanageable? It really wants to keep the problem out here. I heard a lady one time, she was celebrating her fifth birthday, and she said when she was new, she was alcoholic because of her boss, her kids, her car, her job, and her husband. And she did the work in Alcoholics Anonymous 1 through 9. She found out she wasn't an alcoholic because of her husband, her kids, her car, her boss, or her job. She was alcoholic because when she drinks, she gets a craving for more. Because when she's not drinking, she gets an obsession to do it again, and her life is unmanageable. 5 years later, she's sitting in a meeting and she's celebrating her birthday, and she says, my life is unmanageable today because of my husband, my car, my boss, my job, and my kids. And the same man that took her through the work 5 years earlier said, you're still believing the same lie. You're selling the program short. Let's go through the steps again. And that time she saw that her life wasn't unmanageable because of her kids, her car, her boss, her job, or her husband. Because they didn't change. She did 1 through 9. And all of a sudden, she's at peace. And they didn't have to change for her to get well. Same boss, same job, same old car, same husband, same kids. They didn't do a thing. She gets free. Nothing happened out here. Does the world have to change for me to get free? No. The world ain't going to change. I thought when I was new the world was going to get sober because I got sober and everybody was going to get healthy and well. There's real assholes out there in the world. How do I operate with that? Wait for them to change? How many of us in this program, not too many in this room probably, but how many of us in the program nowadays are still waiting for dead people to get well so we can feel better? Right? Or people that are alive. I ain't waiting for my mom and dad to get well for me to feel better or get free in AA. My dad's been dead since I was 21. My mom's set in her ways. She's going to be the way she is. Love her. I love her. But how does that change? We hear all the time, and they're describing it. I woke up one day and my family had gotten a lot better, right? They hadn't gotten better. The only thing that changed was an inward perception of an outward reality. So it's my presumption to you this morning that the unmanageability of our lives is never outside of us, but always within. That unmanageability, untreated alcoholism, and the spiritual malady are not only the same terms said three different ways, but they are an internal condition, not an external condition. Let's look at some questions on 44.
Let me just mention one thing. What is Joe really talking about? We mentioned that Dr. Young talks about this. What happens around this issue of unmanageability? Emotions, ideas, and attitudes, which are once the guiding force in my life, meaning I'm sitting there with this wife and family I don't like, and job I don't like, living in a town I don't like because they don't do AA the way I like, and I go through the work, and then what happens is my thinking begins to be dominated by a whole new set of concepts and motives. All of a sudden, I love my wife and family, I love my job, and AA where I'm at is incredible. What happened? You see? An inward change happened through working this thing in this relationship with God. And that's what we're going to look at.
Top of page 44. In the preceding chapters, which I presume it might be a little too simple for most of us, but I presume everything up to this chapter. I mean, how long did it take some of us in this room to find out that how it works is actually how it works? Huh? I got a master's degree in psychology. I've been to 10 treatment centers. I've been to 7 colleges. And I take a while in AA to figure out how it works is how it works. Or that into action really means into action. And that we agnostic could possibly be. I mean, I bet there's tens of people in this room that just overlooked we agnostic because they said, I'm not an agnostic. I've had God in my life since I was a kid. But I'm drunk. But I'm drunk. And I'm drunk. And I'm drunk. And I want to be sober. And I'm drunk. And I'm drunk. And I'm drunk. I don't believe God can come into my life in that area. I'm an agnostic. An atheist says there is no God. An agnostic says he can't work for me. But that's not where we are yet, is it? But in the preceding chapters, we have seen some stuff about alcoholism. They hope they've made clear the distinction between the alcoholic and the non-alcoholic. We've tried to help make that distinction. Then they review the same 2 points. If when you honestly want to, you can't quit entirely, which means stay stopped, that's because of my mental obsession. That's the mind. When drinking, I have little control over the amount that I take. That's the craving. That's with my body. You're probably alcoholic. But there's still one more question you got to be convinced of, that I've seen guys that I've worked with take more time on this next question than they did looking at the craving or the obsession. I think, and I'd like to say this as just an idea, the most important question we've come to yet, if you're clear on the craving and you're clear on the obsession, here's the next link to the first step. Do you believe you're suffering from an illness that only, it doesn't say maybe, or along with other things. And you can notice I am turning that statement into a question. Do I believe I'm suffering from an illness which only a spiritual experience will conquer? And there you are. You got to go through your reservations again to what you think is going to save you, not to what's wrong with you. We're clear on what's wrong with us so far as the symptoms, body and the mind. But now, do I really think there's anything else that's going to save me other than a spiritual experience? And there's people in this room that are going to have a long time in this program eliminating options to seeking God, one at a time, slowly but surely. that it's not going to be the right woman, that it's not going to be the right guy, that it's not going to be that job that I've been working for all my life, that it's not going to be that pile of money or a certain amount that will relieve me of my alcohol. See, all we're doing here is A and B from the ABCs. A, I'm alcoholic and I cannot manage my own life. That's where we are, but we're also looking at no human power can relieve what I suffer from. But we're not really clear on the third part of the disease of what we suffer from, the spiritual malady. So there's a big question. Then I'd like Mark to talk about the next paragraph, which contains two alternatives that maybe we need to look at the idea, are there any other but these two?
Goes on to say, to one who feels he's atheist or agnostic, such an experience seems impossible, but to continue as he is means disaster, especially if he's an alcoholic of the hopeless variety. We've looked at what an alcoholic of the hopeless variety is, craving the body, obsession of the mind. Then it goes on, it says, to be doomed to an alcoholic death, what we've looked at so far in step one, or to live on a spiritual basis, not always easy alternatives to face. You know, a lot of times I seem to only work with two kinds of people anymore in the program. I work with people who have black belts and relapse, or people sitting in the program of Alcoholics Anonymous sober for varied lengths of time dying of the spiritual malady. And you know, when I've done that work with them, sometimes you'll hear this thing of I'm struggling with the second step, and I know that that's a lie. They've never understood the first step, because when I get reduced to the place of I got to answer the question, you know, Mark, are you suffering from an illness which only a spiritual experience will conquer? I've looked at all the information through page 43, and I can see that that's me. Now, I'm a drunk, but I'm not stupid. If through a process of elimination there is nothing left, either I've tried on my own power, or one of the questions I always ask particular people who are married who have children, I ask them, do you have children? Yeah, I do. Well, I don't know of any greater love than the parent has for a child. And I'll ask them, can you stay sober based on that love? Can you stay away from alcohol? No. You see, through a process of elimination, I've got to get rid of everything on the human plane. Any feeling I have in terms of a love for a child or a parent, and anything on my own power, and reach the place where I'm looking at and answering that question. There's nothing left for me to do but find the spiritual experience. And when I reach that place, you think that I'm going to struggle with the idea of trying to find a power? No, I'm an alcoholic. Get out of my way, because I'm going to run your ass over to go find it. But if I haven't done the first step, those first 43 pages, the person that's been around for a while and says, I got to write inventory, and doesn't do 1, 2, 3, you see what happens? I, every time, must get reduced to the place of the only thing left for me is a spiritual experience. Going to a lot of meetings isn't in there. See, they take away a lot of the middle-of-the-road solution that is around this program as well. And it says, I get some options. Mark, do you think you're going to be doomed to an alcoholic death or to live on a spiritual basis? It tells me not always easy alternatives to face. I never did this work because it was easy. I never did it because it was hard. I did it because I was dying of alcoholism. And I wanted to have that stop. That's all I got, Joe. Go ahead.
Let's look at those two alternatives. Die an alcoholic death or live on a spiritual basis. I don't know if any of you will relate to this, but when I got here and you said that for me to drink again was to die, it didn't scare me. I've been in the Michigan State Penitentiary. I've been on the streets of several cities. I've lived on a daily basis where death was just like one of the things that could happen. It was a reality. But you know what Don said that scared the hell out of me? You might live a lot longer feeling the way you're feeling before you die an alcoholic death. So don't think that dying an alcoholic death just means keeling over from drinking. There are people in this room, myself included, where at different times in our sobriety, we are dying an alcoholic death with no booze in our system, 10, 15, 20 years sober. Dying an alcoholic death doesn't mean just keeling over and physically dying. There is emotional death. There is physical death, which is the last one, which is sometimes our best way out sober. There is spiritual death, and there's mental death. Okay? Mark made a point about reviewing 1, 2, and 3 before you sit down to write an inventory. Why? Because it's part of a process. This program does not start with step 4 and end with step 12. It doesn't start with step 10 and end with step 12. It is a process. It is a spiritual process. I would hate to be operating in the world based on the first step that I had 11 and a half years ago. My first step. My first step was I'm powerless over alcohol because it takes me where I don't want to go and I get in trouble. Had nothing to do with the truth about being powerless over alcohol. And my life is a mess because everything out here is all screwy. Well, then all you have to do is be in the program for a while, get your life out here in a mess and say, my life ain't unmanageable anymore, unwilling to look at the insides, the internal condition that is what's going to kill us. Haven't you ever seen those guys or those gals that get all their ducks in a row and they're still wondering why do I feel so empty? Because the outsides didn't fix my insides? You do not have to die physically to be dying an alcoholic death, and you don't have to drink to die from alcoholism. You can die from alcoholism and fall asleep on your feet, dreaming you're alive, wide awake, but you're asleep. I only think that sleep is a state that's reached when you lay down and your body goes to sleep. But haven't you ever woke up those times where your spirit's been awake the whole night and you've slept a long time and you're just worn? You're just tired. You wake up tired, but your body's been at rest. Has my spirit? You don't have to go to sleep to rest your spirit. We rested ours this morning for 15 minutes. It was better than 8 hours sleep. Didn't get 8 hours sleep. Got about 5 hours sleep. 15 minutes of meditation is better than 9.5 hours of sleep. Both need to rest. Or both are dying. Now, why, I ask myself, aren't these two alternatives easy to face? That's a good question. First, I need to see if they're my only two. So you need to ask yourself, and we raised the question last night, do you have any other alternatives that you can think of to overcome alcoholism or to go on but dying an alcoholic death or living on a spiritual basis? So I answer that. I don't see any other alternatives. The next question is, then why aren't these easy alternatives to face? And I'll tell you why the last time, this time through the steps, these alternatives weren't easy for me to face. Because they're the only two. And I can't pull off either one. You say to me, what do you mean, Joe? You can't pull off dying an alcoholic death? Nope, haven't been able to yet. I am a failure at dying an alcoholic death. That's my dilemma. I couldn't even die with any grace and dignity. And don't tell me there isn't a part of me that wanted me dead for a long time through my actions, behavior, and beliefs. There is. And I can't pull off living on a spiritual basis the way I would like to. I mean, my God, wouldn't I be doing a little bit better after 11 and a half years? Wouldn't I at least have led a bunch of you off to some foreign country where we were going to take over the world by now if I was able to self-will my own spiritual development? I can't even self-will the very thing that's going to save me. That's why those two alternatives aren't easy for me to face. Then they say, they hope after a while we've faced the fact that we must find a spiritual basis of life or else, in the next paragraph. So I think if you go any further, they do assume you've chosen to live life on a spiritual basis rather than dying an alcoholic death. And then you know what they're going to tell you? The very thing that you've just now chosen, you can't pull off on your own power, even if you'd like to. Answer me this. Do I believe that Alcoholics Anonymous is a set of morals and a better philosophy for living with its steps and its traditions and its concepts in the principles and the steps outlined in this book? Yes. That's a mistake. And I have heard people say Alcoholics Anonymous is a set of principles that I need to incorporate in my life. Like I have the power, if you give me a list of principles, to just incorporate them in my life. And I've also heard people say Alcoholics Anonymous is a set of steps that I need to incorporate in my life, like I've got the power to incorporate the steps in my life. If I can incorporate principles in my life is not unmanageable. If I can incorporate the steps in my life without taking the steps to get the power to incorporate those principles in my life, then my life isn't unmanageable. And it says here, if a mere code of morals, let's say for example the 12 steps, or a better philosophy of life were sufficient, you and I would have recovered long ago. Be honest with yourself. What principles have we really been given here in AA we didn't know as kids and would love to have lived up to, but we didn't have the power? AA is not a program about giving you a set of principles you already know and telling you to go out and incorporate them in your life and just make yourself... Boy, those people drive me crazy, more crazier than the people that say they just don't drink no matter what. The most dangerous message in Alcoholics Anonymous nowadays where I live in California. They get up with mad dogs in the room like me when I was new, and they tell people, we just don't drink no matter what. And they lead people like me, mad dogs, to believe that that's something I can make up my mind and just not drink no matter what. And they know better, and they leave something out every time they say it. And you know what they leave out? By the grace of God, I haven't had to take a drink since August 17th, 1982. Then I'm the mad dog sitting there then, and I go, whew. At least that ain't something I got to do because I've been trying to do that for 17 years, just not drink. Then you get these idiots that say, today I'm making myself... I heard a guy at the meeting the other night, right here in Lafayette. Can you imagine? Right here with all you clear people that were absolutely clear on every one of those funny questions we asked, we thought we were going to stump you with. You were clear. I heard a guy the other night say, I'm just changing everything about myself. I'm working on 6 and 7. Making myself more honest, making myself more humble. I deflate my ego every day. Holy moly, if I could deflate my ego every day, I wouldn't be sitting around here with you idiots. I'd be home deflating my ego, making myself more honest and humble and self-sacrificing. If a mere code of morals, Joe, it's good to be honest. My dad told me that when I was 7 years old. It's good to be unselfish. Known that. I might have been thrown out of the Cub Scouts, but at least I understood what they were trying to teach me. Why? Lack of power is my dilemma. Not all I need is to be well educated on codes of philosophies and moral convictions. Because if all I needed was a better philosophy, the philosophies I got a long time ago would have been sufficient. If all I needed was a code of morals, I had a code of morals when I was a kid. I would have recovered long ago. But I found such codes and philosophies, even the philosophy and code of Alcoholics Anonymous, were not sufficient. I could wish to be moral. I could wish to incorporate the steps in my life. I could wish to apply the principles of Alcoholics Anonymous in my life, but the needed power wasn't there. My human resources, as marshaled by my will, aren't sufficient. Why? Now we get down to my real problem. Whether it's the body, whether it's the mind, or whether it's the spiritual malady, I only have one problem. There is only one problem, and there is only one solution. My problem is lack of power. My solution is finding it. They raised the next logical question that any alcoholic, faced with the truth about his condition, would ask. But if you haven't seen the truth about your condition, you're just going to keep exerting your own. But if you have seen the truth about your condition, you're going to ask the next logical question. Where and how am I going to find this power? My God, they told you there's some stuff out there in Lafayette somewhere that's going to make you feel better, take away the pain, remove the fear, make you a better lover, a better fighter, better with the guys and better with the girls. You're going to say, where the hell is that stuff and how can I get to it? And you're going to do everything you can, like we did with our other higher power. Don't let anybody in this room tell you that they're having trouble with step 2 and that they've never believed in a higher power. There are people in this room, including myself, who have believed in some of the strangest higher powers that there are in the world and turned our will and our lives over to them. Let alone booze. Let alone booze doing stuff for us that we couldn't do for ourselves. I have believed and I know about power. I've been seeking power my whole life, and I found it. Way before I ever got to Alcoholics Anonymous, or I wouldn't need to be here. Just that power ran out and it turned on me. That power was booze. There are only 2 powers. And you're either headed toward one or the other and you don't even know it sometimes, and you're either dying an alcoholic death headed toward booze, or you're living a spiritual life headed toward God. They are the only 2 powers that there are. We divert ourselves with a lot of stuff in between. Money, property, prestige, and women, and men, and sex, and money, and things, and ideas, and beliefs, and philosophies, and theological systems galore, but there are only two powers, and there's only one problem, and there's only one solution. Now, if that isn't enough, think of an elevator going down before we can go up. I've seen the craving, okay? I think that's nice, and you get off there and you say things like, I have a physical craving for alcohol, but I can keep myself sober and manage my life pretty darn well. And you get off the elevator. That's your first step. Don't go any further. You're clear that your body's different from normal people. You crave booze. You have a physical allergy. It's the only piece you get. Then you keep yourself sober and you manage your life. Or maybe you see that you have a craving and the obsession, but you can keep yourself sober. That's just stuff that used to happen in the past. You hear those people too. They got off on the second floor going down. Then you hear those that know they have a craving. They get a mental obsession. They can't keep themselves sober, but they can manage their life, and all they need now are ideas from you that they can incorporate in their life. So it isn't enough on page 44 that when we honestly want to, we can't stay stopped, and when drinking we have little control over the amount. But now we have to admit we suffer from an illness that only a spiritual experience will conquer. We only have two alternatives. We've chosen to live a spiritual life and live our life on a spiritual basis, but now we can't even pull off the very thing that we've chosen on how we want to live our life. We can't even will that with our own power. Then they're going to take us to another level, and we're going to go to the middle paragraph on 52, and we're going to look at each area of our life.
You know, I wanted to share something around this doomed to an alcoholic death. Last year, I went to a community in Texas, and I started a workshop. I'm in this club, and they got this board that says in memoriam of, and there were 5 names up there, and that club had been there a long time, and I was kind of confused about the 5, and so one of the individuals going to be in the workshop shared with me that those were 5 people who had committed suicide, and the least amount of sobriety one had was 18, and one had 28, and one of them 28 had recently taken his own life. And so I'm sitting in a meeting there, and I said to them, I do not intend for this statement to be disrespectful, but here's what I got to say about the man who was 28 and took his life. I don't want what he had. And I sat there and I thought to myself how insane we are. We put up a plaque to 5 men who committed suicide in this program, doomed to an alcoholic death, and we're going to honor them. You know, and that's just another example to me of what we're really trying to talk about here. What we're really trying to talk about here. See, I got experience with that about 3 years ago. Reaching the place of being doomed to an alcoholic death, and I knew I was absolutely dying inside. And so I did the only thing I knew how to do again, which was to get involved with this process. And I knew that above all things I must find God, or I was going to be doomed to an alcoholic death sober. Sober. And I think that is so, so, so important. I don't want to be 18 years sober. And here's what's interesting. This is back to what Joe talked about drama and emotions. I asked a couple questions about some of these people. One man took his life because he was ill. I sat across some men in this program and women dying of cancer and died with so much dignity, power, and grace, it would knock your socks off. What was different? What was different was that relationship with God, that spirituality. That's what was different. And another one talked about bankruptcy. Been a very successful businessman. Lost it all. Couldn't handle it. Took a gun, blows the top of his brains out. What's that about? What is that really about? That's about that same thing. That's about that spirituality. See, I don't want that to happen. And some people heard me, and some just got real mad, and some got scared, and that's all of that's okay. But I was just so struck by that, and I have been, that they'd put up a plaque with 5 members of Alcoholics Anonymous, been sober a long, long time, who all took their own life. So see, I'm doomed to an alcoholic death in this program, 11 years sober. And I don't want that to happen. One other thing I want to mention, and we'll move forward, the word prejudice in this chapter is used 6, 7, 8 times. And when I go through that prayer Joe talked about, help me lay aside everything I think I know. See, prejudice, if you look it up, it means a preconceived thought or opinion. So when I go back through this thing, I'm asking God to help me lay aside all of that. Because if I bring anything into it, am I going to grow? So there's a reason the book uses that word so many times in here. And if you don't think you have a lot of prejudice, just sit and listen sometimes in discussions with your friends, and about every third sentence you're going to hear an agnostic belief system. I see it time and time again. One of my favorite cards is I picked it up at a club in San Antonio, and the caption at the bottom says, God can't do what? And it shows this funny little man, and he's rolling, he's holding his belly, and he's on the floor and laughing and doing whatever. And see, that card speaks to me and says so much. In AA meetings all the time, I don't care how long you're sober, I constantly hear an agnostic belief system. And that just sums up to me time and time again about this thing, this power. I mean, it talks about codes and philosophies. Sober, 11 years. What are my codes and morals and philosophies? AA, the steps. I've done the steps, therefore I'm going to stay sober. See, I've got to cast that all that aside. I've got to lay aside prejudice. Joe?
We think we're good at fooling others. Most of us in this room are. I think we're the best at fooling ourselves. I think we con ourselves more than we've ever conned anybody else. And I think 11 and a half years sober, the best way I can fool myself is to think, well, everything's just fine because when I got here, and you keep going back to, well, because when I got here, and things are really a lot better because when I got here, and when I got here can be your worst enemy. Just like the knowledge you have about the big book. Isn't it interesting that my greatest asset today is what I think I know about my experience and my ability to share it with you. But if tonight I decide to go through the steps again, and I want a new experience with God in these steps, now my greatest asset, what was my greatest asset this morning, is my greatest liability. Because what I know and my ability to share it with you is now the wall that stands between me and a new experience. Knowledge now becomes my trap and my enemy. Just like, when I got here, because now I have a new set of demons, and I'm not willing to look at my new demons. I'm only willing to base, I'm just fine now because when I got here, I was robbing, ripping, roaring, lying, cheating, stealing, sticking guns in people's faces, and drinking. But I'm not drinking, and my life's a lot better because when I got here, and now because when I got here becomes your worst enemy because it keeps you from seeing, where are you now with personal relationships? Really? Where are you now with your emotional nature? So you go through that paragraph on page 52 and you look at how well you're really doing on your own power. And you can look at the past. You can look in the past all you want. You can look in the past when you were drinking and when you got here and what it was like when you got here with every area on the middle of 52, and you won't get anywhere new. But it's good to look at, like the obsession and the craving. We can't see the obsession and the craving in the present because they're only things that used to happen or you and I would be drunk. You can bring those two parts of the first step current by asking yourself, do I think that craving would happen to me today? And you can experience that part of the first step right now today if you look at the fact, would that craving happen if I was to take a drink? And then more importantly, can I keep myself from taking that drink that's going to create that craving on my own power? And there I am faced with the first half of step one today. Now what about this part of step one today? Well, I think the third way, we'll talk about the second way first though. What if each of these areas is the way you would like it to be? Is that now enough to keep me sober? Do I need power or do I need manageability? Do I need the relationship in order or can I stay sober if the relationship isn't doing great? Because if I need the relationship to be in order, my emotional state to be just right, misery and depression not to be a factor, fear to be gone, always happy, and being of real help to other people, I'm screwed because it ain't always going to be that way. I hear people say all the time, I know God's working in my life because I feel good most of the time, denying the fact that when they really need Him is when they're not really feeling great. I need God there then. Can He be there then? But I think the third way is the most beneficial if you've been around for a period of time at all. And here's how it goes. 5 years sober, 7 years sober, 11 years sober, with the power and grace that I've been given up to this point. With the power and grace that I have in my life today, how well am I doing with personal relationships? And you get to face what you do with power. With the power of God, what do I do? What do I do with power? And your mind will want to go, well, it's better than when I came in. Right back there to my trap. There's my trap. Or maybe it'll even say, better than it was last year. But can I mean, if I really had some power, wouldn't that relationship be a lot better? Or am I really dependent on something more powerful than me here? And what have I done with what I've been given from that power? I piss on it. The way I'd like to on my own power? No. But how well do I do with the power of God that I've been given up to this point? I do anything but stay in the moment. The people in this room, myself included, are the best people in the world at doing anything they can to not be the only place that God is. I was going to wait for this, but I think it's relevant to where we are right now. Some of you might disagree with me, but I believe the only place that God is right here, right now, and by the time I've said it, it's too late. And the only place my ego doesn't want me is the only place I need to be, and that's the only place where God is. So what does my ego do? Anything it can to keep me from being right here, right now with you. Most of my belief systems are to keep me from being connected with intimacy with people, myself, and God. Most of my belief systems. You think you just have old ideas you need to get free of? What about the new old ideas? An old idea for me is a good 3 months, and my ego's done something with it that's claimed it to be mine, and I take the credit for it. A good idea lasts for me about 3 months nowadays, right? Then it's an old idea. Not only what my ego can do with power. I have a friend that puts it much better than me. 2 things he puts. One is going to get some of you right where you live, because when I heard it, it just got me right in my gut. And here's what he says that describes the unmanageability. He says, I reached a day in Alcoholics Anonymous where I couldn't pull off on purpose what I used to be able to do by mistake. Boy, did I get that. I mean, I used to have some stuff happen in my life by mistake that at 5.5 months sober, at 2.5 years sober, at 5.5 years sober, at 7.5 years sober, at 9.5 years sober, and at 11.5 years sober, I couldn't do on purpose. That used to happen by mistake. Jobs, piles of money, my emotional state, feeling great, women, life and death situations, zooming on through, skating through. I reached a day in Alcoholics Anonymous several times where I couldn't do on purpose what I used to be able to do by mistake. Boy, do I understand that. The other idea that I wanted to talk about was does this paragraph describe an internal condition or an external condition? So they took me through each of these. Well, what do you mean personal relationships take place in here? My ego wants me to believe personal relationships take place somewhere out here between you and I. He said, no. Personal relationships take place in here, and it's reflected out here between you and I. I mean, haven't you ever been with one of those ladies that on one given day she does A, B, C, and D, and you're at peace? And the next day the poor girl does basically the same thing, and you're a wreck, yelling and screaming. She hasn't done a thing different. It's reflected from an internal state. My emotional nature, you're not going to convince me that my emotional state is contingent on an internal condition? No. My emotional state is dependent on external things and controlled by her, what she's doing. What she's doing depends on how I feel. No, I'm sorry. How I feel depends upon what she's doing. How I feel depends upon what my boss is doing. How I feel depends upon the amount in my bank account this week. How I feel depends on what the car is doing. Could the car be jammed up, no money in the bank, she's gone, I just got fired, and be at peace? My ego does not want me to believe that state of consciousness can exist. Does not want me to believe that. It wants me anywhere but where God is. So we found at least 3 major functions of the ego just since last night. It wants me drunk on a bar stool, screwing everybody in my life over. It wants me separate from myself, you, and God. And it wants me anywhere God is, and that's right here and right now, so it does everything it can to distract me. A girl walks in the room at the meeting, my home group. Our eyes meet from across the room. She thinks, gee, he looks like a nice guy, and goes on with the meeting. My mind goes, gosh, when she and I get married, I think we'll call our... And then our kid's name will be... And then she'll dump me, that rotten bitch. I'm not ever going to speak to her again. And I look over at her and I hate her already. I hate her already, and we haven't even met. Because of what my ego can do to keep me anywhere but where I am, and that's right here, right now, with you and God and her. Right? Anything to distract me. Anything to keep the problem out here. You mean that making a living is an internal condition? No, making a living takes place out here. Wrong, they did a study. Air traffic controllers. I heard a guy say one time, not even an AA guy, a professional guy, he said, no such thing as high-pressure jobs, only high-pressure perceptions of jobs. They took 2 guys, air traffic control, most high-pressure job there is. He says there is no high-pressure jobs. They did a test on both of them. Same hours, same job, same boss. One's on the verge of a nervous breakdown, the other one's at peace. Why? Because an external condition, the job is not causing the internal state. Maybe, and this is a pretty abstract idea we'll talk about when we get to step 11, maybe internal conditions can dictate external states. Maybe. But I'll tell you this, as long as external conditions dictate your internal state, you will experience the unmanageability of life. Because they ain't changing because we got well. They're not changing because we stay sick either. You mean the feeling of uselessness is an internal condition? Fear is an internal state, not dictated by external things? Happiness is not dictated by external things? Right. Being of real help to other people. My God, being of real help to other people happens out here between you and who I'm trying to help. No. Being of real help to other people takes place in here, and it's only reflected out here in the people you're trying to be of real help to. Mark?
Yeah, this is my opinion. This area of unmanageability is about the most maligned area, you know, in this program. I was thinking the other day, I'm 47 years old, and I know without a doubt I've only lived in the now maybe about 6 months out of those 47 years. And, you know, as those of you who've been in here since 9 o'clock, I suggest that look at the idea your brain's probably told you 10 to 15 times there's something else you got to be doing, wish you were doing. Okay? And what happens when I do that? See, here's what I can tell you. When I'm in that now that we're talking about, that place when Joe and I were doing meditation, I don't know about the rest of you, but when I'm in the now, connected, absolute peace and serenity, all internal, not external, not a single piece of it. I can tell you this, if my fit spiritual condition stays connected to my external world, I'm doomed to an alcoholic death. I'm absolutely doomed to an alcoholic death. It is internal, has nothing to do with external. Every single thing that he's talking about, what happens in there? So take that thought. And every one of you that's been around for a while has had moments when you've been able to actually live in the now. If you're like me, it happened by mistake. And a little ways down the road you go, God, that felt incredible. And I've had that happen when my external world just turned upside down on me. And so one day in there somehow I begin to make this connection. That this unmanageability has nothing to do whatsoever with my external world, that it's all internal. And we go to meetings, though, and what's the topic? Well, the topic today is my wife left me, my girlfriend left me, I got fired from a job, I don't have enough money. And I'm batshit crazy over that. What's that really about? That's about putting the power out there. If I keep doing that, I'm doomed to an alcoholic death. My unmanageability for me is always an internal state, not an external. But I bought the lie for a long period of time. 2.5 years, I come into AA with a duffel bag. 2.5 years, I'm living in a nice home. There's 2 new cars in the garage. I got a wife and 2 kids, and I got money in the bank, and I'm dying inside. And I'm saying, what is this? See, I'm raised in a culture, and I hear in AA somehow this is an external thing. So I go back through this work, and I find out what we're looking about. The unmanageability. What's probably going to move me back to that power called alcohol is internal. And that's where my work has to be. And no human power has ever been able for me. I mean, just think of this. You're in a situation, okay, and you're full of fear. Can you imagine willing yourself to not be in fear? Or willing yourself out of misery and depression? Or willing yourself to be happy? Needed power wasn't there. It doesn't work.
Can you imagine thinking that learning more is going to give you power? And if you get it just right, if you get it in the right indexed in just the right way, and you got every line marked with a number, and you got it all in your little computer, that you're going to get God into this 3x5 whiskey-soaked brain up here in your head. You don't want to experience God. You want to conclude about God, because you still don't know that you need power. You think knowledge will do it. It's amazing the things that we'll do to finally say, I give up. I can't manage this deal. I need God. I need some power. I don't need anything else. One week you're in the meeting and you're bitching because she left. Everything's a mess because she left. The next week, everything's a mess because she came back. Right? The world never satisfies it. The world cannot satisfy. There are no-win situation people. There are people, it doesn't matter if you stay, leave. Next week you say something that's wrong. The next week you don't say anything that's wrong. There are no-win situation people. And I'm one of them. Right? Next week you're a mess because the team won. Next week you're a mess because the team lost. Next week you're a mess because it's raining. Next week you're a mess because it's sunny. Right? You can't beat that state of consciousness. It will kill you. It killed me. It kills me. Do I need some power? If I don't know by now that when drinking I can't control the amount once I start, and I can't keep myself stopped now that I've stopped on my own power, and that I need some power to just flat be sober, and I suffer from an illness that only a spiritual experience can conquer, I have only 2 alternatives, and the one that I've chosen to live on a spiritual basis, I can't even make happen the way I'd like it to. And that lack of power is really my dilemma. And each area of my life, this spiritual malady is an internal condition, and I can't make relationships or my emotions or work or people or money or health go the way I'd like it to on my own power. I really need some power at every level of my being, physically, mentally, emotionally, spiritually. Lack of power is my dilemma. My friend says there's only one time lack of power is a problem. There is only one time lack of power is a problem. When you want to do something. If you don't want to do anything, lack of power is not a problem. Lack of power was not a problem sitting on the sofa, drinking whiskey every day. Lack of power was not a problem until my problem with booze was when I wanted to quit and I couldn't. If you don't want anything new in your relationship, lack of power is not a problem. If you don't want anything new with your emotional state, lack of power is not a problem. But when the day comes when there is a desire for more than you have been given, lack of power then becomes relevant. And once again, January 1st, 1994, I believed and wanted and desperately needed more than I'd been given in the 11 and a half years that I've been doing this work in this program. I wanted some more because I'm an alcoholic. Plus, I don't ever want to drink again. So let me say one more time. You review this first step, and you get to the unmanageability, and you think that's the main reason you need to do this work. And you set off in 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Somewhere in there, if you start feeling better and things straighten out, you're going to poop out and you're going to miss the greatest moment you could miss. And that's the day when from your head to your heart goes the realization that there are no amends that I owe anyone in this world, that I haven't done the best that God has allowed me to do to clean up. And from your head to your heart goes that realization when you can really now start to live in the moment. Because I'm also going to tell you this. You can't live in the moment bound by anything from the past. And if I've got some stuff in the past, even if that past means last year's past, last year's resentments, yesterday's resentments, what is the evening review? What is the 10th step about but preparing me for those moments when I need to be right here, right now, in this moment? That's all 10 and 11 are about. But you can't really do 10 and 11 until you've done 1 through 9. It's about being here in this moment. How do you think we can sit up here and do this? On our own power? I couldn't even talk to one person when I was in treatment 11 and a half years ago. Further away from my last drink than I'd ever been. I couldn't talk to a group of people. I can't pull off anything that's happened in my sobriety since 28 days because that's all I was ever able to do. So since then, it's just been gravy. It's just been icing on the cake. I made a decision when I moved to California. I'll never bitch about the weather. That has to do with my general attitude. Unless it ever gets worse than it was the day I got here. I'm not going to bitch. I'm not going to complain. But I also know that if I keep using when I got here as a gauge, where can God take me now? So we'll move into the second step. For those that have been taking notes, we're going to look at section 5. Step 2. How many believe the second step is to come to believe in or come to believe that? Big difference, especially for a new man. You get to step 2 and he thinks he needs to come to believe in God or some kind of power? No. He needs to come to believe that there is a power greater than himself that can restore him to sanity. It's a big shift and change. A big shift in consciousness, not for those of us that have been around. We're going to use the whole chapter to the agnostic, 44 to 57. We're going to continue to turn statements into questions, and we're going to look at the second step in 2 halves. First half, question, page 47. Do you now believe, or are you even willing to believe, that there is a power greater than yourself? Now that's a big step up for a guy who's been an agnostic or an atheist most of his life. That's a great question for a new guy. But you keep considering that question for as long as you've been around, and you're not going to get anywhere unless you add one little thing to it for those of you that have been around for a while. But first of all, I want to talk about how to work with that statement, that question. The book says we need to ask ourselves this one short question. Do I now believe? No. Or am I even willing to believe that there is a power greater than myself? As soon as a man can say that he does believe or is willing, we emphatically assure him that he's on his way. It has been repeatedly proven among us that upon this simple cornerstone, there's our first stone put on the foundation. Not important now, but it sure will be important when we finish our 5th step, that you know those stones and that they're properly in place. The foundation is the knowledge of our problem and the realization that lack of power is our dilemma. Not the knowledge of it, the realization at a gut level, fully conceding to your innermost self that you're an alcoholic, physically, mentally, spiritually. That's my foundation. That means if that is strong, I don't ever have to fall any further, because right what's under that foundation is alcohol. Is alcohol. I don't ever have to fall any further than that foundation. Things might really get messed up. I might hit the wall. I've really hit my foundation. 7.5 years sober. Boom. I'm back down at the ground floor. My life is unmanageable. But I've never had to experience the reality that I'm powerless over alcohol. since my last drink. Only the realization of how it could be. Because my foundation is strong. Now we put on that foundation of stone because we're going to build an arch through which we're going to pass to freedom, not relief. Too many people seeking relief in AA rather than freedom. And we're going to talk later tomorrow about the difference between relief, banging on a chair, sharing 10 times in the week in the meetings, talking about it, calling 100 people, and real freedom. Every time I've wanted to get free in AA, 3/4 of the room says I can't, 1/4 of the room says go for it. I want to get free. Why? Lack of power is my dilemma. Now we need to ask ourselves but one short question. So when you're new, and just to say, yeah, I'm willing, that's a big step up. But now everyone in this room's been around for a little while. Now let's add one little thing and make it the right question that'll make it relevant, challenging, and exciting as long as you're around. I have a sponsor, Don P., but I have a spiritual advisor, Lynn B., who runs the Denver Central office. I always tease her about this, but anybody can call her anytime they want. Just call the Denver, Colorado Central office, ask for Lynn B., talk to a woman 34 years doing this work. Every year for 34 years, and she calls me the other day and she says, this year I've asked Mike B. to take me through the steps. They keep their sponsors. They do the work with different people all the time. She said, I've asked Mike B. to take me through the steps this time for the 35th time. And she says, and I'm looking at the idea whether I'm really an alcoholic or not. Now, two thoughts came through my mind. Two ways of thinking about that. Is the woman crazy? Doesn't she know after 34 years whether she's alcoholic or not? Sure she does. But what came over me was a tremendous feeling of respect that she was willing to throw it all up in the air again, submit herself to this process, and see where the chips fall. She did it with a 13-year marriage. About 6 times ago through the steps when I first met her. Started the steps, threw it all up in the air. It just so happened that it landed she wasn't supposed to be with him anymore. And that's the kind of risk you take when you start the steps again. You throw your whole life up in the air and you say, here, thank God we don't have to sort it all out and work it out and figure which is where and what belongs where. A couple weeks later, she writes me and she says, I just finished the first step with Mike and he's asking me to consider my conception of God. And the tremendous feeling of respect that came over me, somebody 34 years sober, willing to submit themselves to once again considering, how do I really think about that? The guy she asked did a retreat for our group does 3 retreats a year, April, August, and November. 30 of us from our group go to a monastery 3 times a year. And he did one for our group 2 years ago. We got to this and he said, question I never thought of. After all these years, he said, how do you think about God today? Not what do you think or what do you think he is. How do I think about God today? And I thought it was going to take me to a new experience with the second step, but it brought me right back to my limitations in the first step. My humanness, that I am human, weak, powerless, helpless. I need God. That's how I think about God. I think about him as a friend, or do I think about him as an enemy? Do I think about him as somebody who's out to get me? Or do I think about somebody that could be there to take me places I can't even imagine? So, for those of you that have been around for a while, you get to the second step and some idiot says, do you now believe, or are you even willing to believe that there is a power greater than yourself? That question does nothing for me. It takes me nowhere. Of course I do. At the height of my ego, I can't deny that there's been some kind of power that's come into my life, even if it's the fact that I'm 11 and a half years sober. But what if you're 24 years sober and somebody asks you this? Do you now believe, or are you even willing to believe, that there is a power greater than yourself that can take you beyond where you are in every area of your life? That past here, there's more. Because you see, here's the hitch. If you can think of any area of your life, and this is it, this is as far as God's going to be able to bring you, then God isn't everything. He's measurable. He's finite. That's it. You're now once again an agnostic. And is it possible each time through the second step you can face new agnosticism that your ego has refined and turned into agnosticism. Of course I believe God can remove the obsession to drink and take drugs. He has. I have no doubt about that. But what about, and you go right back to page 52, with this question, the first half of step 2 is another way of looking at the middle paragraph on 52. Do I really believe this power can take me beyond where I am with personal relationships, my emotional nature, misery and depression, making a living? And all of a sudden, given the right question, see, I didn't need the right answer. Once again, I needed you to ask me the right question. Or I needed to ask myself the right question. Do I now believe, here's how it goes for me. Do I now believe, 11 and a half years sober, that this power that I have found in my life, regardless of what I do with it, we had to face in the last step, regardless that I deny it, regardless that I piss on it, regardless that I disrespect it, regardless that I don't claim it, regardless I don't turn to it, regardless that I rely on myself, do I really believe now at 11 and a half years this power can take me beyond where I am with every area of my life, and that past here there are dimensions of peace, freedom, and existence that I can't even imagine? Or don't I? And you know what I find? I don't. I have some real doubt. And I'll give you an exercise to go through the whole chapter just to work on that first question with step 2. Go through the whole chapter, mark every word or every statement that you can find that helps you face where you don't believe, so you can come to believe from a new place. Once again, there's the paradox. To come to believe, you don't see how much you believe, you see where you don't believe, and you honestly admit it. And you're going to find words throughout that chapter like this: doubt, skepticism, prejudice, worship of other things, worship of people, sentiment, things, money, ourselves, and the best one of all for people like you and I, haven't we begun to worship the God of reason? Worshiping the God of reason is thinking that what you believe is true, and that everything you believe is true, and that there probably isn't anything beyond what you believe, because your thought life is the beginning and the end of all. There is nothing more than thought and reason and consciousness in my mind. That's all there is. There is no other dimension. There is no fourth dimension beyond body, mind, or emotion. There is no fourth dimension Bill talks about. That's just a fluky word that Bill used because he likes theatrics. There is no fourth dimension. My life exists between this thought and this thought, the alpha, the omega, the beginning and end of all. You'll find things through the whole chapter that help you face where you don't believe. I don't like calling them negative statements because they're so helpful. But you'll find, if you mark with another color, scattered throughout the whole chapter, words and statements that help you face where you don't believe, and then you review them in prayer. You do kind of a prayerful review thing, and honestly admit that agnosticism so you can be moved past where you are, because you won't be able to if you don't admit what you currently have. If you do not admit where you are with the question, do you now believe, or are you even willing to believe that God can take you beyond where you are, and admit the doubt and skepticism and pre-decided ideas you have about this, prejudged ideas, you will not be moved to a new place with God. You will only be stuck with what you already had. You want to talk some more about that first consideration?
Yeah, I was talking to somebody last night, and we talked about sometimes when I get around the elders of this program, and for me that's not chronological age, that's people who are spiritually evolving through going through this work many times. But one of the first thought that comes in my mind is they drank too much and they got wet brain. And the reason is because of the simplicity. It's kind of like, you know, one of my prayers for Joe and I is that this power take us back to being real simple. It's like, and he sums it up when he says he was around a long time before he understood chapter 5 how it works. It's telling me how it works. And the next chapter into action. And for me, I have to do that with we agnostics. Because man, I want to get some places around this issue of taking a look at this power. And you know, on page 46, you got a paragraph. It talks about, yes, we of agnostic temperament have had these thoughts and experiences. We found as soon as we're able to lay aside prejudice. I think that's the second time it uses the word. Now, prejudice for me is everything I brought into this room this morning that I think I know about God, and express the willingness to believe in a power greater than myself. Real simple instructions. And then here's a promise. I will tell you that we agnostics is so full of promises. I'm not going to tell you where they're at. I'm going to tell you to go back through them many times. But there's some incredible promises in here. Here's one of them. I commence to get results. Now, I have to ask God to help me lay aside prejudice, because on my own power I won't. My ego won't let me do that. So I ask him to do that on a daily basis, going back through the work. Help me lay aside everything I think I know about you. And tell him that I'm willing to believe in some power greater than myself. But at this point in time in the work, I don't know anything about that power. And then it goes on to tell me that it's impossible for me to define or comprehend that power, and then tells me what that power is, God. You know, only the alcoholic ego would want to try and define or comprehend God. I see all kinds of people get stuck in the second step as though they're going to be able to define and comprehend God. This isn't in the book, it's my opinion. The day that happens is the day that I die. That's the day that I will define or comprehend that power. And not 1 minute before then. Before then, it's just me on this journey to gain access to. Not to just believe in, but to gain access to this power. And you go at the top of page 47. When therefore we speak to you of God, we mean your own concept. This applies too to other spiritual expressions you find in the book. Do not let any prejudice. I see that again. You may have against spiritual terms deter you from honestly asking yourself what they mean. Another promise at the start, which is where I'm at. This is all I need to commence spiritual growth, to affect my first conscious relationship with God as I understand him. And then back to the question that Joe talked about, which is so important. And if you've been through the work before, the way that he asked that, can I take it beyond? I'm going to take a risk and share with you two, three things that happened to me going back through this work. The first time I did this with Don, I got done with the fifth step, and I went home and packed and walked out of a house and ended a marriage. When I went to do a fifth step with him, trust me, that wasn't what was going on in my mind. Now, there have been some things going on. That's one thing that happened. When Joe asked you to go through Bill's story and ask yourself, particularly on pages 9 through 16, what you're not willing to do, okay? That's why he did that. Another time I did this work and I wound up moving from Colorado to Houston. That was nothing about what I liked. I had to leave my support system. It was at a time where I was dying more from the spirituality than I'd ever been in my life. Did I want to do that? No. But that's what happened to me once again going through this work. And then not too long after that, moving from Houston to Kerrville. Same thing's taking place. I'm going somewhere where I don't know a single soul. So that's why he asked you to go through Bill's story and ask yourself, what am I not willing to do? What if you go through this work and the idea becomes so strong in you that you must move? Or that maybe this relationship isn't here? Or how about this? This happened for me too. I got into a career when I came into Alcoholics Anonymous. I hadn't worked in quite some time, and I got into a career that I just loved, making more money than I ever made. And I reached a point in this work where I walked in and I resigned. Those are the things that happen to me when I go back through this deal. Every single time. I move out of comfort zones. I move away from complete support systems. So what is it always back for me? Time and time again, it's back to what we're looking at in the second step, gaining access to this power. It's not about the external conditions in my life. And I will almost guarantee you something, if you go back through and take a look at this in the method in which the book is suggesting that we do based on our experience, I can assure you there will be some changes in your life. But they can also be done with a lot of excitement, a lot of joy, because we can go through those not based on your power, but about this power you're going to develop a relationship with. Joe?
Can I say something about this idea that revolutionary changes might take place? I've never gotten anything that wasn't in my heart. But I think the dilemma here is we're not in touch with what's in our heart when our mind or our emotions are in charge. And that 1 through 9 really open the channel between being dominated by our mind or our emotions to seeing what's really there in our heart, and that's what God gives us. God hasn't really ever given me anything that wasn't already in my heart. You're not going to be made into a monk or a priest or a nun or a rabbi if you don't really have that in your heart. So be careful what you bring to your heart. They say be careful what you pray about. They're not fooling. They're not kidding. They're not messing around with that. The second part, and I can't say how much that I believe this first part of the work in step 2 is about facing the truth about your agnosticism, not how much you believe. I was doing one of these things one time, and you ever have one of those times you're sharing in a meeting or you're speaking or you're talking to a drunk in your living room and something comes out of your mouth you've never thought or heard or believed? And I'm up here and I'm doing this thing on the second step, and I said, you know, I always thought that if you had this much the first time through the steps, if somebody could say to you, Joe, after all these times through the steps, how much do you believe? And you could measure it, and you said, well, I've been through the steps a few times and I believe this much. I always thought to have a new experience with step 2 that it would have to be more, because that's the way my ego operates. More is more and more is better. And if you're going to have a new experience with step 2, it means more. Maybe to have a new experience with step 2, it means taking what I think I believe and saying, I've been through the steps a few times and I believe this much. I always thought to have a new experience with step 2 that it would have to be more, because that's the way my ego operates. More is more and more is better. And if you're going to have a new experience with step 2, it means more. Maybe to have a new experience with step 2, it means taking what I think I believe and saying, well, isn't about this much of it really about worship of people? And this much of it is about money? And this much of it is about sentiment and things and old ideas and prejudice and old philosophies? And isn't about this much of it really worship of my own mind and the God of reason? And what I found out that what I thought was this much really was only about this much, and that came to believe from a new place doesn't always mean more. It can mean less than what I thought I had. Just take out the stuff that doesn't have to do with God and admit the truth about, 11 and a half years sober, posed with the right question, and the question is, do I now believe, or am I even willing to believe, that this power can really take me beyond where I am with every area of my life, past here, that I have some doubt about that? That I have some real skepticism? That I have some real doubt whether that can happen for me or not, which is agnosticism, and honestly admit it by going through this chapter and finding the statements and words that help you face that? But then we get to the second half of step 2. The book said it's a proposition we need to fearlessly face on page 53. See, I don't see that when it says here, when we became alcoholics crushed by a self-imposed crisis, just means the first time that I became an alcoholic. See, once again, I've taken the first step, and I have now once again faced the truth about me and alcoholism and being an alcoholic, and that I am crushed by a self-imposed crisis. Not God-imposed. It doesn't say a God-imposed crisis. I love when I hear people say, God's testing me. God don't test us. We test God. I love when I hear, how could God do that to me? How could God do that? Starving children and wars in Biafra. Right? God don't do that. Man does that. A self-imposed crisis, and now that I've seen the first step, I can't postpone it or evade it. But how long did I? How long did I postpone it and evade it since the last time I worked the steps? Not only does it talk neatly evaded or entirely ignored. So now they're saying that now that I can no longer postpone or evade this self-imposed crisis, that I'm an alcoholic, and the ramifications of that physically, mentally, emotionally, and spiritually, what that really means to admit that, I need to fearlessly face the proposition that God is either everything or He's nothing. He either is or He isn't. What is my choice? And if that isn't a testament to the grace of God, I don't know what is. That you and I, the way we've lived our lives, even the first time through the steps, let alone the umpteenth time, however long you've been around here, get taken from a place where we lived like that to choosing God? To being able to choose God as everything or nothing? That's a statement of grace. That is the grace of God, that we get to choose that. And they do say it's our choice. What is my choice to be? And that's the second half of step 2. Now I'll give you an exercise to use the chapter to go through something, to look at that and work with that consideration, like the assignment I gave you, to go through and look at every statement to see where you don't believe. Once having faced that agnosticism, that current agnosticism, and honestly admitted it to yourself, you're now faced with this proposition. Go through the entire chapter in another color and mark every word or every statement that takes you from your willingness to choosing everything or nothing. And you'll find they're more positive statements all the way through the chapter. As soon as a man can say he's willing, he's well on his way. It has been repeatedly proven that upon this cornerstone of wonderfully effective spirituals, as soon as a man believes and prejudice is swept away, he begins to be possessed with all sorts of new guidance and direction. All sorts of positive statements all the way through that chapter that literally take you from your new willingness. And that goes like this. Yes, I am willing to believe that this power can really take me beyond where I am in every area of my life. I am willing to believe that. You feel some movement. Then you get to this new proposition, and it's a new challenge, a new wall. To work with that wall, to tear that wall down, go through the entire chapter and find the more positive statements that say, okay, now that you're willing, here's what's going to happen. All the way through the chapter, and mark those, and then kind of review those in prayer, then answer and make the choice.
You know,
How about there, arrived at this point? That's an interesting idea. Arrived at this point.
we're squarely confronted with the question of faith. Can't duck the issue. We've already walked far over the bridge of reason toward desired shore of faith. Talks about the outlines and promise of the new land, brought luster to tired eyes, fresh courage to flagging spirits, friendly hands, we're stretched out and welcome. Grateful reason had brought us so far, but somehow we couldn't quite step ashore. You know, once again, everything that's going on in my life at this point in time is going to get challenged. Taking a look in all those areas. Where am I at today with all those areas that Joe talked about? Personal relationships, emotional nature. Am I willing to take everything going on in my life and see whether or not that's standing between me and this power? And then am I willing to just move forward with this work? Asking myself this question about, and the term self-imposed crisis. I can no longer postpone or evade. Fearlessly looking that God's either everything or he's nothing. I see my agnostic belief system all the time as it relates to that question. I will hear myself making comments which are very obvious to me that I don't believe he's everything. And time again that happens to me. Yet my experience is, after being around for a little while, that time and time again he is everything, but somehow I just can't connect those two, you know?
Let me present you with this idea. Anytime your mind or anyone around you says you can't blah, 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 they are not saying you can't, they're saying they don't believe in God. Example. I'm a year and a half sober. I've done some work. I finished my first set of amends. I didn't finish my first set of amends the first time through the steps. My second time through the steps, I got to experience a day I would like to see everybody in this room one day be able to experience. The greatest day in my sobriety so far, except those moments where it's just you and God and it's quiet. Was the day the realization from my head to my heart went that I owe nobody in my life anything I haven't cleaned up to the best of God's ability so far. And from my head to my heart went that realization. I was able to begin to live in the present, in the moment, undominated by the past. There came a state of consciousness that whatever God has in mind for me is better than anything I have in mind for me. My sponsor likes to say he lives in that state of consciousness. I don't. I fluctuate. in and out of that state of consciousness. Because there are days that I think what I have in mind for me is better than what God has in mind for me. And then there are days where I don't believe that. And I'm in that wonderful state where whatever He has for me is better than anything I can come up with. It's a great place to live, but I don't stay there. And I'm a year and a half sober, and I've done some work, and I go to the noon meeting. And I said, I woke up this morning with an idea that because I've been doing a lot of traveling, I always go with somebody in the program. I always get a hold of the program when I get there. I love going to meetings in other cities. I said, but I woke up this morning with an idea that I'd like to go somewhere where there's no AA, by myself, no return ticket, and just be there on a beach in Mexico for a while. And 3/4 of the room said, stinking thinking. Setting yourself up. You're going to drink. If you're not at a meeting every day, you'll go crazy. You'll come back in worse shape than when you left, because this is our gas station. Another 1/4 of the room said, go for it. Call Don and see what he says. You might find out something really interesting. I called Don and said, I had a great idea this morning. You know, I've been doing a lot of traveling. I always go with somebody in the program. I always get a hold of AA when I get there, and I love going to meetings in other cities. He said, yeah. I said, well, this morning I thought that I'd go to Mexico where there's no AA, some little town on the beach. He said, great idea. You might find out something really interesting, because you know what? He believes God is everything or is nothing. He didn't beat me up. He didn't say I was going to drink. He didn't fill me with doubt and superstition about God. He said, go for it. Now, I went, had a wonderful time, came back in better shape than when I left, didn't go crazy, didn't drink, but didn't know what the experience was that I had. Till 8 weeks later, isn't it funny, on the beach alone in Mexico, all I did was have a good time. But the realization of the experience didn't happen till I was with 65,000 alcoholics in Montreal, Canada, at the International, and went to a loner internationalist meeting where I heard people talk about they don't have the luxury of going to meetings, and what AA means to them is a personal relationship with God. And I knew that that's what happened on the beach that day, that I realized this is really between me and God. And then all of a sudden, my relationship with you people went from need to want. And then one day it went from want to love, being with you. But I don't have this gnawing feeling in my gut anymore. If I don't go to meetings all the time, every day, the boogeyman's going to get me and I'm going to get drunk, because I had to get free of fear to make a third step decision that wasn't based on fear. Because I'll tell you what, you make a decision based on fear, you just end up in more fear. Every decision that any of us in this room has ever made based on fear creates more fear when you get past the decision. And it's my contention today that we in this room can take the third step today and make the third step decision without any fear about the boogeyman, because all that fear is of drinking again is the idea that we can do something from keeping ourselves from drinking again. Fear is always about self-reliance. So how do we get free of the fear that if without God we're going to drink again? Because God loves us more than that. Everyone in this room. No one in this room has to be afraid of drinking again, because that fear is only your ego shielding the real truth that it can't do anything about it anyway. Fear is always because self-reliance is in the way. Without the idea that self can do anything about me drinking again, I can make the third step decision without any fear. That's the experience I had in Mexico. But I didn't know it until I was with 65,000 of you people. What happened in Mexico. Then the way Bill describes it, when an unhealthy relationship goes from need, Mark described, and I've been in them. You know, those relationships, you can't stay or leave. Right? You get the power to step off the fence and decide one way, I'm really going to be with this person, or I'm really not. Nothing worse than being on the fence, especially with whether you're alcoholic or not. My girlfriend I told you about last night, 8.5 years in AA, came to our group, did the work, found out she was an alcoholic. She describes her experience finding out she isn't. Sounds like me describing my experience finding out I am, because they're both the same experience. They're both an experience of finding truth. They're not two different experiences. They're both the same experience. She found her truth. It happened to be that she's not. I found my truth. It happens to be that I am. We share that experience with each other, and it sounds the same. Man, I got free. I felt like 1,000 pounds were lifted off my back. She says the same things about finding out she wasn't that I explained to you finding out that I was. So you make this choice. Everything or nothing. Now, does that mean everything? Or does that mean everything for me? God is everything. For me. My everything. Or does it mean God is pain? God can be in the middle of that too. God is death. God can be in the middle of that too. His reasons are better than mine. God can be in the middle of that. That what goes on in my mind and what I'm feeling I can love too, because God's a part of that. And you. My sponsor said something to me for 6 years, took to go from here to here. 6 years he said it. And what he used to say was, nobody in these rooms is any closer to God than anybody else in these rooms, and nobody in these rooms is any closer to God than the last time they took a drink. The only thing that changes here is our perception of something that's been there all the time. 6 years later, that went from my head to my heart, and I went, oh. You know that dubious path between knowledge and experience, between your head and your heart, between understanding to keep what you have, you must give it away, but you can't understand that with your head. You can only understand that in your heart because it's not logical. To understand with your heart that to admit you have no power gives you more power than you've ever had, but as long as you thought you had any at all, you've never got any more than you already had. You can't understand that with your head. You can only understand that with your heart. That's where God is. God is in that logic. God is in that kind of experiential understanding. And once again, I make that choice, everything or nothing. And then I'm faced with a question. They raised the question on 44. They raised the question on 45. They answer it on 55. And the question on 45 is, where and how are we to find this power? Well, that's exactly what this book is about. Its main object is to enable me to find a power by which I can live. Obviously, it needs to be a power greater than me. But where and how am I going to find it? What if I told you 10 pages later, they tell you exactly how and exactly where to find the power that I so desperately need? One of my favorite paragraphs in the whole book. Actually, we were fooling ourselves. Oh, even the book says we're able to fool ourselves. Huh. We've been fooling ourselves, for deep down in every man, woman, and child is the fundamental idea of God. How do we make an idea a reality? That's the whole deal about this book. Because isn't it interesting, for so long I read the description of being sick, and they weren't just ideas, they were realities. But the description of getting well were only ideas that I thought could maybe happen, and every one of those ideas had become a reality by taking the action. It may be obscured. You may be blocked from it by calamity, bad things happening that you think are bad that might be really great. Pomp, worship of other things. Some of the things at the time I thought were the worst things that ever happened in sobriety were the best, and some that felt the best I thought were the best were the worst. What do I know? Some of the stuff that felt the very best in my life damn near killed me. Oh, here's a great one for you. Here's an old idea. If it's God's will, it feels good. Sorry. Spent 17 years doing some stuff that felt really good I absolutely know was not God's will. And in this program. And you know what? I've done some stuff in this program that didn't necessarily... I believe if you ever hear somebody say, if it feels good, it's God's will, they've never written inventory or made amends. Amends don't always feel good, but you know what? I'm absolutely convinced every one I've ever made was God's will. Inventory doesn't necessarily feel good. Every one I've ever written, I believe, was God's will. But this may become obscured by calamity, by my ego, by worship of other things. You, my sponsor, people, sentiment, things, money, myself, my own mind, the God of reason. But In some form or other, it's there. For faith in a power greater than ourselves and miraculous demonstrations of that power in human lives are facts as old as man himself. We finally saw that some kind of faith in God was a part of our makeup, just as much as the feeling we have for a friend. Sometimes we're going to have to search fearlessly. That's how. Isn't it interesting they use the same two words as the fourth step? That's how we find it. But he was there. He was as much a fact as we are. Isn't that amazing? God is as much of a fact as we are. We found the great reality deep down within. That's where. They have just answered how and where we are to find this power, and that's by searching fearlessly through the things that block you from him to that great reality where God is deep down within each and every one of us. I remember when a guy said to me that I could come to believe in God the same way I came to believe in booze. I said, what? He said, yeah. You can. He said, did you come to believe in booze? I said, I sure did. He said, did you believe it could do for you what you couldn't do for yourself? I said, I sure did. He said, did it take away the fear, the pain, make you whole and out there, put you in the middle of life, in front of things and stuff you couldn't face on your own power? I said, it sure did. He said, you can come to believe in God the same way you came to believe in booze. I said, how? He said, well, let's look at how you came to believe in booze. He said, did you ever come to believe in booze by sitting there watching someone else get drunk or looking at a bottle of booze? I said, no. He said, what did you have to do? I said, I had to make a decision. He said, then what? I said, then I had to take some action. He said, then what? I said, then I got some results. He said, then what? I said, then I had faith. He said, same thing happens here. You make a decision at step 3, take the action in 4 through 9, get the results outlined in all of our promises, then you have faith. I do not go from making a decision or a choice or answering 2 silly questions and then choosing whether God is everything or nothing and wake up the next day with absolute faith. I wake up the next day with a decision, and that's what we're going to talk about when we come back from our break. Do you have anything?
Just a couple things. You know, on page 54, it talks about we worship people, sentiment, things, money, ourselves, some of the stuff Joe talked about. If you've been around for a while, how about this? We worship AA, worship the Big Book. We worship our sponsor. We worship all those people on those tapes over there. And then what's the book going to do in 55? It's going to move you out of that external world into the internal world and present you with the idea that it's been there forever. And it's going to present me with the fact that I got to search fearlessly. And the only place I'm going to find the great reality is deep down within me. One of my most favorite paragraphs in this whole book, and the book uses the word attitude a lot, and to me it's summed up in this paragraph: we can only clear the ground a bit. I think that's some of maybe why Joe and I are here. I don't know. If our testimony helps sweep away prejudice, first part of this attitude, enables you to think honestly, second part, encourage you to search diligently within yourself, third part, then if you wish you can join us on the broad highway. Now look at this powerful promise in this next sentence. With this attitude, you cannot fail, and it tells you why. The consciousness of your belief is sure to come to you. The consciousness of your relationship with God is sure to come to you. One of the most powerful promises in the whole book. If I have this attitude, I cannot fail. And it ties back into what we'll pick up with again, which is once I get through making that decision, now I'm going to begin to think honestly and search deep within in steps 4 through 9. To do what? If I'll do that, I won't fail because the consciousness of my belief is going to come to me. That relationship with God. Thanks.
Let's come back at 11:20. Here we go. For those that might have just come, we've gone from... If you're listening to this tape, this is a dirty-minded crowd here in Lafayette, Louisiana. They've just expressed their sickness and the comment and the laughter just made. We've gone from the title page to page 57. We've covered the first 2 steps, and we've done one hell of a job, if I do say so myself. I don't have anything on my mind I want to say about 1 or 2. I love these weekends because so many times when you talk for 45 minutes or you talk for an hour, you have what you wanted to say before you got there. You have what you say when you got there. Then you have your talk on the way home. And you never really feel like you get it all out there. And the longer I go not getting it all out there, it doesn't leave much room for anything new to come in. So whenever I've been blessed and honored to do one of these where you get 12 hours or 14 hours or 16 hours over 3 days, and you leave on Sunday and it's like, you're full but you're empty. And that's kind of a state of being that can take place between the first 2 steps. Old ideas have been stripped away. I've experienced this tension. See, I don't think anybody in this room, me included, gets stripped away from old ideas gracefully or without some pain. And like I said yesterday, if I get a guy, and we've covered all 3 parts of the first step, and he's saying things like, everything's just fine, I'm feeling great, then it's almost the opposite of what, once again, it's the opposite of what the logical mind thinks. The logical mind says, hey, finish step 1, you should be feeling good. No. See, that's one of the reasons they say the spiritual life is not a theory. Theories make sense. The spiritual life doesn't make sense. My friend used to say, you can't go to the second step in a good mood. Right? And no alkie will ever make it through the second step based on virtue. Because it's a wonderful, nice thing to do. Now, there are people out there in the world that seek God because it's a wonderful, nice thing to do. And they go to God based on virtue. Never seen it work for an alkie. We go to God based on desperation because there's absolutely nowhere. We take it to the limit. When there's nowhere else to go, we're backed into a corner. All my options have been stripped away. I think it feels like the worst place I could possibly be. Maybe if you change your perception, it's the best place you could possibly be. Maybe it's the only place you could be to get to step 2. Maybe the steps are really like a series of doors, and alcohol and desperation opens the first door, and you step into the first step. And by the time you're done with the first step, a door closes behind you, and you couldn't go back out if you wanted to. That door is shut, but another door opens you better move through, or that back door will open again. And you move into that second step, and somewhere during the second step, that door closes behind you, and you couldn't go back to the ignorance you had before you took step 1 and the old ideas you thought you had about being powerless and your life being unmanageable if you wanted to. Like my friend says, grace only lasts as long as ignorance does. But once you see a piece of truth, you need some power. You need a little bit. See, where I live, they have a saying I don't agree with. The grace of God is sufficient. The grace of God is sufficient until you see some truth that allows you to need, that helps you to realize you need some power. Because I believe it's night and day. The difference between experiencing and realizing the absolute grace of God in your life and a conscious contact with that power are like night and day. Here's how I see it, because I need pictures sometimes. We're sitting in a room. We're sitting at these tables. Dark room. And some of us have an idea that over on that wall, maybe, that there's a switch we can turn on and it'll light up this room. Some of us actually even know that that switch is there. But how many of us get the power to get up and go over there and move it and turn it on? Access to that power, which is the light. Sitting there realizing that it's there and that it's working in your life and that it does work is the realization of the grace of God. Met a guy one time, several years in this program, a lot longer than me. For a long time, he had experienced the realization of the grace of God, that something was working in his life. He went through this work 24 years sober, finished amends for the first time in 24 years. The contact he has with God is like night and day from the realization he had that something was working in his life. So I come to this second step with a need for power at a deeper level than I thought when I started step one. I not only need God physically to keep me from putting booze in my system, but I need him for my mind. I need him for my emotions, and I need him for my sick spirit. See, I had this idea for a while that obsessions floated around out there in the universe and just decided who they're going to drop on, and one day an obsession drops on you from the sky. Once again, I thought it was an outward thing that was going to strike me and cause the obsession to happen. Obsessions come from an internal condition of restlessness, irritability, and discontent. The obsessions of the mind come from the spiritual malady. So now that we don't have any booze in our system anymore, we're not craving it. And by the grace of God, the obsession to drink has been removed, even though that's what's going to get us. It's not that that's going to get us. It's the untended spirit. I was at a meeting one night in Denver where they're allowed to ask questions, and the leader of the meeting is a genius. She's the dean of journalism at the University of Colorado. And she's leading the meeting. She's a member of that group. And she's talking, and in the middle of her talk, she makes a little mistake, because in that group, they don't mess around. They ask each other questions. And she says, I have little fears, and then I have big fears. And she finished her talk, and everybody liked it, and one of the guys in the group asked her a question. She didn't see what he wanted her to see, so somebody asked him a question so he could really say what he wanted to say to her. We get tricky around here, right? So this guy asked him a question. He says, the idea that I have little fears and big fears is like the idea that you could light just a corner of a pan of gasoline. So it's like the guy who goes up to a woman and says, will you sleep with me for $10,000? She said, sure. He says, how about 5? She says, what do you think I am, a whore? He says, we've already established that. There are no little... See, if my ego is going to trick me that it thinks it knows how the day I'm going to drink again would look and how it would feel, it's also going to trick me as to how much fear I can handle. Oh, I got some fears, but they're not going to get me to drink. Behind everything we feel is the bottom line for us is not how we're feeling. That's why for some of us it's a waste of time to spend a lot of time thinking that if we get in touch with our feelings, that has something to do with recovering. When the root of our disease is a spiritual malady that can be there even when you're feeling good. Haven't you ever had those times sober? Feeling great emotionally with an emptiness of something that's missing inside? It's that spiritual. And there's people in the world of men of science, religion, and men in church, and the psychiatry, and people in this program, and people that do this kind of stuff that do not want to admit to you there is such a thing as a spirit malady. A malady of the human spirit that needs to be healed. You know why? Because they're usually people that are involved in some profession that wants you to think there's a human power that can save you. And that's why those so-called friends of AA, remember we talked last night about be friends with your friends, but be real clear on who your friends are. Because there are friends of ours who call themselves friends of AA who could no more share the message of Alcoholics Anonymous than the man in the moon. Because here's what they'd have to say. You know how like week 1 they tell you a little bit about what's wrong with you, but they keep it in those big words with film strips and lectures and big long THIQ words, kind of words, and they keep it up here in your head so it doesn't get to your gut. But they think they're telling you what's wrong with you. And then week 2, they help you get in touch with your feelings and learn how to talk to people. And then week 3 and week 4, they tell you everything you can do to prevent your next relapse, keep yourself sober, and manage your life. Here's what they'd have to do to carry our message. The first 2 weeks, they'd have to tell you really what's wrong with you, physically and mentally, with no big, long words, so it touches you here in your gut. Then the 3rd week, they'd have to say, but the main part of your disease, this spiritual malady, no human power can relieve it. Here's your bill. You can't sell the message of Alcoholics Anonymous for money. Because, because, B, no human power can relieve what I suffer from. Now, am I willing to believe that God can? Never had a problem with can. It shines through your lights in your lives. I've had examples around me since day one. I have never had a problem with can he. I've always had a problem with will he, for me, as I am. That's where we are. Let's turn to page 58. Go ahead.
Let me, I want to maybe throw out a little challenge, get you to consider something, and that is that what I guess I want to challenge you with is do you have any sense of understanding of the difference between what it's like to gain access to God and to believe in God? At a gut level, not an intellectual level. Do you understand? Do you have experience with gaining access to versus believing in? I find the great reality deep down within. Must gain access to. I spent most of my life finding God in a culture that sends me to a church, sends me to mountaintops doing peyote, looking for God out there. I come to this crazy program, and you tell me the great reality is deep down within, and I have to look at the idea over and over again. Mark, do you understand the difference between believing in and gaining access to that power? That's one of the things I'll have you sit and look at. And particularly for me, every time I go back through the work, I once again am trying to gain access to this power. Because all that unmanageability, again, is not external, is it? It's all internal. Chapter 5, how it works. Rarely have we seen a person fail who's thoroughly followed her path. Those who do not recover are people who cannot or will not completely give themselves to this simple program. I'll make a comment on that. I've been developing a relationship with an elder, 44 years sober in Minnesota, and in my short time in this program, I have never met a cannot. I have met boatloads of will nots. He just celebrated 44 years, and he has only met 2 cannots. One guy was a prize fighter that just took too many blows to the head, and he said the other was a woman who just went through incredible abuse. And I have to rely on his experience. So what I'm seeing again is I ask myself, what do you think, Mark? Are you a will not or a can not? Usually men and women who are constitutionally capable of being honest with themselves. Such unfortunates. Now here's an out for a lot of alcoholics. They're not at fault. They're born that way. Oh, good. They're incapable of grasping and developing a manner of living which demands rigorous honesty. Some of the guys I sponsor, I kid them about, their book says it's okay to be fairly honest. Now here's what's interesting. I'm born that way, it's not my fault, and then it's like we don't read the other sentence. Their chances are less than average. Wow, they still got a chance.
Even victims.
Yeah, even victims. The last great myth we get to destroy. There are those, too, who suffer from grave emotional mental disorders. That's those of us who come in here with all of our other issues. But many of them do recover if
So that's you, Mark.
they have the capacity to be honest. I still laugh about many of the diagnoses I've been received since I came around this program. The bottom line is I suffered from grave emotional mental disorders, and through some work in this program, gaining access to this power, willingness to be honest, and there has been recovery from grave emotional and mental disorders. I mean, if you want to make an alcoholic uncomfortable, make them ask the question where they're at with grave emotional and mental disorders. We like to think we're just alcoholics and have a problem with alcohol. The stories disclosed in general way what used to be like, what happened to us, what we're like now. Interesting sentence. If you've decided you want what we have and are willing to go to any length to get it, then you're ready to take certain steps. Joe, go ahead.
How many people have read that first paragraph and heard it over and over and over in meetings thinking that that paragraph describes someone other than them? Oh, I did. I thought it describes those poor unfortunates that aren't going to make it, until doing the work up to this page and then realized that paragraph describes me and says that even though my chances are less than average, there is one who has all power. That one is God, that I can find him right now. Right here, right now. But I no longer hear that paragraph as describing those people. It describes me. Because on my own, I am incapable of being honest. I am constitutionally incapable of being honest with myself. Look at the number of lies I've believed throughout my life. I need God's power to be honest with myself so I'm not fooling myself. I suffer from grave emotional and mental disorders. We've just explored those in the first part of the first step. My mind is sick. It's going to trick me into drinking again at my very best with no booze in my system. Grave mental problem. That paragraph describes me. Now, I regret that I didn't mention this at the beginning, but there is, and this could be a good time to do it, in the next paragraph, an exercise one might want to go through to see if they're ready to decide about the rest of the work, which is 3 through 12. Or let's say even 3 through 9. And that is in the next paragraph where once again they're going to reaffirm this. Do you want what we have, and are you willing to go to any length to get it? So maybe you make a note there to yourself to read 9 to 16 again in Bill's story and see if you're willing to do everything that he did to recover, and find out where you are with your willingness or your resistance or your lack of willingness before you take step 3. See, I don't think the third step decision that we're going to come to here in a few minutes is the only decision that you can consider at the third step, especially if you've been around for a while. Maybe it's, and I'll give you an example. Mark and I know a guy. He used to be my boss when I worked in treatment when I was sober, newly sober. I worked in treatment drunk, drinking with the director of a program that I worked for. I worked in treatment sober to make amends for the harm I caused working in the field drunk. And I worked in the field sober just long enough till it damn near killed me, as I've done everything else. And I could no longer charge money for what I was given for free. And a guy who was my boss then calls me on his 10th birthday and he says, Joe, through a series of decisions I made that I wasn't awake to, I have placed myself in a position where I had nobody in Denver here to call on my 10th birthday to wish me a happy birthday. And I wasn't sad that he didn't have anybody to call. I was sad that he ended up in that place through a series of decisions that he wasn't awake to that he was making. And I bet everyone in this room that's been here more than a few years knows a few people, or at least one, that have ended outside of AA not knowing they were awake to that they were doing that until they got outside of AA, that they were even doing that. So maybe it's possible before we consider this third step decision to decide, is this work what I want to do? Question number 1. 3 through 9. Am I willing to go to any length to finish 3 through 9? Is this where I want to continue to recover? Alcoholics Anonymous. And is this process, as I already raised, what I want to do to continue to recover? Great decisions. So you're not 10, 15, 20 years sober with no one to call on your birthday, don't have a home group anymore, not going to meetings, and you've made these decisions asleep, not even aware you were making them, till you woke up one day and found out where you had decided yourself into. To, at this time of the year, which it is for me each year, a great time to decide about my home group, about this work, about finishing 3 through 9, before we even get to step 3.
Goes on to say, some of these we balked, thought we could find an easier, softer way. And again, though some of you have been in AA for a while, challenge you to think in some of the easier, softer ways in AA. But we could not. Our good friend Bob O always talks a lot about this next sentence, and You know, earlier I mentioned, I think it's on page 28, that the book encourages me to seek recovery with the desperation of a drowning man, which is in direct contrast to take your time. Well, the next sentence speaks to me real powerfully about that. With all the earnestness at our command, we beg of you to be fearless and thorough from the very start. We beg of you to be fearless and thorough from the very start. I was talking to someone last night about what do you do with someone 5 years sober who doesn't ever want to write inventory? Goes around, finds all kinds of different sponsors, gets to the fourth step, begins to cancel all appointments. Well, some of the questions Joe talked about on the front end, sit down with them and ask them those questions on the front end. Because the book tells me what to do if someone's unwilling to go through with this. Are you willing to be fearless and thorough as you go through this thing? Some of us try to hold on to our old ideas and the result's nil until we let go absolutely. Here's what an old idea for me is, because I sat down last Saturday with the group to start going through this work. An old idea for me is anything I think I know about myself, God, these steps, and this disease. That's an old idea for me if I'm going to go back through this thing.
I heard a guy describe one time what the ego has the capability of doing with valid experience and ideas and experience with God. Let's say we could put it in a ball right here. I have this valid experience with God in my life. Take it and surround itself around it. Believe that it's its own. Believe that it's mine. Believe that I made it happen. Squeeze all the life out of it till all I'm left with is the explanation of the experience, the words that incorporate in it. I've lost the total experience. It now becomes the noose around my neck, where 3 months ago it was my saving grace. Everything that's ever been designed to save me, my ego can take and make it into the very noose that I'm going to hang myself with this time.
Remember, we deal with alcohol, cunning, baffling, and powerful. And without help, it's too much for us. There's one who has all power. That one is God, and may you find him now. Half measures avail us warning.
Question. Can I?
Yeah. No, you can't.
That's not a stupid question. A lot of people would get to this page and wonder about that. Well, you might have been able to, but can I? Can I find God now? Right now, in the quietness of a moment with a simple prayer, fulfilling a requirement, being convinced of three pertinent ideas, and making a simple decision, can I find God? In a moment? In the quiet? In the peace? Sure. I guess the better question would be, why not? I'll just throw this out there as an idea, but I've worked with it for the last year. And the idea is this. Whatever I believe about God is true, only contingent and limited by the limitations of my own mind.
Another powerful warning for me. Half measures availed us nothing. And that's powerful because as an alcoholic, half measures got me by in all kinds of areas for many, many years. Well, what's it trying to tell me around this work? Half measures will avail me nothing. I stand at a turning point.
First thing somebody will do is admit to themselves, well, I haven't made those amends. I've been half-assed with inventory. I really have done this kind of half measures. But I'm sober. And they think that's availing them of something. But I'm empty, and I'm alone, and I'm not fulfilled, and I'm not really working where I want to work, and I'm not really living where I want to live. See, we can dispel this myth of sitting around here, you're 10, 15, 20 years sober, and you're powerless over alcohol, and your life is unmanageable. That's only the problem. That's only the truth when you're in the first step. If you're sitting in this room and you believe you're powerless over alcohol, and your life is unmanageable, you haven't experienced recovery. If the problem is powerlessness over alcohol and unmanageability, then I should have power in my life over alcohol and be able to manage my life. But remember, on a daily basis, it's not mine. It's a gift. But I should be living where I want to live. And I should be living how I want to live. And I should be living with who I want to live with. And I should be the way that I've always wanted to be. But I'm sober today, just today. Haven't had a drink. Two guys up on top of the club, 1311 York Street. One of them pulls out a rifle, blows away 13 people on the street. In the meeting they said, oh, it was probably God's will anyway. And you know what? He didn't drink. Isn't that sad?
We stood at the turning point. Interesting statement. I'm either going to turn toward this power and gain access toward this power, or I'm not. And they've given me an instruction about, we beg of you, Mark, to be fearless and thorough from the very start. There's some important pieces in here about really are going to question my faith, and I've talked to several of you already feeling that anxiety, and that's our just neat word for terror that I feel every time I go through this, and what I want to tell you is there's some real relief for me, and I know why this sentence is in here. Mark asked his protection care with complete abandon. At this point in time in the work in page 59, based on what we covered last night and right up through now, you better believe I need his protection care with complete abandon, because I don't know where I'm at and I don't know where I'm going. And I don't know about the rest of you, but I'm feeling that right now because I just started going back through this thing again.
But the only way I can ask for his protection and care with complete abandon is if I've completely abandoned the idea that I can protect or care for myself. Now the next sentence. The next sentence causes more confusion and watering down in the program of Alcoholics Anonymous than probably any sentence we've covered so far, and that is, these are not suggested steps. The steps are not suggested. This is a suggested program.
Some of the history, when Bill did some work on the first manuscript, and he used the word directions a lot. And when he took it back to some of the other members, they said, Bill, you can't give directions to an alcoholic. What are you, crazy? So they made him change that, and he did in a few places, but then many times throughout the book, he throws the word back in under directions. And once again, when it talks about which are suggested as a program of recovery, once again, that's an out. Although, here's my experience. You go through these first 59 pages like we have, you don't even see the word suggested. It's not an option. If I haven't gone through this work, the word suggestion really speaks to me. But not if you've gone through it looking at it like the way we've looked at it. Joe?
I'd like to go back to a statement in the first paragraph. Next time you meet someone who says they're recovering, they probably haven't given themselves completely to this simple program. Those that have believe you can recover. Why? Because those who don't recover are people who cannot or will not completely give themselves to this simple program. So there's several questions there. Do I believe I can recover? We asked that last night. First page, first preface, first forward, the first printing of the first edition says that we can, and the first promise on the first page of the title page says that we can. So maybe I can recover. But do I believe I can recover if I don't completely give myself to this simple program? Because rarely have we seen a person fail who has thoroughly followed our path. Have I thoroughly followed this path? No. Then I'll probably be somebody that believes you can't recover. So talk to those that believe you can recover and see if they've completely given themselves to this simple program. And talk to those that don't believe you can recover, and they probably haven't. They have amends they're aware of. They've done crazy kinds of inventories, autobiographies, life stories. Completely give yourself to this simple program. And I've done these things these weekends where people think we're making it complicated. We're not making it complicated. We're making it extremely hard to get rid of a lot of old ideas, to do something really extremely simple. It feels complicated because it's tearing away so many things that I think are true. That's the complicated part. It is not complicated to start on the title page of this book and go through and answer every question and follow every direction. That's simple. Why couldn't they find an easier, softer way? I'll raise a question with that. Maybe this is the easiest and the softest way that you'll ever recover, and anything else will be a lot of effort and a lot of work and a lot of pain. People refer to therapy. Every therapist I ever had said this will be a long, tedious, painful process, but you'll be able to feel better, cope with life, and deal with your feelings. I reject all three of those ideas today. I do not want to cope with life. That means to fight the good fight. I do not want to deal with my feelings because I don't have the power to. And another myth, the one I do not like at all, is that we're supposed to learn here in AA how to live life on life's terms. I do not want to live life on life's terms. Life's terms are a mother. Life's terms, hey, most famous book, biggest selling book of all time, right up there with the Bible. M. Scott Peck, first line, opens up, life is hard. Bullshit. We make it hard. I do not want to live life on life's terms. I'd much rather live life on God's terms.
One of the biggest out in Alcoholics Anonymous, people adamantly defend the fact that they're always going to be recovering. I always move them into some questions around amends, and I find they get real uncomfortable. See, if I'm always recovering, then I can tell all the rest of you that I'm always going to be making amends. Really? Well, if I created the wreckage in 5, 10, 15 years, and I don't care if I did it in 6 states, then maybe in 5, 10, 15 years, I can go back and clean it all up.
I've had these guys that complain about, oh, I got to go to Des Moines, Iowa and make some amends. I have him call this friend of mine who, when we got to amends, he had lived in, we put his amends cards in piles by continent. North America, South America, England, France, and Asia. Because that's where he had lived and that's where he had caused harm. 3 months ago, he finished his last amends that he's currently aware of. Doesn't mean we won't ever have any more. You keep doing this work, you keep finding more. New inventory, new amends. I got some. Hey, 3 weeks ago I told my best friend, I don't feel like I got a lot of resentments. Did 1, 2, and 3, open myself up, my consciousness explodes. I got 45 people, institutions, and principles on a list right back in my hotel room at the Hilton that I'm going to write 4 columns on. 3 weeks ago I didn't think I had any. And from those 40 on that list, I'll have some more amends this year. But can I finish the ones I'm consciously aware of? He went to England, France, Asia, North America, and South America to finish amends, and I'll never let anybody bitch at me about having to go to Des Moines, Iowa ever again. Let's look at these notes for Section 6, for those that have been taking the notes. Step 3, we're going to use from page 58 to the bottom of 63. Here's some instructions. Course, continue to turn every statement the book makes in those pages into a question. We're going to consider the ABCs as a review of the work we've done, which will say, the paragraph above the ABCs, that the description of the alcoholic, from the doctor's opinion, up through maybe the unmanageability on page 52, then the chapter to the agnostic, step 2, and my personal adventures before the first drink and after the first drink, drunk or sober, make clear 3 pertinent ideas. That I'm an alcoholic and can't manage my own life, that probably no human power can relieve what I suffer from. What would be the catchword there that a drunk looking for a way out would get stuck on? The trap. What's the trap in B? Probably. See? It says probably. She's not a probably. She's a definite. She can relieve my alcoholism. There must be one woman in this room that can relieve what I suffer from, isn't there?
Because she makes me feel good when I'm with her.
Here's an idea we'll get to in the 11th step I'll throw out there now. Is it possible, if you continue to base your spiritual condition on your emotional state, you're headed for trouble? Maybe my spiritual condition, it doesn't mean I should always feel bad, but maybe my spiritual condition is not contingent on my emotional state. And maybe my spiritual condition is not reflective of my emotional state. And maybe I'm not just doing great spiritually because I'm feeling good. Because maybe when you're not feeling good in the middle of amends, in the middle of a 4th column, in the middle of an inventory, and you're not feeling great, you're more spiritually fit than the day before when you were screwing somebody over and it felt really good. When were you more spiritually fit? When you were uncomfortable in an inventory that's God's will, or when you were screwing somebody over yesterday even though it felt really good? A, I'm alcoholic and can't manage my own life. Is that true? B, no human power can relieve what I suffer from, and I don't have any problems anymore. Am I convinced of that? And C, right from the second step, that God can, I am willing to believe that God can and will, for me, as I am, take me beyond where I am in every area of my life. I am willing, once again, to believe that. Am I convinced? Next question. We keep turning the statements into question. Am I convinced of those three pertinent ideas? Yeah. Now we're at step 3. One of the questions we asked last night that you all fooled us and knew the answers to already. Is there a requirement to take the third step? Boy, did that make me mad when I heard that when we got to that in the book, because I'd been to a lot of meetings on the third step in Denver, and nobody ever said there's a requirement in the big book before you take the third step, and it says right here, last paragraph on page 60. The first requirement is that I be convinced that my life, I'm not looking at your life. I don't know if your life run on self-will can be successful. Maybe it can. Maybe it worked for Donald Trump. Maybe it worked for Richard Nixon. I'm looking at, am I convinced that my life, when run on self-will, can be successful or not? Of course I'm going to get to that idea I'm not convinced. They know when you get to that idea you're not going to be convinced. You're not going to just meet that requirement with one stupid idea. So what do? They give you about a page and a half that if you're willing to put in the singular your name in there, or I, or me, in the next few pages, from there maybe up until the last paragraph on page 62, not including, and you read it in the singular, this is how it'll sound. When running my life on self-will to help convince me that it's not going to be successful. Here's how it sounds. On that basis.
First requirement is Mark be convinced any life run on self-will can hardly be a success.
My life.
Pardon me?
My life.
On that basis, in my life, I'm almost always in collision with something or somebody, even though my motives are good.
There's an interesting idea. Even when my motives are good, when running my life on self-will, it doesn't mean when my motives are good and I'm operating with God. It means even when my motives are good. I mean, haven't you ever had one of those wives or one of those girlfriends that only wanted the best for you, honey? My motive is good. I just want you to be sober. I just want you to be sober, honey, and just run your life into the ground, right? But I don't want to be sober. Oh, but I want you to be sober. But I don't want to be sober, right? Even when my motives are good. Oh, I was just trying to help my friend at work. What I really am up to.
I try to live by self-propulsion. I'm like an actor who wants to run the whole show, is forever trying to arrange the lights, the ballet, the scenery, and the rest of the players in my own way. If my arrangements would only stay put, boy, these you can feel. If only people would do as I wish, the show would be great. Everybody, including myself, would be pleased. Life would be wonderful. In trying to make these arrangements, I may sometimes be quite virtuous. I may be kind, considerate, patient, generous, even modest and self-sacrificing. That's when boy meets girl in AA and says, let's go out and talk about God. On the other hand, I may be mean, egotistical, selfish, and dishonest, but as with most humans, I'm more likely to have varied traits.
They don't ask you your sign, they ask you what step you're on.
Well, what usually happens to me? The show didn't come off very well. I begin to think life doesn't treat me right. I decide to exert myself more.
This is what the 4-column inventory is all about. You're not only going to examine when the show didn't suit you. In the 4th column, you're going to examine what you did to exert yourself more.
I become, on the next occasion, meaning whatever I got to do to get my way, still more demanding or gracious, as the case may be. Still, the play does not suit me.
And that's what I write inventory about, when the play didn't suit me.
Admitting I may be somewhat at fault, I am sure other people are more to blame. Yes.
Column 2.
I become angry, indignant, self-pitying. What is my basic trouble? Am I not really a self-seeker even when trying to be kind?
Column 4.
Am I not a victim of the delusion that I can wrest satisfaction and happiness out of this world if I only manage well?
Column 3.
Is it not evident to all the rest of the players these are the things that I want?
And do not my actions make each of them wish to retaliate, snatching all they can get out of the show? Am I not, even in my best moments, a producer of confusion rather than harmony?
They've just brought up three interesting ideas. Even when my motives are good, even when trying to be kind, and even in my best moments, when running my life on self-will, I'm a producer of confusion rather than harmony, and it's not successful.
I'm self-centered, egocentric, as people like to call it nowadays. I'm like the retired businessman who lolls in the Florida sunshine in the winter, complaining of the sad state of the nation, the minister who sighs over the sins of the 20th century, politicians, reformers who sure all would be utopia if the rest of the world will only behave, the outlaw safecracker who thinks society's wronged him, the alcoholic who's lost all is locked up. Whatever my protestations, am I not concerned with myself, my resentments, or my self-pity?
Is there anyone in the room that that everything he's read from the bottom of page 60 to the top of 62, that doesn't describe them when they're running their life on self-will to a T? It sure describes me.
Yeah. Has nothing to do with how long you've been around this program. Did you notice that when we read that? Selfishness and self-centeredness, that I think is the root of my troubles. Driven by 100 forms of fear, self-delusion, self-seeking, and self-pity, I step on the toes of my fellows and they retaliate. Sometimes they hurt me, seemingly without provocation. But I invariably find that at some time in the past, I have made decisions based on self, which later place me in a position to be hurt.
That's what the fourth column in resentment is all about.
So my troubles, I think, are basically of my own making. They arise out of me. And I am an extreme example of self-will run riot, though I usually don't think so.
I'd like to present an idea we'll come back to in inventory when we get to the fourth column, that so far, as to where we are right now in this process, the last statement he just read, our troubles are basically of our own making, is the greatest statement of hope in the big book of Alcoholics Anonymous that we've read so far. And to mark that, to come back to when we get to the fourth column.
Above everything, I must be rid of this selfishness.
Question. Am I convinced of that? We're continuing to turn all these statements into questions for ourselves.
I must, or it kills me.
Do I believe that?
And my name is not in the next sentence. God makes that possible. And there often seems no way of entirely getting rid of self without his aid.
Do I believe that?
I have moral and philosophical convictions galore,
Have I?
but I can't live up to them even though I would have liked to.
Can I?
Neither could I reduce my self-centeredness much by wishing or trying on my own power. I had to have God's help.
Do I?
This is the how.
No. So we've looked at continuing to turn statements into questions. We've looked at the ABCs as a review of three pertinent ideas I need to be convinced of that cover the work I've done in the first two steps. We've considered the first requirement. On the bottom of page 60, am I convinced that my life run on self-will can hardly be a success? Now we're going to look at the last paragraph on page 62. We asked a question last night about, do you think the third step decision is doing the prayer, or does the decision come before the prayer? I'll tell you my misconceptions about the third step, and here's how they went. My first misconception about step 3 was that taking the third step was turning my will and my life over to the care of God. That was smashed when somebody said, no, the third step is not turning your will and your life over to the care of God. It's merely making a decision to. My next misconception was, okay, the third step is making a decision, then doing the prayer is making the decision. They said, no, the decision comes before the prayer, and the prayer is just an affirmation that you've made the decision. So then I said, then where's the decision? Then after that, we looked at the decision, we said the prayer, and I learned to ask the greatest question I could ever learn to ask in AA, which I think answered the biggest dilemma there is in AA nowadays when you share some terrible problem and some idiot says, just turn it over. Just turn it over. I mean, they say things to new people like we think new people are going to understand what we mean. But they also say things. See, I said the first greatest question I ever learned to ask in AA. The second greatest question I ever learned to ask in AA comes before all this when somebody throws out one of those slogans and you're new. If you're new and you really want to screw things up where you go and people start throwing out these slogans like, just turn it over, go up to them after the meeting and say, what did you mean when you said you'll find out something real interesting in AA? I'm not going to tell you what you're going to find out. Some of you already know, but you'll find out something real interesting in AA. Some people throw slogans around and have absolutely no idea of what it is they're saying. You say to some guy like me, a mad dog, who's lost and has no idea what to do, and I share some terrible problem when I'm new, and you say, just turn it over, I want to take you and I want to strangle you really slow, and I want to say, if I knew how to do that, I wouldn't be here. Right? So the question is, how do you turn it over? Well, before we get to how do you turn it over, which no longer ever has to be a mystery for anybody in this room, how do you turn it over? Will no longer be a mystery. But before you can do that, you have to make a decision. And the decision is, at the bottom of 62,
Says this is the how and why of it.
That answers a question from the previous page. Remember the question we looked at on 45? Where and how are we to find this power? And then 10 pages later, they told us exactly how and exactly where to find this power? Well, they raised a question that we didn't cover yet back on 60. The paragraph after the ABCs that says being convinced. Now we're at step 3, which is that we will decide, mark that word, to turn our will and our life over to God as we understand Him. Just what do we mean by that, and just what do we do? They're going to answer in this paragraph he was just reading. They're going to tell you what they mean by deciding this, and they're going to tell you exactly what to do to decide to do this. When they say this is the how, that's how to do it, and why is what they mean. First of all, they're going to tell you why we need to decide to turn our will and our life over. Why?
Says, first of all, I had to quit playing God. It didn't work.
That's why. That's the only reason I need to turn my will, which is what I want, and my life, which is what I do, over to the care of God. Because playing God, first of all, I have to admit that I play God. But we covered that in the requirement to take the third step. Because running your life on self-will is playing God. But we've already seen playing God doesn't work. That's why I need... Do you think any alky in this room is going to decide to turn their will and their life over to the care of God if they still think their life, run on their will, can be successful? No. The only reason I'm going to make this decision is that I'm convinced my life, run on my will, cannot be successful. Why? Because playing God doesn't work. Now how? How am I going to decide this?
Next, I decided
There's the third step decision right here.
that hereafter in this drama of life, God is going to be my director. He is the principal. I am his agent. He is the father, and I am his child. Most good ideas are simple, and this concept was the keystone of the new and triumphant arch through which I passed to freedom.
That's the paragraph that has the third step decision. What's the decision? And I think it's just another statement of grace, the absolute grace of God, just like back in the We Agnostics when we got to choose. All we did was look at the nature of our condition and ask ourselves in the first step, and then ask ourselves, are we willing to believe that there is a power greater than myself? And then we were taken to a place where we got to choose God. Everything or nothing. Now, all we've really done is reviewed 3 pertinent ideas and met the first requirement. I'm convinced my life run on self-will cannot be a success. And now I get to decide about God. How does a person like me get taken to a place where he gets to decide what he wants God to be in his life from hereafter? So they give you 6 terms. 3 about God, director, principal, father, and 3 about me, actor, agent, and child. So I tell people to consider those 6 terms individually. What would it really mean for me to be an actor who no longer wants to be the director and take direction from a director? Ask yourself. Remember back in the chapter of the agnostic, we didn't read it, but somewhere back in the chapter of the agnostic it says, don't let any prejudice you might have keep you from honestly asking what these other spiritual terms in this book really mean to you. So you get ready to make this decision, honestly ask yourself, what would it mean for me to be the director? For me to be the actor and have a director? What would it really mean for me to be an agent of God? Now, isn't that exciting? And him to be my principal? Principal's not like in school. Principal's like a boss. Like you're an insurance agent and you got a boss there at the office. He's your boss, you're his agent. Serve him. And for him to be my father and me to be his child. My sponsor says, and this one day went from my head to my heart, and sometimes it's there and sometimes it isn't, that if the realization can go from your head to your heart that you are a child of God, you'll never have a problem with self-esteem ever again. Because what could you ever do or accomplish or get or save or collect or accomplish in your life that could ever surpass the self-esteem that would come into your heart with the realization that you're a child of God? So much for the self-esteem problem. You'll never be able to accomplish anything or save enough money or have enough money or enough women or anything that will ever surpass the realization, I am a living child of God. So I consider those 6 terms individually, me being an actor, agent, and child, God being a director, principal, and father, and then I consider them in connection with each other. What would it really mean for him to be my director and me to be his actor? What would it really mean for him to be my principal and me to be his agent? And what would it really mean for him to be my father and me to be his child? And then I get quiet and I sit and make this decision. Now, before we shut the tape down, I'll ask Mark if up to this, including this decision, there's anything he'd like to add before we go any further.
If you haven't picked up a dictionary to look up those 6 words, do that. The word agent is most interesting. It talks about being empowered. And I go to a lot of meetings and I'm around this program and what I hear is in direct contrast to me embracing the idea that I can be an agent and I can be empowered by the creator of the universe. And I'm going to come to meetings and whine about the external conditions of my life. Look up those 6 words and start to get some idea of what this book is really presenting and what I can gain access to, not believe in. What Joe said is so important. If I could ever get from my head to my heart and just embrace that I'm a child of God, all that issue stuff that occupies a lot of time in AA would never be discussed again, would it? We just go into meetings and say, let's talk about how incredible it is to be a child of God today. So that's all I wanted to say.
Before we do something that I'd really like to do, I'd like to make a comment about the top paragraph on 63, why these promises. And, isn't it interesting, we found some promises now that aren't on 83, and then maybe there are more than 12. Maybe there are more than 12 promises, because here's some great ones. But my question is, why do the promises here come before the prayer when usually the promises come after the action? Well, maybe these promises don't come true based on doing the prayer. Maybe these promises come true based on making the decision. Because I'll tell you what, the day that I sat quietly and made the 3rd step decision, before we got on our knees and did the prayer, he left the room, left me quiet there for a few minutes. Almost every single one of these promises on the top of the page that come before the prayer happened before we ever did the third step prayer. So why doesn't we have Mark read that paragraph of promises that come before the third step prayer after our decision?
When I sincerely took such a position, all sorts of remarkable things followed. I had a new employer. Being all-powerful, he provided what I needed if I kept close to him, which is be his child, and performed his work well, be his agent. Established on such a footing, I became less and less interested in myself, my little plans and designs. More and more, I became interested in seeing what I could contribute to life. As I felt new power flow in, as I enjoyed peace of mind, as I discovered I could face life successfully, as I became conscious of his presence, I began to lose my fear of today, tomorrow, the hereafter. I was reborn.
Can we stop the tape now? The best food in the world in Louisiana. Let's hear it for that gumbo. Where is the big guy? Where is that big guy? So, we've made an admission. You know what I think is sad sometimes? Someone will take the steps, they'll write them out or whatever, and they'll put principles by each step of what that step means to them. Now, I think those principles are great. Step 1, honesty. Step 2, belief. However you break them down. We've seen a lot of different people break them down a lot of different ways. But you know what I think it takes away from? I think it takes away from the step itself as a principle. For example, I think there's an overlooked principle that is in every step that's overlooked, that has immense power in doing. And that principle is admission. Just think of how powerful the admission in step 1 was to move you into a place where you're open to looking at God. The power of that admission to move you into step 2. The power of the admission in step 2 that I have some agnosticism, that I have some doubt. Honestly admit that. Moves me into step 3 and being open to this decision. Honestly admitting where I am with God in my choice. Admitting that. This is what I have decided. There's another overlooked principle we'll come back to in a minute. The admission that takes place in this 4th step when writing. The admission in the first column moves you into the second column. You will see the exact same principle in a 4-column resentment inventory as in the first 4 steps. The first column moves you into a state of consciousness to write the second column. The second column, if not seen clearly, will not move you into a state of consciousness to write the third column, etc., etc. The admission in the third column moves you into the 4th column. Same with fear, same with sex. The admission in step 5. To admit in step 6 what I can do on my own without God with my defects, and admitting that I need this and then humbly asking Him in 7. Admitting the truth about my harm in 8, and then admitting that to other people in my action in the 9th step. The 10th step is all about moving from resentment, dishonesty, selfishness, self-seeking, and fear out back into the world of the Spirit by honestly admitting where you are when you're working the 10th step. Same with the 11th step. Same with 12. Every single step involves the principle of admission, and we overlook it when we condense these steps into principles for life. I have nothing against honesty and truth and unselfishness and kindness and tolerance and love and all these principles that come into my life with the power that I'm given from working the steps. But they're not new principles to me. It's just that I get the power to live up to them even though I always wanted to. From doing 1 through 9. I get to practice principles I've always known. But what about the principles of the step written the way it is in the short form itself? For example, the principle of decision, to decide. Tremendous movement comes from simply deciding out of something, or deciding into something, as we did in the 3rd step. I think there's I think there's some major overlooked principles within the short form of the 12 steps that are extremely powerful. Let's go through these notes so we can get my assistant Vanna White up here and write some inventory. But if she'll do her, no, not yet. Let's go to the left-hand corner and look at section like this, Vanna, like this. Look at section 7 as the fourth step, resentment. We're going to look at 3 separate inventories. We're going to write a resentment inventory, we're going to write a fear inventory, we're going to write a sex inventory separately. Resentment, we're going to look at page, what?
2, last paragraph of 67.
Okay. We're going to look from the top of page 64 to where it says now about fear on the bottom of 67 for the instructions and the questions that need to be answered for resentment. We're going to write a first column, which is our list. We're going to do the second column, which is why we're angry. And we're going to do one column at a time. Rather than across, we're going to work the inventory down. We're going to do all of column 1. Then we're going to come back and we're going to do all of column 2 on everyone in column 1. Then we're going to do a third column for everybody that we have a first and second column on. And then we're going to do a fourth column for every third column. That will basically be a 4-column resentment inventory with who or what it is I'm mad at, why I'm mad, what areas of self were hurt when I was mad, and then my part through selfishness, dishonesty, self-seeking, and fear. Then we're going to look at a separate fear inventory from the bottom of 66 to the bottom of 67 up to the word notice to do a 2-column fear inventory where the first column is a list that you're going to find by going through your resentment inventory, and also I didn't write it up there, but praying for any fears that weren't in your resentment inventory, and I'll show you how to find that list. And then the second column is simply going to be like, why am I afraid of that? Example, column 1, I'm afraid of rejection. Why? Because it's painful, I'll be alone, and if I stay alone, I'll be in pain and I'll drink. It's just a simple 2-column inventory. Although some of us have taken a little bit further and done with a breakdown of fears. I'll show you how that works. We've taken 10 or 20 fears at a time and done 4 columns on them, which is interesting to begin to see how fear causes harm in your 4th column, like you saw with resentment. You're right. From the bottom of 67 to the bottom of 68. From the word, notice the word fear, to now about sex. I'm sorry, I had that wrong. Then the sex inventory, we're going to look from the bottom of 68, now about sex, through page 69 to the bottom of page 70. We're going to look at that not in columns, we're going to look at that in paragraph form. The first paragraph, actually what I forgot to put up there was, she could put right there next to instructions, is make list of relationships. You'll be so tired of making lists by the time you're done with the 8th step that it'll be ridiculous. But once again, I'm going to trust God. Please show me the relationships that need to be examined. I'm going to make that list. And then in paragraph form, I'm going to do one would be where it says, we reviewed our conduct over the years. I'm going to write a history of that relationship and specific conduct, sex conduct in that relationship, how it ended or where it is now. And then in maybe another page or so, I'm going to answer 9 questions from the book in paragraph form, and we'll cover those 9 questions. So, also Vanna has, for anybody who might want them, she will have in the future for only $49.95. No, she'll have. You can copy from her notes before we leave, or you can maybe get a copy from her if she's willing to do that. Of all the notes for $49.95, of all the sections that we've covered through tomorrow morning. So those notes will be on the back of this board if you want them later on, but now let's turn and start with next we launched on the course.
I'm an alcoholic. My name's Mark. Next, we launched out on a course of vigorous action, the first step of which is a personal house cleaning, which many of us have never attempted.
We're on the top of 64.
Though our decision, my third step decision, was a vital and crucial step, it could have little permanent effect unless at once followed by a strenuous effort to face and to be rid of the things in ourselves which had been blocking us. Our liquor. And these are where I get some real specific instructions about, in my case, getting up off my knees after a third step prayer. And it isn't about going home basking in the sunlight of the Spirit for a few hours. It's about immediately picking up a pen and paper and beginning to look at this process. To me, there's a powerful warning in here, and I've seen it happen over and over again about my third step decision will have no permanent effect unless at once followed by that effort to face and to be rid of the things in myself which have been blocking me, blocked from that power I got to gain access to. And then I'm introduced to an interesting concept. First time I've seen this in the book. Our liquor is but a symptom. Look up the word symptom. Doctors can't treat symptoms. They can only treat problems. That's a whole new concept at this point in time when I'm going through looking at this. So I got to get down to causes and conditions. So therefore I start upon a personal inventory. This is step 4. Business which takes no regular inventory usually goes broke.
Let's stop there for a second. That top paragraph tells me my third step decision is crucial and vitally important, but if not followed with a course of vigorous action, it will have no permanent effect. So you read that backwards. What if I do follow it through with a course of vigorous action? You know what I can have? A permanent effect. And we're talking like 4 through 9 here, not just 4. There's also an interesting thing here as we're going to find with each step from now on. It's telling me why I'm doing this. I'm sorry. It's telling me what it is. They say here that it's a strenuous effort to face and be rid of the things in myself which are blocking me from God, myself, and other people. This is what I'm going to discover in inventory. Now that's an interesting idea. Contrary from therapy. Therapy, you go into that place to find the stuff you're having trouble with so you can learn to cope, deal, and work on it. This is a whole other avenue, a whole other path. You're going to go into that place where some of us don't want to go, but thank God for the experience that's happened with 1, 2, and 3 that's opened me up to going into that place once again unalone, not alone. I don't go in there alone. I am not going in there alone. I am safe and protected between prayers here. Between the third step prayer and the 7th step prayer, I'm safe and protected. I need to know that when I go into that place that so many of us don't want to go into anymore. I mean, I had, like I said yesterday, I had enough therapy to be dangerous to myself and everybody around me, and I don't want to go into that place if it just means working on it and coping with it. So my sponsor said there's basically 2 attitudes to go into inventory with. One is if you tell a little kid to go down in his room, clean everything up, he thinks it's a terrible job because all he can do is go down in that room and move stuff around and rearrange it. But what if you told the same kid, some of you have children, what if you told that same child, go down to your room and throw everything out that you don't want anymore for all new stuff? That same job that seemed terrible would seem like a joy. That's the attitude to go into inventory with. I'm not going into that place where that garbage is that's blocking me from the consciousness of the presence of God to work on it, fix it, cope with it, or deal with it. I'm going in that place to face it, honestly admit it, and be rid of. To be rid of. It's a great promise. So now let's start on this personal inventory.
I want to mention one thing that Joe's talked about is I do as much or more prayer when I'm writing inventory as any other time. And that's, without that, I can't even imagine the idea going into inventory. And, you know, earlier we were shown we're going to find this great reality deep down within. And, of course, once again, it's reminding me this is going to be an effort to face and be rid of. And, you know, I love the story Joe just told. What is the image the majority of us hear about the 4th step when we're new in this program? Yeah, the picture is the alcoholic egos that go to meetings and talk about, oh, I'm in inventory.
there isn't any, I'm in inventory. Because I get to face and get rid of and get replaced with all new stuff. Inventory is one of the most exciting, dreadful, I can go with both words on either side of the spectrum for me. But it is mostly exciting because I get to go into this thing and face and be rid of the things that have me blocked from this power. I ask you the question, what's the difference between believing in this power and gaining access? If the only thing that's going to allow me to gain access is what's blocking me, and I can find that in these inventories, wow, who's not going to get excited about that? Okay?
If all somebody can give me is to go home and do an autobiography and go over what I'm already aware of, or go home and answer 170,000 Hazelman questions, I'm just rehashing stuff I already know. But I would challenge us to sit and be aware that things can be revealed in inventory that you don't know when you go in. I've had stuff numerous times, every time I've ever written inventory, come off the end of the pen that I wasn't even aware of going in, that just comes off the end of the pen. The example I gave last night. I go home thinking I'm mad and I'm in pain because she left me. And by the time I move through that cunning, baffling, and powerful process outlined in our book, I've taken what I think is the truth about why I'm angry and who I'm angry at and put it down in the first two columns. And by the time I get to the fourth column, I've seen that the first two columns are a lie and that she didn't leave me. And my conception of truth is dramatically altered. That does not happen when I do an autobiography or write about how the hell I felt. It happens in a spiritual process that involves power and a change in perception and dramatic changes in awareness.
Taking a commercial inventory is fact-finding, a fact-facing process. It's an effort to discover the truth about the stock in trade. One object is to disclose damaged or unsaleable goods to get rid of them promptly and without regret. If the owner of the business is to be successful, he cannot fool himself about values. So we did exactly the same thing with our lives. We took stock honestly. And first, we're going to search out the flaws in our makeup which caused our failure. And being convinced that self, manifested in various ways, was what had defeated us, we considered its common manifestations. Resentment's the number one offender. It destroys more alcoholics than anything else.
It being what?
From
It's going to be important that through the rest of the instructions for all three inventories, that whenever a paragraph uses the word it, you know what it is they're talking about. And isn't it interesting that they actually say here that resentment destroys you and I more than anything else, even alcohol. Even alcohol. And that from resentment stem all forms of spiritual disease, that we're not only bodily and mentally ill, which we covered in the first half of step 1, we are spiritually sick. That was the second half of step 1. Here's where they finally tell us about a threefold disease. We're not only bodily and mentally ill, we have become spiritually sick.
From resentment stem all forms of spiritual disease. For I've been not only mentally and physically ill, what we've looked at so far, we have been spiritually sick. And I love the next sentence. When the spiritual maladies overcome, we straighten out mentally and physically. What's the other side of that? If the spiritual malady is not overcome, I straighten out mentally and physically.
I don't straighten out mentally and physically.
Exactly.
And if I don't straighten out mentally, the obsession to drink returns, the insanity of the drink returns, I pick up a drink, and there I am back into the disease. If the spiritual malady is not overcome. I'd like to go back to another statement. The last sentence on the top paragraph where it says, so now we're going to get down to causes and conditions. Don't confuse looking at inventory to find the cause and the condition of your alcoholism as finding the cause of it in the second column because they call it the cause, and the condition in the third column because that's where it left you. We're going to find the cause of your alcoholism in the fourth column and the condition in the third column. When they use the word the cause over on page 65 in Bill's example, that means what you think currently was the cause of your anger. But you'll find out that isn't even true either. So the second column is neither the cause of my alcoholism that we're supposed to get down to, nor the cause of the resentment in the first place, but it's got to trick you first before you can see that.
In dealing with resentments, we set them on paper. So now we're going to get instructions on the first column. We listed people, institutions, or principles with whom we were angry. Period.
Let's get one from somebody. Excuse me. I asked if anybody that wanted to be involved in this inventory process to make a list. 2 people, 2 institutions, and 2 principles. Who's got a person? I should have said who doesn't. Can you give us just... Oh, great. Number 1? My sponsor. Now let's take that across 3 columns, and then we'll come back and we'll do another one. What does it say how to do the second column?
We ask ourselves why we were angry.
Can you give us a second column that you don't have yet, or have there?
Put down because he didn't read me word by word through the big book from the page like I heard from other people.
He didn't, what, lead me through this?
Through the big book from page 1 on.
Good work.
Don't you want to list all your resentments first?
Yes, we're doing an example, but you just brought up a good point. What I'd want to do now after doing the third step is I want to go home and I want to make my list and work on it until I know it's done. People, institutions, and principles with whom I was angry, ever. What'd you put? He didn't?
He didn't go through the big book. He said word for word, word to word.
That's good enough. That gets it? Okay. So let me say that again. Before you start any of this second column work, you go home and you work on your list until you feel like it's done. And I kept asking Don, how will I know when it's done? It's also a good time to carry a pocket notebook, and if you're in the car at work or at a meeting and a name or an institution or a principal comes to you, put it in your notebook and then take it home and put it on your list. Also give yourself the luxury that any time during the rest of the inventory till the day you fifth step, a current or past or present resentment comes to you, just take it across to wherever you are. If you're in the second column, just put it down on your list and do it when you get to it. If you're in the third column, do it all the way across to the third column. If you're in the fourth column, take that resentment that's revealed to you all the way across. What I'm saying is keep the inventory current from the time you... Bobby and I have had a lot of talks about this. From the time you start inventory till the time you finish inventory, so it's current. And he seems to think, and I seem to think, that it's important that not a long time is spent messing around with inventory, months after month after month. Go with what's revealed, get the inventory done, and know that more will be revealed the next inventory. I've had different feelings about that. I believe it's time the sponsor and the person doing it trust God. And some need to get more out and some don't. Time limits, I don't know. But if you're in a workshop that's decided a certain length of time with inventory, you kind of got to submit to that. So we've gone home and we've worked on just the list. Now it says to ask why, and we found one, so we're going to letter that, A. Now let's say he's got 3 more. Think of that as one piece of legal paper. Let's say he's got another one, B. The sponsor stole $500 from him. That would be another page. We're going to do 1 resentment per piece of paper. So if he's got 3 more resentments for his sponsor, it'll look like this. A, B, C, D. 4 resentments, 4 pages. So you use a bunch of paper. You just got more room to work with. You'll see why here in a minute. Now we're going to look at 7. You want to read in Mosk?
Yeah. And I can't stress enough, too, what Joe says when I do inventory. I write down. I do not write across. I pray, and I always come down. I finish all of column 1. I always tell people, don't judge your work. Typical alcoholic thing. How do I know if I got everybody on here? You don't. Pray. Does it feel like you're done? Yeah, well, let's go on. Okay? But I always write down, and then I go to the second column, and I write down. So it goes on to say,
So we didn't say again. Now you've gone home and you've done the second column on every first column. And your second column is totally done.
says in most cases, it was found out that our self-esteem,
Let's write that up there. No. Over closer to the line and just put SE.
so we've got our self-esteem,
Self-esteem.
our pocketbooks,
Wait a minute. Oh, right. Pocketbook,
our ambition,
AMB,
our personal relationships, including sex,
sex relations.
were hurt or threatened. So we were sore, we were burned up.
Now this next paragraph's a little confusing because they repeat themselves and then throw in one they haven't mentioned yet.
On our grudge list, we said opposite each name our injuries. Was it our self-esteem,
We got that.
our security,
There's a new one.
our ambitions,
We got that.
our personal or sex relations,
We got those.
which had been interfered with? Of course,
So-
when they left out money on that one.
Now, if you look all the way down at the bottom of the example with his wife, he uses a new one we haven't listed yet, and that's pride. So we found 7 areas of self which can be hurt, threatened, or interfered with when so-and-so did such and such. Use those guide words that are in the top 2 paragraphs on 65. We found those 2 paragraphs. So how do I read it to myself now? When I resent my sponsor for not taking me through the first 164 pages the way I thought he should, did that hurt, threaten, or interfere with my self-esteem? Now I'll give you a definition for each of these. Don't read the word and try to figure it out. Read the definition and ask yourself, when I resented my sponsor for not doing that, did it hurt, threaten, or interfere with how I saw or felt about me? Sure it did. So I put self-esteem, which is how I see or feel about me. For a minute, but then we're going to have to erase it. Yeah. Self-esteem. Well, we talked about any length. Huh? Yeah, then the alcoholic says, I'm doing it. I'm doing it. Aren't I doing it? I'm doing it. Next she'll say she's doing this to the best of her ability. Security is real simple. It's what I need. So once again, I say to myself, when I resented my sponsor for not sharing the 164 pages with me, did it hurt, threaten, or interfere with what I needed? Sure. See, we won't always find all 7 with every resentment. How about pocketbook? Do you think when his sponsor didn't share that with him, it interfered with his pocketbook, his money? You'd have to kind of stretch your imagination to say that not working the steps impaired on his income. But let's say, for argument's sake, we didn't find that one. Just leave it. But put next to pocketbook is my money. I think it did, but ambition is what I want. It's different than the things I need. Ambition is different than security. Just like self-esteem is different from pride. How about did it affect our personal relationship and other personal relationships, not going through the first 164 pages? Absolutely. So put friendships. That can be with the person in the first column or others around your life. Notice we get the inventory, the lawyer's not taking such great notes.
Does it on tape so he can erase?
I find
Oh. What's the next one? Your sponsor not sharing the 164 pages probably did or did not interfere with your sex life. for argument's sake, we'll say no. But it's my sex relations, obviously. Now, I'm not having sex with my sponsor, but not doing what's in the first 164 pages might affect the home life a little bit. Now, pride is what others think or see or what others feel or think about me, rather than what I think or feel about myself, which is self-esteem. You ever had all your buddies patting you on the back, telling you did a great job in the game, and at the same time felt empty inside like a rotten piece of you-know-what? That's the difference between pride and self-esteem. Pride comes from outside of us, from others. Sadly enough, doesn't have to. In an unhealthy way, let me say. In an unhealthy life, pride comes from others, self-esteem comes from within. On the spiritual life, it doesn't come, either one doesn't come from either. Right?
Yeah.
Now, before we talk about the third column just a little bit more, let's go on. I did want to make one comment, though, that took me a long time to notice, and I don't know why. Bill Wilson gives us two choices on how to do the second column. I never saw it. Notice with Mr. Brown, he does 3 resentments. Pays attention to my wife, told my wife about my mistress, and might get my job at the office, and does a third column on each, and marks whether fear's involved or not. That gets a little redundant, but it's helpful the first time. You mark fear, and what you'll find is any time one of those 7 areas is hurt, threatened, or interfered with, there's always fear. But then in the next one, he does about 3 or 4 resentments in one paragraph. She's a nut, she snubbed me, she committed her husband for drinking, he's my friend, she's a gossip. He does about 5 resentments in one paragraph and only 1 third column. So the way I've chosen personally for me up till today is the first method. 1 third column for every second column, and doing the second column individually, not lumped in a big paragraph. And the other 3, he does them that way too. I like the first method. I like the method he uses with Mr. Brown. Separate second columns with a third column for each one. Now let's go back through to the instructions for the fourth column.
Did you want to mention any more about the additional pages? Or are you going to get to that after we... Remember you talked about if I've got 4 resentments, 4 pages?
Right. Now if he was doing 4 resentments toward his sponsor, A, B, C, and D, he would have 4 pages that look just like that. A page for resentment number 1, that's why we lettered it, A. He'd have another page for resentment on the same sponsor, B, did this, 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 and this. He'd have another page for resentment C, and another page for resentment D. So if you have 4 resentments on somebody, you have 4 pages so far that look just like this, and now you've done the third column on everybody. I like to do 1 page per resentment. Got a lot of room to work there and make notes during your 5th step and harm and stuff you might need to be clear on to make amends. A lot of room.
Okay.
And I like to keep the back of the page empty too. One resentment per page.
We went back through our lives. Nothing counted but thoroughness and honesty. When we were finished, we considered it carefully. Now, it's telling me that when I'm finished with these first 3 columns, first thing apparent was that this world and its people were often quite wrong. To conclude that others were wrong was as far as most of us ever got. The usual outcome was that people continued to wrong us and we stayed sore. Sometimes it's remorse and then we're sore ourselves.
You'd be surprised around this country the number of people who think they're into the big book that'll tell you, because of the example Bill gave us, resentment inventory is 3 columns. And they've never seen the instructions on the next page. They've never turned past who and what was done to them.
But the more we fought and tried to have our own way, the worse matters got.
If you really look at it, this is what you do in therapy. We have gotten to nothing new, nor have we gotten to any truth. And I'll even throw this in. It'll be much more obvious in a few minutes. All we've seen in the first 3 columns are lies. That's all a lie. Everything on that board is a lie. That's not who he was mad at. Well, that's who he was mad at. Let's say that's true. It's the second column and the third column are absolute lies. That's not why he was mad, nor is the sponsor, or what the sponsor did, the reason those 7 areas were hurt, threatened, or interfered with. But we will see why in a minute.
As in war, the victor only seemed to win. Our moments of triumph were short-lived. It is plain that a life which includes deep resentment leads only to futility and unhappiness. To the precise extent that we permit these, do we squander the hours that might have been worthwhile. Circle the word permit. Earlier on in the book, it told us resentments kill more alcoholics than anything else, and now they're using the word that we permit these. But with the alcoholic, whose hope is the maintenance and growth of a spiritual experience, this business of resentment is infinitely grave.
Is that my hope, and do I believe that? Continue through the inventory parts here in the book to turn statements into questions.
We found that it is fatal.
Do I believe that? It being resentment.
For when harboring such feelings, we shut ourselves off from the sunlight of the Spirit.
Do I believe that?
The insanity of alcohol returns and we drink again.
Do I believe that's what will happen?
And with us, to drink is to die.
Do I believe that?
If we were to live, we had to be free of anger.
Do I believe that?
The grouch and the brainstorm were not for us. They may be the dubious luxury of normal men, but for alcoholics, these things are poison.
Do I believe that?
We
Now,
turn.
now, they're going to ask us to turn back to what we've written twice. Once is a spiritual exercise that's not done on paper, but in prayer, and once the written instructions for the 4th column. But since we're going to move into that state of thinking, and without confusing anybody, let's stop the tape for a minute. This doesn't work well on tape. Go ahead.
Okay, we turn back to the list, for it held the key to the future. We were prepared to look at it from an entirely different angle. We began to see that the world and its people really dominated us. In that state, the wrongdoing of others, fancied or real, has the power to actually kill. How could we escape? We saw these resentments must be mastered, but how? We could not wish them away any more than alcohol. So this was our course. We realized the people who wronged us were perhaps spiritually sick.
This is a spiritual exercise you go through to move from the thinking in the first 3 columns to turning back to look at it from another angle.
Though we did not like their symptoms and the way these disturbed us, they, like ourselves, were sick too.
There's a key that some people miss. You know how you hear people in meetings all the time saying, I'm praying for that son of a gun because he's perhaps spiritually sick, and it makes it sound like they're up there and he's down here. But always remind yourself, like myself. He like myself. Have you really ever resented anybody for doing anything you haven't done to someone else yourself?
We asked God to help us show them the same tolerance, pity, and patience that we would cheerfully grant a sick friend.
Well, I bet some of you victims have, haven't you?
When a person offended, we said to ourselves, this is a sick man. How can I be helpful to him? God save me from being angry. Thy will be done.
There's a prayer. There's a prayer to turn back and look at what you've written in the first 3 columns so you can now look at your part.
We avoid retaliation or argument. We wouldn't treat sick people that way. If we do, we destroy our chance of being helpful. We cannot be helpful to all people, but at least God will show us how to take a kindly and tolerant view of each and every one. And in terms of that prayer, I can't see any of my truth in the 4th column unless I do that prayer on every single one. Because all those committees that he talked about will not allow me to see the truth. So I have to do that prayer.
Now, I'd like to talk about turning back to something else that we made note of back a few pages that I said we would come back to when we got to the 4th column, and that is from page 62. Our troubles are, 2nd paragraph. Our troubles are basically of our own making. Don't start the 4th column. You can make a note to yourself here. Don't start the fourth column until you can find the positive side to that statement. Our troubles are of our own making. Now, here's the negative side to that statement. G. My troubles with her leaving me were of my making. What a person I am. And you just get involved in another self-obsessive, self-obsessed, self-centered exercise and beating yourself up. And you go to meetings, you say, oh, I'm beating myself up with this fourth column, and it's such a terrible thing. You have not found the freedom you need to go into the fourth column. The positive side to that statement, thank God I played a part with every resentment I had toward everybody on this list. You know why? They don't need to change or come back for me to get free. Thank God. And here's what you should be able to say to yourself when you're writing about her leaving you. Thank God my troubles with her leaving me were of my making, because she doesn't have to change, see the light, beg my forgiveness, get well, come back, or do a thing for me to get free. Thank God my troubles were of my own making. So how do I do that? How do I look for my own troubles? Referring to what we've written, again, which leads me to believe we've done this twice. Once on the previous page with the prayer and stuff that Mark went through, and now again. Putting out of our minds, that's why some people say turn to the back of the page or do a whole separate notebook. So let me refresh your memories just in case. Let's say you had 20 people, 10 institutions, and 20 principles. You'll find the longer you're around, the less people you resent in a year period, and the more principles you resent, because now you finally got some and you didn't come here with very many. So a normal one for me, I'll tell you my most recent, the one I'm in right now. I had 20 people, 5 institutions. I think I had American Express, Visa, one bank, and my landlord downstairs in the office. And I had 15 principles that I don't like sometimes in AA. I'm told to live by or I'll get drunk. And I don't like that I'm told I have to live by them to get drunk, and that's one I wrote. That I will get drunk if I don't live by these principles. Why? It makes me responsible, it makes me uncomfortable, and I don't like it. And boy, you should have heard the third column on that one. Mr. AA. Mr. AA doesn't need to do all that, right? Now I'm putting out of my mind what they've done and my third column lies, because I've seen the whole 3 columns are a lie. Turn the page. I can work on the back of the page. For every second column, there's a third column. For every third column, we got a fourth column. If you got 10 resentments on mommy, you got 10 third columns on mommy, you got 10 fourth columns on mommy. A, B, C, D, E, F, G. A page for each one. So when she left me, and it affected all 7 areas of my life, where was I selfish? I'm going to look for my own mistakes. And we're going to look at 3 things. Where was I selfish, dishonest, self-seeking, and frightened? Though a situation is not entirely my fault, I'm not also going to be a doormat and take all the blame in this thing. It didn't happen in a vacuum. But I'm not going to get free unless I see my part. I try to disregard the other person involved entirely. Where was I to blame? Some people will put that as a separate paragraph down here at the bottom, especially like if you had 10 resentments and you want to take one page at the end of all those fourth columns, because you got a fourth column on all of 10 resentments, and do one paragraph answering that question. Where were you to blame? The inventory is mine, not the other man's. When we see our faults, we list them, we place them before us in black and white. Don't ever let anybody tell you the fourth column isn't written. It says right there. When we saw our faults, we listed them. It doesn't say check them. We place them before us in black and white. We admit our wrongs honestly and become willing to set these matters straight. Let me say once again, for me, everything I need to honestly admit my wrong in step 5, which is what the 5th step is about, to be clear on what needs to be removed in 6, what I'm asking to be removed in 7, what the harm I'm clear on that comes in step 8, that I need to be clear on to come to you to make amends, comes from my 4th column work. So when she left me, who was it that gave us that resentment about the ex leaving? Okay, Mr. Smarty Pants. When she left you and affected each of those areas of your life, where were you selfish? Anybody here ever written a 4-column inventory? Huh? Used her for sex? Mm-mm.
Did she look good in your arm?
Showed off? Used her for sex, took her for granted, showed her off? Say that out loud.
Spent her money? How about dishonest? Felt sorry for her?
What was that, grown?
He said he felt sorry for her. You mean, and that was one of the motives for being in the relationship? Okay. What? No one else would take her out? I mean,
See why you just need, see right now why you needed someone else there to admit that stuff to? You need a guy like Bobby sitting there across the sofa from you, and the day you do your fist step to say, bullshit, cross that one off. You sneak one in there like I'm really a people pleaser and only cared about her. Yeah, right. Ain't one people pleaser in this room. Ain't no one in this room that ever did anything to please anyone else but themselves. What about some dishonesty? Did you lie to her about the other girl you were seeing? Oh!
how did he know that?
Oh!
How did he know he was seeing another girl?
That's a theory. It's a theory I have. I heard once.
She's got some inventory to write too.
That voice of experience.
She's lying. She's lying.
And Bobby said, or others.
Lied to myself thinking I needed her to be okay. I try to find 3 kinds of dishonesty. Outright lies, the one you all that have been around here for a while trick yourself into thinking that aren't lies, which are the ones of omission. Some of you in the room think it's okay and you're not really being dishonest if you don't say anything at all. Which is worse? An outright lie? What do you mean, honey? I didn't tell you I was seeing another woman. 2 types of lies. Outright lies and lies of omission, things you don't say. And self-delusion. So you find the biggest lie in the 3rd column and you write it there to yourself again because it's dishonest. The biggest lie in the 3rd column probably was that I was a perfect boyfriend and that I needed her to be okay. So in the 3rd column in the 4th column under dishonesty, I look for 3 kinds of dishonesty. Lies that I told, things that I didn't tell, which is omission, and the self-delusion, the lies I told myself.
I didn't tell her because I didn't want to hurt her feelings. So I wanted her to live with me based on a lie.
Right? Self-seeking, what was I after? I only cared about what I wanted. I only cared about looking good, and I only cared about getting what I wanted. Now, to find what goes under afraid, you can look through the entire 3rd column if you wrote one out, or you can look through the entire 4th column, or both. What was I afraid of? that made me take advantage of her? I list being alone. What was I afraid of that made me take advantage of her for money? Being broke. That made me show off, to use her to show off? Looking bad. So under afraid, I only list fears. Then we're going to use that to make our fear inventory. I found looking bad, being alone, rejection, pain. There's at least 5 fears from 1/4 column. Looking bad, being alone, being broke, pain, rejection. Let's stop the tape for a minute. We have spent, I think, quite a bit of time on the first 3 steps. Pretty thorough. I used to think that it was more important for me to share most and everything I could think of from my experience with 1, 2, and 3 to share with you. I now think it's more important when I go somewhere, as what was given to me were the tools and the mechanics that one can use to make this book come alive and to use to work this process, to leave people with tools that they can do something with so they can have their own experiences. I could tell you story after story after story about 1s and 2s, just like this book says, and 3s of people around this country that have gotten excited about what you all are excited about. I would be willing to bet, and I've been all over this country, that there's very few places, maybe a few in Texas, and maybe a few in a few other places. Very few places would react and be as clear on those questions that we asked Friday night as a large number of people in this room were Friday night. But it seems like all over this country, people are once again getting excited about doing the work in the big book of Alcoholics Anonymous. I could tell you about a guy who got excited in Muscatine, Iowa, and did this work and finished his last amends that he's consciously aware of, and is absolutely on fire and is having a great effect on AA in that town. Or a lady that moved from Louisville, Kentucky, from Nashville, Tennessee, to Buffalo, New York, and has had an effect on a large group of people in Buffalo, New York. I could tell you about 2 guys that were affected by this work in Seattle, Washington, that now have 2 separate meetings, one in North Seattle, one in South Seattle, with about 200 people doing the work at each meeting. I could tell you about being at a conference this summer in Breckenridge, Colorado, where there were 350 people from 30 states. I have never been at a convention where there were more people from out of state than there were from Colorado. There were 350 people from 30 states all doing this work. Now, if you want to go to an exciting conference, find out from Bobby or Danny or Bubba, or how to get flyers for the Breckenridge Conference the last weekend in July in Breckenridge, Colorado. Not only is it a beautiful place, but you will meet people, you'll join in the fellowship of the Spirit that you don't always get to join in when you just go to experience that Spirit in the fellowship. See, I never knew there's 2 fellowships among AA. And both of them are great. And some of us get to experience the first one the day we walk in. We feel that spirit of the fellowship of Alcoholics Anonymous, the camaraderie and the joyousness, everything this book describes. And we know from times after that the feeling of sharing in a common problem and that spirit in the fellowship of Alcoholics Anonymous. But I didn't know that later on, after the work is done, at the very end of the first 164 pages, they describe another fellowship called, rather than the spirit of the fellowship, they talk about the fellowship of the Spirit. You ever been somewhere out of state and talked about this book or inventory or taken the 3rd step or been sitting there quiet in a meeting in Florida or Texas or somewhere and somebody starts talking about the big book and there's like an instant connection with that person? Or you're at an AA thing somewhere and you start talking to somebody about God and there's this or sometimes you don't even have to say a word. It's just in somebody's eyes that you meet somewhere and there's that instant connection that you both experience the consciousness of the presence of God. and you join in that fellowship of the Spirit. Those are the things that I get excited about. Seeing the number of people that turned out for a long, drawn-out thing like this, that are excited about the big book and doing this work, is the most exciting thing to me in the fellowship nowadays. That might change, but it's the most exciting thing right now for me. So we've done a lot with 1, 2, and 3. I think it's a great feeling when there's nothing on my mind or in my heart or coming to my consciousness that I'd like to say about 1, 2, and 3 that we haven't covered. I can tell you that inventory is a mysterious and exciting process. It's sometimes painful, it's sometimes extremely freeing. It's always in its essence and at the end, in its finality, when it's done, a very freeing experience, but I don't always feel that way in the middle of it, as I currently am, and I told you that last night. I have a half-finished resentment inventory sitting at the hotel over there. Have you ever had those times where you're in the middle of inventory and it's over in the corner of your room and you'll be watching TV or trying to do something else and it'll, Joe, I'm over here. Here I am. You go and you start cleaning stuff that you never cleaned any other time. I think I'll clean that closet out that I haven't opened and. And the trickiness of a 4-column inventory where it makes you put down what you think is the truth, and by the time you're through the 4th column, it's turned what you thought was true into a lie. I think to be able to trick an alcoholic like me into putting down what he thinks is the honest-to-God truth and finding out by the time the 4th column is done that it's an outright lie and this is the truth, and how that shift in perception can happen, sometimes quickly, sometimes with quite a struggle, to see my part and how I brought it on, is an extremely powerful experience. Anything more about resentment?
Nope. I'm clear, right off the top.
Let's talk about the fear inventory. Before we start to read, let's go over the instructions again. We're going to look from the last paragraph on page 67 up to the last paragraph on 68 where it says now about sex. And we're going to do basically what the book says, and we're going to make it a 2-column inventory, although I will tell you some other stuff I've done with it. And I'll let Mark read from notice the word fear to the directions for writing it.
Notice the word fear is bracketed alongside the difficulties with Mr. Brown's, Mrs. Jones, the employer, and the wife.
That only refers to that he put by the 3rd column fear whenever one of those 7 areas were hurt, threatened, or interfered with. As you notice in the example with Mr. Brown, he put fear 3 times because he did 3 separate 3rd columns. And you'll notice that with Mrs. Jones, the employer, and his wife, he only put fear once because he only did 1 3rd column. So he did fear for every 3rd column. I think if you've been around for a while, to write fear after every 3rd column gets a little redundant once you know that whenever one of those 7 areas are hurt, threatened, or interfered with, there's always fear. But it's not redundant your first time to see that whenever one of those 7 areas of self are hurt or threatened, that there's fear. It's a good exercise.
I just wanted to mention one of the things Joe's kind of talked about it when I've been doing some reading. I've either stuck my name in there or used the word I. And I remember the first time that was done for me. And what happened, I didn't realize this, and this is my ego again. When I was reading this book and seeing the word we, I thought they meant you. And the first time I went through and I had to plug my name, Mark, in there, or I, all of a sudden there were a whole bunch of things in this book that I'd read many times that were not me that became me. So that's why we've done some of that. Everyone I've ever done the work with that's been around, when I do that, has that same experience. So that's why we read it that way. This short word somehow touches about every aspect of my life. It, meaning fear,
was an evil and corroding thread. The fabric of my existence was shot through with it.
With what?
It set in motion trains of circumstances which brought me misfortune I felt I didn't deserve. But did not we ourselves set the ball rolling? Sometimes I think fear ought to be classed with stealing. It seems to cause more trouble.
Let's raise a question, and I'll come back to that is quite an interesting question the first time it was posed to me. With these two lines, didn't we ourselves set the ball rolling? And we think fear ought to be classed with stealing. That's an interesting analogy. Let me raise this question. Is it possible that fear is a conscious decision? Go ahead.
I reviewed my fears thoroughly. I put them on paper, even though I had no resentment in connection with them.
There's our first instruction. Make a list of fears. Where do I find that list? Well, I do two things. I look now, because I do that third column work, I look through the entire third column, and I look through the entire fourth column, and then if I've missed any, they show up in that fourth column under afraid, where I've listed fears. But don't just look under where you put afraid in the fourth column. Look under all the third column. What was I afraid of that made me do that? What was I afraid of that made me believe that? Looking bad, rejection, pain, not getting what I want. What was I afraid of in the fourth column when I was selfish about that? Not getting what I want. But just list the fears on this list you're making on a piece of paper over here, a general list, and don't repeat the same fears over and over. There's only so many fears, and you'll find them repeated over and over through your whole resentment inventory. We just want one list of general fears from the resentment inventory with no repeats. When you think you're done with that list, ask God to show you any fears that you had no resentment in connection with. And some will show up in your consciousness that didn't make the resentment inventory. Dogs, cats, snakes, heights, things that you didn't write about or that didn't show up in your fourth column. So just work with that list like you did with the resentment list until you know it's done, but make sure there's no repeats. You don't need to be so specific. You put, I'm afraid of being rejected by mommy. I'm afraid of being rejected by daddy. I'm afraid of being rejected by my boyfriend. Just put rejection. Okay? Pain. Being left alone. Being powerless. Looking bad. Not getting what I want. You'll find them all the way through the resentment inventory, and they'll also be revealed to you when you pray. And all I can tell you is the same thing Don told me about the resentment list. You'll know when the list is done, when you know the list is done. You'll sit there one day and no more fears will come out, and you won't be able to find any more that aren't on your list in your resentment inventory. And you'll know that the fear list is done. So now you got the first column. Then what does it say?
We ask ourselves why we had them.
Column 2. So I take my list, and I take the first one off my list, rejection, and I number it. Number 1, rejection. Draw a line. Column 2. Why am I afraid of rejection? A, painful. I'll be alone. I'll drink. And I just found at least 3 reasons. See, if rejection felt good, I wouldn't be afraid of it. So I'm probably afraid of rejection because of how it feels. And how it feels is painful. And I'll also be alone. And my experience is if I stay in pain and alone for very long, I'll drink and I'll die. That's what my ego tells me. So, yeah, I got a 2-column fear inventory. And then take the next one off my list. Pain. Why am I afraid of pain? Because I'll die. And drink. Drink and die. Or some of you might put, I'm afraid of pain because I can't fix it. I'm powerless over it. Now they make an interesting statement. Isn't fear because self-reliance fails? So what do you see with every fear you've ever had? Self-reliance to try and overcome it doesn't work. I cannot rely on myself to overcome fear. Now let's go back to the question I raised. Is it possible fear is a conscious decision that every one of us make from time to time, and we decide to be afraid? You say, but wait a minute. I got this big long list of fears in column 1 on this piece of paper. I've never consciously decided to be afraid of those things. My friend says to me, what if you saw one decision you've made at numerous times in your life that sets up every fear you've ever had? And fear is a conscious decision based on one decision we all make, to rely on ourselves where fear is concerned. Fear is a conscious decision. We set the ball rolling. It should be classed with stealing. I don't think there's any kleptomaniacs in this room, but if there are, they didn't write this book for you. They wrote this book for alcoholics. And why would they say fear should be classed with stealing? Stealing for me is a conscious decision. So is fear, based on one decision that I make on a regular basis, to rely on myself.
Says self-reliance is good as far as it went, but it didn't go far enough.
What did self-reliance?
Some of us once had great self-confidence, but it didn't fully solve the fear problem or any other. When it made us cocky, it was worse.
When self-confidence makes us cocky, fear becomes worse.
Perhaps there's a better way. We think so, for we're now on a different basis. The basis of trusting and relying upon God. We trust infinite God rather than our finite selves. We are in the world to play the role He assigns. Just to the extent that we do as we think He would have us and humbly relies on Him, does He enable me to match calamity with serenity. We never apologize to anyone for depending upon our Creator. We can laugh at those who think spirituality the way of weakness. Paradoxically, it is the way of strength. The verdict of the ages is that faith means courage. All men of faith have courage. They trust their God. We never apologize for God. Instead, we let Him demonstrate through us what He can do. We ask Him to remove our fear and direct our attention to what He would have us be. At once, we commence to outgrow fear.
Isn't that interesting? They gave me a prayer to get rid of resentment or to turn from it. The whole process gets me out of it. In the resentment inventory, now they've given me a prayer to get free of fear that I can bring out into my life to turn out of fear. Please remove my fear and direct my attention to what you would have me be. And isn't it interesting that prayer doesn't say what you would have me do? Because don't you have the kind of ego that thinks where fear is concerned, there's something you have to do? But we've just seen self-reliance, and there's nothing I can do to overcome fear. So maybe I should ask God what He wants me to be.
And didn't we already look at that? We talked about the idea of the actor and the agent and the child. Isn't that what He would have me be? You know, it's kind of like there's the line in there. I'm in the world to play the role He assigns. Maybe the book's already told me that role. Now maybe I don't have any power to carry that off, and maybe I haven't gained access. But maybe that role is I'm to be His agent and child. Again, the promise, if I'll do this at once, I will commence to outgrow fear. It's a powerful spiritual tool.
Can we stop the tape for a minute? 6.
Now about sex.
The instructions are on page 96.
Many of us needed an overhauling there, but above all, we tried to
They've
be
all heard that one. You ever
sensible
heard
in
that
this
one?
question. You've all heard that one? He's trying to... Okay. It's so easy to get way off the track. Here we find human opinions running to extremes. Now about sex.
The instructions are on page 96.
Many of us needed an overhauling there, but above all, we tried to
They've
be
all heard that one. You ever heard
sensible
that
in this
one?
question.
You've all heard that one? He's trying to, okay. It's so easy to get way off the track. Here we find human opinions running to extremes, absurd extremes perhaps. One set of voices cries, sex is the lust of our lower nature, a base necessity of procreation. Then we have the voices who cry for sex and more sex, who bewail the institution of marriage, who think that most of the troubles of the race are traceable to sex causes. They think we do not have enough of it or it isn't the right kind. They see its significance everywhere. One school will allow man no flavor for his fare, and the other would have us all on a straight pepper diet. We want to stay out of this controversy. We do not want to be the arbiter of anyone's sex conduct. We all have sex problems. We'd hardly be human if we didn't. Well, what can we do about them? You know, I want to make a comment on something. I hear a lot in AA, don't get in relationships and don't do anything for the first year, and that is not anywhere in my book. What my book says, as a matter of fact, is I'm not the arbiter of your sex conduct. So that's your business, but as a sponsor, if I'm working with someone, they come to me, there are some tools that I can have them look at in here. But one of the ways I want to play God is I want to sit across from a new person who's dying of loneliness, and I want to say, and by the way, don't get in a relationship for a year. It's interesting.
I was told nobody knows if that works or not because no one's ever done it. That's like they say, it's so stupid sometimes. They say don't make any major decisions in your first year, and then 6 months later your sponsor is telling you, now you need to decide to turn your will and your life over to the care of God. Well, no major decision there.
So we reviewed our own conduct over the years past.
I was told two things with that, and so I now do both, so there's no confusion. First time I was told that means to make a list. Pray to God, show me which relationships you would have me look at, and here comes another list. I trust God with what's revealed. Just like with resentment, just like fear. If it's revealed in prayer and you're centered, don't question why the name came up. Just put it on your list. Then I was told it means to review your conduct in that relationship, so I now do both. Make a list of relationships that are revealed to you in prayer, and then in paragraph form, write about the history of that relationship from beginning to where it is now or how it ended, with specific sex conduct in that history. Just in a couple pages. Just say a prayer and go with what comes. My motive, I like to look at motives for getting involved, major events that are revealed when I say a prayer, when she did this and I did that and she did that, my motive for getting involved, and then how it ended, or where it is now. Then what? What does it say?
It says, where have we been selfish, dishonest, or inconsiderate?
There's a dark blue Chrysler New Yorker in front parking lot with your lights on. Now we're going to look in paragraph form at answering 9 questions. Let's find all 9 questions that need to be answered. In detail, with explanations, not check marks. For God's sakes.
Whom had we hurt?
No, wait. Question number 1.
Where had we been selfish?
Let's stop the tape for a second.
We're going to drive him crazy.
Question number 1. Where was I selfish? And I write a paragraph. Where was I selfish in this relationship with Susie? I did this and I did this. You're not just redoing the 4th column. You're writing some specific questions about this person, although most of them were probably in your. If you were in a relationship with them, you probably resented them. Question number 2. Where was I dishonest? You write a paragraph or 2 on where you were dishonest in that relationship. Where was I inconsiderate? Question number 3. Question number 4 is, who did I hurt? The book says we. They just mean all these people that were involved in AA. They don't mean you write about where you and Susie hurt somebody. You write about who you hurt. But look around the relationship. Did you hurt her kids? Did you hurt her parents? Not only just her. Who else did you hurt? Look around the relationship for question number 4. Question number 5, where did I arouse jealousy? Question number 6, where did I arouse suspicion? Number 7, where did I arouse bitterness? Where and how? How did I do those things? Number 8, where was I at fault? Kind of sums it all up. And the one you shouldn't do if you don't want to change, question number 9, what should I have done instead? Thank God it doesn't say could. Because what most of us see in our sex inventories is we couldn't have done anything different with the power we had. But what should we have done, there's a lot. 8, question number 8, where was I at fault? Question number 9, what should I have done instead? Now, I was told because of what we're going to do next to mark, either underline or just some way so you can easily refer back to it when you're thumbing back through all this sex inventory. Mark question number 9 with a marker or underline it so you can easily refer back to it, because we're now going to do something else before we fifth step. Mark?
Yeah, it says again, we got this whole down paper and looked at it. In this way,
This is why we're writing the sex inventory.
we tried to shape a sane and sound ideal for our future sex life. We subjected each relation to this test. Was it selfish or not? We asked God to mold our ideals and to help us to live up to them. We remembered always that our sex powers were God-given and therefore good, neither to be used lightly or selfishly, nor to be despised and loathed. Whatever our ideal turns out to be, we must be willing to grow toward it. We must be willing to make amends where we have done harm, provided we do not bring about still more harm in so doing. In other words, we treat sex as we would any other problem. In meditation, we ask God what we should do about each specific matter. The right answer will come if we want it.
It won't come if you don't want it.
God alone can judge our sex situation. Counsel with other persons is often desirable, but we let God be the final judge. We realize some people are as fanatical about sex as others are loose. We avoid hysterical thinking or advice. Suppose we fall short of the chosen ideal and stumble. Does this mean we're going to get drunk? Some people tell us so, but this is only a half-truth. It depends on us and on our motives. If we are sorry for what we have done and we have the honest desire to let God take us to better things, we believe we will be forgiven and will have learned our lesson. If we are not sorry and our conduct continues to harm others, we are quite sure to drink.
Do I believe that?
We are not theorizing. These are facts out of our experience. To sum up about sex, we earnestly pray for the right ideal, for guidance in each questionable situation, for sanity, and for the strength to do the right thing. If sex is very troublesome, we throw ourselves the harder into helping others. We think of their needs and work for them. This takes us out of ourselves. It quiets the imperious urge when to yield would mean heartache. You know, real quickly, this is an area I've had to do a tremendous amount of work in. My own personal experience, every piece of information I had in this area has proven to be erroneous and a lie. And I've done some stuff in recovery which took me back to the line when Joe talked about we got it down on paper. What should we have done instead? I remember being 5 years sober and I'm in a relationship and I'm going to bed with a married woman on the side. And I'm taking that information to a sponsor, and he's looking at me, and he didn't beat me up. He didn't do any of that. You know why? Because he understood something. That's the very best I could do based on my own power at that time. And I guess the point I'm trying to share in the midst of all this is in the course of doing this many, many, many times, many things have happened for me. I don't subscribe to Playboy and Penthouse anymore. I don't go out with married women anymore. I could go on and on and on and on and on. That all came about through writing this Sane and Sound Ideal and doing these kinds of work in this process. And that came about through God, not through me. Because at my very best, I'd still do this stuff over and over and over again. And yet, it saddens me in that AA, I was thinking the other day how many times I've been to a meeting and these 3 pages were talked about. And yet how many times do people come in and they want to talk about the problems in their relationship, but they don't want to talk about these 3 pages, about the solution. It's like you mentioned this word in an AA meeting and everyone starts to freeze up a little bit. And if you're in that kind of a situation, they'll change the meeting to a whole bunch of different topics other than that. Yet it's the single biggest area I probably do as much or more work with the men in my life than any other. So there's a lot of work here. I'm not going to stick my head in the sand around this stuff I did, and it damn near killed me and some others. I mean, if you ever want to see the ripple effect, you take a look at it in this area, where you're in a relationship and having an affair on the side. You want to look at some harm and the numbers of people touched, from employers to children to mother-in-laws to father-in-laws to, I mean, a resentment's not quite so bad, right? But you get into this area and watch what happens. So this has been a powerful piece for me, you know. My history here is a little different than Joe's. You know, I've been married and divorced 4 times, engaged 6 times, and, you know, 2 of those happened in this program. So I've had to do a lot of work here. And I was running around some old ideas for a while about having done the work at 3, 4, 5 years. All of a sudden I had some power to change a lot of conduct. Guess what? Not true at all. So I kept taking it back through this process, and gradually that sane and sound ideal began to manifest itself in my life through the power of God. Joe?
I think the ideal they talk about after the instructions, and keep in mind, it will not look like she put it up there. It will look like the person's name and then a history, and then 9 questions will be paragraphs, not numbered and then written out. It'll just look like several paragraphs of writing, including the history and the answers with explanations to each of the 9 questions. So it's just a paragraph-looking sex inventory. My history, my personal experience is it was disastrous my first year before doing this work and starting the work, like up to my, well, I seem to always conveniently forget this story, but during my first experience with inventory, so I'm about, let's see, I started the work for the first time when I was 6 months, so we're talking 9 months sober. I'm in inventory, and I get to fear, and I was told not to balk, and I balked for a few weeks, and I was almost arrested for some gambling I'd been doing during my early sobriety. And I ran over to Don's house, and I said, I'm going to get arrested for gambling. He said, what a great thing to happen during a fear inventory you refuse to finish. You'll either run or you'll finish that fear inventory. And I didn't have to run from fear for the first time in my life, I think. And you would have thought I would have learned my lesson, but I finished the fear inventory and I didn't get arrested, and I got to the sex inventory and I balked again. And on the same day, 2 women called me pregnant from some behavior earlier in my sobriety. Well, obviously a few months earlier. And both on the same day. And no, not both on the same day, but they both called on the same day. Well, maybe it was. It was both on the same day. Now that I think of it. And I ran over to Don's house and I said, I'm been balking on my sex inventory. He said, Dara, you know, you would have thought you would have learned your lesson during that fear inventory. I said, well, I didn't. And 2 women called me today and they're both pregnant. He said, well, what a great thing to happen during a sex inventory. He said, you'll either run based on your track record or you'll finish that sex inventory. And I finished that sex inventory, and things worked out. With one of the women was married and her husband had had a vasectomy, so there wasn't much of a chance she was going to have that baby. And the other one, and we had stopped seeing each other. That was one of those where I was going to take her to meetings from the treatment center I had been to and help her out in her early sobriety. And didn't really help her out very much. The second one I was still seeing when she called me. She was up in Aspen, I was in Denver. And we worked it out, and she decided not to have that child, and we're both really good friends still. We talk to each. She lives in California now, and we talk pretty regularly. It was healed, not during inventory. It was healed in amends. That area of my life didn't heal for my first inventory. As a matter of fact, it got a little more outrageous. Not any more pregnancies, but more numbers. And around my second time through the work, I hit bottom with that area of my life, and I, for the first time, wanted to see it change. It says the right answers will come if you want them. I didn't until I was about 2. And my second time through the work was really to do a major sex inventory. And I hadn't concentrated much on this thing I wanted to talk about that I think is overlooked a lot, and that's when the sex inventory is done, to begin praying and do exactly what the book says and ask God to mold. And it also says it's chosen, and write out in paragraph form your chosen ideal for the future. That does not mean your ideal woman or how the ideal man would look. It means the ideals, the values and beliefs and principles that you would like to bring into your future sex life. Hopefully believing that God can take you to better things, which is a promise in those pages that he just read. Can God take me to better things in this area of my life? That's a big one for some of us younger folk that come to AA, that we're not going to become boring and glum, and it won't be exciting anymore. I guess it would be a great promise for anybody that God would care about that area of our lives. I mean, some of us have some real guilt about that. And I didn't know I did till I knew I did. And I worked on that ideal the second time through the work and wrote it out and prayed for a while and asked God to help mold it, and used question number 9. This is what I was talking about that I marked so I could easily refer back to it. Question number 9, what should I have done instead, as a guide? And from what I wrote, what I should have done instead gave me a view of what I could do in the future, and wrote out that ideal, and that area of my life changed to this day. To this day, from that first ideal that I wrote in my second inventory, I was with one woman for 3 years, one woman for 3 years, and the woman that I'm with now that I'm ready to spend the rest of my life with some casual stuff in between that I absolutely paid a price for, and I never used to pay a price. I mean an internal price. Couldn't do it anymore. I'm not saying I never did it from that first ideal. Couldn't live with it. Changed. That area of my life changed. And for me, for the next, that was my second year, for the next 9 years, to have only basically been with 3 women, three years, and now, is a big deal for a guy like me. And the most recent experience, which I get a little choked up when I talk about, is, and I'm going to talk some more about it tomorrow, this last, not the inventory I'm in right now, the last inventory that I finished was with a Native American man named Don Coyas from Colorado Springs, Colorado. And when we did 1 through 9, he was real big that I write this ideal out when done with my sex inventory. And for the first time in 8 other inventories, I wrote about being ready to be with someone for the first time in my life, for the rest of my life. And I wrote about how I wanted that person to be, not look like, but be. And I had also never done that. And I wrote about that I would like her to love God and do this work, but it's funny that I didn't put that she be alcoholic. It just didn't feel like a requirement in my heart. But I did put that she love God, that she do this work, and care about this program that I would like to spend the rest of my life with. It's funny, and I put it away. I read my 5th step. I'm going to get rid of my entire inventory when I'm through my 8th step and I have all my amends on 3x5 cards, but I kept my sex ideal. And I put it on my desk and I put it away and I didn't look at it for 6 months. And it was only 1 page, mostly about the things I would like to bring to my future sex. I would like to be more open. I would like to be more honest. I would like to be more considerate of her feelings. From my past mistakes I have seen, so I would like to be, because what I thought I should have been in my previous inventories I used as a guide, like question number 9. And I wrote it out, put it on my desk, put it away, did 5, 6, 7, 8, and finished amends January 1st, 1993. February, March, April, May, June, I get to go away last year to Canada, speak at the 50th anniversary of AA in Canada, and we're going to take, my girlfriend and I are going to take a 3-week trip. So I'm going to be gone for 3 weeks, and I don't like leaving the people I'm currently working with, like hanging, and a couple of them were ready to finish their inventories, and one of them came over, and we're talking about finishing his fear inventory, and we're talking about him finishing his sex inventory, and then we're talking about the ideal for the future, and I said, oh, I got one over on my desk I wrote 6 months ago. And I went over to my desk, and I went through this pile of papers, and I pulled it out, and every single thing I wrote in that ideal came true the month I finished my last amends. To the point where she's not an alcoholic, but she loves AA, and she does this work, and she loves God, and she loves this program, and she's ready to spend the rest of her life with somebody. And sex, I also put in there that we become friends first, and that sex not be the number one priority. And she also was in that place when we met, and every single thing I wrote in that ideal came true the day, the month. I met her January 1993 when I finished my last amends. That's how powerful the sex ideal is. And it's not about writing it out so you can make it happen. It's about bringing it to your heart, putting it away, concentrating on the rest of the work. I did not set out to meet her, make that happen, or bring the ideal to bear, or make it happen myself. I put it away for 6 months. I finished the work. I finished my last amends, and I got what was in my heart. Thanks. Let's come back tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Oh, raffle. We can stop the tape. Everybody awake this morning? My sermon for this morning has to do with the train of life. I've always wanted to do one of those. I want to do one of those. How many been here? How many bad dogs been here since Friday night? Holy moly. I'll tell you a story about you guys. Take 100 people from Alcoholics Anonymous. God forbid. Put them back in the bar. Here's what you'll find. 30 at the bar, sitting on the bar stools, wallowing in their beer, crying in their whiskey, because they don't know there's anything more to find in alcohol, and some of them enjoy it. 20 or 30. Then you find 20 or 30 in the middle of the bar, come in, sit at the tables, drink till they feel good, then they go home. Then you find about 20 or 30 mad dogs. In and out of the bar, going here, going there, getting in fights, going to jail, go for the gusto, do it to the max, bop till you drop, will not settle for sitting at the bar on those stools, wallowing in their beer, crying in their whiskey, because they know one thing, there's more to find in alcohol. And they don't dig sitting at the bar, wallowing in their whiskey, crying in their beer. They do not settle for sitting at the tables, drink till they feel good, because that's just where the night begins. They're mad dogs. They want it all. Now, take those 100 people, put them back in the program of Alcoholics Anonymous, you'll find they settle for about the same thing they did when they were drinking. I can easily say those that have been here since Friday night will not settle for sitting in rooms of Alcoholics Anonymous, wallowing in their crap, crying in their big books, because they know one thing, there's more to find in Alcoholics Anonymous. That was like a little thing, wasn't it? They will not settle for sitting at these tables, doing enough till they feel good, and then go home, because they've tried that, and when they do that, their own gratitude starts to choke them, because they're not giving it away. Because they're not giving it away. I believe there's immense responsibility to power. Why for alcoholics? Must be because we have a debt to pay. Chuck C. used to say, got to pay your ticket before you can go. Got to pay for your ticket. Because I know spiritual people all over this country that find God, find power, and can choose to be effective in service, whatever they're serving, or go up on a mountain, sit in the lotus position in a monastery and not have any contact with anybody. They have the luxury of choosing what they wish to do with the power. Why is it for alcoholics we start to receive this power and we have no choice where it takes us or where we're supposed to serve or what we're supposed to do, but that it must flow through us? And if it stays in you, it gets stale, you dry up, and it starts to choke you. I don't know why that is. I feel the reason for me is because I have a debt to pay. I took and took and took and took till I absolutely couldn't take any more. And then I was given a gift, and now it has to be given away. I heard one guy say one time, alcoholics are the only people that expect a reward after receiving a gift. I understood that. I had a fourth column story I didn't get to tell yesterday during the fourth column, so I'll tell it now. It's about how we think when we're in that place where we're still a victim of her leaving us or them doing it to us. It's about a guy who's sober forever, and God forbid, he's in the hospital on his deathbed, God forbid, and his wife is right there. And he looks up one day, and he's getting ready to go, and he looks up one day, and he says, honey, after all these years, I've realized something. She says, what's that? He says, well, you were right there that time I got shot? She said, yeah, and you stood by me. And you were right there that time that I lost all our money in that little business we had, and you were right there? And then you stood by me? She said, yeah. And he said, when you were right there that time I had a stroke, and you were right there when it happened, and you stood by me? She said, yeah. And he says, you've always been right there, and you've always stood by me. And after all these years, I've realized one thing. She says, what? He says, you're a friggin' jinx. I heard that, I thought, that's how I think. Anything to not take responsibility myself, right? Anyone or anything that I can blame. And you wonder why. It's easily for me to understand. You wonder why nowadays they have these bumper stickers, I hate to use the word, but that say shit happens, right? If I was new in AA, I would just milk the hell out. I'd have me a shit happens bumper sticker and be going around to Victims Anonymous all I could, I just couldn't live that way anymore, and they didn't let me get away with it in Denver. They didn't buy it. Matter of fact, our friend Bob O said up in Breckenridge, he said right in the middle of his, he's talking about God or something, and right in the middle of his talk, out of his mouth comes, he says, and if you see my inner child running around here anywhere this weekend, just shoot him. I thought that was great. My friend Clint H. says he has no trouble getting in touch with his inner child. It's his inner adult that he's been searching for. And he says he comes from a dysfunctional family, and the reason it was dysfunctional was because he was in it. Oh, dear. There is a vast amount of fun about it all, isn't there? Sure, we get the whole buffet. We get the whole deal. Some people settle for crumbs, right? With the whole deal laid out right in front of them. Pâté and caviar and duck and prime rib and sirloin and duck and crackling and dobosh cake all in a row. Everything right there in front of you. And you take peanut butter and jelly sandwich. Right? I think, though, Mark and I were talking, all these judgments that I seem to have don't do much good. And it seems like to me that people in AA that, get past a little bit of time, maybe like a year or something, they seem to get whatever they came here for. I've seen people alone where there was nobody carrying the message get some kind of desire in their heart that maybe there was more and search somewhere and find it. I believe every one of us gets everything we want in Alcoholics Anonymous. And I don't believe you have to go any further. But I believe Alcoholics Anonymous is boundless. And it can take you anywhere. Doesn't mean staying right here, you're going to find everything. It means doing what's offered here, you could end up anywhere. And it's an answer to all your problems. Because we're going to find this morning when you get to step 11, it says, hey, check out all kinds of stuff. Go out there, dance around, have some fun. That's the time. I mean, if I learned anything from the Native American guide, Don C., who helped me immensely between my 8th and 11th year, and still does to this day, but the real contact we had with each other for 2 years, like my 8th year and my 9th year, was that once a spirit is wakened, I'm not talking about a dead spirit that has never had that awakening, but an awakened spirit, once you've done this work. He also says, really have fun the first time you do the work, because you'll never do it for the first time ever again. I wish somebody would have told me that when I was doing it the first time, because I didn't really enjoy it until I was pretty well through amends, or well into amends. I felt better a little bit after the day I did my 5th step. And I got some relief at the 3rd step. But I didn't like seeing step 1. My ego does not like getting cornered. My ego does not like hearing the news. It can't do anything to save me. Matter of fact, I don't know if anyone in the room will relate to this, but I've written enough inventory to see that I have an ego that thinks it can exist without me. That it will be just fine if I die, because look at some of the things it tries to talk me into. Oh, you can do that. I'm talking drinking and sober. Oh, you can do that. Oh, you can get away with that. Oh, you don't need to write this inventory. Oh, you don't need, here's the biggest one of all, you don't need to make those amends. You ever seen those groups where they change, and I don't want to mispronounce it. I've literally seen, you know where they put the steps on the wall? I've literally seen where they change the word in the 9th step at certain places to whenever instead of wherever. I mean, whenever's great. My ego, whenever. I'll get to that one. You know, I can get away with not making that. That one, that one's a little too much, I'll make it whenever it's possible. Used to sponsor a little black kid, ex-Crip, gang member from South Central Los Angeles. And I met him when he was 4.5 years sober, dying of untreated alcoholism in the program of Alcoholics Anonymous. It's the best place to find drunks. You think you have to go somewhere to find drunks to work with? They've rounded them up for us. They got a whole program for people that need the message of Alcoholics Anonymous in the program of Alcoholics Anonymous. They're all around you. You can listen every meeting, every day, every time you go to a meeting for that one guy that's looking for that thing, and all you need to say is, there is a spiritual malady that one can be suffering from further away from their last drink, where you can be dying of a part of the disease that you might not even know you have, and you're going to get his attention, because he's going to be living page 52. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 years sober. And then you're going to bet your ass that you're in the group that's going to say that to you the day you're dying of that and experiencing that page 5, 10, 15, 20 years sober. So I sponsor this kid, and we get to the 9th step. He's got 350 amends. He's never left a 10-mile area his entire life. He's never left South Central Los Angeles. He's got 350 amends, and they're legitimate amends, because 250 of them are breaking and entering. And another 100 or so are to family and friends. He makes those, he starts making the ones, he does the family, he does the friends. he starts making the ones that were breaking and enterings. Now, you know how a salesman makes cold calls on neighborhoods? He did that in neighborhoods in South Central Los Angeles where he knew the house, but obviously he didn't know the people because they had never seen him. That's because he was good. That's why he had 250 of those. And he just started making cold calls in neighborhoods where he knew the houses that he had broken into, but not the people, and and finished 350 amends in 2.5 years, and the guy's never been the same since. And I'm sitting in my home group one night. I got one little amends to finish from that year's inventory to a girl that we didn't even break up on bad terms. There's no reason not to go to her, but I had caused her some harm. And I'm sitting in my home group, and I raise my hand and I share. Remember I said at my home group they're allowed to ask questions. I'll tell you our format, just for the fun of it. We open with the third step prayer. Well, we, introduce ourselves, newcomers. We read how it works. We open with the third step prayer and 5 minutes of meditation. Takes that weird energy out of the room, and it kind of settles everybody down. Because in California, you get this weird, manic, you literally feel untreated alcoholism in the room. When I first moved there, I thought it was excitement and energy. It was just untreated alcoholism, abounding. And we do 5 minutes of meditation, and then we have a 20-minute speaker who shares his or her experience, strength, and hope in recovery. Then we're allowed to ask the speaker questions, share, or ask anybody else in the room a question. Say Joe Blow hasn't shared for a few weeks, and the speaker said something about the 11th step or something with recovery. You can say, yeah, I'd like to ask Charlie, what's your experience with what he said about blah, blah, blah. And you can bring people out, somebody you might want to hear on something the speaker said. You can ask the speaker questions. And then we do that twice a month, and then twice a month we do the whole meeting, just discussion, where you're at personally in recovery. So we don't get these old stories all the time over, well, when I came in. And then 10 years later, you're still, well, when I was a week that I came in, where are you right now in recovery? And you can ask questions those 2 weeks too. So I raised my hand to share, and I said, I'm praying for the willingness to make amends to my ex-girlfriend who I need to go see. And I finished sharing, and he raised his hand. He says, and one of those buzzwords that I've been talking about that you have to be careful of when you hear them said, like, we need to talk, or do you really want to know, or, oh, I forgot to tell you. He says, in our group, if they start a question with, is it possible, you might as well just get right under your chair because you're in big trouble. He says, is it possible you're not praying for the willingness to make that amend, and you'll know the exact moment that you are? I said, what? He said, yeah, is it possible you're not doing what you say you're doing, and you'll know the exact moment you are? And I wanted to say, how dare you speak to me that way, you little so-and-so, after all I've given you? But in my piosity, in my humble way, I said, that's possible. How will I know the exact moment? Then he said, do you really want to know? He said, do you really want to know the exact moment you'll be willing to make that amends? I said, sure. He said, the exact moment that you're willing to make that amends, you'll hear a really strange noise. And he said, you'll hear some really strange noises. And I thought, what? Are you absolutely crazy? He said, yeah. I said, I'll hear a really strange noise the exact moment that I'm willing. He said, yeah. I said, like what? He said, like this. That's called ego deflation. I was hammered. I got hammered. And sure enough, the moment I was willing to make that amends, I heard a really strange noise. Me knocking on her door, right? Then I heard another really strange noise. Out of my mouth came, I need to talk to you about the harm that I caused you. Will you listen to me? Can I talk to you? And then a little while later I heard, do you need to tell me how any of this hurt you? And then 3.5 hours later I heard another really strange noise come out of my mouth. I said, is there anything I could possibly do to make this right? And she told me. She told me exactly what I could do. And we're good friends today. And relationships and families and friends and things that I never thought that I could recreate or start over, I get to start over. I did have some thoughts about an exercise that I didn't mention yesterday that's very helpful, especially those of you that aren't writing inventory your first time. The first time you pray your ass off, you do the best you can, you go with what comes, you try to follow the 4 columns, you'll see what's been shown, you admit it to somebody, you move on, you make your amends. You get better at this. Now there's a price to pay for getting better at writing inventory. I think it was around my 3rd or 4th inventory. I woke up one day and I had this inventory in front of me I was working on, and I saw that I had become so good at writing 4-column inventory that I could sneak my bullshit right through it. I could fool and cheat the process, but I wasn't cheating I wasn't cheating anyone but myself. My ego had gotten involved in me and Don becoming pretty close, and I didn't want to threaten my image to my sponsor. And not only did I go to somebody and get some help, and he showed me that 3rd column work, which shook it all up, and I was then back in an inventory that I didn't understand how to write, which is good for me to shake it up every now and then. I then realized that I had to read that inventory to someone else along with my sponsor, and read it to 2 or 3 people. We're going to find here that in the 5th step it mentions praying about the right person or persons. There's a group in Chicago started by my great-grand-sponsor, Paul Martin, who's 47 years doing this work, that are real big on multiple 5th steps. And what, for example, my grand-sponsor, Gary Brown from Indianapolis, who's Don P's sponsor, at 26 years was having some problems in his life, and he knew he needed to do the work again. And he flew to Chicago to Paul Martin's group and to meet with Paul, reviewed 1, 2, and 3, went home and wrote inventory, then came back to Chicago, and they put him up in a motel, and 9 people came by over a weekend from 6 months to 48 years in succession, and he read the 5th step 9 times to 9 different people, and he only knew one of them. 8 strangers, and then Paul. Got in touch, they did 6, 7, and 8, and then he flew home and he got in touch with some men he hadn't seen in 26 years, some money stuff. And he sat down with his wife and they discussed it, and she agreed, and they sold the house and paid off those financial amends, and he moved into a little teeny trailer, and the guy was more free than the 10 years I'd known him. He was absolutely on fire, and he was willing to do that 26 years sober. Paul came out and did a retreat for our group last April, and our group has 3 retreats a year, April, August, and November. We get April and November, we get different people every year, and every August Don P does one for us because he's helped our group a lot. He also does our Christmas party every December. He comes out and speaks. Because I've never wanted to be the center of that group. And I knew after being there a year and watching what had grown up, and that there were all these people doing the work, that being the center of that group was going to kill me, and that I needed to have people come in so they didn't feel like we were the only ones in the world doing this. I suppose that some of you probably feel kind of alone here or wherever it is you live, New Orleans or Homer or wherever it might be, doing this work alone. Mark's going to talk about that later on today before we break, because he moved somewhere where that's the way it is and that's the way it was, and that's changed. I moved somewhere, I'm not as fresh with the experience because it was 7.5 years ago, but I moved to California and I was alone. I had one friend and a couple people that had done some work, but basically was not well liked, was not the most popular guy that ever moved to California, and have watched a wholesale change in AA in Los Angeles of people where you go are doing this work at most meetings. And I can't do that. I can't do anything like that on my own power. The exercise I wanted to mention for those of you that are familiar with inventory, which is a trap in itself, becoming familiar with inventory, is each time you sit down to write. And if you get up and take a break and you come back, do this each time you sit down to write. Not just write a prayer at the top of the page. Get centered, sit quietly, and review your first 3 steps. You don't have to open the book. If you want to get the hang of it, you can start at the ABCs and read through the 3rd step decision each time you sit down to write. But then you'll get good at doing that, and you'll be able to just go within and review your own first 3 steps, and it will literally, if you sit down and your mind's kind of hectic, and you're not really centered in what you were writing on last week or yesterday or the last time you sat down, it will literally change your state of consciousness to where the writing will begin to flow out of you each time you sit and do that. Sit, say a prayer, get centered, review the first 3 steps. It takes about 2.5 minutes. It will move you into a state of consciousness where the writing will just happen again. The other thing I wanted to mention is something we probably should have gone into. It's good to be clear on the difference because you're going to work with different people. And it's really a bad habit to get involved in this idea that because we 12-step people, we should convince them they belong in AA. I think we should 12-step people and be committed to helping them find out their own truth and where they belong and recommending where they belong. So if you're going to be involved in that, not that you're going to commit to working with addicts or overeaters or people that belong in Al-Anon, but you should be clear on how to help somebody where they belong and who you can direct them to. So there has to be some clarity on the differences between alcoholism and drug addiction. That's the only question we had a half vote on. The rest of the questions that we asked Friday night, which were some of the main points in AA nowadays, you all were clear on. That you can recover, that if you're alcoholic, there really is no choice whether you're going to drink again or not. All that stuff that is so controversial everywhere else, you people were clear on, except 26 voted one way and about 50 voted the other way, that alcoholism and drug addiction are the same thing. They aren't. If they were, some of you in this room, everyone in this room would be an addict. It's just not true. There are men and women in this room who are full-blown alkies, who could take or leave drugs, take it or leave it. There are also people in this room that are probably full-blown addicts, totally powerless over drugs. They can't control it once they start. They can't keep themselves stopped. Who could pretty much do what they wanted with booze, take it or leave it. Didn't probably even like it. So just because you're alcoholic doesn't mean you're addict, and just because you're addict doesn't mean you're alcoholic. That's just a belief system perpetuated by people who love to herd us all together so you can collect money from as many people as possible by lumping both diseases into the same thing because their insurance carriers don't cover drug addiction. They only cover alcoholism, so they send people into treatment starting their recovery based on a lie. Let's pump. You hear horror stories in Cocaine Anonymous and Narcotics Anonymous in California, guys who do 12-step work on addicts, pumping them up with booze to take them to the treatment center to lie and tell them you're alcoholic so you can get under your insurance plan. Horror stories. Buying an addict a pint of whiskey on his way into a treatment center so it looks like, and we can tell him that you drink so your insurance will cover it, and you start your recovery based on a lie in a program that demands rigorous honesty. I guess their programs don't demand rigorous honesty, but ours does, and you must start this spiritual process with the truth, which I believe the 12 steps are. The 12 steps are a spiritual process to take one from powerlessness to having power and a spiritual awakening, so they can practice principles in their life with power they didn't have when they started, never drink again, and manage their lives. You cannot start a spiritual process with a lie, or you get worse. We've seen it happen. People belonging in Cocaine Anonymous or Narcotics Anonymous get talked into alcoholism by somebody with good motives, thinking it's our job to convince them they belong in AA. Take somebody through the steps, they get to the 9th step, and they're crazier than when they started because they started the first step with a lie. People that belong in AA do it with somebody in CA because they think they need to 12-step people into their program, admit that they're an addict and they're really not, they're an alcoholic, go through the steps, get to the 9th step crazier than when they started because they started with a lie. People that really belong in Al-Anon. All the different combinations. You start a spiritual process with a lie, you do not get better. That's why taking the first step based on truth is very important. Now, with me, it doesn't matter what we find because I got somebody to send you to because we've been doing the work in Los Angeles for about 9 years now. If I get a woman, I don't work with women anymore, but when I moved there, I didn't have women I trusted I could send, so I worked with a few women, and now I trust them. I send women to them. It just grew, circle after circle after circle. Get a woman now who's not sure about whether she's alcoholic or not, but might have a problem with food. I got a girlfriend right down the street who found out the same thing. Not alcoholic, she's powerless over food, she belongs in OA, she's doing the work. She came to our group and found that. We even have a clause in our format at our meeting. It's a closed meeting for alcoholics only, but if you're here to find out, you're welcome to sit and listen. And on a regular basis, we'll have 2-3 people in the room. My name is so-and-so, and I'm here to find out. Not just new people. We've had people 5, 10, 15 years come to our group, start the work, and they're told by the person they're working with, you don't really know what you are, do you? No. You're here to find out? Yep. Then you introduce yourself that way at our home group. You're here to find out. You're not there to share. You're there to find out. You're allowed to ask questions. You can't share. You can share when you find out. You're welcome. But it's not an open meeting. You can say you're an alcoholic and anything, or alcoholic, or that you're here to find out and you're given a period of time to find that out. I've worked with guys totally addict a while back. Now I have addicts to send them to. But here's what they find out. My one friend, his name is Alton. He's an addict, but he's powerless over alcohol. That doesn't mean he's alcoholic. That means when he drinks, it takes him back to the dope house. That's different than me craving booze when I drink it. So he says, I'm an addict, powerless over alcohol. It doesn't allow him to come to our closed meeting, but he's clear on what he is. Some find out they're both. They get the craving, they get the obsession for drugs, and they get the craving and they get the obsession for alcohol. They're both. It's possible to be both. You don't have to be one or the other. But find out your own truth. I'll tell you some differences I found. Heroin addict does his drug, his craving goes away. Bubba does his drug, his craving gets stronger. He's an alcoholic. You get an alcoholic talking to a heroin addict about the physical part of the disease, they lose each other because his craving gets stronger and his craving goes away. They get fixed. They get well. The bogues are off. Whatever a dope fiend calls it. Well, then you get a cocaine addict. He says, my craving gets stronger. That's why CA uses our book, because every part of the disease fits. But just because you crave cocaine, when you put that drug in your system, doesn't mean you crave booze when you put that drug in your system. And here's the misconception that's been strung out to all sorts of meanings. A drug is a drug. Alcohol is a drug. True. That does not mean alcoholism is drug addiction. That's where they get mistaken. They think because a drug is a drug, that means, my God, not everybody that does drugs is a drug addict, and not everybody that drinks whiskey is an alcoholic. We know that. Here's the analogy that helped me. Take 10 people from anywhere in the world that you want to pick. It has to be you, a normal drinker that you can think of. I always think of my mother. And 98 other people from anywhere in the world. Put them in a log cabin for 100 days. Shoot them up with heroin every day. How many of those 100 people, including my mother, who's not an alcoholic, will be physically addicted to the drug heroin? Every one of them. Now, take me and my mother, who's a normal drinker, and 98 other people from anywhere in the world that you want to pick, put them in a log cabin for 500 days and pump them with as much booze as you could pump into somebody. How many of those 100 people would be alcoholics? Statistics say 10%. Not all of them. Not everybody that drinks a tremendous amount of booze over a 300 or 500 day period becomes alcoholic, do they? No. Can you make a non-alcoholic into an alcoholic? No. Can you turn my mother, who's a non-alcoholic, into a heroin addict if you pump her with heroin every day? There's a difference. Now, go back to the cabin where you got the 100 people strung out on heroin. Hold back their drug for 5 or 6 hours. What is going to happen to every one of them? Withdrawal. Withdrawal. Hold back their heroin. They're going to go into withdrawal, right? Now give them a shot of their drug. What happens to their craving? Goes away. Now, go back to the cabin where we got the 100 people that are pumped up with booze, and let's say there's a scientific way to find the non-alcoholics and get them out of there. My sponsor said the way to do that would be say, those that want to leave can leave, and those that want to move in can move in. And me and Bubba want to move. We want a lease. We want a long-term lease on the place, right? But my mother wants to run out of there and never do that again. You know the neat thing? You know the neat thing for my mother, if she runs out of there, even a little sick, maybe a little uncomfortable, might even need some medical attention, You know what the neat thing for my mother is? If she runs out of there and says, I'm never going to do that again, what's the neat thing for her? She'll never have to do that again. If I happen to escape with the non-alcoholics for some stupid reason, and I say I'm never going to do that again, what door am I going to be knocking on within the next 3 days? Right? So now let's say we got let's say we got the 10 alcoholics. We got the non-alcoholics out of there. Now let's hold back their drug for 5, 6, 7, 8 hours. What happens to every one of the alcoholics? They'll start to crave their drugs. Some might shake. Some might just be obsessed. Some might have DTs. Different degrees of withdrawal, probably, among 10 alcoholics. Now give them some of their drug. What happens to their craving? Gets stronger. There's a difference. Several differences. Now, how did I find my own truth, which is the easiest for me to talk about? Shot heroin off and on, had a habit several times for 6 years. How do I say I'm not an addict? Why? Because I woke up one day and I said, I don't ever want to shoot heroin ever again. Walked away from it, never did it again. Could a real addict do that? On his own power? No. Moved to South Florida, in the middle of the cocaine world in Key West, Florida. 4 years. Off and on, did vast amounts intravenously, cocaine. Woke up one day, said, I don't like what this stuff's doing to me. Walked away from it, never shot cocaine ever again. So I used the same criteria that we used in the book, that we spent all that time on, to find out that I wasn't an addict, to find out that I was an alcoholic. We looked at the craving and the obsession with drugs. I get the craving, but given a sufficient reason, I can stay stopped from drugs. I'm not an addict. And then we looked at the craving and the obsession with alcohol. I get the craving, and I can't keep myself stopped. For 17 years, I never had 28 days away from a drink. Different people find their own truth. Yeah. Here we go. We're back to my original idea. What difference does it make as far as the principles are concerned or working the steps? It makes no difference, but you must start the first step based on truth. An addict can practice these principles and do the 12 steps as well as an alcoholic and find power and stay clean and sober just as well as we can, but you must start. Do you believe the 12 steps are a spiritual process? Does it make sense that if you start a spiritual process with a lie that you're going to get better? No. You start a spiritual process with the truth. Yeah.
You also start where you are. I mean, I started to be ready because I couldn't
I started exactly where I was, totally confused.
realize that I was alcoholic. I had to do it real gradually because I hated my father being an alcoholic.
Yeah,
But we go in my door, we can.
you're absolutely right. You have to start where you are. Can you start a journey anywhere other than where you are? Can you start a journey from Lafayette to Santa Monica from New Orleans? No. You have to start a journey from Lafayette to Santa Monica in Lafayette. You have to start where you are. So those that have been keeping notes, let's look at these real quick for what we're going to cover before our break this morning. We're going to look at section 10, which is step 5. And we're going to look, what does it say there? We're going to look from the bottom of page 70 to where? To 75. And we're going to continue to turn statements into questions, and then we're going to really concentrate on the part that some people overlook. After the 5th step has been read, the last paragraph on 75 where it says returning home is not step 6 yet. It's the end of step 5, and it's returning home, and it's a set of specific questions. Then we're going to look at 6 and 7 at some length and detail as well as we can. On the top of 76, after the returning home exercise is done, and we're going to continue to turn some statements into questions, and we're going to use the first paragraph to look at step 6 and the second paragraph to look at step 7. Then with 8 and 9, we're going to start from the middle of 76, right after the 7-step prayer, to the middle of 84. And we're going to continue turning statements into questions, and we're going to look at specific format to follow for any amends that you ever make, whether it's a letter, a phone call, or face-to-face, that I think sometimes is jumbled up so much in those instructions that it's overlooked and you're not quite sure how to actually go and make a formal amends. So I've gone on a little too long. We're going to turn it over to Mark, and he'll bring us up to anything he'd like to talk about before we start on page 70. Thanks.
I'm Mark Houston. I'm an alcoholic. And my God-given sobriety date's October the 19th of 1982. And just a couple things, because I'd really like to get into the work. Number one, if I lived down here, I'd weigh about 300 pounds in about 6 months. You all got incredible food, and like to eat large amounts of it. I really want to thank you for extending and making me feel real welcome. And I'll talk more about that when we look at step 12, but it's wonderful to come down where I see a lot of fire in the belly about this program. And, I've got a chance to interact with a lot of you in several areas, and I guess one thing I just want to talk about, it sounds to me in talking with a lot of you that perhaps many times what you've done is gone back and you turned this into that 4-step program I talked about yesterday. And Joe really summed the whole thing up. This is a spiritual process. And for me, every time, I will spend more time on that first step than almost any other step, because that's going to be the foundation of going back through that whole process. And in there again, continually, I always find my truth, over and over and over again. And I think that's real important. And I'm not afraid of the truth today. The other thing I can tell you is, the longer I'm around this program, the less I know, and I'm very, very comfortable with that today. The very best, I was sharing this with somebody, when I do prayer and meditation in the morning since I've been down here, I say, God, Mark and Joe are two extremely pitiful, sick human beings coming to you, and we need your help to use us as agents to try and help your kids. And see, that's all we are. We have experience to share. What the book has done for me is given me a vehicle to go in and find my truth and to gain access to that power. No more, no less. One of my favorite titles to a book is If You See the Buddha in the Road, Kill Him. If you want to separate yourself from God, like I said, just stick someone in this program on a pedestal, because that isn't what it's all about. This friend of mine, Guy Redall, has a saying which has helped me a lot, and in English, again, it means all my relations. And that means that everyone in here is the very same as me. They're my brother and they're my sister, and no more and no less. And so that's the place where I always try and come from with this thing. And I was kind of laughing to myself. I hate that when I have a guy that I sponsored, and he's coming on 2 years sober, and he's like many of the men I sponsored, in and out of treatment 4, 5, 6 times, and around AA a little bit, and never making it work, and finally dropped his pride enough to come up and asked me to go through the work with him. I did that, and I found this has happened with guys I've worked with. It's like they get in some kind of massive state of grace, and their relationship with God is powerful, and so I'll go to them at times, or they'll do what spiritual gunfighters do, is they'll brutally confront me, like what happened to Joe, and he just recently did that. And number one, I always hate it when it's taking place, because my ego, is real involved. I'm like, Joe, I gave him all this stuff, and he's doing this to me. Like I was talking to a guy last night, he used the phrase about 5 times to me, and I said, why don't you turn that around and indicate in there that you drove that person away? But then what I hate even worse is they go back to your home group and tell everyone how they helped you. Anyhow, I want to move along through this thing. We've covered a lot of material, and there's a bunch more to cover. And we took a hard look in the first 43 pages. First part of that thing is simply its craving, and we didn't care how much you drank and how old you are and whether you're 15 years or whether you're 90 and whether you're rich or poor, male or female. We just said, what happened when I stuck booze in my body? And we got rid of all the other stuff, and then we had 20 pages looking at that thing. The main problem centers in the mind rather than in the body. And we looked at the idea that we had lost power and choice and control, no mental defense. And there were no subtitles. I have a mental defense because I'm 22 years sober and a nifty guy. That's not in there. It never will be in there. And then we looked at the second step and a couple of real key questions. And something I think real important for those of you who've been around and going back through the work, and that's this thing of asking God to lay aside prejudice. To lay aside prejudice. And finally, it asks you in that chapter, it begs you to lay it aside. And we looked at two primary questions in there. One is, am I willing to believe? And then the second was, is my choice. God's going to be everything or nothing. And every time through the work, I always say he's going to be everything, but I never really know what that means till I'm down the road a little bit. And then we took a hard look at the ABCs, and we took a look at the third step, and we get into the root of our problem. And we find out that there's absolutely nothing we can do about the root of our problem. And then we make this decision only, and Joe talked about the 6 words we got to look at. Director, principal, father. And I'm going to be his actor and his agent and his child. And then we do that prayer. Then we went through the inventories, and we take a look at that, and we got to get at the things that are blocking us. And we looked at an inventory as the book says. It's a 4-column, and I write down, and I don't write across, and I don't use little check marks. We looked at a fear inventory, and then we looked at a sex inventory. And so that's the place that we find ourselves today. And so we get done with that, and I'm on page 70, if you got a book and want to follow along, and it tells me if I've been thorough about my personal inventory, I've written down a lot, listed and analyzed my resentments. I've begun to comprehend their futility and their fatality. I've commenced to see their terrible destructiveness. I have begun to learn tolerance, patience, and goodwill toward all men, even my enemies, for I look on them as sick people. See, the book has asked me to shift my attitude. Instead of saying, she did this to me, I go to God in a prayer and I say, this person is spiritually sick. See, here's what I know. Not one person on the planet has ever woke up one morning and said, you know what, I'm going to get Mark today. What happens is on this level of spiritual growth, we're just all at different stages. The sicker I am spiritually, the more mistakes I'm going to make. Did I intentionally wake up with the idea of ever harming anyone? No. I'm spiritually sick. As I get closer to God and as I spiritually evolve, that begins to change for me. I've listed the people I've hurt by my conduct, and I'm willing to straighten out the past if I can.
There's a key statement. If I can doesn't mean on my own power. In the middle of a 4th step, or in the middle of the 1st step, or getting ready to do a 5th step, you're well aware of that inventory that you've written, and you start thinking about some of those amends, and you think once again, you're the one that's going to have to muster up the power to get yourself through those amends and go back to those people that you're still afraid to face. And some more power does not come into your life to move you between 5, 6, 7, and 8. You will not go make those amends. If I can doesn't mean dependent on me.
In this book you read again and again, faith did for me what I couldn't do for myself. We hope that you are convinced now that God can remove whatever self-will has blocked you off from him. That's a powerful sentence. Self-will cannot remove self-will. If you've already made a decision, 3rd step, and an inventory of your grosser handicaps, 4th step, you've made a good beginning. They do that to me over and over. I do great work. I think I get to take a little time off, go on a vacation, and all they tell me is I've made a good beginning. That being so, I've swallowed and digested some big chunks of truth about myself.
There they are. They're reminded me of my intent for writing inventory once again, even now that it's done. I wasn't writing inventory. It's so sad when people say they wrote inventory and they found out all these patterns about themselves. Sure we do. Or you get in touch with your feelings. Or you see what you've done in relationships in the sex inventory. But they refer to what they find out in inventory like that's the main reason for writing inventory. The main reason for writing inventory, so you don't lose focus and you're using inventory to come up with a plan of how you're going to change yourself, is you're writing inventory to seek truth. I keep that intent in place while I'm writing inventory and each time I sit down to write inventory. We talked yesterday about this ego thing that'll go like this. You write a piece of inventory, your ego will go, oh, so that's what I was up to. So now and you're just recreating yourself in your own image. You're just coming up with a plan. You see, oh, I've been a little aggressive with my wife, so now I should be a little more passive. How do you know what God wants you to be? You give him all of that, the good and the bad, in steps 6 and 7. It's not about writing inventory to come up with a plan of what you're going to do better. It's about writing inventory to seek truth about what's blocking you from God and asking Him to mold you when you move through 6, 7, 8, and 9.
Chapter 6, into action.
What does that mean? That doesn't mean...
What does that mean, into action?
That couldn't possibly mean into action.
Having made our personal inventory, what should we do about it? We've been trying to get a new attitude, step 2, a new relationship with our Creator, step 3, and to discover the obstacles in our path, step 4. We've admitted certain defects, we've ascertained the rough way what the trouble is, we've put our finger on the weak items in our personal inventory. Now these are about to be cast out. This requires action on our part, which when completed will mean we have admitted to God, to ourselves, and to another human being the exact nature of our defects. This brings us to the 5th step in the program recovery mentioned in the preceding chapter.
I know sponsors that have made people they're working with read their inventory 3 times, once alone to themselves, once to God, and once to the person they choose to read it to. Let's move through this up to the bottom of 75 quickly. I'm going to touch on a few points, and Mark will touch on a few that I missed. I think the one is that the bottom of the page, the best reason for not skipping this step is if we do skip it, we're quite sure to drink. These are facts out of these people that wrote this experience. Or on the next page, 73, the idea if you're not really thorough and you've only looked at the worst items in your inventory and you've been kind of half-assed with your inventory and you only think you'd lost your egoism and fear or only thought you had humbled yourself, but you haven't learned enough of humility, fearlessness, and honesty in the sense that these people found it necessary until you told someone else all your life story. Isn't it sad that those people that write life stories from all the instructions in 4 took one little statement to write a life story when they missed all the ways of writing inventory and just wrote a life story? If you've done a thorough resentment, fear, and sex inventory, your life story is covered in your first big inventory. And whatever you miss, you're going to see the next time you write. And the next time you write, it's going to be a little less. My inventories aren't the size they were the first time. I think average, the first inventory in the first column, resentments, is about 200. But if you didn't do 200, that doesn't mean you weren't thorough. You were thorough with what came out of you. I've known other guys that had to do 2,000 just to get all that stuff out because they lived in their head. It's funny. Passive people write longer inventories because aggressive people lived out here and got most of it out. I've seen librarians with bigger inventories than gangsters. I told you about that kid that lived in England, France, Asia, South America, and North America yesterday, and we put his immense cards in piles by continent. He had 5 piles this big of written inventory that he had to get out because of where and how he had lived. We took a pile at a time. It took a while. He'll never have another big inventory like that ever again if he continues to take personal inventory. It talks about picking the right person. Here's an important statement. At the bottom of 73, we must be entirely honest with somebody if we are to live long or happily in the world. We think well before we choose the person or persons. I told you I'd show you where it says that. You can fifth step with more than one person. It's an amazing experience. I've done it several times. One time, just for the hell of it, I picked an addict, a woman that I didn't trust, and a guy that I didn't think was alcoholic, and asked the 3 of them if the 4 of us could go through the steps together, and read inventory to all 3 of them. Because by the time we got through inventory, I trusted the woman. I knew the addict was an addict and that I wasn't, and that the guy that I didn't think was alcoholic really was. And there was a bond there by the time we got, and I read inventory to all 3 of them. And they read theirs to me. It talks about belonging to religious denomination, what they should do, or what you should do. We have no religious connection, but we might want to talk to someone ordained by an established religion. I tend to choose alcoholics as the general rule, because they know me. You can fool a priest or a rabbi or some of them. Search out your acquaintance. It's important to we'll find some guiding principles here. Closed mouth, understanding friend. Probably not a good idea to read inventory to an enemy. We also don't want to reveal anything to somebody we're reading it to that might hurt them. We have no right to save our own skin at another person's expense. Wonder why we never hear this as a topic in a meeting. We must be hard on ourselves and always considerate of others. Usually the topic is the opposite. How we should be more considerate of ourselves and harder with others, right? That's one of my favorite buzzwords now. I need to do things to take care of myself, right? But for 30 years, everything I ever did to try to take care of myself damn near killed me. But now I know the things that I should do to take care of myself, right? Maybe if you do things to take care of other people, you end up getting taken care of, and the day when how you're feeling every moment isn't so important, you end up feeling better than how you felt when how you felt was very important all the time. That make any sense? That we should talk to the right person, that he be able to keep a confidence and understand what we are driving at. We decide who's to hear our story, we waste no time. We have a written inventory, we're prepared for a long talk. Here's an interesting thing to think about before your next fifth step. Think about what you are about to do and why you have to do it, and explain to the person you're going to read to why and what it is you're about to do. That Native American man I was telling you about took me up to this 13,000-foot peak and sat me down and opened his book, pointed to that line, and he said, when I come back to get you, I want you to tell me what it is you're about to do and why you have to do it. And then walked away and came back and got me in about 20 minutes. Tells you what to do. Pocket your pride, go to it. Illuminating every twist of character, every dark cranny of the past. Now the fifth step, promises. Isn't it sad when they trivialize the promises and say there's only 12? We found some great ones before the third step prayer. Now we're going to find some more. Once we've taken this step, and here's a key word, I ask people every time we're done fifth stepping, have you withheld anything? I'll tell you a story because I don't think it'll scare this room, but I've told it some places and people thought I was kooky. The little Crip, ex-gang member, did his first and second fifth step with me, but his second one, I read mine, and then he read his. He asked me a question at the end of mine. I asked him a question at the end of his. Have you withheld anything? And he simply said, there's nothing I'm consciously aware of that I have withheld from you. And I've experienced tremendous surges of power from within before. But this time I had these big picture windows in my apartment, and they were open, looking down onto the ocean. And in through these windows, I started to feel a sense of something flowing into the room. And me, it was like tickling me, and I started to laugh hysterically. And him, it scared him, and he was sitting there like this, trembling, and he thought I was laughing at what he was doing. And I said, did you feel that? And he said, yeah. I thought you were laughing at me because I was feeling it and thought I was crazy. And it lasted for about 3 or 4 minutes, and it was just something flowing into the delightment. It was delight, or whatever you want to call it. And it says, if we have withheld anything, we are delighted. And that's what I experienced that day. I experienced delightment flowing into the room. That's all I know how to put it into words. These promises I also experienced the first night I did my first fifth step with Don in Denver, 11 years ago. And then he took me to go speak, and didn't tell me I was going to speak. Walked into a room, there was about this many people, and he said, you're speaking first. And I had just read inventory all day. I said, how do you do that? He said, you go in the bathroom, you say a prayer. I came out, and these promises came true. standing in front of those people. I was able to look them in the eye. I was able to be alone that night when I went home at perfect peace and ease. My fears begin to fall from me. You'll begin to feel the nearness of your Creator. You've had certain spiritual beliefs, but now you begin to have a spiritual experience. The feeling that the drink problem has disappeared will often come strongly. You'll feel you're on the broad highway walking hand in hand with the Spirit of the universe. Now, anything you'd like to add before we return home?
Just a couple things. We had mentioned on page 52, untreated alcoholism, spirituality. Well, I'll tell you another place I found it. Page 73, more than most people. Mark leads a double life. He's very much the actor. To the outer world, he presents a stage character. This is the one he likes his fellows to see. What am I saying here? I'm walking into meetings of Alcoholics Anonymous, looking good, sounding good, and going home and abusing the shit out of my family. What's going on? That's my spirituality. That's what's going on. If I'm seeking for truth, what I'm doing is coming into that meeting, I'm saying, I'm abusing my family. I'm not trying to present some stage character in the rooms of Alcoholics Anonymous. I'm looking for truth. And I've had to come face to face with this. It's another area in which I find my untreated alcoholism. What you see up here today is what you get. I always tell people, when you're trying to get someone to be a sponsor, if you can, ask them if you can go live with them about 3 days. We make that decision. It's life and death. We make that decision based on hearing someone in a meeting. Oh, I don't know about that. Seriously, go home and live with them 2-3 days. Then find out whether or not you want to go through the work. And if they say, no, you can't do that, I don't know, might be something wrong with that. You're all welcome to come stay with me anytime you want. But that's another place I find untreated alcoholism, my spirituality. If I'm walking into AA, presenting my stage character, and I'm going out there, and I'm being dishonest at work, and a lot of other areas, what's going on? Bottom of the page, I must be entirely honest with somebody if I expect to live long or happily in the world. Great promise. If I'm entirely honest with somebody, I might be able to live long or happily in this world. I like that. Another part that's real important for me, such parts of our story we tell to someone who understand yet be unaffected. Here's what Don did for me. He had never been to Vietnam. When it came time for me to talk about that piece of the work, Don knew something. I didn't know at that time. If he's never had any experience with it, how can he help me? He loved me enough to send me to a man who had been there, done the same things I did, and who had gotten free of everything that goes along with that experience. I was talking to a gentleman last night. When I go somewhere, if I was down here and I had something going on I had to work with, something had to get resolved, and I needed to seek counsel, my first question would be is, do you have any experience with this? I was doing some work not too long ago with a woman who like me, was a slut and a whore. And she had a 62-year-old sponsor, been married for 35 years to the same man and never committed adultery. I said, I know why you're talking to me about this stuff. It's not to say that that woman can't help, but I think there's an important piece in here. I owe anyone I sponsor, if I don't have any experience, to send them to someone. I've done some work lately with a bunch of men been to penitentiary. I've never been to penitentiary. So they had some stuff around that. I did a little, and then I sent him to another man who had experience being in the penitentiary. I owe him that. And the part about person to persons, this time through the work for me, I've got a small group. It's 5 or 6 men. We'll see what happens. We'll see who really wants to do this. And I'm going to do my 5th step with the whole group, and I'll tell you why. The longer I'm around, that ego Joe's talking about, I need 4 or 5 people to help me see my 4th column. I need 4 or 5, not just one. Not just one. I want 4 or 5. Because I'll see all kinds of things that I could not see with just one. That's basically all I got. You know, when you look at the promises, I want to mention one other thing. When you look at all the promises that happen to me once I'm done with the 5th step, you're going to see this word feel over and over and over again. I can't think my way through the 12 steps. I can't think my way into a relationship with God. This is all about feel. That stuff that Joe talked about where something happens in your gut, it goes zooming right past your head. These promises for me took place down here, not in my brain. Let's go ahead.
So you've done your reading. Sometimes it takes one session. Sometimes you might be, depending on your schedule and your sponsor's schedule or whoever you're going to read it to, you might be 2 or 3 sessions. I would warn anybody about this. If you're working with somebody, I don't see when somebody asks me to be their sponsor, and I also should say this, I work with people I don't sponsor. A lot of people that I don't sponsor ask me to take them through the steps. Just because, and the trick is it doesn't matter what they call me. I do the same thing with the people I sponsor as the people I take through the work. But I take a lot of people through the work that don't call me sponsor. What I was going to say about that is it's just as much of a commitment for me as it is for them. It's not a one-sided thing. If I can't be there, if I can't be committed to being there for them, and I can't take on the responsibility, you shouldn't be working with people. And here's the dangerous part. Don't make people you work with sit on a 4-step that's done. That's the craziest, most painful, dangerous time that there probably is in the work, is when that 4-step is done, it needs to be read. Don't make people wait weeks before you're going to listen to what they have written unless there's extenuating circumstances. Nowadays, I finish a 4-step. If who I'm working with isn't available right, then I'm going to go read it to somebody, even if I read it to the person I'm working with, too. Not a good time sitting on a 4-step that's complete. Now, there's things you can do to go back through it and review resentment and review fear and review the sex inventory, focusing on harm, doing some 8-step work before you read your 5th step. If you have 4, 5, 6 days before the person you're working with is ready to listen to it, and just focus on harm, what you did to each of those things you're writing about that caused harm, and stay in that 4-step writing. But now I've read it. What do? I return home, I find a place where I can be quiet. Carefully review what I've done. I look back through my 4-step. Thank God from the bottom of your heart that you know Him better. That's a strange statement. After just looking at self for 6 or 7 hours, or however long it took you to read, how can you say in the bottom of your heart that you know God better? I found 2 things the last time I did this. How do I know God better after looking at self and the manifestations of self for 5 or 6 hours? Because I know a lot more about what He isn't. And if I know a lot more about what He isn't, I know a lot more about what He is. I also have discovered a whole lot of stuff that blocks me from Him. And if I've discovered a whole lot of stuff that blocks me from Him, I must know Him better and be closer to Him. Take the book down and turn to the page which contains the 12 steps on 59. Carefully read the first 5 and ask if you have omitted anything. No reason somebody should be going past step 5 if they still have doubt about step 1. Matter of fact, I just thought of a guy. If you have omitted anything, no reason somebody should be going past step 5 if they still have doubt about step 1. Matter of fact, I just thought of a guy that thought he was clear in step 1, and we did 2, and we did 3, and he wrote inventory, and he read his 5th step. He returned home. It was in his 5th step review, returning home, he realized he's not an alcoholic, but he's a real addict, and he just went on with the rest of the work. Carefully review the first 5 proposals and ask if you have omitted anything for your building an arch through which you'll walk a free man at last. Remember a while back on page 47 and page 62, I told you it was real important to look at the cornerstone and the keystone. Well, if you weren't thorough and you didn't look at those things, and the cement, which we actually didn't talk about, which is covered on page 17 of There Is a Solution, which talks about there's 2 parts to the cement, not only sharing in a common problem, but sharing in a common solution. If you haven't been thorough with who you are working with, or your own personal work up to the end of this 5th step, and you read the rest of this paragraph, you're going to be a little confused, because now they're going to ask you to review the work you've done so far. Is your work solid so far? Are the stones properly in place? What are my stones? My willingness to believe at the second step on page 47 and my third step decision on page 62. Am I clear on those? So I review my second step and I review my third step decision. Have I skimped on the cement? To me that means, am I trying to get recovery with just fellowship? Or am I trying to get fellowship with just recovery? Because there's two parts to the cement. Sharing in a common problem in the fellowship and sharing in a common solution in the recovery process. Am I trying to make this cement without sand? Am I trying to get one without the other? Am I trying to get recovery without fellowship or fellowship without recovery? You review those questions. I like to review those questions once the day I get home, and then I like to review them again the next morning, because usually when I return home from a fifth step, I'm drained. So I'll look at them, and I'll encourage you to look at those questions in that paragraph as many times as are necessary, and not to rush through that until you can answer the sentence on the top of the next page, and all it says is, when you've answered those questions to your own satisfaction. Now, talk about a major shift in the book. They made a statement on the previous page that you might have had some spiritual beliefs, but now you begin to have a spiritual experience. From all the negative stuff they've said about we can't trust our own mind, we have no power, we can't save ourselves, up to page 75, selfishness, dishonesty, self-seeking, all these kind of, I don't like to use the word negative, but all these kind of things they've said about us, that why people sometimes say that I'll speak somewhere and someone will say, well, your message is not really kind. Well, my message comes from the big book, and it's not kind. It's not I don't think they thought a lot about how we were going to feel about what they wrote as they were writing it. Guy said to me one time, though, the message he carries is a mother's kiss compared to what whiskey does to us. So I do returning home as many times as I need to. Sometimes it's been once. It's been as many as 3 or 4 times over 3 or 4 days until I didn't move on. Until I did move on. And the shift I was talking about, now we're going to see where it starts to instruct you to trust. Not trust yourself, but trust something, because I think they're assuming you're not kind of really alone anymore. Because now they're asking you to trust when you've answered those questions to your own satisfaction. Now let's look at step 6. Anything about returning home?
No.
Okay, let's look at some questions. First, they make a statement that willingness is indispensable. I missed that 4 or 5 times through the steps. The most I ever got from that was, okay, my willingness is important. I never saw why it was indispensable in these next set of questions until I'll tell you what happened. Let's look at 3 questions. Am I now ready to let God remove from me all the things I have admitted are objectionable? Question number 1. Question number 2. Can he now? People say there's not much to 6. There are some major questions here that really need some consideration. Can he now take them all, every one? Never really had a problem with that, but we add one from the ABCs and from the 12 and 12 to can he. And I'd like you to write it in there if you think it's important, as will he, for me, as I am with what I've just admitted. With cake on my face. With all this stuff I've just admitted over the last several hours to whoever I read to. Not Kenny. We probably, most of us know from looking around that he can. But I like to put in there, it kind of takes me to the experience of the first word of the 7th step. It kind of takes me from really eager and anxious to humbly, when I just sit with, will he, for me, just like I am, with all my stuff. Now, the clincher. If I still cling to something that I'm not willing to let go, I ask God to help me be willing. There's a question there you need to ask yourself. It's real obvious. Is there anything I'm not willing to let go of? And the time this happened for me, the thought came, dummy, go back through your inventory, and if you can find anything, behavior, beliefs in the third column, defects, anything you did in the fourth column, anything in the second column, anything in that total inventory or that you can currently think of that's going on in your life that you're not willing to let go of, write it down. And I wrote it down. You know how there was about 6 things? Masturbation, judgment, trying to run my home group.
Can't imagine that.
You can't imagine that I would try to do that?
That was a joke, Joe.
I forgot the rest, conveniently. I'll find them again. And I wrote them down. Then the next thought was, read the questions you just went over again. And the answers changed, because I'll go through it again and tell you how it went the first time. I usually return home more aware of my defects than when I left the house from a fifth step. Some people come out of a fifth step thinking they're supposed to be free of their defects. No, they're usually just really, really glaring, right? And I come home and I got this desperation, this sense of, I want to get rid of this stuff, and I want to get rid of it now. The questions kind of bring me like a long breath. Especially the one, will he? But here's what I did. I read, we've emphasized willingness as being indispensable. Slough that off. Okay, it's important. No big thing. Am I now ready to let God remove from me all the things I've admitted are objectionable? Based on how I felt, I said, yes. That was not based on truth. I based my answer on how I felt. I sold myself short. I said, yes. Can he now take them all, every one? Sure. Will he for me? I had to think about it for a minute, and I said, well, yeah, I'm willing to believe that he will for me. But then when I read, if we still cling to something that we're not willing to let go of, we ask God to help us be willing, and the thought came to go back through the inventory and write down anything that I wasn't willing to let go of, behavior, beliefs, defects, anything in there that I could see. And I wrote down those 6 things, and then the thought came, read the questions again, here's how the answers went. After seeing there were some things that I wasn't willing to let go of. Am I now ready to let God remove from me all the things I've admitted are objectionable? No. Can he now take them all, every one? I don't know. Will he for me, as I am, unwilling to let some stuff go? I don't know, but I'm willing to believe that he will. And my next thought was, now I see why willingness is indispensable. Because of my unwillingness to let certain things go. And I had a new experience with when ready. I always thought when ready meant that I was all cleaned up and all willing and answered yes to all these questions and a good little boy to stand before God. And that time I wasn't. And I saw that was just as ready as any other time because I'd been honest. And when I answered those 6-step questions based on my feelings, they were totally different than when I answered them based on truth, that there were still some things I wasn't willing to let go of. The next time with the Native American man, when I was a big boy, when I'd grown up a little bit, and I had 2 or 3 things I wasn't willing to let go of that he talked to me about, he said, you're a big boy now, we're not going to mess around. You being unwilling to let anything that you're currently doing go is a game, and you sit with those things that you've written down until you are willing, and made me stay with step 6 until when ready meant when ready. So I've had lots of different experiences, but with when ready, one time meant that there were some things I wasn't willing to let go of, and that could, in God's eyes, be ready, because I was honest. And another experience with the Native American man when ready meant there wasn't anything I wasn't willing to let go of. And he made me sit with step 6, and I think it was 5 days, and those were not wonderful days, realizing that I was still holding on to some things that I had admitted were objectionable. So, each time it's been a very private, it's been a very personal experience. I don't think Bill spent a lot of time on it because his ego probably wasn't in the way, and it's an experience as it probably was 13 years later when he wrote the 12 and 12 after a few years of LSD with Father Ed and all that stuff. I had to throw that, when he had a lot more ideas. Although there are some great ideas in the 6th and 7th step in the 12 and 12. I tend to find all I've needed and challenge my stuff so far with these two paragraphs, although I've read the 12 and 12. It's always been kind of a private, quiet experience. I don't think I've ever done the 7th step, except our meeting closes with it. I don't think I've ever formally done my 7th step with someone else. I've always been kind of instructed to do it alone with God. And the funny thing is, I've never felt alone doing it. And when ready, and like I said, when ready has meant different things, I do the 7-step prayer. I'd like to ask Mark if he has anything to add, and then maybe we can just say that prayer together.
Not much. Joe covered that real well, and I've had a lot of that same experience. If there's one area that I've gotten massively confused on in my journey through this program and this work, it's this, and you go to meetings and 12 by 12 studies, and we just analyze and dissect, and it just amazes me. And I think finally last year through the work, I had some of the experiences Joe was talking about, and I guess it's just gotten real simple for me anymore. And some of that was in the last time through. The message I got in some meditation was real clear, and that is that there's a couple questions you answer in here, and you look at this issue of willingness and some truth, and beyond that, this step and the 7th step are all about God, and you're never going to understand God because you're not God, you're Mark. And so I don't analyze any of that stuff anymore in the steps 6 and 7, and I haven't picked up 12 by 12 in a long time. I went through there, and there were some things I read at times, and this is just for me, because it gets me too much into analyzing what I believe are steps where God does most of the work. And that's really all that I have to say. I like Joe, I think this time through, when I always find some things I'm unwilling to let go of, and one of them I've learned a long time ago, and every time when I get here, I know it's going to be there, so I've taken it for granted, but I think next time through I might have a chance of not taking it into it, and that for me is lust. I love that sometimes when I'm doing some work with some guys and we get here, and is there anything you're not willing, to let go of? No, absolutely not. Really? What about lust? Oh, and that opens up a few more, but I think he described real well what that process is about, and as I said, for me, I really had to stop analyzing 6 and 7, because the bottom line is there's a couple little things that I do, and then I look at, and it's through prayer, and then I take that stuff to God in that step, and then I move forward. It's into action. I had some people come to me recently, their sponsor had told them to take 2 months on step 6 and 2 months on step 7. Can you imagine that after just doing the 5th step and having all that stuff, and all I could tell them was, well, my book doesn't say anything like that. I personally felt that those instructions were massively dangerous. I went over what was in the book, and I told them to go back to the sponsor, and then they moved forward through that. So, Joe?
What about this one? My sponsor told me to return home, do 6 and 7, make a list of my character defects, and then put them. I went back and sat with my sponsor, and we put my defects in the order that we were going to work on them in. I'm working 6 and 7, right? Today I'm working on dishonesty. And today I'm working on unselfishness. And it's like it turns into a carnival game, that thing that you bang this one down, and then this one pops up, and then you bang that one down, and then this one pops up. If I could remove my character defects and work on my character defects, then I would be God. You want to know when you've done 6 and 7? When you're working on 8. You want to know when you're done with step 8? When you're knocking on somebody's door doing a 9th step. You want to know when you've done 3? When you got a pen and a piece of paper and you're doing 4. You want to know when you've done 3? That's what I just said. Now we need more action. Dang it. Without which we find faith without works is dead.
The prayer.
Oh. Let's do the prayer.
We'll do the prayer.
My Creator,
My Creator, I am now willing you should have all of me, good and bad. I pray that you now remove from me every single defect of character which stands in the way of my usefulness to you and my fellows. Grant me strength as I go out from here to do your bidding. Amen.
we just finished the prayer we started at step 3. That's the amen that ends it. Now we move into a new prayer. And I think that's appropriate because we move out. We've really been on a journey that went in, came out a little bit sharing it with somebody else. Now we're really going to go out to the world and repair the damage done in the past. Now we need more action, without which we find that faith without works is dead. I had to reconcile that one of the times through the steps because it didn't fit with my conception of God that I chose. Because the God that I chose, I don't have to do anything to deserve or earn faith from Him or in Him. And the way I reconciled that was I read some stuff and I realized the work that I must do so my faith doesn't die isn't to appease God or make Him happy. It's to appease my own soul. I'm also not making amends to please God, nor doing any of this work to please God. One of the paradoxes for a guy like me and some of you is that the paradox is you have to do a lot of work in AA to find out it's none of the work you're doing in AA. That grace is free and undeserved. And I think I'd kind of like to take a minute to talk about a form of denial that I don't think I'm any different than any alkie in this room or any more special or any better. And I don't think it's common just to me because I've talked to several friends and they've had it too, and I don't hear it talked about in AA. And it's a form of denial that it's 7.5 years and several other times not knowing I was in it. And I'm sure sometimes from in the future I'll be in it again. It's a form of denial I don't hear talked about, and it's a form of denial stronger than the denial I came here to AA with, that we do hear talked about. And that form of denial that we do hear talked about, obviously, is the denial of the disease of alcoholism. The only disease that tells you you don't have one. All that stuff, and we talk a lot about that. This other form of denial, I don't hear talked about. And here I was, 7.5 years sober, and I'm writing inventory. Now, I don't know what I was writing about, but as so many times, off the end of my pen comes something that has nothing to do with what I'm writing about, and I go, holy moly. And I realized I was in a form of denial that I wasn't aware that I was in. And that in me it comes out real subtle sometimes, and sometimes it comes out not so subtle. The subtle ways would be like, I don't know if they do it here, but you get up to take a birthday cake in California, 5, 10, whatever year it might be, and someone in the back of the room will go, how did you do it? And isn't that real subtle? Isn't that real subtle? And I get up and I say, my name's Joe and I'm an alcoholic and I'm powerless over alcohol and my life is unmanageable, but then you spend 10 or 15 minutes telling them how you keep yourself sober and manage your life. Sometimes it's not so subtle. Sometimes it's me in the middle of an inventory writing some stuff where I see that I'm taking the credit for what I've been given, and it's no longer a free, undeserved, unearned gift. It's now something in words. Watch out for these words if they start to creep into your mind, or if they start to come out in the people you're working with. Now that I'm such and such sober, now that I'm 7.5 years sober, I deserve, or now that I'm 7.5 years sober, I have the right to. It's no longer the grace of God. It's now something you've earned or deserved. And you know what you're in? the absolute denial of the grace of God, taking the credit yourself. So there's another one of the paradoxes that we've discovered on our journey this weekend. If you admit you have no power, you receive more than you've ever been given. If you look at maybe you're not an alcoholic, you might find out you really are. And to come to believe, you don't see where you believe, you see where you don't believe to come to believe. And if you decide to turn your will and your life over to the care of God, we're going to find out here in a minute, you get a whole new life and a will that you can begin to use properly. You don't lose your will in your life. Now we've discovered another paradox in that I lost it. Oh, in that you don't do the work of Alcoholics Anonymous to keep yourself sober or earn anything or deserve anything from God. You just have to do a lot of work in Alcoholics Anonymous to realize it's not all the work you've done in Alcoholics Anonymous. That's another paradox. So now we move into 8 and 9. A lot of people make a list when they're doing a fifth step. I do that now too. But I also have people go back through their inventory and find anybody we missed while we were making this list on this blank piece of paper while they were reading their fifth step. But it says we made it when we took inventory. We have a list of people we have harmed, to whom we will become willing to make amends. We made it when we took inventory. We subjected ourselves to a drastic self-appraisal. Now we go out to our fellows and repair the damage done in the past. We attempt to sweep away the debris which is accumulated out of our effort to live on self-will and run the show ourselves. If we haven't the will to do this, we ask until it comes. There's a prayer. Remember, it's a good time to remind us this. Take you right back to why you're here, why you're making amends, why you're doing this work. Takes you right back to the first step. Remember, it was agreed at the beginning that you would go to any length for victory over alcohol. It's a good time to reaffirm that. It's a good time to reaffirm. And here's a great question I'll give you that was given to me as you move into amends. And here's the question. Does making these amends have anything to do with whether I drink again or not? Yes or no? Now we'll talk about the 8th step and we'll take a break. What I'd like to say about the 8th step is, from what you know of me from this weekend, and we read the short form of the step itself, which I think in some cases we've overlooked this weekend. You find those that work the steps from the short form have very little to do with reading the long form, and those that work the long form spend very little time on the short form. That's just the way it is. But the short form of the 8th step does say, made a list of all persons, I like to add to that, and institutions, we have harmed and became willing to make amends to them all. From what you know about me from this weekend, what would you say that I would say is the most important and overlooked word in the 8th step? Bingo. The most overlooked word in the 8th step. Now, has this book ever asked you to become willing to do something that they don't ask you later to do? No. Has this book ever asked you to become willing to do something they haven't later asked you to do? Or are we supposed to just sit there and say we're willing? We become willing and then we do it. So the most overlooked word in the 8th step is not to just become willing to make amends to them all, but to make amends to them all. I was told, go home, work on my list. Once again, that stupid direction, work on the list until you know it's done. I was so tired of making lists, by the time I got through the 8th step, I couldn't stand it. Here I am once again working on a list. When I got the list done, he gave me an exercise. I thought this exercise came from the Colorado State Penitentiary, because he was locked up when he was given this exercise. I didn't know it's mentioned in the next paragraph. And the exercise was, when the list is done, go through the list one at a time, closing your eyes and picturing that person or that institution, and asking yourself one question. Am I willing to do whatever this person or institution might ask for me to make right the wrong, and mark it, plus or minus. He said that exercise lifted him up and set him free before they let him out of the Colorado State Penitentiary. While he was still locked up, he got free. I didn't know that the next paragraph in the big book says, probably there are still some misgivings, and asks us to look over the list of business acquaintances, friends we have hurt. We may feel diffident about going to some of them on a spiritual basis. So I'm looking over the list, finding out which ones I have misgivings about by marking them plus or minus. Whatever comes to you, trust it. Don't try to change it. You get to somebody's name, and you picture that person, and what comes to you is, no, I'm not willing to do whatever they might ask me, mark it, minus. If it comes, I'm willing to do whatever this person might ask, mark it, plus. So I asked Don later, how do I get the willingness to do the ones I put a minus by? What do you think he said? Do the ones you put a plus by. And believe it or not, every time I've had a pile of ones I'm willing to do that I mark with a plus, and I have a small pile of ones I'm not willing to do that I have a minus by, before the plus pile is done, the minuses have turned into pluses. So then I'm told to take my list, after doing this exercise, put each one on a 3x5 card, and it should look like this. Here's how the card should look. In the upper left-hand corner, name, address, phone number. If you have none of that information, their name and the word find. In the upper right-hand corner, plus or minus. On the rest of the card and the back, and as many cards as you need to staple to it, in some of your cases, the rest of the harm that you're aware of you caused that person. I'm sorry, not the rest. All of the harm you're aware of that you caused that person. And there I got that card for that person, and my 8th step is done once I get the cards on every amends that I'm currently consciously aware of. Mark?
And there's just one other thing in the 8th step that I do every time it's been important, and that is that I ask God to show me people that I harmed that have never showed up in any inventories. See, in my life, I've always had people who did the right thing irregardless of my behavior.
That I didn't resent, but I harmed.
Exactly. And there have not just been one or two. That's a real important prayer for me as I go through. I'll share my last experience, which was recent around this, is 2 names came to mind. One was my grandmother. Now, I've written a lot of inventories, and I know why that came to mind, because I was the second born in this family, and I was her favorite, and she did many things for me, and she helped me financially in some respects. And what happened is I'm up in Alaska, and I get a call that she'd been put in a nursing home about age 90, and I get a call that she was real sick, and so I hop on a plane, and I wound up somewhere in St. Louis. I met a girl on a plane, and I show up 5, 6, 7, 8 days later. I can't remember now. Not only had she died, but I missed the funeral. And in all the inventories and everything I'd done, that never came up. Well, that came up last time. And needless to say, there's some harm in there. I never had a resentment toward that woman. And what that's going to be about for me is hopping a plane going to Humboldt, Iowa. I had the very same thing come up with a great aunt, her sister, who although was not as involved in my life, did many of the same things. I had the same opportunity to spend some time with her in a nursing home. I did not do that. This was a woman whose every act toward me was one of kindness and love. She has never showed up in any one of my inventories. She is also in that same graveyard back in Humboldt, Iowa. And again, this is for me. I will go back there and I will visit their grave sites, and I will get free of that. So that's a very, very important piece for me when I get to the 8th step. God, please show me anyone that I may have harmed by my conduct that is not on any of my inventories.
Just that board. Let's do a 3x5 card on the board. So I've made my list for my inventory. Then I've prayed and asked God to show me any amends I owe that didn't make my inventory. The shorter the inventory, the more work you have to do with step 8. Especially if your first inventory was a short one. Don't skip on the work with step 8 because your inventory might not have been thorough and you just needed to get out what came out and rush and get through the work and get into amends. you do some more work on 8 than you didn't do on 4. A guy came to our group. I'm not jumping ahead, but I wanted to say this before we move on. Well, let's do this card. In the left-hand corner, I put their name. Your name. These are the amends I'll have to make to you before we're done today for all I put you through. Now we want to put name, address, and phone number, but just put those words. No, under it, in the corner. Address, phone number. Steps 10 and 11. We're going to look from I'm sorry, can we stop the tape for a second? Chapter into action, page 88. We're going to, with 10 and 11, we're going to continue to turn statements into questions, but we're going to basically look at three different things. We're going to look at the 10th step as an exercise to use when you're moving out in the day through the world, rather than an evening review that some people think is continuing to take inventory. The evening review and the daily inventory is not part of the 10th step. It's the biggest mistake Bill made between the big book and the 12 and 12. We will find nothing in the 10th step except the short form of it itself, continue to take inventory, and when we were wrong, promptly admitted it. We'll find nothing in the 10th step about daily inventory. The 10th step is about proper use of the will and moving out into the world and what to watch for and how to turn from it when it crops up. So we're going to look at the 10th step as a set of instructions to use throughout the day. Then we're going to look at the 11th step in two parts. Even though it does mention a few things to do throughout the day, pause when agitated or doubtful, ask for the right thought or action, etc., etc. We're basically going to look at the 11th step, which includes prayer and meditation, obviously, as something to do in the morning, where it says upon awakening, and something to do in the evening, where it says when we retire at night. With the 12th step, the last section, section 14, Step 12, we're going to look from, obviously, the end of Into Action to the 164th page. That basically will look in three parts. Having had a spiritual awakening as a result of these steps is what's happened based on the work we've done up to that point, through the first 11. Carrying the message, the best part of the book to use for that, and I've known a lot of people that recommend before you even go on a 12-step call, it's great to read Working with Others. That's basically a diagram of how to pitch a drunk, but it doesn't talk about how to work with somebody once they've decided they're ready to go through the recovery process. It's about, it's like from your initial meeting up to them accepting and what this book has to offer. And then practicing these principles in all our affairs, I think a lot of us, me included, for a long time, disregarded that those next chapters, from the end of Working with Others to page 164, outline a lot of the principles and places where we practice those principles for almost every area of our life. So those are the basic notes for those that have been writing that down. Yeah.
Start.
I think if anybody goes very long, I would, from my experience, there's no reason, although a lot of us have gone past our first year before getting involved in making amends. I think if somebody goes very long or goes a period of sobriety, as I've met some who've gone their entire sobriety, never getting involved in the amends process, And by getting involved in the amends process, I don't just mean waking up one day and starting to make amends. Waking up one day and realizing you owe somebody some amends is not the same as the experience you have with 1 through 8 and then going out to make amends. It's a cumulative experience. And I have personal experience to prove that to myself. In a moment of guilt and frustration and untreated alcoholism in Denver, where I got sober, before doing 1 through 8, set off to make some amends to a brother in Albuquerque because he lived nearby, and I had not been in Denver that long and had been pretty much isolated the last year of my drinking. I only spent my last year of drinking in Denver to have caused a lot of harm in Denver, but I had this tremendous guilt that hadn't been healed from the work yet, and set out to go to Albuquerque to make amends to a brother that I'd caused some real harm to so I could feel better. And went down to Albuquerque and said, I got really embarrassed and I was overwhelmed with guilt and I had no clarity that comes from the first 8 steps, and I basically had no power. And I said to him I was really sorry, and he said, I know you are. You always have been, but what are you going to do? And I wasn't clear on what I could do, and I just made a mess of it. I later had to go back and make amends for making amends. And so when I say, if you've never gotten involved in making amends, I don't mean waking up one day and deciding to start making amends. I mean doing the work up to the 9th step and then getting involved in the 9th step work is an experience that I would hate for anyone in AA to ever miss. I think 10 and 11 and 12 are a really exciting time, and 10 and 11, when amends are finished, everyone you're consciously aware of that you could possibly do to make right, and there is no one in your world, in your life, that you owe anything, is a really exciting time. But up to that day, and the realization of that from your head to your heart, the most exciting time in my recovery has always been in amends. I mean, you have those days where things are just clicking, and you know who it is on the phone when it rings, and you're in the right spot at the right time, and people you need to see are showing up. I mean, you hear stories around this country of people that have been fortunate to make amends, of pulling up to a stoplight, and there pulls right up next to them somebody they haven't seen for 20 years, they never thought they were going to be able to find. And there's just, the real miracle stories start to happen. I'll tell you a few of mine. So I've got my card, and I think we've been pretty damn thorough. So I was surprised when Terry told me the amount of time we have left in a 12-hour set of tapes. I think we've been pretty damn thorough through step 8. And but then is the most, 9, 10, 11, and 12. It's what all this is for. Everything we've done is getting us ready to turn out to the world and clean up this stuff in the past so we can be here in the moment. I see that as the goal now. I do this work so I can practice the presence of God in the moment. It's where I like to be. And I don't ever want to drink again. So I've got this pile of cards, and it helps me to put them in piles. Those that I'm willing to do, and I know where they are. Those that I'm not willing to do, and I know where they are. Those that I'm willing to do, and I don't know where they are. And those that I'm not willing to do, and I don't know where they are. And it's obvious. You start with the ones that you're willing to do, and you know where they are, and you just start making them. And like I said, by the time you're almost done with the ones you have pluses on, you will have had some new willingness be created for you to do the ones you have a negative by, just from the power and freedom that comes. So I started making amends. I needed a format, though. There was something I wanted to say last session before we stopped that I didn't get to say that really pissed me off once, so I thought I would share it with you guys so I could piss all of you off once. You pass that stuff on, basically, right? This guy came to our group in Santa Monica. We were about 4 years old, which meant I was 8. And he He said, I'm not talking about the 12th step because there's people all over the country doing great stuff with 12-step work. He said, I'm talking about steps 10 and 11. And I'm talking about why people spend so much time on the promises halfway through the 9th step on page 83 and so little time on the promises a couple pages later in the 10th step that are miraculous promises. He says, why don't we hear those 10th step promises talked about more? And he said, why is it so hard to find people around this country practicing 10 and 11? I mean, really doing stuff with prayer and meditation and learning about proper use of the will. He says, you'll find very little in the program of Alcoholics Anonymous past the 9th step because no one ever finishes the 9th. It would be like if you went somewhere in this country and no one ever finished 4, you'd probably find not much about 5, 6, 7, 8, or 9. Well, if you don't ever get to a place where you're done with 9, and when I say done with 9, don't misconstrue what I'm saying. I'm not saying you're never going to make another amends. You're never going to cause any more harm. I'm not talking about from today forward. Of course I'm going to have more amends. Of course I'm going to cause some more harm. And if I ever speak to any of you or you ever see me again and I say that I haven't caused any harm in a long time, just smack me across the face because I'm lying. Right? I don't mean that there won't ever be any more amends and I'm done with amends. I mean the ones that have been revealed to me from the day I've gotten here until today, I've gone back and cleaned up. And that's a day you don't want to miss. And that doesn't always happen the day it's done. That doesn't always happen the day you realize in your head that you're done with amends. It sometimes takes guys like me a while for that to go from your head to your heart, as a lot of these ideas I've shared with you this weekend take that dubious path between your head and your heart that sometimes takes an instant and sometimes takes a lifetime. I like the ones now that happen in your heart before your head, those things that happen before you understand what it was that just happened. But those are few and far between for me. But I have had days, not since my first time through the work. I'm 11 and a half years sober, so I've been through the work approximately 11 times. I did not finish amends my first time through the work, and I paid a hell of a price. Came real close to drinking again. And I did not finish amends the first time I moved to California when I was 4, that time through the work. So I do not say I've been through the work 11. Don't tell people you've been through the steps if you have amends you haven't finished. That's another misconception. And don't keep doing these workshops over and over to keep doing 1 through 9 to avoid. Matter of fact, if I was living in a place where they do a lot of workshops like they do here, and it was me, I would make a personal commitment to myself. I am not going to another workshop until I finish the amends that I'm currently aware of. So you don't get in the habit, as we've seen all over this country, of 1 through 8 and a half, 1 through 9 and a half, 1 through 9 and a half, 1 through 9 and a half, to keep from finishing some amends you don't want to make. It's a terrible pattern to get into. So I started making amends, and I flew back to Battle Creek, Michigan, where I caused most of my harm, lived the first 15 years of my life, and I'd been to Battle Creek 4 times before that, sober, before I got to amends. And each time I went to Battle Creek, Michigan, sober, I would go to an AA meeting with an old friend of mine that I sponsor now, that I grew up with. And then we would go to this club, and in all 4 of those visits, maybe I would see 1 or 2 people in that club that I knew from the past. The time that I went to Battle Creek with a stack of cards, besides my family, friends that I needed to find, and we went to an AA meeting, and then we went to that club. After being there 4 times within the last, I was not even a year yet, and I'm in amends. In the last 11 months, I'd been there 4 times and never saw more than 1 or 2 people. The night that I was ready, the night that I was spiritually ready and went to an AA meeting and then to this nightclub, my friend and I, in that door, walked 13 people in chronological order that I knew them, that I needed to find on that trip to make amends to, and I set up appointments with every one of them. Another time, I have a a star on my hand, that a tattoo, a man that was 34 when I was 17. He had 4 of us put a 5-pointed star on our hands. All 4 of them are dead, and the man that had us put that there was like I was closer to him than I was to my father. He died in my arms of an overdose in Las Vegas, Nevada, after I got out of the penitentiary. And he had taken me in when I was on the run. He died in my arms of an overdose, and I had bought the dope, and he hadn't done any for a long time, that killed him. And that'd be kind of like how you'd feel about killing someone you were closer to than your father. And I made amends to his parents, and I made amends to his brother, because there was some harm that I caused, and I made amends to him through a letter. And I was in Vegas 3 or 4 times a year until my 5th birthday, and I could never go to his grave. And I didn't know why I couldn't go to his grave until the day that I could. So many times you get free of something, and then by getting free of it, you see how bound you were. Like most of the time, I do not know how much fear I'm in until I'm out of it. And I do not know how angry I was until I'm free of it. And I woke up on my 5th birthday, we were there, 4 of us. And I woke up one morning, it was, hey, today is the day you're going. No resistance, no struggle. Called a driver, took him to a suburb of Las Vegas called Henderson, Nevada, like I'd been going there every day for the last 5, and I hadn't been there in I don't know how many years. Took him right to the graveyard, walked right up to the grave like I was just there yesterday, got down on my knees and made my amends and said what I needed to say, and looked down, and it was 15 years to the day of his funeral. It was the day of his death that I was there. It just blew my mind. Another time when I moved to California, I had a list of 4 amends in California, even though I was living in Denver. I'm the kind of guy that can cause harm long distance without even living somewhere. And I had these 4 people on my list, and I flew to California. One of them was a girl I'd been in a relationship with, and I made an appointment with her, and then I found the other 2, and I couldn't find one. And I wrote her name down on my 3x5 card, and then I put a question mark as to where she was, and then I said a prayer, and I went to speak at a meeting that I would never have gone to. Even living there, I wouldn't go to this meeting. And I went and I spoke there, and a girl comes up to me and she said, "Oh, you got sober in Denver?" I said, "Yeah." She said, "Do you know where Cindy so-and-so is?" I said, "Yeah, as a matter of fact, I'm looking for her." She says, "Oh, she lives 3 blocks from you in Santa Monica. Here's her address." The day that I prayed about it. After trying everything I could, that's kind of a spiritual statement right there. After trying everything I could, the way to make it was provided with little or no effort on my part. Some of you understand that. Then I went to the girl that I've been in a relationship with, and here's what the format I follow. And I follow this format. The rule for me is if they can be seen face-to-face, do it face-to-face. Don't put off seeing anybody face-to-face if they can be seen face-to-face. So the exceptions would be a phone call or a letter. Make those 2 the exceptions, or a graveside. And I don't care if I'm at a grave, on the phone, in a letter, or preferably face-to-face, this is the format I follow. So I go to this girl's house and I explain to her, whether she knows or not. She might be in the program and I still need to say it, so it's said. And you'll find these directions throughout these next pages. As you know, I'm involved in recovery. And part of the program is that I look at my past and I write a personal inventory. And I've currently done that again. And then I'm asked to go back to the people I've harmed and make direct amends. And that's why I'm here, and you need to know that this is very important for me to stay sober to do this. That they understand I'm on a life and death errand. So the first thing I'm saying on this format is that I explain to you why I'm there in front of you. It's especially great for ex-girlfriends and ex-boyfriends, so they don't get the idea you're there in their living room to get back together, or any other reason. That could be good for ex-bosses, that could be good for numerous reasons, that they understand why you're there and that it's very important. Then I'm to discuss the harm that I'm clear on. That's where my card comes in handy. But I don't pull a card out. I've maybe gone in the bathroom and looked at it and said a little prayer and asked God to help me not forget any of this. It just takes away from it if you're sitting in front of somebody and you pull out a card and start reading. But I might, if it was a big one, before I left their house, go back in the bathroom and ask and see if I missed anything that needs to be talked about before I leave, so I've been thorough. And I talk to them about this is the harm I'm clear on. So that's the second part of this format. I've talked about why I'm here and that it's very important. And number two, the harm that I'm clear on. I did this, I did this, I did this, I did this. I do not talk about selfishness, dishonesty, self-seeking, and fear. I talk about this is what I lied to you about, this is what I took from you, this is what I lied to you about, this is what I did, these are some things I didn't do. These are the things that I'm clear on that I think harmed you. Then I ask, is there any other harm that I ever caused you that you need to tell me about? I used to be so arrogant, I thought it was more important for me to be clear on how I harmed you than you having a chance telling me how I harmed you. You're the one I need to hear it from. I now see question number 3 much more important than question number 2. I'm there to talk to them about the harm I caused them, and it's really arrogant for me to think I know what I did that harmed them. They're the ones that know. But I also don't make them responsible for doing the work and the amends. It's a chance for them, if I have missed anything, for them to make me aware of anything else that I ever did that hurt them. Then number 4 is vitally important, and that is, now that we've got it all out on the table, do you need to tell me how any of this hurt you? That can be incredibly healing. So I've talked about why I'm there, and that it's very important. The harm I'm clear on. Is there any other that I'm not aware of? And do you need to tell me how any of this hurts you? And then the magic question of all, which is what amends is. Is there anything I can do to make right the wrong? We fell into a trap in our group in Santa Monica when we heard these people talking about finishing amends. We started to think that finishing amends was making the approach. Finishing amends is not making the approach, it's doing what they ask you to do in the approach. To the best of the ability you have from the power you've been given from God. I come to you and I've robbed you for $1,000. I don't think the amends is done when I walk away, and we've talked about that I stole $1,000 from you. I've made my approach, I've done my part. But I'm going to write on the back of that card, pay back $1,000, and here's the agreement he and I came to. That's the next thing I wanted to say on number 5. If it's financial, arrange the best deal you can. The book talks about that. But what's real handy is to put on the back of your card the agreement you made of what you would do to make right the wrong, and then put that in a new file card box. And as you make amends, start doing the things that they ask you to do. Some are ongoing, and they just have to be ongoing. They'll never be done. A mother, a father, children, a wife. But you've done your part to clean it up as best as you can. Mark?
Yeah, the room sure gets quiet when you start talking about amends. I wonder what that's the quietest it's been the whole weekend. I wonder what that's about. I know what that's about. When I started talking about my grandmother and great aunt, I almost started crying. So I know what that's about. I just want to share a little my experience. Joe certainly went over some of his experience and how we make amends, and I don't walk up to people and say, gee, I'm here to tell you I'm sorry, because I tried that one too, and I got the same response Joe did. Yeah, you are sorry, and have been for many, many years. What's new and different? I'll take my last time. A couple of them are humorous, and One of them, some of you may or may not have experience with this. It has to do with the Internal Revenue Service. And when I got sober in '82, I hadn't filed for about 7 years. They don't like that. And the first time through the work with Don, I had gone ahead and done all that, and he did the smart thing. He directed me to a CPA, and we went through and did all that. And so I went down and I set that deal up, and I paid that one off after a period of time. But I'm a good alcoholic, and God rewarded me with some real good income in my recovery. And being a good alcoholic and being selfish, I didn't set up enough withholdings for a couple years in recovery, and so I owed them a bunch, and I had been in the process of paying that back. And then when I came down to Texas in 1991 and did a bunch of work in a hospital, the last thing in my mind, nor did I have any ability to continue my monthly deal with them. And so what had happened is when I got out of that hospital and I went forth with doing some work, occasionally I would send them a little money, but this last time through, a lot of healing had taken place, and so I became very, very willing to make that amend. But here's how this works for me in this thing called amends. I had literally sat down and sat down with Gerald, and we'd taken a look at that, and we'd done some computation, looking at my income about how much I can pay, and I've got strong willingness, and that's almost like on a Friday, and I walk in Monday, and what they said was, Mark, your wages have been guaranteed by the Internal Revenue Service. And I laughed. She's not in recovery. She can't figure out why I'm laughing. Hell, I know why. I said I'm willing. They said, okay, we found you. So I had set aside an amount that I felt I could pay them, $525 a month, so I picked up the phone, I called the guy, I was honest with him. I told him exactly what happened. I went in and got some help for what they call PTSD, and quite frankly, I didn't care a whole lot about you all, but I do now, and I'm here to take care of this. And so he asked me a whole bunch of questions, and he gets done, and he says, well, if you'll send us $510 a month, that'll be okay. So I very, very gratefully send them $510 a month right now, and I'll just do that up till the day I'm done. And one of the benefits and gifts for me in going through the work on a fairly consistent basis is there's not a lot of them. I did some work with a guy. He's about a little over 8 years sober, and he had sat in a workshop we were doing, and I kept noticing, at 8 years sober, his eyes are getting huge, and it kind of alarms you a little bit. And well, what had happened was in 8 years he'd never ever done the work, never knew what was wrong with himself. So by the time he get done with inventory, here he is 8 years sober, and he had about 200 resentments and finances and stuff all the place. And I've watched a lot of miracles take place for him in that area. But a couple others, and I'm like Joe. I lived in a lot of states. I'm a geographic alcoholic in California, and Oregon, and Washington, and Alaska, and you get to that process about the willingness. And these people I've harmed in those states are not going to hop on a plane, come to my house, and say you can make amends to me now. And so what happened is I was going along from my first set of amends, and it took me about 5 years to totally finish all of those on that first time through. But there were in particular 3 or 4 out in Seattle, and what happens for me is I do everything I can on a consistent daily basis, but I reached a place where there's a lot of gnawing going on, and I know what that's about. There's 4 women out in Seattle, Washington, and I'd been married to one, engaged to 2, and dated the other one. And I hopped the plane, and I went out there, and I knew where 2 of them were, and I hooked up with some of my old friends out there, and I found out where the other 2 were, and they all lived and or worked within 2 miles of each other in Seattle, Washington. So I went and set up the appointments, and that's where I learned the lesson Joe talked about. I sat across from my wife, and what I was proceeding to do was try and tell her how I harmed her. And she stopped me and said, you're still being the same pompous gentleman you always were. How do you know how you harmed me? And I thought, I think I missed something in the book. And we're still good friends today, and I finished that amend, and then I got to go to those other 3 women that day and clean that up. And another reason this room got quiet, those of you who've made amends,
feeling the grace and the power and gaining access to God happens to me in this process of amends at a deeper level than any other thing I do. And I don't know why, I don't care why. One of the gifts in the program is I quit asking why. I just keep taking action, and that was a healing deal. I think the amend with my father, I come from the kind of family, it's okay to talk about the sports and the weathers, for God's sakes, don't get into any other areas. And when I went to make amends to him, like you kind of start to say some things. He just stopped me and said, look, I'm just real glad you're happy and sober and that kind of stuff. But I never felt free of that, and he died in 1986. And last summer when I went up to Breckenridge, I'd done some prayer before I went up, and I turned around and I wrote him a letter. And in that letter I wrote the things that I would like to have said to him if he could have perhaps allowed me to do that. And So I went to a store and I bought some flowers, and I went out to the VA because my father died in '86 with a hideous 4 horsemen on his shoulders, and I went out to the VA gravesite, and those of you who know what those look like, it's a needle in a haystack. And I'd only been there twice and had the same experience Joe did. I prayed and I got directed, and I literally walked right up to it again, and I got down on my knees and read that letter and it got free. Just moves me. It's wonderful to be able to sit here and feel that moved. But I got free of that thing, and I'm like Joe. 3/4 of the room says, no, can't do that, Then I got these spiritual gunfires that said, if God tells you to do it, you go do it, man. So I've had some experiences with that. Incredible, over and over again. And again, I'm like Joe. The word all is what sticks to mind for me. I was talking to a gentleman last night, and I told him something, and I remember this during amends. Recovery has never, ever asked me to do anything that remotely resembles what alcohol asked me to do. This asked me to go sit across from people that I've harmed, institutions, people, and sit across from them and go through that process that Joe talked about. It asked me to write inventory. It asked me to help others. Stop for a minute and think about what alcohol asks you to do. Given a choice, take the amend that you think is the most difficult one you got, and take a T-bar and you lay that alongside what happened to you behind booze, and then you come to me and tell me that you're not willing to go make that amend. Are you willing to go drink alcohol? See, this thing gets real easy for me. It really gets easy. Do I like it? No. Anyone who tells you they like amends, I think they're lying. It goes against everything that's the root of my disease. But I go do them. And I'll tell you what I like. I love it when it's over. Okay? I love it when it's over. But that's my experience with the thing. And you hear a lot of that stuff. I'll be making amends till the day I die. They're not talking about the kind Joe talked about where you're interacting with the mother and father. It's like Don tells a story where he went to make amends to his mother, and she said, well, I only just wanted you to be happy, so every time he sees his mother, he's happy. So he'll do that up till the day he dies. But we're talking about amends you have a conscious awareness that you can take some action on and move into. But that's it's powerful, powerful stuff. A lot of instructions in the book, very, very specific about what to do, and that's where we'll move into now.
Here's an interesting exercise. Next time you start the work, those of you that are considering doing the steps again or for the first time, before you even move into step 1, or while you're looking at step 1, make a list of 5 people that you have no willingness to go to, but you know you owe amends. And see if the willingness, see the shift in power that's taken place when you get to 9. Just list 5 people that you know that you will absolutely never, ever be able to go to on your own power. And then watch what happens when you're in the 9th step if there hasn't been a shift, a dramatic shift in power, awareness, and perception from that list of 5 people you wrote down when you started the work. There's a practical exercise to show you the shift in consciousness and power and perception from the time you start step 1 till you're into amends. I lived with resentment and hatred toward a man since my earliest memory. And he was 57 years old when I was born. my father. And he was 67 years old by the time I was 10. So you can imagine being 10 years old with a father that's 67, and you want him to show up for baseball and Cub Scouts and all that stuff, and he's not there, and the other guys' fathers are. And isn't it kind of sad, isn't it kind of funny, actually, that I did 12 years of therapy, different kinds, to find out that my earliest memory was resentful. I think that's a joke on me. And I never knew how to get free of that resentment. All I knew how to do was get some temporary relief from it. And I could bang on chairs or take one of those rubber things and put his face on you and beat you, or talk about it in group, or share it at 10 meetings, or call 5 people in AA and talk about how I felt about him. And all I got was temporary relief. And I think relief is a big deal when you're new, because you probably haven't had any for a long time. But I think there comes a time, I hope, for everyone in this room where relief is no longer enough and you want some real freedom. And I told you the other night that I would show you the difference between relief and freedom, where after all I knew to do, after a period of time in AA and all that I had tried to get free of my feelings toward my father, I simply did what I was asked to do in the first 8 steps. And I saw my part with every resentment I ever had toward him. And you say to yourself, how does a 10-year-old kid see his fault toward a father that was 67 by the time he was 10? Well, I'll tell you what I saw. I saw a 10-year-old kid that was playing God 2 years before he ever took a drink, because he knew how old that man should have been, how that man should have been, what that man should have been doing, better than God Almighty himself. And if that ain't playing God, I don't know what is. And I was playing God way before I ever took a drink. And I saw my part, and I started to get free. In the 4th column of my resentment inventory, I started to experience in my heart forgiveness for a man that I hated since my earliest memory. And I went to a noon meeting, and I said, you know, I'm in the 4th column for the first time, and I've hated my father since I can remember. And today I was writing about my father, and I was writing my part in the 4th column, and I started to experience some forgiveness. Does anyone in the room think I can go to that man and never make amends? He's been dead since I was 21. And 3/4 of the room said, can't make amends to someone who's dead. Can't do that. And like I said last night, anytime a room in AA or someone in a room of Alcoholics Anonymous or your own mind begins to tell you you can't, that is not the fact that you can't, it is merely their or your agnosticism. Because they're not saying you can't. You know what they're saying? God isn't everything. And I heard their agnosticism, but the other 1/4 of the room, like a lot of you here today, said, sure you can. Do what Don tells you when you get to the 9th step. We know him. We know this process. We know what we've done. Go for it. They gave me some hope to move on in that inventory. Because if I would have believed the ones that said there was nothing I could do but cope with it, deal with it, work on it, maybe get a therapist, I'd already done all that. I would have quit and I wouldn't have finished that inventory on that man, because I'd done everything I ever could to get free of those feelings I had for him for 30 years, since my earliest memory. But it was because of you people that said, of course you can, because God is either everything or He's nothing. He either is or He isn't. That got me to go on through that 4th column. And when I got to the 8th step, I wrote that letter just like I was face to face and followed the same format, as if I was sitting in a room with him. This is why I'm here. This is the harm I'm clear on. Is there any other? Do you need to tell me how any of this hurt you? And what can I do to possibly make it right? Can you forgive me? And isn't that interesting? Forgiveness for an alcoholic sure comes easy when it's the very thing we're seeking from them. That's when we're able to give it. And when you see the number of people that you're seeking forgiveness from, you'll sure be able to give it a lot more freely, because we are terribly selfish people. But when it's something we want, we'll give it ourselves. And I went to Battle Creek, Michigan, and I went to his grave, and I sat there and I read that letter, and I sat there in prayer, and I walked out of that graveyard to a car that I had rented and was headed back to the airport, and this quiet little voice said, no, you're taking a drive. And I'd taken this drive 3 or 4 times in Battle Creek, sober, and was never free. You know those places that still kind of pull on you when you see them? That bar, that guy's house. And I took that drive around Battle Creek, Michigan, past places I'd lived and grown up, and the ghetto where I did drugs, and the bars where I drank, and nothing had a hold on me anymore. And more than that, I got free of resentments that never have come back to this day, and it wasn't temporary relief. Because I found out something about relief. It's always temporary. But freedom isn't. Real freedom, the real kind of freedom they talk about in Alcoholics Anonymous, is not temporary. I wanted to touch on a few things on page 77. Once again, as they do with each step, they tell me the real purpose for amends on line number 3 is to fit ourselves to be a maximum service to God and the people about us. You start making amends to feel better, you'll have a rude awakening, even though you'll probably feel better. If your motive is to feel better, you probably won't. If your motive isn't to feel better, but this, you'll probably feel better. There's another paradox, just like the one I mentioned earlier. If you live a life where you're totally consumed with how you feel at every given moment, and how you feel is the most important thing, you probably won't feel good most of the time. But if you start to live a life where how other people feel most of the time is more important than how you feel, you'll probably feel good most of the time. My real purpose. Next 2 lines talk about it's seldom wise to go to somebody who still smarts. That just tells me, pray about when to go for each and every one. A friend of mine had one to Walgreens. Flew home to Minnesota, to the Walgreens that he actually stole from. Sat out front, the thought was, not now. He trusted it. Flew back to Colorado, sat out front of a Walgreens, not now. He wondered why. I got the money, I'm willing to do it, there's no resistance. Came back to Denver a few months later, went to another Walgreens, the main headquarters. The feeling was, now's the time. Went in, headed toward the main office, pay back some money, saw a coffee shop for employees. Went in and got a cup of coffee, sat down for a minute to say a prayer. He's sitting with a man who's doing the books. Makes amends to the guy. It's the head bookkeeper. He finished the amends. The guy says, no problem, mail your money to this address, but I have a drinking problem. Will you help me? My sponsor had a truck route when he got out of the penitentiary. And on that truck route was a family he owed amends to because he had terribly hurt the son who had died. Every day for a year and a half he passed that house and he would ask, is today the day? And the answer would be no. One day the answer was yes. He went to that door and knocked on the door and made amends to that family. The first thing out of the father's mouth was, we couldn't have seen you one day sooner, but we need your help with blah, 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 blah. So it's good to pray about when the right time is. Another point was 3 lines from the bottom of that paragraph. Our man is going to be more impressed with a desire to set right the wrong. Boy, if you had to use 4 words to sum up what amends are, there's the 4 words I would use. It also says he's going to be more interested in a demonstration than my talk. Boy, there's a guiding principle for living your life, huh? Toward the bottom of the next paragraph, it talks about it's harder to go to an enemy than a friend. The last paragraph talks about we never criticize. We don't take their inventory, their faults are not discussed. Mark?
Oh, I'm just going to pick up, Joe's covered a lot of, I've got some personal experience with the enemy, and what the book tells me is exactly what happened to me. It was much more beneficial to me, and it tells me how to go to him, a helpful and forgiving spirit. Again, if you go on, you're getting some more specific instructions. Never criticize. We will never get over our drinking until we've done our utmost to straighten out the past. Gee, that might be a good question. Have you done your utmost to straighten out your past?
Where is that?
Bottom of 77. were there to sweep off our side of the street. Realizing nothing worthwhile can be accomplished till we do so. That's both a warning and a promise. Never trying to tell him what he should do. His faults are not discussed, we stick to our own.
I think there's two comments there. There's two questions there that he just covered that would be worthwhile questions for us to ask ourselves. Do I really believe? Here's a great question to ask yourself during amends. Same question I raised earlier. Do I think making these amends has anything to do with whether I drink again or not? Here's the question. Do I really believe that I might never get over drinking until I have done my utmost to straighten out the past? And do I really believe, have I realized that nothing, not a few things, not some stuff, that nothing worthwhile can be accomplished until I've done so?
Talks about our manner. I still remember reading this, thinking to myself, they're not describing my normal state of mind. If my manner is calm, frank, and open, I'll be gratified with the results. Goes on to talk about the unexpected will happen, and I've certainly had a lot of experience with that. And rarely do I make satisfactory progress. Tells us some things that will happen, and virtually all these have at one time. This is important because I had this happen. Should not matter, however, if someone does throw us out of his office. We have made our demonstration, done our part. It's water over the dam. I had one amend which really summed up the harm, and it's one that if you asked me before I went in, it was the mother of a lady that I dated in Seattle, and I had seen some harm and had seen where I was at fault, and I went to make those amends and to both her and her husband, and I'm sitting in their living room, and when I asked what I could do to balance the books, and she basically looked at me and said, I don't ever want to see you again. I don't ever want you interacting with any of my family members. And a lot of anger came out, and she went on to tell me of all the harm I'd created, which when I'd ask her that question, she really didn't have much to say. And I remember leaving there, and thank God for this part in the book. But I got a chance to see what happens to me when I'm out there. And I've had a couple of those in sobriety doing the same thing. And so there's a reason this is in the book, because if you're like me, this is probably going to happen. Doesn't matter. Tells me it's water over the dam. I've made my demonstration, done my part. The next part's on money. One paragraph, it's no bones in this one. We don't dodge our creditors, which we've been doing all our life. We're going to tell them what we're trying to do. Make no bones about our drinking. They know about it anyway, whether we think so or not. We're not afraid of disclosing our alcoholism and the theory it may cause financial harm. Approached in this way, most ruthless creditor will sometimes surprise us. That means the IRS. And it tells us what to do, arranging the best deal we can. Now, I'll tell you one of the things my ego did for me. I'm an alcoholic. If I owe $5,000, what I want to do is come up to you with $100 bills all at one time. Don't ask me to give you $10 a month for 20 years. You see what I'm saying? But what it's gotten down to is I got a list of these people and I go to them, because if I wait to be able to walk up to lay $5,000 down, I'm not going to make that amend. So I go to them and I do what it says. I arrange the best deal I can. And another, call it a warning, call it a promise. We must lose our fear of creditors no matter how far we have to go. Joe summed up something. Gary Brown, 26 years sober, what did he do? Sat down with his wife, sold his house, sold everything he owned to clean this up. Got more free than he'd ever been. You know, are you willing to go to any length? Are you really willing to do that? How far are you willing to go to do this thing? Boy, those are important. You want to get in touch with what's between you and God? Sit down and make a list of all the people you owe money and take a look at what you got and ask yourself what you're willing to get rid of. How far are you willing to go? I'll let you talk about the next one, Joe. You got a lot more experience about the criminal offense than I do.
All right, Mr. Nice Guy. Huh?
I just didn't get caught.
He's just a nice guy that drank a little too much. There's a joke in my home group because we tease some of the girls in our group, some of the alcoholic girls, when they try to convince us in our meeting that they were just really nice girls who drank a little too much. We tease them about that, and the joke really ended up being on me because my girlfriend came to our group and found out she was not an alcoholic, and so my buddy tells me that I ended up with a nice girl who just drank a little too much. There's specific examples here about money, criminal offenses, when others are involved, domestic problems you'll find scattered throughout these next few pages. But there's also a statement on page 81 that says, whatever the situation, we have to do something about it. First line of the second paragraph. I think one of my examples that encompasses some of those is an armed robbery I committed when I was 18 with a buddy of mine, and so I'm considering this amends, and but he was involved, and he was also one of my amends. And I asked him if I could make amends for this armed robbery he and I had committed and beaten in court, because the only witness was persuaded by a friend of ours from the penitentiary that he probably shouldn't testify, and he refused to testify, and we walked out of the courtroom. Of course, he was persuaded in a nice way. It was all friendly and up and up. So I asked my friend that was involved, can I make amends for this armed robbery you and I committed? He said, sure, just don't mention my name. Don't involve me. He was married, and he never went to trial. I did. His name had never come up. So it says we have brains to use, and I secured a lawyer. And the lawyer did some investigating and found out the statute of limitations was up, and went to the police because one of the detectives was severely harmed, and he wasn't impressed. He said that I was lucky the statute of limitations was up, and what I could do was not ever live in Battle Creek, Michigan ever again. And as far as I'm concerned, I don't ever want to live in Battle Creek, Michigan ever again anyway, and I'm willing to fulfill that amends. The judge I had to go to because he was a friend of my father's, and he forgave me and was happy about what I was doing. And then I had to go to the owner of the business that I robbed, and he was dead, and his wife sat and listened to me and was very happy about what I was doing and wished me well. And I had to be willing to do that because I want to be free of the past, to be here with you in this moment. And I don't ever want to drink again. And I sincerely believe, because of the guilt that I lived with all of my life, that with that kind of guilt I will drink again. And I get free. And I didn't have to muster up the power or the willingness to do that. It came from making a lot of other amends and realizing that I was going to drink again if I didn't. Nothing worse than getting away with a period of sobriety, thinking you're fine, not knowing where you could possibly be taken, thinking that you're fine because you haven't drank for 5 or 10 years and you're probably going to get away with it, and then one day you're one of these people who just drank and probably died or didn't die. I don't know which would be worse. There's a principle here on the bottom of 81 that talks about, God willing, my behavior won't be repeated. It's not about making amends and then continuing to do the same stuff and making amends for the same stuff over and over. But I certainly have to admit to you that there's been a lot that I've had to go back to and make amends for doing the same thing that I made amends to the year before. Yes, I've had to do that, and I don't want to keep living like that. I don't want to keep doing that. I like the paragraph on the bottom of 82 where it says, the alcoholic is like a tornado, roaring his way through the lives of others. Hearts are broken, sweet relationships are dead, affections have been uprooted, selfish and inconsiderate habits have kept the home in turmoil. We feel a man is unthinking who says that sobriety is enough. We feel a man is unthinking when he says that sobriety is enough. He's like a farmer who comes out of the cyclone cellar to find his home ruined, and to his wife he says, "Don't see anything the matter here, Ma. Ain't it grand the wind stopped blowing?" Coming out of your own lives with a life around you that's in shambles, living in that lie that nothing's really wrong, and then you move through that inventory in the fifth step in 6, 7, and 8, and all of a sudden you're seeing the devastation that you've caused all around you. The first 8 steps bring me out of that cyclone cellar to clearly see what's going on around me, to come out of that kind of lie. Next page talks about there is a long period of reconstruction ahead. We must take the lead. A remorseful mumbling that we are sorry won't fill the bill at all. I was at a meeting one day in Brentwood, California. That's one of the ritzy sections near Beverly Hills. And a guy was what do you call an imposter? Impersonating. Sonny Barger, the ex-president of the Hells Angels. And I thought to myself, I didn't know at the time, but later when I found out he was an imposter, I thought, only in AA would somebody fake being Sonny Barger to get attention. It's like the meeting I walked into one day and they had no steps on the wall or traditions or a big book, and the meeting had already started, and they were sharing around the room, but nobody said they were alcoholic or not, and they're just sharing. And I wondered if I was in an AA meeting, and then somebody said, I think I'm the most selfish, self-centered person in the room, and then they spent the rest of the meeting debating, no, I am, and I absolutely knew. Only in AA would people find conversation or virtue in the fact that they're the most selfish, self-centered person in the room. And this guy's he's impersonating Sonny Barger. He tells a horror story to these ritzy people, and they're supposed to ask questions for 15 minutes after his talk. And the room was so scared nobody would raise their hand. And I was a little intimidated. I raised my hand. I said, "Sonny, you and I have some similar stuff in our background with crime and such. Can you share with us some of your experience with amends?" He said, "Not really. I was told except when to do so would injure them or others, and I'm others, and if it's going to hurt me, I don't need to make them." I thought I was going to vomit right there on the spot. The first thing they ever told me about amends is I'm not others. That I must take the bit in my teeth, and I must not shrink at anything. It also says here on 83, one of my favorite lines that I've tried to tie into a lot of the ideas we've gone through this weekend, is that the spiritual life is not a theory. Can't be figured out. It's all a paradox. Us speaking, or any of you ever trying to speak about something that can't be explained, is a paradox, because you can't explain the unexplainable. The spiritual life doesn't make sense because it's all a paradox. Admit you have no power to get power. Look at maybe you're not to find out you really are. Admit where you don't believe so you can come to believe. Decide to turn your will and your life over so you can get a will and life back. It's all a paradox. And the things that those of us in this room that we understand, we don't understand because they're good theories. We understand them from experiential experience. We understand them in a place that transcends theory. Matter of fact, some of the stuff you and I understand that we share with each other, when it registers in your heart, there's no theory involved at all, and you don't even understand the words, just the feeling sometimes. What do you think a drunk understands when you pitch a wet drunk, and the next day he says, "I don't know what you said to me, Bobby, but I'm here," and he was totally drunk. What do you think you spoke to, his head? No. You left something in his heart that was still there the next day. Speaking to a place that's beyond theory. I really don't even think the spiritual life can be lived. I think the spiritual life can only be experienced. And it says, once again, our behavior will convince them more than our words. It also says there may be some wrongs we can never fully right. Don't worry about them if you honestly say to yourself that you would write them if you could. And then we always get the question, how do you finish amends if you have some you can't find? Well, it tells you. Some people can't be seen. You write an honest letter. Where do you mail it? Best place you can. Last address you knew. Read it to someone, get it out there in the universe. You've done your very best. If you ever see that person, you'd be absolutely willing to make it. Finish every amends you're consciously aware of to the very best of the ability of the power you've been given up to this point. So you don't end up back doing what you can do to the best of your ability, and that's be glued to a bar stool. The best of my ability screwed every relationship I was ever in, and I owed amends to them all. That was the best of my ability. The best of God's ability is boundless. There is no the best of God's ability. Relationships that I screwed up are healed. Friendships that I lost returned. Friendships that I lost were healed and didn't return. You never know how they're going to go. Mark?
There's just one thing I wanted to talk about because it's my experience. And it's still hard for me to talk about this because some of you in here might have a form of this, and that had to do with my experience in Vietnam and being over there and having to do with taking human life. And what I want to tell you about that is if that's in your amends, you go find somebody that's got experience with that, because you're not going to get help anywhere else. Okay? I could probably get some ideas if I went to Joe, but see, Joe's never had that experience. So what I had to do, because I'll tell you what, I was going to drink alcohol if something didn't happen around that area. I was absolutely going to drink alcohol. And I got sent to a man, and I spent some, and I've had to do this 3 times, because that stuff runs deep. And these were men who had that experience and had to make amends. You know, how do you make amends for the taking of human lives, men, women, and children in a country 10,000 miles away when it's your life or their life? But you got to make amends for that. And so I went to those men, and several things came out of that. One was to carry this message to veterans, and I've been very, very active in that. And for me, that's an area that I'm still just real open in. God, if there's something else I can do in there, please show me what that is. But some of you in your own way, I've done some work with some men, for example, drunk, car accidents, killing people. Now, I haven't had that experience, so I don't try and tell them how to handle that. I try and find in my network someone who's had that experience. Because you're talking about the kind of stuff you and I are going to drink alcohol over. And so for each of us in our own way, at times we'll have some amends that not a whole lot of people maybe have experience with. But I can assure you there are people in Alcoholics Anonymous who've done everything known to mankind in terms of making amends. And so there are men and women out there who can help you clean that stuff up.
Isn't it interesting the worst things we ever did when put in God's hands and healed become the greatest things we have to give?
So I just wanted to touch on that, okay?
We want to do one more session and talk about the real magic and the real stuff. Let's take a break until 10 after 1. Thanks. I was just kind of trying to feel if there was any more in my consciousness to say about step 9. Of course, there's a million stories, and I think you have to get your own. And you know, if I could say one thing about this work, I mean, if you feel a little overwhelmed by the amount of information, or if it seems like, you know, like it's a little out there, I guess the main thing I can tell you about this work is you gain experience writing inventory, and you get experience about making amends. And you get experience with the first step, talking to people about the first step. I do think that amends, that period of time when I'm in amends, and I wasn't just in amends once. I've been in that state of consciousness where I've done 1 through 8, and I've got a pile of amends to make several times in the last 11 and a half years. I was surprised at 8 or 9, between 8 and 9 years, when I spent 12 months doing some work for me with a Native American man on steps 10, 11, and 12, doing more with 10, 11, and 12 than I ever had in the previous 8 years. That the next year when I opened myself up again to 1, 2, and 3, that a pretty big inventory was revealed during a time where I thought I wasn't really angry. I have the kind of mind that thinks, this is what I think 10 and 11 are all about. I have the kind of mind that thinks, if I'm not aware of it, it's not going on. I was driving through Los Angeles the other day, and I had to go along this pretty long ridge that went from one side of LA to the other. And when I was on this end of this ridge, I would look down at where I was going, and it was all smoggy. But when I got to where I was going, it didn't look smoggy. But the next place that I was going to end up looked really smoggy. Then when I got to that place, it didn't look like it did from a distance. I went camping once, and at a campground, and during the afternoon there's all these families and all these kids and all this noise and all this joy, and they're yelling and screaming and music and playing and having fun. And that evening, when things quieted down, I realized that I could hear this river flowing through the campground, but it didn't just come there that night. That sound was there all the time, but until it was quiet, I couldn't hear the river. And until I opened myself up to 1, 2, and 3 again, the inventory didn't show itself. And I also have a mind that thinks the only time you're asleep is when you're asleep. And the only time you're awake is when you're awake. Well, I've had times where neither one are true. I've had times where asleep, I'm awake and not resting, and you wake up after 8 hours and you should be rested and you're tired because your spirit hasn't rested. I'm not doing meditation. Like I said the other day, I think 4 hours of sleep and 45 minutes of meditation, you will be more rested and effective the next day if you do this on a regular basis than 8 hours of sleep and no meditation. So I spend these 12 months, and boy, I'm not going to brag about those Baton Rouge tapes that Terry has that some of you have heard, but if you listen to those Baton Rouge tapes on steps 10 and 11, I was out there. I was on fire. I was working with intent and vision and had done all this stuff for 12 months and then submitted myself to 1, 2, and 3. Boy, and I'm doing Upon Awakening, and I'm doing the evening review, and I'm cleaning up stuff as I go, and thought I had the best year I ever had with 10 and 11. And opened myself up to 1, 2, and 3, and there's a resentment inventory with about 50 resentments and about 35 or 40 amends. And I see the times where I fall asleep. I mean, if the times I love are when I'm awake and in the moment, that's what I want to be there for. So because I know how my ego works a little bit, not that I can conquer it, and not that knowing how my ego works conquers my ego, I cannot defeat my ego. I need to be reminded that by you people on a regular. I can not defeat my ego with my ego. God can defeat my ego, and that's about it. And alcohol. And there I am back to my choice. Booze or God. Knowing my ego a little bit from that year with him that was pretty rigid, even though there was a lot of flexibility and freedom in outside things. I've gone from that rigidity to some real just basic simple stuff in the last year from January 93 to January 94 with 10 and 11. It's going to be hard for me to talk about because I'm not in 10 and 11 anymore. That doesn't mean I don't do 10 and 11. That means that I'm currently in inventory. It's It's also interesting that yesterday it felt kind of hard for me to talk about inventory, probably because I'm in the middle of it. I believe the purpose to be effective with the 12 steps, to practice to the result of having a spiritual awakening as the result of these steps, to help alcoholics and practice these principles in all my affairs. The main purpose to do all three of those things is the ability to have some power and be here in the moment. That seems to be my goal. 1 through 9, clear away anything that holds me back from the past from being here in this moment with you. I can't sit there and be effective with you if there's harm that I haven't cleaned up with you. And I can't sit there and be effective with you if I'm not aware of that harm. And I can't sit there and be effective with you if I haven't asked for the stuff that blocks me from you to be removed. And then it's been removed. And I can't sit there with you and be effective if I haven't admitted there's some stuff that's between you and I, and there is, if I haven't seen it. Or if I haven't written about that stuff. Or if I'm not sure where I am with my life run on self-will and I still think I can work things out with you on my own power. Or I haven't chosen this life about God being everything or nothing. And I can't really sit there and be effective with you if I'm not sure who and what I am. So there it is, each link of the chain going backwards. I heard a guy say one time, and it just hammered me to the bone, because I was having trouble finishing 4 amends from that year's inventory. He said that the reason I was having trouble with those 4 amends was probably because I wasn't really clear on the work I had done in Step 8 on those 4 people. And that the reason I wasn't really clear on Step 8 with those people, probably because I wasn't really clear about what I asked to be removed in the work I did with 6 and 7, or what needed to be removed, so I could look at the harm clearly, so I could make amends to those 4 people. And the reason that I wasn't clear on those things probably was because I didn't learn enough of humility and honesty and thoroughness in the 5th step that I needed to, so I could be clear to ask for those things to be removed, so I could be clear on the harm, so I could make amends to those 4 people. And he said the reason I probably wasn't really thorough in the 5th step with my admission to you of my wrongs was probably because I wasn't really clear in my writing in the 4th step. So I could be clear to admit to you my wrongs in the 5th step, so I could be clear on what stuff needed to be removed, so I could become willing to make those amends, so I could make amends to those 4 people. And the real reason I probably wasn't real clear in what I wrote was probably because I wasn't real clear about this decision I was asked to make in the 3rd step, which means I probably wasn't really clear on what I chose in the 2nd step about God being everything or nothing, because I wasn't really clear that this stuff is all unmanageable, because I'm probably not really sure that I'm really a real alcoholic. And in doing that, he literally took me backwards through the steps, and I saw how that first link, that first step, is the touchstone, is the link to each of those other links. And if that first link is weak, how it weakens the rest of the chain that connects me back all the way around through 10, 11, and 12 back to 1. If I've had trouble finishing the steps for the first time, and I'm wondering why I haven't done it again, or if it's my 4th time and I'm wondering why I'm having trouble getting started this 5th time, it's probably because I'm somewhere stuck back in the 4th time, and there's some work that I didn't finish the 4th time. It's probably because I wasn't real sure what I did the 3rd time. It just goes around and around. Somewhere that's, somewhere I have to stop and be where I am, and that's what 10 and 11 are all about. I had some apprehension about sharing what I'm going to share, because I've always wanted to be able to say to people that I've never had to go anywhere outside of AA to get anything that I've gotten. And I don't think that what I'm going to share with you is saying that I had to go anywhere outside of AA, because it was well in the confines of what the 11th step suggests. And what the 11th step suggests is that I look to see where religious people are right, and that I consult with priests, ministers, rabbis, and that there's many helpful books. So I don't see basically anything outside of the AA program, as long as you watch for this. Be careful what you're doing instead of rather than along with. I've seen people get lost after this tremendous surge of power from amends and start doing things instead of AA rather than along with AA. And I'll tell you a way to make sure that never happens that comes from these people in Denver that have been doing this a lot longer than I have. Each year, if you do this work, or whenever you do this work, and you've done amends, and you want to do some new stuff with 10 and 11, whatever new stuff you choose this year with 10 and 11, next time you start back through the AA program with step 1, drop all the stuff you're currently doing with 10 and 11 that was new or outside, and then see if it's still there for you the next time, which might open you up to something new. That doesn't mean I stop doing 10 and 11 when I do 1 through 9. That means whatever outside stuff, if I was doing a certain type of meditation or going to another movement, their meetings once in a while, or a church, or that doesn't mean I stop doing prayer and meditation in the morning and the evening review. That means whatever newfangled stuff or whatever new stuff I chose last time through the work, I might want to drop when I start step 1 and see if it's still there for me when I get through 9. Matter of fact, I've had guys and girls that are doing certain things when they come to me to ask to start the steps, and I ask them, are they willing to drop all of it? And if they say they are, they probably don't need to. If they say they aren't, I can't work with them. Anything that might be. Except, I'm not going to tell someone to quit going to meetings because we've started the steps. I'm not even going to tell someone to get rid of their sponsor. They can go through the work with me and keep their sponsor as long as their sponsor is agreeable. But for example, a lady comes over to my house and I gave her that exercise that I haven't really talked much about this weekend where I ask them to read. Matter of fact, I'll go through that now since it fits in with the 12th step. I'll take a minute to talk about what goes on with me from the time we meet until the time we're done. Let's say I've spoken somewhere and people come up and they ask for your phone number. I used to get a little overwhelmed because tons of people would ask for my phone number, but about 1 out of 20 call. I'd have these times where I would speak and I'd go, how am I going to, my ego would kick in, because there's this, in California they like to line up, this big line out the door, and 200-300 people have asked for your phone number, and I'd get home and I'd be thinking, gee, how am I going to help all these people that ask me for my phone number? And one guy would call, and he certainly wasn't the most attractive one in the line that I really wanted to work with. He was a poor slob that had no other choice or anywhere else to go, and that's what I end up with. So let's say I've spoken somewhere and we've never met, and you ask for my phone number and you do call. Well, first I'm going to see if you're I'm not going to waste my time if you're not willing to waste your time. And I'm going to see if you're serious, probably by asking you to come over or come to my home group. Let's say you show up for that, and then I ask you to call again, and you call again. I give someone an exercise. And I've used this, and I know it works, from guys from 3 days to 30 years. Read the first 164 pages, answer 3 questions. Is this work what you want to do? Are you willing to go to any length, and why do you want to do this work? Sometimes I throw in 2 more questions. Why with me? I want to hear that too. And what areas of your life are you being dishonest about with yourself or others? That makes the reading really interesting no matter how many times they've done the work. Because I get a lot of guys that have done the work before. And a lot of people that haven't. That exercise, if they're not willing to do that, they won't make it through the work. So that exercise weeds out a lot of people. And if they make it through the exercise, they're probably pretty serious. They call, they say, I've done the exercise. I say, come on over. They come over. I explain to them what this commitment is going to mean. What this commitment is going to mean is you and I are going to meet once a week till we get to the 4th step, unless one of us has to be out of town. We'll call each other in that case. We're going to meet every week, and we're going to start on the title page, and we're going to go up to inventory, and I don't know how long that'll take. Some guys, you think it's going to be a breeze, and there's big struggles for them. And some guys, you think it's going to be really hard, and they're going to be kind of slow, and it's going to take a while, and they just move right through 1, 2, and 3. And then we're just basically going to go through all the assignments that I've shared with you from section 1 to section 6. in the notes. If you took the notes, you've got those assignments. If you didn't, tough, right? And we're going to sit every week and we're going to look at whatever section they're looking at. And I have some tapes that I did a while back that I think are pretty good, even though I've never heard them. My sponsor wouldn't let me listen to them, that go from the title page up to inventory, and it gives them something to work on when we're not together as they're working with their book. And we'll meet every week as long as it takes till they get to inventory, and then I'll give them the first column, and I'll say, call me when you're done. That's the resentment list. When they're done with that list, they come over, we talk about the second column. When they finish the second column, I want to look at it again. They go home, come back, we talk about the third column. They finish that, they come over, we look at the third column, we talk about the fourth column, they go home. So as they finish each piece of inventory, we'll meet. That's going to be different lengths of time for different people as they take different lengths of time with inventory. Then we're going to do their fifth step. Then they're going to go home and look at 6 and 7, work on their 8-step list, fill out their cards, and come over and go over each amends so they're clear. And they start making amends, and then they call whenever they want. That's basically how that goes. For the first time in 11 years, and here's how it happened. So I trusted it, and I've learned to trust it. 4 people from 4 different states called me on the same day and all mentioned this man's name who lives in Santa Monica. Now, I don't need a sledgehammer anymore, and I think when 4 people who don't know each other call you on the same day and say, you know, James Finley lives in Santa Monica, you ought to go meet him. I don't need a sledgehammer anymore, and I kind of took the hint, and I went and I met this man named, because I was done with amends, that whenever it was, well, he and I met January 1st, 1993. And I was done with amends. I was looking for some new stuff with 10 and 11. It felt kind of flat. I was doing 20 minutes of meditation 3 times a day, morning, afternoon, and evening. I was doing upon awakening. I was doing when I retire at night. And I didn't feel anything really new and exciting, and it should have, because I was done with amends from that inventory. And 4 people call on the same day from 4 different states, and they mentioned this guy's name, and I got the hint, and I went to meet him. And it turns out there's a man kind of like Emmett Fox who died named Thomas Merton, who wrote a lot of stuff like Emmett Fox did. And this guy was Thomas Merton's student for 10 or 15 years at Gethsemane Monastery in Louisville, Kentucky. And went from that to realizing prayer and meditation didn't solve everything, and he had some cleaning up to do in his life, to leaving the monastery after 15 years with Thomas Merton and becoming a clinical psychologist and getting a PhD in psychology. So he does what's called contemplative psychology, which combined both prayer and meditation and psychotherapy, which for a guy who did a whole lot of therapy and then a whole lot of spiritual stuff was perfect, because I never saw that the two fit, and I would put down one in favor of the other. Therapy has nothing for me now in sobriety, which was a stupid belief. That's like saying my 1/4 of my being isn't important, because we are physically, mentally, emotionally, and spiritually people. There's 4 parts to my being, and I had denied that part of my being for a long time, that emotional side of myself, and become really shut down in that area for quite a while, unaware that I was shut down until I started to open up. And there's the example again. You really don't see how far you're deep into it until you begin to come out of it. And I am not doing it instead of AA. I did not stop doing anything in AA I was currently doing. I go to my home group every week. I do whatever I'm asked to do in AA. And that's another idea I want to talk about in a minute. But I started seeing him once a week, and what was great for me was, because I don't like doing therapeutic work where you look at this or you look at that that's currently going on, and then some idiot that doesn't know me or understand alcoholics saying, here's what you go to do, work on it and cope with it and deal with it and fix it, like I'm somebody that has power. He would say, well, that's nice what we discovered, and it's kind of like doing a 4-step or a 5th step, but here's what I want you to do with your prayer and meditation. So whatever we discovered, he knew needed to go to God, because he understands alcoholics. And he just started giving me some real basic stuff with prayer and meditation, and things started to change again, and I feel more open, and I was open to being with somebody after not being with somebody for a while, and that sex ideal came true, and that I'd written in my last 4-step, and it's just been a great year since finishing those amends from my last inventory, January 1993, and so I decided I wanted to be in 10 and 11 until January 94 because I've never gone a full year without starting 1 through 9, and I kind of wanted to break that pattern. And January 94, I started to work again. I'm currently in inventory. Now, the other thing I wanted to mention was using 10 and 11. Once you've been through the work, those of you that have been around and know how to use 10 and 11, using 10 and 11 to do 1 through 9. That means this. Just because you're going to start step 1, you don't need to drop using 10 and 11, which means watching for those things to crop up during the day and asking for them to be removed as you move out through. You don't have to stop your life because you're starting step 1. And Don Coy has taught us a lot about using 10 and 11 to do 1 through 9. So I'm continuing to use, let's say I've just started, which I did January, right? Last month. I still do step 10 throughout the day, which is what we'll talk about in a minute. How to do step 10, the way it's outlined in the big book. I don't know about the 12 and 12. The big book does not say the 10th step is an evening inventory. It's about moving out through the day and being there for your life and learning about proper use of the will and what to do when those things that take you off that course crop up to take you off that course. So I continued doing that as I started step 1. What about with my prayer and meditation? There's really only 3 parts to the 11th step. It tells you what to do in the morning, a few more things to do throughout the day, and something to do at night. The evening review, the daily inventory, whether you write it or not doesn't really matter. Some people love to write it, some people don't. That is done in the 11th step when you retire at night. So I continue to do that. But how did I use 10 and 11 to do 1 through 9? Well, when I was on step 1, I used my prayer and my meditation to focus on step 1. Please open me up, put aside what I think I know, and open me up to the first step. I would sit, do my prayer and meditation, and read the book on step 1, and then go meet with the guy that's taking me through the work. We move into step 2. I would use prayer and meditation, keep my focus on the second step, read my book on the second step, and go meet with the guy that's working with me. Then we get ready to look at the third step, and he asked me about what this decision means to me now at 11 and a half years, and I would use my prayer and my meditation in the morning and at night to focus on the third step. I used 10 and 11 to write inventory, and that's where I currently am. So I can now use, I couldn't do it the first time. I had no experience with power or 10 and 11. But now I know how to use 10 and 11 to do 1 through 9. Because I want to be in the moment, and I want to be here for you. I can't shut off my life because I'm in inventory and come to Lafayette and be effective. I need to continue to use. I don't ever have to stop doing 10 and 11 ever again. We had gotten into, in my group, this pattern of 1 through 9, finish amends, do some stuff with 10 and 11. Of course, you're always doing 12. And then when you start 1, drop 10 and 11. And it was a dangerous pattern we didn't need to get into, and we needed somebody to tell us, hey, you don't need to do that. I'd like Mark to start and talk about some things he'd like to talk about. And one thing I would like to say, though, one of the ideas I had to get free of this time, and I'm not free of it yet, and I'm sure I'll come to maybe some new awareness about it, is that you don't turn down an AA request. I don't buy that anymore. It seems like there's no freedom in that to me. I want in every area of my life, and I don't mean I'm trying to find out how to say no to AA requests either. I'm just trying to say that I bet there's people in this room that understand causing real harm to other people when not thinking they could turn down an AA request and denying their family and their jobs and their friends under some superstition in AA that the boogeyman is going to get you if you turn down an AA request. I think we need the freedom in every area of our life, AA, family, friends, work, whatever area of your life you can think of, to choose yes or no. Mark?
I'm an alcoholic. My name is Mark. I'm I'm going to just share a little experience with 10 or 11 the last 3 or 4 months, and then we'll jump right back into the book. You know, in the second step, I'm told I commence spiritual growth. In the fifth step, I'm told I've had certain spiritual beliefs, but now I begin to have the spiritual experience. And then I get to step 10, and it says we've entered the world of the Spirit. And I saw some things in the last 3 or 4 months around this 10th step that I'd never seen before, and I think more than ever I got a sense inside, not in my head, about we've entered the world of the Spirit. And I always find it interesting. That's just not a topic that you hear discussed very much in Alcoholics Anonymous, and I know why. It's because I think a lot of people don't have experience with what that's about, so they don't have anything to talk about. That's one of the most powerful lines in the book. It's kind of like Joe said, how can I quit doing 10 and 11 if I've entered the world of the Spirit? What am I going to, I want to go back somewhere? So I kind of begin to work with that idea, and you know, when I look at the 10th step, it became for me what Joe's talking about. It became a tool for me to move out there all day long. And you know, if you kind of look at that step, it synopsis a whole bunch of steps really at one time. You know, it speaks to me about I continue to watch for selfishness, dishonesty, resentment, and fear. And that smashed an old idea, which is I'm going to go through this work, take my defects to God. He's going to take them away. And I mean, that's like Don saying to me, Mark, if you took all your defects away, you'd just ascend out of here and you wouldn't be here for the newcomer. So it gets me right back in touch with my appropriate position, which is I'm Mark and God's God. And so I do, you know, I watch for those things as I go through the day. And what is that? That's probably the fourth column of my resentment inventory, isn't it? And then it goes on and speaks to me about some other stuff. You know, I ask God at once to remove them, step 6 and 7. I make amends quickly. What's that? Step 9, if I've harmed anyone. I talk to someone, step 5. You know, turn my thoughts to someone I can help, step 12. You know, and then 2 of the most powerful lines in the book, one of them is love and tolerance of others is my code. And then the one about we've ceased fighting anything or anybody, even alcohol. I could probably take that into daily prayer and meditation and live another 30 years and have barely glimpsed what that really is speaking to me about. I've ceased fighting anything or anybody, even alcohol. But as a result of taking that into morning meditation, I've been able to experience a lot more about what that means for me personally. And then it went on and talks about some other things. And one of the things I've been working a lot more with is the prayer of, before I go into any activity, how may I best serve thee, let thy will, not mine, be done. Now, there was a time in the past I would do my morning meditation, go through the day, and occasionally flip out a few, thy will, not mine, be done. Run a lot on self-will, come home at night, go to a meeting, be exhausted. And what finally happened for me last time was to be able, as I move from one activity to another, to pause for a moment of silence and say, how may I best serve thee, let thy will, not mine, be done. And to embrace the idea of these thoughts must go with me constantly throughout the day. And, you know, step 11, I share just a couple things there. I've had an experience the last 3 or 4 months around step 11. One of the things I had to do is I spend an hour in the morning in prayer and meditation, but God put a Native American guy right out in my life who got sober in Alcoholics Anonymous, and it was kind of interesting. He sought every religion in the world trying to connect with God, and finally, and he's a full-blood Lakota Sioux, and finally one day he's back at the reservation, and the medicine man said to him, did it ever occur to you to try our way? And he said, gosh, you know, I never thought about that. And he's been on a journey now, and he's been chosen, because you don't decide one day to be a medicine man, and he's done many things for me, and just a couple that he did, and they're all tied into the 12 steps. One of the first things he did for me that was difficult is he thought that was wonderful. I spent an hour in prayer meditation, but he asked me what I was doing, and I'm fairly rigid. Bill was talking about this, and he asked me to entertain the idea of laying everything aside and just pray from the heart and go with that for an hour. Whoa! I went crazy my first couple of weeks with that whole deal. But you know, the last 3 days in the morning when Joe and I have done some meditation, you know, we get a little centered, and he would open with a prayer, and we would go into some meditation, and sometimes 15 and 20 minutes, and I would end it with a prayer, and I'd come out of that and feel like I'd been in prayer for 8 solid hours. And that came about in the work I've done the last 3 or 4 months in that area around that 11th step about prayer and meditation. And that's really all I gotta share around kind of what I've done the last 3 or 4 months with those steps. I think as we go back through, Joel will talk about. There's a lot of misconceptions. I hear that all the time about the nightly reviews and the 10th step, and no, that's not true. The 11th step says upon awakening. In our meditation, we've been going through, and it tells me exactly what to do in the morning upon awakening. It gives me a few tools during the day, and then at nighttime, I sit down and I review some stuff. And I go to sleep, and then I get up the next morning. So why don't we go back into the book, and Joe, go ahead and start, and we'll just move through 10 and 11 and talk about the 12th step.
This thought, what thought? That these promises will always materialize if we work for them. Joe and Charlie do a thing with the promises on page 83 and 84 that come true halfway through the 9th step, where they show you how these promises were created by alcohol. And as a result of the first 9 steps, that this power is bringing about for us what alcohol used to do. And it's a really nifty exercise that they take you through. I'd like to say that the 10-step promises, which start on the bottom of 84 with, and we have ceased fighting anything or anyone, even alcohol, are the promises that come true as the result of this work that alcohol never was able to do. These are the ones that deliver you. You think 1 through 9.5 deliver you to a state where the promises on 83 begin to happen. And I think the majority of this room has probably experienced every promise on the bottom of 83 and the top of 84. But I think there's a lot of us in this room that have not experienced the promises on the bottom of 84 and the top of 85 because we've never gotten past halfway through the 9th step. These promises begin to happen, and it's like a whole other dimension from the promises on 83 and 84. These promises talk about sanity returning, seldom interested in liquor. If tempted, you'll recoil from it as a hot flame. That's probably happened for most of us. Reacting sanely and normally. This happens automatically, and we'll see that this new attitude has been given us as a gift without any thought or effort on our part. It just comes. That's the miracle of it. We're not fighting it, neither are we avoiding temptation. We feel as though we've been placed in a position of neutrality, safe and protected. We haven't even sworn off. Instead, the problem has been removed. So here's my question. If most of us in this room reached a place where drinking we had no choice but to drink, and we had no choice, we lost the choice, is it possible that moving from 1 through 9 takes you to a place where the same scale but the other end, if the problem has been removed, there is no more choice to drink than there was not to drink? And it's the same scale, just 2 different ends. One is where my drinking took me, where I had no choice but to drink. I had to drink. To doing 1 through 9, taken to a place where if the problem is removed, there is no choice to drink. In the sunlight of the Spirit, there's about as much choice as the man in the moon. If there is no problem, there is no choice. If you don't come to an intersection, you got to choose going one way or the other, that's a problem. You got to go left or you got to go right. What if the problem is removed and there is only one road and only one path and no intersections and nowhere you have to stop? There's no choice about turning. The problem with intersections has been removed. If the problem is removed, there is no choice. We haven't even sworn off. Instead, the problem has been removed. It doesn't exist for us. We are neither cocky nor are we afraid. That's our experience. This is how we react so long as we keep in fit spiritual condition. I worked for about 4 months once with We Are Not Afraid of Alcohol. And I got rid of a whole lot of beliefs that went like this. If I don't do blah, 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 then the boogeyman will get me and I'll drink. And I kept seeing that a lot of these beliefs I have with my first 3 steps are all based on fear, and why I kept making the 3rd step a fear-based decision. And I know what happens in my life from writing inventory, what happens when I make a fear-based decision. I end up at the end in more fear. Fear-based decisions do not produce freedom from fear. You make a decision based on fear, you end up with more fear. I'm no longer afraid of alcohol. I'm neither cocky nor afraid. I am either in a position of neutrality where there is no fear, because fear is about self-reliance, and I can't do anything to keep myself sober. What's to be afraid of? God's either removed the problem, or he hasn't. Now, I have some choices I can make about doing this work to seek God who keeps me sober. But it's a whole other perspective than everything you're doing to keep yourself sober. It changes your whole sobriety. I used to have to go to meetings, and I had to work with others, and I had to do this because the boogeyman's going to get me if I'm not a good AA member. That fear gets removed, and you go because you love to. You go because you want to. Anytime your head says you have to, or blah, blah, blah will happen, is a belief you need to get free of. So in these first 3 paragraphs, all the 10th step has asked me to do, except saying we've entered the world of the Spirit and we commence this way of living as we clean up the past. And I never said don't start 10 and 11 while you're making amends. I just said it'll be a lot different when you have no amends you're no longer aware of. It's not an overnight matter. It should continue for a lifetime. The only instructions I've seen so far is to continue to watch for selfishness, dishonesty, resentment, and fear, and exactly what to do when one of those things crop up. It's interesting they say when these crop up, which means they will. Ask God at once to remove it. Don't ask him to remove it at once. Just ask him at once to remove it. Big difference there, right? Discuss it with someone immediately. Make amends quickly if you've harmed anyone. And resolutely turn your thoughts to someone you can help. Now let's say you're at work and you're there to work for a boss who's paying you to work for him. And one of those things creeps into your consciousness: resentment, dishonesty, selfishness, or fear. Now, do you have to stop and call somebody and discuss it if you're able to turn your thoughts back? If you're able to ask for it to be removed. See if you do owe any harm, and turn your thoughts back to who you can help, which is probably your boss. Do you have to be getting on the phone all the time or leaving the room? No. What do you use as your barometer? Well, if resentment or selfishness or dishonesty or fear crop up to take you off the path that you were on, how do you know when you've done whatever's necessary? When you can turn your thoughts back to where you were. Let's say you're working on a paper. You're a secretary. You're working on a paper. You're at your desk, and you're getting this paper done for the man who's paying you to work for him. And you're there, and you're getting this paper done, and you're getting this paper done, and something creeps in. You hear from across the room, or something creeps into your mind from the day before, and all of a sudden you're angry, and you stop, and you're in your head, and you're doing this anger, and what am I going to do to get back at this person? And you're not doing the paper, and you're not doing the paper, and you catch yourself. Oh, I'm doing some resentment here. Please, God, remove this anger. Have I hurt anyone now? No. I just kind of sat here and did it in my head. Can I turn my thoughts back to where I was? That's my barometer. When I can turn my thoughts back to someone I can help, which is my boss, by finishing this paper, I don't have to go through every direction there every time I fall into one of those things. Sometimes resentment can crop up. I can ask God at once to remove it and turn back to right where I was. It's about staying on a course that hopefully you set up in the morning using the 11th step upon awakening. Sometimes you will have to stop. Ask for it to be removed. Discuss it with someone. See your part. Clean some stuff up. And then turn back to someone you can help. Sometimes you just have to ask for it to be removed and move right back to where you were. Before you cause any harm, without having to talk to anybody, you can resolutely turn your thoughts back to someone you can help. Just remind yourself love and tolerance of others is our code. Then we got the promises, and then we got a warning. It's easy to let up on the spiritual program of action and rest on your laurels. You're headed for trouble if you do, for alcohol is a subtle foe. You're not cured of alcoholism. What you really have is a daily reprieve, contingent on the maintenance of your spiritual condition. I love when people say 10 and 11 are the maintenance steps, because one little line here says that you have a daily reprieve contingent on the maintenance. My book also tells me that, and I'm not exactly sure where that is, but that these steps are about growing in understanding and effectiveness. Thank you. First paragraph. The real function of 10 is to grow in understanding and effectiveness. Grow in understanding. Do I want to stay and maintain where I was when I finished amends for the first time? No, I want to grow. That's a good thing that we should have mentioned here. The main function is to grow in understanding and effectiveness. Daily reprieve. Now, here's the 3 lines that he worked with me with 12 months. Every day is a day when I must carry the vision of God's will into all our activities. That doesn't make the 10th step into something where you sit around figuring out God's will. Sitting around figuring out God's will is a game. It's stupid. It's a waste of time. Nothing in 10 and 11 asks you to sit around and figure out God's will. It usually asks you to look at where your will's getting you, because the more you find out about what God's will isn't, the more you'll find out about what God's will is. So there's the paradox. To experience the 11th step, praying for knowledge of God's will and the power to carry it out, none of the instructions ask you to sit around praying about God's will. It asks you to continue to examine where your will's getting you, and as the more you find out about what God's will isn't, the more you'll find out about what God's will. But bringing the vision of God's will into your activities is a whole other thing. How can I best serve thee? Thy will, not mine, be done. These are thoughts which must go with me constantly. I can exercise my willpower along this line all that I wish. It is the proper use of the will. I want to come back to that. Much has been said about receiving strength, inspiration, and direction. That's what we can receive from him who has all knowledge and power. If we have followed directions and begun to sense the flow of his Spirit into us, to some extent we have become God-conscious. We have begun to develop this vital 6th sense, but we must go further. That means more action. To work with bringing the vision of God's will into all my activities and beginning to find out about proper use of the will, I started to set up my daily intent from the evening review from the night before. Using the 11th step, I review my day. It says what to do when retiring at night. And I look for things that need to be cleaned up. And let's say today I found that I was a little pushy with several people. Well, tomorrow morning when I consider my plans for the day, maybe I would like to be less pushy and a little more gentle. That's my intent for the day today. But I also have an intent for my life that I've gotten from working with vision of where I really believe God can take me. With relationships, with work, with money, with friends, with finance, with AA, with being of real help to other people. And I have this site, this place, these goals, I hate to use the word goals, but these intents, this vision of where I believe God can possibly take me as kind of a thing out there that I see out there in front of me. And then I had this daily intent of what I'd like to be today. Between that vision of my life that God has given me and my daily intent, there is a line. And between those two lines, I can make all the plans that I wish, and I can use my willpower along that line, all that I wish. It is proper use of the will. So let's say I'm considering my plans for the day. Well, at 9 o'clock, I want to make this appointment. At 11 o'clock, I want to make this appointment. But at 2 o'clock, I'm going to go and I'm going to lie to the bank to get this money for this deal over here. And then at 4 o'clock, I'm going to meet with a drunk. What's wrong with that picture? Okay. My appointment at 4 o'clock at 2 o'clock doesn't really jive with my intent for my life or what I set up this morning as my plans for the day, and I probably won't be able to exercise my willpower along that line without paying a price. It's not probably proper use of the will. And I found that line by having a vision and an intent for my life and working with it each day in my morning plans. So in working with those two lines, bringing the vision of God's will into all my activities, show me, God, how you would like this marriage to be. Show me, God, how you would like this company to be. Show me, God, how you would like, where and how you would like me to be with working with others. And working with that vision in prayer and meditation and seeing that as a place, and then today being right here, and my intent for this day, I can exercise my willpower along that line, all that I wish, and very seldom can I exercise my willpower very well outside of that line. But within that line, there's all the freedom in the world. Mark?
I really just want to move ahead into 11. So we got about 20 minutes, and I want to talk about some stuff in 11 and 12. In 11, we're talking about prayer and meditation, and on page 86, there's a sentence that says, "It," which is prayer and meditation, works if I have the proper attitude and work at it. And I'll get you to think about something. Those of you who've been here for a little while, what's the proper attitude? Because implied in that is if I don't have the proper attitude and work at it, maybe it's not going to work. So if I don't know what the attitude is, what am I taking into prayer and meditation? Think about that a little bit.
I heard a guy in Denver ask that question one time, what is the proper attitude for prayer and meditation? And I thought he was going to say to be serious and rigid. And he said, seriousness and rigidity with prayer and meditation are the height of self-centeredness and egotism.
Now we're going to get into instructions about nighttime. Step 11. I'm going to constructively review my day, and what I do is I open this book, and I go to some questions. Mark, were you resentful, selfish, dishonest, or afraid? Yes. And I look at those specifically. Do I owe an apology? That's pretty easy to see.
Can I say something about the first instruction? Constructively reviewing your day? Because for a long time this became a very destructive thing, and each night I was beating myself up. And this lady talked to me about, well, if you cease fighting anything or anyone, be thankful for your defects. They're what gets you to God each night. She talked about, if any of us in AA ever get to heaven, it won't be out of virtue, it'll be because we're backing away from hell. And that to look at your defects kind of like a shore, and you got to have something to push off from. And it changed my whole attitude about reviewing my day. Now, I don't like when my defects hurt somebody. But thank God for my defects, because they're what get me back to God. And there's two ways that I've found of doing this. You can use the questions that he is going over to review the last 24 hours, or you can review the last 24 hours and then ask the questions, and the answers will pop up out of the review that you've already done. Try both ways.
Have I kept something to myself which should be discussed with another person at once? Was I kind and loving toward all? What could I have done better? Again, we're talking about this last 24-hour time period. Was I thinking of myself most of the time? Or was I thinking of what I could do for others, of what I could pack into the stream of life? I'm going out into the world, my stream of life.
Guy tricked us once on one of our retreats, and he asked us on Sunday morning, he said, you know in the 11th step where it says, what did I pack into the mainstream of life today? And everybody goes, yeah. And he says, well, it doesn't say that. There is no mainstream, and then there's this minor stream, and then there's the AA stream, and then, which is a dirty secret you don't want most people to know. And then there's this other stream over here. He said there is a stream, or the stream of life, and AA and living a spiritual life is. We hear all this talk in AA nowadays about the real world, and then this fluky spiritual stuff that some of you guys do, right? It's my contention that is the real world, and this world out here that we have to move around in from the world of the spirit is the unreal world that's dominated by money, property, lies, deceit, greed. So how does a spiritual person move around in that world is what this 10 and 11 is all about. I believe this, however you see that, is the real world. Nor do I believe there's a mainstream and a minor stream.
But we must be careful not to drift into worry, remorse, or morbid reflection, for that diminishes our usefulness to others. This is where, I make a mistake, I do something, and I've seen this happen a lot, and I've done this. I'm going to beat myself up for a long, long time, be blocked from God, my fellow human beings, and I guess what's Bradshaw call that? Shame base. And what happens in that? That's the other side of my ego. I certainly can't be useful to God or to others when I'm in that place. And then after making my review, I'm going to ask God's forgiveness and inquire what corrective measures should be taken. I go to sleep and wake up, and He'll show me. Then you get upon awakening. Let us think about the 24 hours ahead, consider plans for the day.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
I'd like to use the answer to those questions and any corrective measures that should be taken to put into my daytimer for tomorrow, especially corrective measures. Just part of my plan for tomorrow. And what's left in my mind from my evening review is I think about the 24 hours ahead in the morning to set my intent for that day, things I was weak on yesterday. But if I finish the evening review and I do 15 or 20 minutes of meditation and corrective measures are revealed to me, what could be some of those? An apology that's owed? Something that needs to be discussed with someone? An amends? Something I missed? Didn't show up for? Could be lots of things. Whenever I do an evening review and then I do 15 or 20 minutes of meditation and corrective measures are revealed to me, they go in my file of facts as part of my plan for tomorrow to clean up so I can stay present. If I'm bound by yesterday or any unfinished amends, how can I be in today or tomorrow when I get there?
Before we begin, meaning the day, I get some very specific instructions here. I ask God to direct my thinking, and I especially ask that my thinking, be divorced from self-pity, dishonest, or self-seeking motives. Now I get a great promise. Under these conditions, meaning having done this, I can employ my mental faculties with assurance, for after all, God gave me brains to use. My thought life will be placed on a much higher plane when my thinking is cleared of wrong motives.
You start to rely on inspiration and intuition. Wonder why, isn't it funny that he tells you to do two things and then he tells you something to do before those two things? That he put the first instruction third and the second two instructions first. But I also had a guy ask me one time, why do you think he says to think about the 24 hours ahead and also consider your plans? Because I always saw those as saying the same thing two different ways. And as I would think about the 24 hours ahead, I would think about my plans for the day. He said, why would he say it twice? He said, is it possible he meant two different things? And one, thinking about the 24 hours ahead, I set my intent for what I'd like to be, and my plans is what I'd like to do. Two different states of consciousness that can become one.
So moving on, it's in thinking about our day. I may face indecision. I got to make some decisions about something. I may not be able to determine which course to take. Once again, here I ask God for one of three things: inspiration, an intuitive thought, or a decision. I relax and take it easy. I don't struggle. I'm surprised how the right answers come to me after I've tried this for a while. Well,
That's amazing that a guy with an ego like me could actually face indecision or not be sure which course to take, ask God for inspiration, and then relax and take it easy with the kind of ego I has that says, well, if you're confused or you're not sure which course you're going to take today, you've got to go do something right now. You've got to do something. It says to do just the opposite of what I want. Relax and take it easy. I read upon awakening, and I do 15 or 20 minutes of meditation every morning. And if you don't think your ego still doesn't want you to be in the moment where God is, and it wants to do anything to keep you out of that moment, try to do 20 minutes twice a day. Then you'll realize you can't. And that's the first principle of meditation, to admit to yourself you can't make 20 minutes happen. And then you'll be able to.
what used to be a hunch or occasional inspiration gradually becomes a working part of the mind. Being still inexperienced, meaning at this work and having just made conscious contact with God, it's not probable I'm going to be inspired at all times. I might pay for this presumption, meaning I'm inspired and God speaking directly to me in all sorts of absurd actions and ideas. Nevertheless, I find my thinking will, as time passes, be more and more in the plane of inspiration I can come to rely upon.
Isn't that amazing from what they told us about our mind being our worst enemy and the center of the problem when we started the work, now is something that I can begin to rely on?
I conclude the period of meditation with a prayer, that I be shown all through the day what my next step is to be, that I be given whatever I need to take care of such problems. I ask especially for freedom from self-will, and am careful to make no requests for myself only. I may ask for myself, however, if others will be helped, and I struggled with that when I went down to see this lady at the Denver Central Service Office. And that's where she talked to me about, well, Mark, if you're being real judgmental and critical of other people, that's a situation in which you can ask for help for yourself, because if God will remove that, you can be more helpful to others. And I got an explanation of how to use that. I'm careful never to pray for my own selfish ends. I've wasted a lot of time doing that. It doesn't work. You can easily see why. Got a paragraph about if circumstances warrant, about asking wiser friends to join us in meditation. Talks about if I belong to a denomination, I attend to that. I can sometimes select to memorize some prayers which emphasize the principles we've been discussing. Many helpful books. Suggestions about these may be obtained from a priest, minister, rabbi. I need to be quick to see where religious people are right, make use of what they have to offer to me. Now I get more tools about during the day. As I go through the day, I pause when either agitated or doubtful, which are fairly common states for me, and I ask for the right thought or action. Constantly remind myself I no longer run the show, humbly saying to myself many times each day, let thy will be done. I'm then in much less danger. It's interesting he uses the word danger, of excitement, fear, anger, worry, self-pity, or foolish decisions. I will become much more efficient. I do not tire so easily, for I'm not burning up energy foolishly I did when I was trying to arrange life to suit me. One of the most powerful paragraphs in the big book, it works, it really does. We've used the word it twice in there. I am undisciplined, so I let God discipline me in the simple way we just outlined. And once again, I'm taken to a place of, but this isn't all, Mark, there's action and more action. Joe?
I basically find one thing in the 11th step it says to do throughout the day, and one thing in the 10th step it says to do throughout the day, and a set of instructions for the morning, and a set of instructions for the evening, and a bunch of prayers. So what am I going to learn to do throughout the day? What to do when something crops up and I literally have to stop and ask for it to be removed, and what to do when I can just pause when agitated or doubtful and continue to move. So both of the instructions are about showing me how to move on a path that I have chosen for that day, that I set up in the morning, exactly what to do in the morning to set up that path, how to consider it, how to set it up, how to consider my plans for the day, and then set about doing that and how to stay on that track, saying what I'm going to do and doing what I say I'm going to do, which is the best definition of honesty for an alcoholic that I've ever heard that was given to me by another alcoholic. If you look at every amends you've probably ever made, you probably see that you either didn't say what you were going to do or do what you say you were going to do. So if those are the things that cause harm, what would be the best definition for me to not cause harm and practice honesty? Number one, say what I'm going to do. Don't think your spouse or the people that are important to you are mind readers and they should just know what you're going to do. Say what you're going to do, and then do what you say you're going to do. Since we don't have time to go through working with others, you find some great principles in there for working with others. Usually I find that it's upon the initial visit and upon working with wet drunks. Bill and I were talking at the break, and I have to admit to you that I've never been great with wet drunks. But here's what I believe. Here's what I believe about that. I believe where AA met each and every one of us is where we become the most effective. I believe those of you in the room that were 12-step wet and heard something that brought you to AA are probably really, really good working with wet people, telling them something that brings them to AA. I was found in a place dying of untreated alcoholism, a man that carried this message and told me there was more in AA and about doing this work, and that seems to be, thank God we can each find our own niche in service. Thank God we're all not just great secretaries or treasurers or 12-steppers or good at doing the work with people. I also think my niche was chosen by what's in my heart. And I believe my niche to be, I'm there for anybody that wants to do this work, anytime, anywhere. But there are great principles in that chapter for pitching a drunk. And I guess because they felt like the instructions for what to do once he's ready to do this process, they've just gone through in the preceding chapters. I think sometimes to the wives, the family, the employer, and a vision for you are overlooked and not spent much time on, including by myself, although I've spent some time with them, as far as great principles for practicing in all your affairs. They're probably the most, well, they're definitely the most overlooked in the first 164 pages. Seen a lot of people do this work all over the country. I've seen people do them in workshops where you get 10 or 20 or 30, and I'm not as excited about that as I used to be, although I think they're great. When you where you're living makes that necessary. Where we used to do a lot, and where I live now, I think it grew to the point where workshops outgrew themselves, because now we have enough people doing the work where anybody that calls one of us, we can send them to somebody to do it one-on-one. And I believe that's when it really happens. One alcoholic talking to another, the basis of this program. But I think better to do the work in a workshop than not do it. I love sitting in my living room working with another drunk. I love being a part of a group that does the work. My home group. Sit in a room with the majority of the people in that room doing this process makes for a lot different meeting than when you have a room full of people with a solution for every person in that room, a different solution. Believing there's as many ways to work it as there are people in the room. I don't connect in those kind of meetings anymore to the world of the Spirit or the fellowship of the Spirit like I do when I'm just in the fellowship where there's as many ways to do it as there are people in it. I thought it was interesting that about a month ago we had a meeting. My home group couldn't meet where they usually do because they were using the church, and we met in the apartment building where I live in their meeting room. And there was a man there who's a friend of my sponsors from New York. And without sounding angry, I don't think I wasn't angry. I said that after 11 years I found what I like in AA, and I said what I like in AA. I said I love to be around people working the steps. I love anybody that wants to be involved in that. I don't really like speaker meetings that much anymore unless it's somebody that I really want to go hear. And when it was his turn to share, he said he thought it was sad that I had found what I wanted in AA and what I like after 11 years. He said, I feel sorry for you. And I was expressing the freedom I found in deciding what I like in Alcoholics Anonymous, and he didn't see it that way. Why I brought that up, I have no idea. Maybe he belongs to the next one. Maybe I ended up right where I started when I got here, on the next resentment in my inventory. Go ahead.
I just want to leave you with a couple thoughts. Page 89, and this is so important to me, the 12th suggestion, carry this message to other alcoholics. Doesn't say carry my message, doesn't say carry Joe's message, says carry this message. And I just can't stress that enough, because unfortunately I don't hear this message in the program. You know, the other thing, actually a lot of you at one time or another have talked about the situation I found myself in, and that is that, well, there's not a lot of this where I live, or it's a small community, or this or that or anything else. And what I want to tell you, if you turn back to page 163, actually the sentence starts at the bottom of 162. It says, thus we grow, and so can you, though you be but one man with this book in your hand. We believe and we hope it contains all you will need to begin. We know what you're thinking. You're saying to yourself, I'm jittery, I'm alone, I couldn't do that. And you're right, you couldn't do that. But you can, because you forget you just now tapped a source of power much greater than yourself. To duplicate with such backing what we have accomplished is only a matter of willingness, patience, and labor. And I mean, what is this whole weekend has been about Joe and I sharing with you about this power and our relationship with this power as a result of what is in this big book of Alcoholics Anonymous. And I want to thank you for opening up your hearts and your minds to us, and being willing to go through this process with us again. And I'm gonna reiterate something. All I've had to bring and share with you is my experience with this big book. There's no experts around this. That's all I try and bring to the table, and no more and no less. So I want to thank you for allowing me to participate in that.
I'd just like to say that there's nowhere else that I would rather be here this weekend than right here with you people, and no one else that I would rather be this weekend than who I am, and nowhere else I'd rather be than right here in Louisiana, and that's never happened for me very many times in my life, and it was the first promise I heard from my sponsor when I heard him speak 11 and a half years ago, and I've gotten to live that once again this weekend. And thank you so very much for asking us to come.
Let's have a hand for Joey Mark.